Chapter 1411 The Secret of Dragon Island. After the offensive was launched, the saddest thing was the shadow dragon closest to a certain magician. At least half of the Hagiri Kimru that had not been deployed in time were thrown around Teska, blocking its possible direction. Perhaps the Hagiri Kimru themselves have not yet mastered the flash technique, and do not have the ability to travel through dimensions, so they can only simply fly. But Lin has it. A few sword pills were thrown at each place in the main plane of the land. The shadow plane, the third plane controlled by Teska, and the dimensional plane that Teska was suspected to have used. No matter where this shadow dragon wants to run, it will hit these little killer stars, even though there are only about 10 in one place. Even one Shikiri sword pill is enough to kill a giant dragon. In addition to Hagiri Kimru's attack, Lin himself also took action against the shadow dragon. A flash appeared on the dragon's back, and the Khan in his hand thrust down. If it were before, Teska could get rid of a certain magician who was close by traveling to other planes. It will not only take time for Lin to catch up, but also a bit of luck. But the shadow dragon's ability has been seen through. Lin can keep up with it no matter which plane it travels to. The sword stuck in the back did not go deeper. Instead, Lin ran up the dragon's neck and ran all the way to the dragon's head. Of course, Khan dragged him along. A certain magician seemed to be clinging to the dragon's body, and the Hagiri Khan went all the way up until it came out between the eyes. The backbone of the shadow dragon was directly divided into two halves, and its head was even opened. No matter how strong the dragon's vitality is, if its head is divided into two halves, it will still be completely dead at this time. Not to mention that there was also the Shikiri Kimru that had entered the body. Lin could bluntly suggested killing him directly. As soon as the sword pills entered the body, they split into two directions, running towards the dragon heart and the dragon crystal, directly smashing these two objects into pieces. It can be said that the head, heart, and crystal are all destroyed. It is impossible for this dragon to be resurrected or to take the draconic route. The only other outcome is to end up in the dragon tomb or the slaughterhouse of the human chamber of commerce. But against other dragons, someone is not so cruel. Regardless of whether the unknown curse was cast by one of these giant dragons, Lin wouldn't be able to overturn a boatload of dragons with one pull. You must first identify Long He, whether he is watching a show or taking the opportunity to cause trouble, or whether he is here for his own life. If it were normal, not to mention that people's hearts are separated from each other, when encountering such a bad thing, who would not talk in vain about arguments that are beneficial to oneself. Others can only choose to believe or not to believe, or to believe a few percent or not to believe a few percent. Different judgments will lead to different conclusions. However, one of the great abilities of the Hagiri clan is reading minds. Although Khan can only read some shallow thoughts, this does not represent the level of all haki. Among the Hagiri clan recovered by Lin, there are those who can read minds without touching. There are also those who do not speak of deep consciousness after contact. Even if there is a tendency of split personality, Hagiri can clearly identify them. There are these boxes that cut into the body. There is a Khan in the middle to coordinate, and there are Lin's requests as a guideline. The Hagiris knew which dragon should be killed and which dragon should not be killed, and there would be no unjust accusation. You can open your mouth 100 times and think whatever you want. Shikiri will be sure at the touch of a button. As soon as Jianwan entered the dragon's body, only one of the 6 dragons was left, and all the others were killed. The sword pills that broke out of the body were spinning in the air, but only a few people could see their heroic appearance, because the dragons present were dying and running away. The only living person was Lin, who controlled himself to stick to the shadow dragon while flashing, and finally succeeded in killing it, because the flashing technique was used too frequently. At the last moment, he happened to bring the dead dragon with him from the alien plane back to the main plane of mystery. Although he was stepping on the dragon's body, he landed safely. Unlike the previous one, most of the corpses were thrown into the shadow plane. The other one is the only remaining dragon. The dragon that casts humanization magic on itself has a slimmer body shape, which is far different from the strong body shape that other giant dragons prefer. But if such a person puts on normal clothes and joins the crowd in the human race's territory, others will really not be able to tell the difference. Looking at the man who came out, he turned into a dragon and matched the origins mentioned by Hagiri Khan in his hand. Lin immediately understood why this one could live while the other dragons died. It seems that its origin is somewhat similar to the shadow dragon Lin killed. There are 10 mainstream dragon species in the Lost Landlord plane, 5 metal dragons, and 5 color dragons. Shadow dragons have their roots in the plane of shadow, and they are the only mainstream dragon race in that plane. And their names are the same as those of the plane. The same is true for the one in front of me. He is a dragon species that migrated from an alien plane to the main plane of the Lost Land. His name is Star Dragon, and he comes from the Star Realm. The most important talent of the Star Dragon is even the same as the Shadow Dragon. The Star Dragon can freely travel between the main plane of the land and the Star Realm. But in terms of stance, the Shadow Dragon prefers chaos, and the Star Dragon prefers law. If the Shadow Dragon can be regarded as the assassin of the Dragon Clan, then the Star Dragon can be regarded as the spy of the Dragon Clan. And this Star Dragon belongs to the loyal Mother Dragon camp on Dragon Island. It came this time, but it was entrusted by Eos. In addition to taking care of this human being who was beneficial to the Dragon Clan, it also had the intention of monitoring and spying. To put it simply, there is no malice. But I am just a bit defensive. He might even be able to help when necessary. It's just that this Star Dragon probably didn't expect that not only would it be unable to help, but it would also fall into it. Perhaps none of the dragons thought that this human magician had such abilities. As for the stance or thoughts of other dragons, Lin did not deliberately learn from Khan. After all, I know that no matter whether I am right or wrong, I can't do anything about it. Those dragons were all dead. Completely dead. Besides, knowing it, will it reduce or increase the guilt? Instead of worrying about this, it's better to ignore it. The Star Dragon will come out obediently. Not just because the other dragons are dead. This is especially because the Shikiri Kimmeru that entered its body is tightly attached to its own heart, and the dragon crystal that is regarded as the second heart. These sword pills do not need to retreat to accumulate power at all. As long as they advance slightly, even if they only create a small crack, they will be fatal to themselves. After the giant dragon casts humanization magic, the dragon crystal will not disappear directly. It will just move its position. Some dragons remain in the abdominal cavity, while others are encased in brains. Specifically, when the original dragon was condensing dragon crystals, where did the crystals take shape? Generally speaking, those in the abdominal cavity are good at physical combat, and those in the brain are good at magic. But this is not absolute. Furthermore, with the Hagiri Kimmeru attached to a place like this, Xinglong knew what he was thinking. And he couldn't hide it from these aliens, who also came from the outer world. No conspiracy or trick could work. Its age, knowledge and curiosity mean that although it does not know the situation of the Hagiri clan thoroughly, it still knows more than most races in the Lost Land. The power of Hakakiri is far more than just sharpness. However, Lin did not ask any questions about Xinglong who came out, or even pay much attention to it. With one move of his hand, all the Shikiri Kimmeru that had penetrated into Xinglong's body disappeared. Lin did not let Hikiri come out through other paths, or follow the original path. In any case, it is within the body of a living being. No matter whether the sword pill is big or small, it will cause harm when it runs rampant in other people's bodies. So Lin directly used the positioning method of flash technique to catch the Shikiri Kimmeru and others. He didn't have to worry about the Hagaris being dissatisfied. Every time the flash technique is passed, it is like a recharge for the Hagiri clan. They have suffered enough from hunger. Who would be dissatisfied if they had the opportunity to eat one more bite? The reason why Lin recruited Hagiri back, regardless of the Star Dragon, was because the opponent's position did not pose a threat to him. Lin learned a big secret about Dragon Island from the Khan. This secret is not only the reason why he feels familiar with Long Island, but also the crisis he must face next. And this crisis is taking shape. When he first came to Dragon Island, the familiar feeling Lin felt on the boat was because there was also an abyss gate on Dragon Island. And that sense of familiarity is exactly the aura of the abyss emanating from the door. From the secrets that Khan relayed in the minds of the dragons, we learned that this gate to the abyss has existed for a long time. And it is not like the gate that was just about to be opened in the Tower of the Great Sage. There are not many dragons on Dragon Island who know about the existence of this abyss gate. But as long as they know about dragons, they all know that the dragons on Dragon Island also shoulder the great task of resisting the invasion of demons. It's just that the war between demons and dragons has not been fought for a long time. And this gate seems to be abandoned. So some young dragons don't know the existence of this gate. There are also dragons who believe that the gate of the abyss has been sealed. But no one is willing to sacrifice and go to the other side to close it. However, Lin had a different view on the gate of the abyss. This view originated from the cat forest in the southern border of the Guana Empire, which is the hometown of the Grey Cat Hardy and the kittens. There is also an abyss gate there, and it is also guarded by the demon moth King Jane Moss. In order to collect silk threads for making magic silk, Lin focused on various moth species on the continent of Midi. Whether they contain power or not, they are all Lin's collection targets. Of course, the Moth King, who is huge and can be said to be the lost version of Mothra, will not be left out. According to Demon Moth King Jane Moss, there are 8 fixed abyss gates between the Lost Land and the Abyss. These doors cannot be closed, so guardians stand in front of them to block communication between the two sides. This information is really interesting in retrospect. There are 8 gates to the Abyss that cannot be closed, and there are 8 powers in the Lost Land. The limit of the world trees is to communicate with the 8 worlds. Lin suspected that the Abyss Gate on Dragon Island was of the same nature as the Abyss Gate guarded by the Demon Moth King. They are all fixed doors that cannot be closed. So there must be a guardian here like the Moth King. Although there is no mention of the guardian of the Abyss Gate in the secret memories of the dragons, there is a guardian of Dragon Island. And this guardian who protects the entire Dragon Island is the Dragon God. The former spouse of the Dragon Emperor was also the biggest supporter of the Dragon God camp on Dragon Island. Chapter 1412 Everything is left unsaid. The crisis Lin mentioned also originated from this person, and a majesty from the gods was taking shape all around. It was as if there was a god preparing to project himself where he was. This is not the first time this kind of thing has happened to him, so he has some idea. Although he was not sure whether it was the Dragon God, other gods would not come to Dragon Island for no reason. The goddess of gold coins will appear in human form. One is related to Eos, and the other is related to the bank. In addition, the dragons are definitely the race that the gods don't want to deal with, even if their believers suffer from the dragons. And this situation encountered before us is also the most basic way for gods to descend into the Lost Land. It was strenuous and weak, but at least he wouldn't offend the Lord of Guardians. He violated the red line I didn't know where to draw, and was directly slapped in the face with a shield. Lin was locked by this majesty. If he were an ordinary person, his legs would be trembling, and he would be at a loss. This would be worse than being affected by the might of a giant dragon. But Lin was not affected at all. And with his ability, it was not impossible to escape from this situation. But he just didn't want to escape. It's easy to just use Flash to leave. But if Lin wants to completely solve the Dragon Island problem, escaping is not the best option. It is better to hope that the opponent knows how to stop when enough is enough, instead of pushing too far. It is better to hope that the opponent will be so intelligent that he will choke to death if he drinks water, as early as when that divine power was beginning to show. Xinglong, who was no longer threatened by Hagiri, disappeared into the shadows again. This time, Lin failed to sense the existence of the Star Dragon, but he was sure that the dragon must not have run far away and was hiding somewhere to peek. Curiosity will kill the cat, and it will kill a dragon. If Khan hadn't told him, it would have been hard for Lin to imagine that there was a dragon whose favorite shape was a feline creature, a leopard, rather than humans. If there wasn't a divine threat approaching, Lin might have taken the time to ask if the Star Dragon's name was Ginwivar. However, I don't have the intention to look for him in different ways and ask him this question. If I find him, I won't be able to pull him out as a shield, so I might as well save the trouble. But with Shui locked up, other things can be put aside, although he has twice killed the gods. But those 2 times, Lin didn't fight alone. And what level of gods were we dealing with? They are just 2 little-known gods, who have not even been able to establish a divine kingdom, and are even weaker than the weak gods. To use the metaphor of school age, they are not even elementary school students. They are basically kindergarten-level preschoolers. Before coming to Dragon Island, Lin also didn't know there was a dragon god. In fact, although the gods of Lost Land are not like Mangala back home, that country is said to have more gods than people. However, the number is so large and the system is so complex that it can also be compiled and studied as a doctoral thesis. In short, apart from knowing that there is a dragon god on Dragon Island, Lin now knows nothing about the power level of this god, the projects he is good at, and the scope of his protection. So facing this upcoming first contact, it would be a lie to say that you are not nervous. But tension is tension, and threats exist. But Lin doesn't think it's elevated to the point where his life is in danger, since it is just a projection of the gods. There is no need to deal with the complete strength of the gods. The strength of the projection, regardless of its original form, has its upper limit in the Lost Land. Otherwise it will attract the attention of the Guardian Lord. What needs to be dealt with carefully is actually the special abilities of these gods. A considerable part of these abilities will not change with the individual's strength. For example, the Lord of Destiny can control the elusive element of luck, and the 8 Lords of Power control power. These are all within the purview of the gods. And they can do whatever they want. No matter how strong a mortal is. He is still blind when it comes to this kind of ability. He can only rely on his own thick skin. As for whether the dragon god has such ability, generally speaking, this kind of example of becoming a god can only control the bloodline related to it. In other words, the dragon god can only control the dragon clan, which is completely useless to Lin, a human race. Not to mention that someone is a time traveler. And whether he can return to the human race in Lost Land is still open to question. But Lin was new to the dragon god. All understandings are speculations based on existing clues. And what we have to face now is still a god. Not the dead shadow dragon Teska. The one who claims to be the Lord of Shadows. So he still needs to have some respect. In the eyes of others, the period of time when the divine power takes shape may be very fast. Because most people will be frightened and their minds will go blank. When I regain consciousness, God will be waiting for me. But for someone like Lin, who calculates time in nanoseconds, the dragon god's first appearance was very draggy. So long that he even wanted to have dinner before coming over. Finally, before someone's patience ran out, the god took shape. When he appeared, he also came with a lonely high cliff. And his slender and majestic dragon body climbed on it. Looking down at the humans in front of him, Lin just stared at this guy with big eyes and small eyes. And they were in a stalemate. Lin could probably guess why the big boss kept silent. Why don't you just rely on your own reputation and, as an ordinary human being, bow your head first? Although as a truth with only the magic side of truth and a magician without faith facing a god, he can just give a magician a nod and it will count. But now there is a conflict between the two sides. If you bow your head casually, the dragon clan will not beat the snake but follow the stick. And it will not be spared. So Lin also held back. Holding back and waiting for the other party to make an attitude first. Not to mention that I didn't eat anything in the afternoon in order to make dinner. Now I am hungry and angry. I have mentioned this several times. There is a saying in my hometown that eating is as big as the emperor. As expected, hunger brings the deepest hatred. So someone above just stiffened his neck and glared at a god. Just bully him for not being a real person. Be patient and no one will lose. But the mistake was that we were on Dragon Island. And there was a big family waiting behind the dragon god. These dragons were not as patient as that god. And this is also the disadvantage of gods. Even if those bastard dragons dare not run to the battlefield to cause trouble and quarrel, they only need to nest in some ravine to pray. And the gods can still hear their complaints. Under normal circumstances, the complaints of believers would not be considered news. There are few fish in the bowl. The sun is too bright when I go out. And there is a girl married next door, who stays up most of the night, and only moans. Even trivial things can catch the lips of gods. Most people don't want to share good things with gods anyway. When something bad happens, everyone wants the gods to take action, and slap those people or things that make them unhappy. Although the dragons do not believe in God, these nonsense are not limited to believers. Only believers can go to heaven to hear them. As long as the name of a certain god is mentioned, and what is said after it, these gods will be heard word by word. This is why MIDI is very taboo about mentioning the names of gods. Because doing so will attract the attention of these big bosses. If what I say next is not pleasant to the ears, no one will slap me down. And I will have to be careful about being put in the wrong shoes in the future. But if you deliberately say something to the gods, there is really no way for the gods not to listen. This is not like a phone call or a multi-channel video where you just hang up or mute. But just like wireless broadcasting. As long as the channel is right. Whether to insert or block the broadcast completely depends on the conscience of the other party. Unless the source is located, and the culprit is physically eliminated. Of course, it is impossible for the dragon god to name all the dragons buzzing in his mind, and kill them all. These are all my own sons and grandsons. Even if there is no blood relationship. As long as the other party admits that he is the dragon god, he will more or less contribute some power of faith. A god like him who refers to his ancestors as a god takes a different path from other people who conceptualize themselves as gods. As long as the tribe is strong enough, even if there are no fanatics, his strength will not be much weaker. Vice versa. To use someone's hometown fairy saying, it means that luck is tied to the entire ethnic group. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous. When one is lost, both are harmed. It is impossible to rely on one's ethnic group to rise to power and then betray the ethnic group in the blink of an eye. Once the tribe is wiped out, it will be the end of physical and spiritual destruction. So he didn't want to get involved in this mess in front of him. But he was beaten to the Dragon Island by a human. And a bunch of dragons died. as the Dragon God and the guardian of Dragon Island. He couldn't make sense regardless of this matter. He is not like the mother of all dragons, who is really calm and calm. As long as it didn't hit her in the face, she wouldn't be able to move. They are different from the giant dragons, who are deaf to external affairs and are the biggest in the world. Although the Dragon God also has the innate arrogance of the Dragon Clan, he is not blind or deaf. Even if he didn't fully understand what the humans in front of him were doing in a place unknown to outsiders, he had heard some rumors. Although gods are very majestic and far away from ordinary people. In fact, this circle is very small. Everyone is afraid that other gods will cause trouble and steal their own believers. Although everyone seems to be following the rules now, it's because everyone is staring at each other. I'm afraid that someone will make an unexpected move, and I won't be able to respond immediately enough. So don't look at the gold coin goddess working in the bank as if everything is going smoothly. This is just some heartless magician. Firstly, he is not qualified. And secondly, he does not care about matters between gods. So he is unaware of it. In fact, as early as the first coin was created, and then Lin left, the kingdom of the gold coin goddess was visited by other impulsive gods. If Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, doesn't take action, someone's ninth power plan will have to find another way out. The Dragon God did not intervene because it had nothing to do with him. But the Lord of Wealth did not stay quietly in his own kingdom of God as someone imagined, watching the goddess of gold coins rise while taking advantage of the bank's trend. The two gods had already fought against each other in unknown places. As a result, the goddess of gold coins can develop her bank safely, and in a way that can be seen by the naked eyes of the gods. It becomes stronger and stronger without robbing other gods of their belief base. As a result, everyone is thinking about how to imitate the actions of the gold coin goddess and add bricks and stones to their own belief in the kingdom of God. Although the Dragon God is not jealous of the achievements of the gold goddess like other gods, he is even more afraid of the magician. That magician was notorious in his circle. This time, this big boss who was beaten to his base and had a bad temperament. After seeing the domineering behavior of the person in front of him, even if he had a calm attitude, now he is angry. After many backgrounds and considerations, everything turned into a set of Northeastern 3 companies. What are you looking at? What are you doing? Grass. God and man go to war. Chapter 1413, the third battle in a row. There were 3 battles in a row. And the first battle was not even a warm-up. A certain magician with a serious bias for science and his extreme abilities would be like beating a child if he beats these little guys who are not good enough. Not even a drop of sweat. In the second battle, because of the Shadow Dragon's innate ability, which was similar to the flash technique, it gave someone a sense of crisis for a while. However, the Shadow Dragon Teska did not realize that his advantage had a time limit, and he failed to achieve key results before that time limit. In the end, he was counterattacked by the magician. But in the third battle, directly starting the divine battle was something that Lin Lai had never thought about before going to this banquet. Although I have long been aware of treating this as a Hongmen banquet, this level must have been too high. Since he wants to fight, Lin won't have any scruples anymore. Directly let Khan command all the Shikiri Kimmeru to besiege the Dragon God climbing on the high cliff. You can't take it too seriously when dealing with a god. The Shikiri Kimmeru is one of Lin's trump cards now. He can hit them all at once in order to deal with the god's clone in front of him. Bullying him was restricted and unable to physically appear in the world. However, Kimmeru, who was always invincible, felt lonely this time. The divine power is condensed, and the Dragon God clone in front of him has no entity. Although the divine power of the lost gods is based on 8 powers, its nature is completely different from ordinary magic. It's true that Hagiri weapons have demon-breaking properties, but they can't interfere with divine power. Therefore, the Shikiri Kimmeru passing through the body is like passing through a shadow, causing no harm at all. Even the Dragon God's condensed form was not even distorted by interference. Throwing a stone into water will cause ripples. Seeing this result, Lin took the Khan in his hand back to his waist. Hagiris, who are always good at dealing with physical objects, are at their wits' end when they encounter an opponent like this. Although Khan can cause damage to gods, he must first analyze the opponent's divine power and simulate an anti-divine power arrangement before he can cause damage. But this method takes time. Secondly, neither Lin nor Fan has ever used it on a large scale. Even if it is used, the opponent will be completely dead. Otherwise, the opponent's level is too low, and he cannot understand the details. The secret of anti-power magic has only been preserved to this day, when no one else can see the clues, and the dead cannot speak. If you kill a god's clone in this way, what's the difference between it and making this method public? The avatar of the spirit and the main body are not two independent entities that are isolated from each other, but their consciousnesses are connected to each other. If it is exposed, you can predict that you will be chased by all the gods. After all, it is impossible for these superior beings to be willing to let such a method that can hurt them spread outside. Even if the god did not choose such an extreme approach, someone estimated that there would be variables in his cooperation with the gold coin goddess. But since it all takes time to analyze, complete this part first, and then consider whether to use nature later. If you fail to complete the analysis of divine power, it will be useless even if you want to use it at a critical moment. So putting the con away also allowed him to concentrate on this. Lin also used the computing power of the subdimensional tower to analyze divine power. As for himself, he concentrated on dealing with the dragon god in front of him. Lin didn't dare to be distracted when dealing with a god. Use the year wheel? Someone who put con back on his waist thought of another Hikiri. But this idea only flashed through my mind, and I gave up immediately. There is just a clone in front of me. Can the ability of the year wheel to eliminate cause and effect be extended to the divine being? Not to mention that the ability of the year wheel is still not perfect yet. Since the last time he killed the dragon lich of the Azure Dragon, he has finally regained his strength and can swing the second blow. If one move fails, not only will the opportunity of the time will be wasted, but a killer move will also be exposed. Lin could only put down those unnecessary thoughts. Although the dragon god in front of him lost one of his moves in the attack, his counterattack could not be said to be sharp. With the divine power condensed into an incorporeal body, the dragon god does not engage in hand-to-hand combat with the magician at all. The starting move was to form thousands of energy light bombs all around, giving Lin a mini-game of dodging bullets. This kind of gameplay seems to be my previous specialty. Lin still doesn't understand how powerful the dragon god is. And this virtual body that he condensed can be said to be the lowest limit of the divine form. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the weakest. But the weakest form of the spirit is still the god, who can mobilize the power between heaven and earth. The energy light bombs whizzing towards him from all directions now are the most superficial and wasteful use of power. But using it this way is as natural to the gods as breathing and heartbeat. And it is completely effortless. Against ordinary opponents, this level of intensive attacks can indeed yield results. The energy bullets drawn by divine power are not comparable to the energy bullets made by someone in the past from the Tower of the Great Sage or other magical firearms. However, an attack of this level is not a threat to someone with a flash technique. At most, it is forced to flash continuously by the dense light bombs. And it can't do anything else. Lin was happy to deal with this non-threatening attack. After all, it took time to analyze his divine power. Moreover, despite the fact that there is a living avatar of the spirit standing in front of you, analyzing divine power seems to be very easy. In fact, the gods control their own power to a very subtle level. The slightest disturbance may trigger their vigilance. The only divine power that can be analyzed is actually the aftertaste of divine magic. It is expected to find the mystery of its essence and core from the traces of the god's attacks. Therefore, the more shots the dragon god takes, the more beneficial it is for Lin. It's just that as a god, he shouldn't be so imbecile. Lin thought so in his heart. No matter how many invalid attacks you hit, do you expect your opponent to make mistakes? The only explanation is that this kind of attack is just a containment, and the dragon god has other killer moves. Or does he also need time to hold back his ultimate move? That's why he used this painless drizzle attack to prevent himself from using his hands. With his thoughts in mind, Lin re-examined the battle situation. And sure enough, he found something not quite right. The energy beams controlled by the dragon god seemed to be chasing him. But in fact, they were orderly in the chaos. Thousands of light bombs containing divine power left some kind of traces in the air. This trace is of course a magic circle, not some kind of street art. Although the magic array is in a very traditional flat form. At least 15 levels of magic arrays are interconnected, making the array's complexity beyond the ability of ordinary magicians to understand. But this level of difficulty is not a problem for a certain traveler. Moreover, Lin immediately recognized the function of this magic circle. This is because no matter how complex the magic circle is, it still has a foundation. Those complicated parts just seem to amplify the power of this foundation. So as long as you grasp the key points, you can know the approximate purpose of the magic circle. Although this magic circle secretly formed by the dragon god was recognized by Lin, he had to think about whether he had made a mistake. Or maybe this is just a cover-up to confuse people, and the real method lies elsewhere. The reason why I am so suspicious is because the function of this magic circle is to sacrifice. And it's not just an ordinary sacrifice. It's a sacrificial ritual in which the devil is sacrificed, and then the devil is summoned to come. Although the main plane of Lost Land is guarded by the Guardian Lord, be it gods or demons, as long as their strength is above a certain level, they are not allowed to enter. But there is an exception to this behavior, and that is when the midi-lord plane provides sacrifices with sufficient replacement power. Then those superstandard beings can invest the same level of power as the sacrifices. When a magician summons elemental spirits, he takes this path. Among all types of sacrifices, the most superior ones are flesh and blood sacrifices. Unfortunately, a fool just killed hundreds of dragons within the confines of this palace. Although there was a shadow dragon, and most of its corpses were thrown into other planes, there was an ancient shadow dragon that was brought back intact, except for a certain comic that someone had read before time travel. The formation of the country where the Philosopher's Stone was made cannot be surpassed. The formation in front of him was the most generous sacrifice of flesh and blood in someone's memory and knowledge. And the sacrifices were not made by ordinary Homo sapiens, but by dragons. After Len confirmed his discovery, he simply forced himself to stop, and stopped running away, facing the light bombs attacking him. The commander used the Hakakiri sword pills that he had not recovered yet, and destroyed them one by one. Facing the divine power, Jianwan and the others are not easy to deal with. The power of Midi relies on the demon-breaking properties of the Hagiris. They can hit everyone they come across, which is more efficient than swatting flies. Although the target stopped, the light bullets controlled by the dragon god were still flying around. Although it still seems to be disorderly and chaotic, it is actually doing things secretly. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Dragon God does not focus on attacking targets. Since the main purpose is not to fight the magician in front of me, then there must be other purposes. This makes sense. However, Lin did not question the other party's purpose. Instead, he talked about another thing. Staying at the same level as the Dragon God's head, Lin said, "I know a guardian of the Abyss Gate. A giant demon insect in the form of a moth. Jian Moss once said, every gate of the abyss cannot be closed. There must be a guardian to prevent the creatures on both sides from getting lost on the other side. But some of the guardians of the Abyss Gate are on this side, and some are on that side. Then I want to ask the Dragon God in front of me, Your Majesty, whose guardian are you? Is the answer to this question important to you, Magician?" The Dragon God did not respond directly, but he showed a joking smile for the first time, as if he was too lazy to say too many words to a dying person. It seems that he is well versed in the principle that bad people die by talking too much, so he behaves very sparingly with his words. This attitude also represents a certain answer, and also answers a doubt Lin had before. Logically speaking, Dragon God, who claims to be an ancestor and becomes a god, should also be classified as an old god, unlike a new god who has only lived for a few hundred years. So how did he survive the Dark Ages when King Fin came to Lost Land? All the old gods before that era were slaughtered by the Dark Army led by the demon King Fin. And they still killed again and again. Resurrected and killed again. Even ordinary people who believed in them kill until the old god is forgotten by the world and has no chance of resurrection. But in fact, there is one place where it is not so thorough, because the gods of that place have different rules from that of that world. They cannot be completely destroyed by using the methods of Lost Land, unless the world is also destroyed. And the world where Fin is completely destroyed without gods is the Abyss. In other words, the Dragon God in front of him is actually an evil god of the Abyss. Chapter 1414 New and Old Grudges. If your opponent is an Abyss evil god, how should you fight him? If there is anything more hacked up than the circle of the lost gods, it is definitely the shithole of the Abyss. The gameplay of Abyss is very similar to Lin Jiba's elemental plane. There are elemental spirits in the elemental plane. As long as you become an elemental lord, it is like putting a save file there. If you are beaten to death, you can directly load the file and start over. Maybe the level needs to be practiced again, but the memory, experience, etc. are retained. If you look at the pile of rebirth novels, you will know that even if the resurrected elemental lord is weak, it is not a big problem to become stronger again because of his advanced experience and less detours. The Abyss also has this characteristic, although there is a slight difference between the evil god of the Abyss and the Lord of the Abyss. The former is also a god of faith, while the latter is more like to prove the Tao through force. But the same ones are registered in the Abyss. Even if the physical body is killed, they can be resurrected at any time, and there is no need to reset the level to 0 and retrain like in the elemental plane. Maybe he's not as powerful as he was in his prime. But at least, he doesn't have to start over at the level of a little devil. And because there is such a core that returns after death, it is inevitable that some information will be exposed. However, these leaked things cannot be faked, which creates a weird situation where there is some falsehood among the truth, and some truth among the falsehood. This is also a big shot with the prefix, abyss. He does things mainly with recklessness. And conspiracies and tricks are incidental. Anyway, no matter how clever the strategy is, it won't take long for it to be revealed. Even if it's hard to tell whether it's true or not. We are not just any newbies. Some things have a hint and a beginning, and the rest will fall into place. Fortunately, everyone stopped acting. They all performed in their true colors, and showed their true feelings. Don't think that because you are afraid of these things, you can just be a devil in your own territory. The abyss has an implicit elimination mechanism and replacement mechanism. Even if you reach the rank of a monarch, nothing is safe. Simply put, whoever does not cause trouble, whether internally or externally, the abyss will end up messing with. Under such motivation, in the eyes of outsiders, the demons of the abyss are striding forward tirelessly on the road to death. In contrast, Midi has set a rule that those who are too talented are not allowed to bully those little bugs and shrimps in the vat where they are raised. Anyone who disobeys the rules will be rewarded with a slap in the face with a shield. If you can't get it on the head after one pat, then pat it 2 or 3 times until your father doesn't dare to do it anymore. You will definitely be satisfied. The mysterious land and the abyss are two planes that influence each other. It's hard to say which one's rules are more correct. But at the same level of power level, the combat power of the big bosses on the abyss side is higher than that of the gods of Midi. After all, the abyss side can be said to be brave and not afraid of death, even if he is really dead. Although he is not resurrected with full health on the spot, it is almost the same. Even though the gods of Lost Earth are dead, they can still return to the kingdom of God to lick their wounds. But they are afraid of being captured alive. Various shameful ways of playing can make these superior gods worse than dead. This is because inside the abyss, we often dig out shit and use it as mud to fight. And it is impossible to unanimously disclose it to the outside world. Midi also has a guardian who is closer than his own son as the door god. Otherwise it would have become a paradise for demons. Facing such a dragon god, Lin regretted his decision to go to Dragon Island to try to solve his troubles. The result was that the trouble was not resolved, but instead got bigger and bigger. I thought that my opponent's biggest support was just a Dragon Island. But unexpectedly a god popped up. After adjusting my mood, I saw in front of me a god who could not be ranked in the order of powerful divine power. Another clone came, so it was a good match. But he didn't expect that the person he was facing was actually the evil god of the abyss. His real backer was the entire abyss. And he was literally kicking the iron. It just depends on the follow-up whether it will be a bloody blow. But if he really wants to use all his means to do this, he will probably face the joint pursuit of Midi and Abyss tomorrow. Thinking about the situation in his hometown, Magnesium Emperor can show off his power everywhere with nuclear weapons. Xiaoyi from the Middle East had a weapon of mass destruction. But he was pinned to the ground by a group of big guys and was kicked out. Regardless of whether the thing is an excuse or not, it's just a child holding a big knife and getting beaten up. As a human being, I may no longer be considered an ant in the eyes of the real bosses, but I am still at the level of a chihuahua. Except for the high-octave barking, which is a bit harsh. The bite is painless and painless. Faced with this situation, Lin was full of grievances and helplessness. But no matter how many negative emotions there are, they can't stop the demon summoning ceremony that is about to be completed. In other words, Lin never thought of stopping it from the beginning. One of the biggest differences between magic and technology is the degree of error tolerance. The more sophisticated the technology, the less room there is for error. A slight difference in technology may cause the results to be distorted and spread to outer space. But the magic works the other way around. To put it more mysteriously, magic is a kind of truth close to Tao. Every completed magic is invisibly consistent with a certain principle in order to exert the due magic effect. Even if something goes wrong in the process, the invisible truth will correct the operation of power to the path this magic should take, and ultimately produce the same effect. The more complex the magic, the more powerful this correction is. On top of this, divine power is an even more unreasonable form. In particular, the assimilation ability of divine power can change the disordered power close to it into the same shape. This is more disgusting to magicians than self-correction. Therefore, although the use of divine magic is very similar to the principle of magic, It is regarded as a major category other than magic. This is why, in addition, divine spells are supported by gods, rather than being performed by the user alone. So divine spells are difficult to interrupt and rarely lose control. Although magic has the power of correction, it only takes shape after it is formed. The initial stage can be interrupted. In fact, if you have a deep understanding of magic theory, even if it is formed, it may be biased. But this situation is difficult. As for the so-called loss of control, most of them are situations that cannot be ended well. If the magic effects are allowed to develop without limit, it will be out of control. This was the reason why Lin said he couldn't interrupt the summoning ceremony in front of him. The summoning ceremony in front of me was not performed by some unknown little magician, but by the dragon god's clone himself. Of course, the main forces that make up the magic circle are the 8 powers. But it is the divine power that maintains and takes shape. In addition, I was too happy to hide at the beginning and failed to discover the trick in the dragon god's attack. When he discovered it, he could directly see the effect of the magic circle. It's too late to interrupt at this time. Finally, and most importantly, now, it is not an exaggeration to say that I have nothing to do with the dragon god clone's incorporeal body that is condensed with divine power. Through this demon summoning array that sacrifices the flesh and blood of hundreds of giant dragons, the dragon god will most likely summon himself from the abyss. It may be that the real body has arrived, or it may be just a clone, but there is a huge chance that it will no longer be in the form of a virtual body, but will become a physical entity. After all, anything a virtual body can do, a physical body can also do. What a physical body can do is not necessarily possible with a virtual body. As they come and go, the entities have more choices in combat. There are more choices, more opportunities, and the winning rate increases. There is no reason for the dragon god to continue to maintain his incorporeal state. Not to mention Ryukami's considerations. For Lin, as long as it is a physical entity, it means that Hakiri has a place to play. As long as the Shigiri can be cut or injured, it means that the ace in your hand is alive again. For this reason, even if the opponent's strength becomes stronger, it is not unacceptable. If the person in front of you really dares to go into battle, then try the Wheel of Years to kill the cause and effect. See if it works on the gods. Therefore, even if Lin had the opportunity to interrupt the summoning magic circle, he would not do so. Now that he had discovered it and didn't want to interfere, he simply waited and didn't bother the dragon god. Except for the energy light bombs that didn't have long eyes and came towards him. They would be killed by Hagiri Kinmaru. He was just floating in the air watching the dragon god perform a one-man show. As for whether such an action would attract the dragon god's attention, Lin didn't care. Instead, he seized this time and devoted most of his attention to the analysis of divine power. If you complete this action earlier, your confidence in dealing with the dragon god will be greatly improved. There's no reason not to take it seriously. Regarding the magician in front of him, although he did nothing on the battlefield and acted in a daze that was very eye-catching, the dragon god also had his own interpretation. Perhaps the magician was thinking that since he could no longer interrupt the summoning ceremony, he might as well stop struggling. Since there is no way to escape, it is better not to escape. Just wait for yourself to reappear, and then fight vigorously. And there will naturally be a result whether you win or lose. And if he really opens the channel to the abyss, because it is close to the abyss gate of Dragon Island, more power from the abyss will come from it. This matter is not a bad thing for the magician in front of him, and it even improves him. Others don't know that as a member of the abyss, and at a high enough level. The dragon god knows very well that a certain magician once transformed into a demon in the abyss, and killed several kings in a row. Such a record allows the people in front of me to benefit a lot from the gifts of the abyss. Even as long as he continues to fight and meet certain conditions, the person in front of him will become a new member of the Abyss Lord at that time. I just don't know why. But the magician in front of me can actually get rid of the influence of the abyss, and return to the lost land to be a human being. This ruthless act of eating, and wiping out, and pulling out the dick made the demons, who were watching the show, very happy. Not only did I deceive many colleagues, but I also suffered a heavy loss from the will behind everyone. Speaking of which, he would appear on Dragon Island, and even had the opportunity to summon himself to come. In addition to the magician foolishly preparing so many sacrifices for himself, the attitude of the will behind him was also adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, the dragon god would not be able to explain why he got so excited that he died under the prayers and cries of a group of dragon sons and grandsons. Those young dragons usually don't do dragon things, and it's normal for them to complain about minor setbacks. As a god, I don't often hear the prayers. I complain that my ears are calloused. And I don't always hear the prayers. Killing hundreds of dragons is no big deal. At least half of Dragon Island has been wiped out. So it has a need to appear. Now standing on this battlefield. It seems that he is going to take action. There is no trick behind this. The dragon god will change his name to the lizard god starting tomorrow. A certain god said this in his heart. Chapter 1415 Alien Dragon. The Gate of the Abyss is not really a portal. Or some kind of tunnel. It actually refers to an area where two worlds overlap. There are no clear boundaries in this area. When you are in it, you can say that you are in one world and the other world. Since it is an area where two worlds overlap, there is of course a core area where the situation is most severe, and an edge area where the situation is gradually normalizing. At the same time, there is a channel that allows people on one side to safely lead to the other side. This is the true situation of the Gate of the Abyss. The so-called Guardian's official duty is to separate the two worlds, so that the creatures in the two worlds will not get lost in the other side. But in fact, the Guardian's real responsibility is more like stabilizing the wedge where the two worlds overlap. To use an old carpentry method from my hometown to describe it, it is like the nails in the mortise and tenon structure, which are used to make the two combined parts stable and not loose. And this creates a very strange contrast. The Gate of the Abyss with a Guardian cannot be closed, and the age of its existence cannot be tested. The biggest feature is that few people know the secret message. And those who do know it keep it secret. But that kind of abyss door that suddenly opens without a guardian is the fuse between the two worlds. Once it appears, there will never be a fight without a fight and a bloody massacre. The Lost Land side is trying to close this door, while the Abyss side is trying to use it to invade. Although the door can always be closed in the end. The sacrifices and losses are enough for the lost generation to remember. Therefore, the unexpected war between the Tower of the Great Sage and the Gate of the Abyss and subsequent developments made the magician who transformed the tower even more vigilant to the world. Especially the nobles in the ruling class. Regardless of what others were saying behind his back. Lin stared at the formation and operation of the magic circle. Staying in such an area means that it will be easier for people from the other side to come over than in other places. But this doesn't mean that as a guardian. You can drop by casually. Stay on this side today. Stay on the other side tomorrow. The guardians are still controlled by the different rules of the two worlds. And are even rejected by the other side. From the perspective of the dragon god. Even if the sacrifice is sufficient. And with his identity as a guardian, he can use his true form to enter the mysterious land by trick. There may be a time limit. But the red line of the guardian lord will never be triggered. But even if there was a chance, the dragon god never thought of coming in his true form. The young man on Dragon Island didn't know how he could not know what the magician in front of him had done in the abyss. During his most powerful period, there were at least 7 abyss lord-level demons running behind this human being, either openly or covertly. Even so, he retreated and fought at the same time, killing more than half of them. Maybe the devil is tempted by the abyss. So he loves seeking death. But it definitely has nothing to do with seeking death. There is a difference between the two. One is dancing on the edge of the cliff, and the other is jumping directly from the cliff. There is no grandpa's lost place under the cliff. How can these two be the same? So in the slightly disappointed eyes of a certain magician, the flesh and blood of the dragon's corpse turned into squirming flesh and gathered on the ground. Finally, a giant alien dragon made of flesh and mud stood up in a pile of stinking carrion. This is obviously not the real person. The alien dragon was larger than any creature Lin had ever seen. Completely contrary to the normal behavior of living things. It means that its composition does not look like an ordinary creature. It is not even a demonic creature, but more like an undead creature. And it is also a giant undead slime. This dragon is called alien, because its appearance is very different from the dragon shape known to the Lost Land. Although dragon-shaped creatures with 3 or 9 heads are rare, they still exist. The thing in front of me doesn't just have a few more heads. First of all, it has wings all over its body. Some are symmetrical. Some are asymmetrical. Front and back. Up and down. At least hundreds of pairs of wings. There are 6 legs, with joints and layout like arthropods, stably supporting the bloated and huge body. As for that body, all the parts without wings were covered with eyes. Big and small. They look extra scary. Such an alien creature, let alone a dragon, is not an exaggeration to say that it is an alien god in the Cthulhu mythology. And those alien gods don't just exist in novels about someone's hometown. Recalling that when I was in the abyss in the past, I saw through the mist-like atmosphere and saw planet-sized creatures sleeping in outer space. when Lin saw the indescribable horror with his own eyes. Lin was inexplicably shocked. This appearance and size are not the final form of this alien dragon. It is still absorbing the flesh and blood scattered on the ground, growing its strange appearance. The biggest reason why the thing in front of you is regarded as a dragon is that after it takes shape, the phantom of divine power condensed by the dragon god turns into bits of starlight and disperses into this alien body. Although its appearance looks very strange, and the sense of oppression it exudes is 100 times that of the original dragon god's incorporeal body, its majesty is no different from that of the dragon god. Then it is the dragon god. And this understanding is logical. When the alien dragon opened its eyes, the Hagiri sword balls flying around Lin suddenly scattered and flew out. One by one, colors and trajectories that were even more magnificent than those of the alien dragon in front of him were drawn in the air, and they were shot towards the disgusting and ugly giant body. The expected scene of Kimmeru's body breaking did not appear. As early as the Hagiris moved, the wings on the dragon's body were swinging according to a certain frequency and pattern. Just before Hagiri approached, the alien dragon disappeared on the spot, leaving Kimmeru with no chance. After the blow missed, Lin didn't just stay there. He looked left and right, trying to figure out what was going on, adhering to the principle of a sniper. Just shoot and run. Lin Bianxian left. The next moment, the alien dragon filled the vacancy left by Lin's departure, and as soon as it appears, all the eyes on the body emit rays at the same time. In an instant, colorful beams of light lit up the moonless night, and the alien dragon was like a ball of dance lights that traveled through many hometowns, illuminating the surroundings with lights of various colors. The difference is that the light emitted by the alien dragon is not as harmless as the ball of ball lights. Whatever is illuminated, whether it is a distant mountain or a nearby building, is directly penetrated. Even the light that hit the ground traveled an unknown distance. Fortunately, this round of attacks was only fleeting. There is no continuous illumination time, and there is no dragging these light beams around to cut like giant lightsabers. Lin simply hid in the shadow plane where he had just obtained the plane dimension parameters, and watched coldly the alien dragon's map cannon attack. The shadow plane and the main plane exist as two sides of the same body. By staying in the shadow plane, you can see the shadow of what happens on the main plane, but you will not be affected by the main plane. Hiding in a place like this is a good way to dodge. It's no wonder that those shadow dragons can be so domineering and live so nourishingly. It was unfortunate that he encountered a magician who was proficient in flashing. Otherwise, Teska and his friends would probably have been able to continue their rampage for several more years. But hiding in the shadow plane is not foolproof. I watched with my own eyes as one of the luminous pillars hid not far away, evaporating a large area of soul in the shadow plane. Lin said nothing and jumped back to the main plane. I wanted to hide in a blind spot and take the opportunity to observe the enemy more. But the eyes on the alien dragon were not decorations. As soon as Lin returned to the main plane, he was stared at by some eyes with just the right angle. In fact, Lin suspected that he was also seen by this alien dragon when he was hiding in the shadow plane. I don't know if the luminous pillar attack was deliberately deflected, or if it was affected by other factors. Before someone hid in the shadow plane, the Shikiri Kimura was not recovered, but many of them were forced to eat the attack of the alien dragon, although it does not last long. The effect is not obvious. The flying movements of these sword pills that were directly hit became shaky. Fortunately, their force-bearing area is not large, and they can be concentrated on defense, so they did not cause more damage or even direct destruction. Even though Hagiras are invincible, they are not invincible. Attacks that withstand the load limit will still cause fatal damage to them. So after Lin returned to the main plane, he immediately recovered all the Hakiri. He couldn't care less about feeling bad now, because the alien dragon's second blow caught him off guard. The inconspicuous hundreds of pairs of wings swayed at the same time, just like the reeds on the river bank swaying in the wind. After just one glance, Lin felt that he had fallen into a kaleidoscope-like world, where everything was constantly being copied and flipped. The scenery in the dark night suddenly gained countless colors out of thin air. As the kaleidoscope changes, one set is inside another, dazzling people's eyes. The most troublesome thing is that even I am no exception. This means that the scene in front of you is not the effect of some kind of spatial change, because as a reference, I also failed to escape the kaleidoscope of changes. If there is no problem with the world, then there is no problem with you. However, the Xuanwu robe on his body did not counteract or protect against any magical effects. Instead, it was quiet, as if nothing happened. If you see the wonders in front of you in your hometown, you won't take photos. Check in. and upload them. But Lin may be dazzled. But he has not forgotten that he is in a life and death battle. My vision is completely covered by this strange picture. So how can I fight? How to escape? And although he couldn't tell the real situation, Lin didn't think it would be a good thing when he suddenly saw thousands of flowers rotating in his field of vision. When someone sees something is wrong, he or she does not have the composure to remain unchanged in response to all changes, and immediately wants to retreat. Just thinking about it is completely different from doing it. He was supposed to be retreating, but he rushed forward to meet the surging colors, knowing that it wouldn't be a good thing. Even if it was just a visual illusion, Lin didn't want to run into it head-on. Since something was wrong before and after, Lin could only dodge by rolling. However, even with this roll, he could not get out of the range of Wanhua's direct attack. In other words, someone thought he had avoided it. But the severe pain and tremendous force coming from his body finally made him fly upside down as he wished. Even though he looked quite embarrassed, most of the force of this collision was blocked by the Xuanwu robe. But the violent shaking still made me lose my balance, feeling extremely painful and nauseating, as if bitter bile was about to emerge from my throat. Chapter 14:16 The Real Enemy. What happened to him was what Lin wanted to find out most right now. A simple curse seemed unable to explain what happened to him. During the period when I was learning magic, I also experienced the effects of various negative states. At that time, I lacked a stable means of making money, and my fellow apprentices needed to test whether their magic had the correct effect. So someone experienced it personally. Because of that experience, Lin can guarantee that what he is experiencing now is not the chaos, confusion, and other negative states of ordinary magic. Although the effects of the curse are all kinds of strange. Is wearing the Xuanwu robe really the same as wearing it in vain? So Lin had to consider possibilities other than curses. It's just that in reality, I don't allow myself to explore it in detail. How could the dragon god who created an alien body for himself allow himself to recover safely? Before he could figure out the changes in his sense of direction, Lin raised his eyes and saw a white firebird-like thing attacking towards him. At the other end, thousands of flowers gathered together again, forming a huge tumbling column and crashing towards it. Use flash to escape? Now that his perception and senses are all abnormal, the automatic avoidance of the flash technique does not work. To be honest, Lin is a little lucky, because now he doesn't know where he will be thrown after using the flash operation. Do not move. Suddenly such a voice sounded in his mind, making someone hesitate for a moment. Although the voice conveyed kindness rather than malice, and the tone of voice seemed similar. But for Lin, hesitation is abnormal. In just such a moment of hesitation, the strange thing that looked like a white firebird hit him first. This collision is far different from the attack method. It is more like taking the person away from the original position. The next second, the knurled column passed through its original position. After knocking him away, the white firebird didn't get too entangled with him. Instead, he turned back and started a bird hunting scene with the knurled pillar. Keep passing each other, taking away a little petal each time. But Lin Ku was not in the mood to watch a show. Returning to normal as soon as possible was the top priority. Do you hear what I said? It was that voice again. And it was intermittent. And the special content was mixed with different languages. If I hadn't been used to hearing a lot of people speaking different languages in my hometown, sometimes mixed with dialects, I might not have been able to figure out the reason for a while. Who? Khan? Lin wanted to speak in response. But as soon as I opened my mouth, I didn't know what the sound was. It was doubtful whether it was what I heard, or whether it was what I said. As for the one who can cause trouble in his own mind, the first suspect is of course the mouth-splitting Hakiri. The second suspect is the initiator of his own changes. But this time Lin could guess wrong. And the voice answered with a strange tone that alternated between high and low. I am Kanthi, the Wheel of Time. Khan followed William to fight the alien giant dragon. I don't know if I found the right channel or found a method, but the sound of the year wheel became more and more fluent and clear, thanks to the narration of the Wheel of Time. Lin also roughly knew what happened in reality. The white swordsman who had gone somewhere to fill his stomach jumped out again, and took the Hagiri Khan to slash at the alien dragon god. Although William doesn't like to use Hakiri, facing an enemy of dragon god's level, ordinary weapons can't hold up for 2 or 3 times. So no matter how much William hated it, he still used Khan, knowing that there was someone on the dragon god's side to help withstand the situation. Lin certainly knew that he had to solve his own situation in the shortest possible time. Maybe this is also related to the outcome of this battle. If he moves quickly enough, he might be able to reunite with William and have a 2-on-1 game. If you can't make it in time, the dragon god will seize the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Therefore, Lin was even more urgent about confirming his current situation. He directly asked the Wheel of Time in his consciousness, "Do you know what happened to me? Do not you know?" "Oh, that's right. We are having a hard time even communicating with your consciousness, which shows that your consciousness is blocked. You don't know what's going on. And it doesn't seem to be a surprise. Thanks to the Hagira's mind-reading abilities, the Hagira's knew about a person who even had no memory of bedwetting at the age of 3. They will be connected in series with each other. It can be said that a certain time traveler has no secrets in front of the Hagira's. Even so, it takes a lot of effort for the year wheel to reconnect with someone's consciousness. Most importantly, this man's surface consciousness seemed to be swept by waves of crazy tsunamis, filled with all kinds of chaotic malice and meaningless wails. The Wheel of Time ignores the difficulties they experienced in reconnecting and continues to talk about someone's greatest concern, which is his own situation. You are now acting in great pain, barely responding to anything, and your movements are stumbling. The consciousness is hidden very deep, but it is not controlled, as if it is disturbed by a lot of noise, affecting the body's control. As for your own body, it may be that the power of the devil has been stimulated and fully activated. Now you have not only become a muscular man, but also a size bigger. Your skin has also turned red and cracked. There were goat-like horns growing out from the left and right sides of his head. But he didn't look like a human being. As soon as Lin heard the word devil, he roughly guessed his situation. My initial situation was that of a pure mage. That is to say, magic is the main axis, and the melee ability is enhanced by auxiliary magic. It wasn't until the Dream Tower was built and certain abilities and protective magic were programmed that the strength was improved across realms. At this point, someone dares to say that his life is somewhat protected in the Lost Land. The upgrade of the Dream Tower to a sub-dimensional tower is actually just a small step up. What really makes someone reborn is actually the original weak human body that became demonized in the abyss. At this point, although someone does not realize it, he no longer belongs to the ranks of mortals and can be regarded as an extraordinary person. The lifespan limit is no longer 60 or 70 years for humans. Even his appearance is rejuvenated. Unlike an uncle in his 40s, the explanation of someone's demonization is not that complicated. The body is still his original body, but at the cellular level, the original carbon-based cells have become demonized cells that are infiltrated by the 8 powers. None of the monsters in the Lost Lands are treated like this. Only the demons in the abyss are. Because the consequence of cells being impregnated with power is that the stimulated vitality can easily get out of control. This has an exclusive and resounding term cancer cell in my hometown. In order to avoid losing control, a powerful control center must be condensed in the individual to control the cells in each part of the body, to grow into cells with specific shapes and functions according to the needs of different parts. This is the origin of the demon core. With this magic core that controls the entire body, individuals are inevitably affected by the will of the abyss. This is not to say that demons have explicit orders in their minds from time to time telling them to do this or that, like some system plugins in some time travel or rebirth novels. Rather, their personalities tend to be greedy, irritable, etc., and thoughts of what they want to do will appear in their minds from time to time. Ordinary demons would think that this is a demonic character created in the compete or die environment of the abyss. Only when you reach the level of the Great Lord and come into contact with that will the demons understand that from beginning to end, they are under the influence and even control of the abyss. Lin replaced the existence of the magic core with a sub-dimensional tower. He thought he could get rid of the control of the abyss in this way. But it did make him wander outside the abyss for a long time. But he didn't expect that after completing his physical transformation in the abyss, he would already be targeted by that will. I have always had the instinct to avoid entering the abyss. But now when I encountered an evil god of the abyss, the evil consequences my body owed completely exploded. To put it simply, I had too much fun gathering wool in the past, and today I can only pay off my debts. From the statement of the year wheel and self-examination, Lin gradually understood what was happening to his body. The appearance of demonic characteristics is actually just a change in appearance, according to Lin's current ability to control this body. To be honest, it is like mastering the art of disguise starting from the skeletal level. In other words, whatever you want to become can be changed according to your own ideas. Whether you want to turn yourself into Andy Lau or Tom Cruise, there is no problem. It is just that someone is used to his original appearance. It's not like he has a shameful face, and he has never thought about living by selling his face. So he has never thought about changing his appearance. Compared with the appearance of demonic features, the internal problems in the body are the real culprits of his current situation. It's not a curse effect. And of course, it has nothing to do with magic. To describe it, I used a term I often heard before traveling through time: endocrine disorder. This non-disease phenomenon most often heard from menopausal people occurs in themselves. It sounds very ridiculous at first, but when you think about it in practice, it makes someone feel very scared. With Finn, a master of undead magic, life magic, and eccentric biology, by his side, Lin of course also learned a set of monitoring and inspection methods for body functions. When he saw the various hormone components in the blood and body tissue fluid, whose data were about to break through the sky, Lin understood why the Xuanwu robe had no effect from beginning to end. The Xuanwu robe can protect against attacks or curses from the outside world, but it cannot protect against rebellion within the body. As for my current situation, it could be said that I was overly high on drugs, or that my entire brain was set at a climax. Although his body was too strong, he did not die directly from cardiac paralysis or organ failure. However, the entire body's functions are also affected by out-of-control endocrine hormones, and fall into an out-of-control situation. After knowing what was happening in his body, Lin certainly had a way to bypass the senses rooted in his body, and use magical means to check and control, so as to regain control of his body. He even discovered that a cluster of powers was forming near his heart. Is this forcing me to get a magic core for myself? Thinking of this, someone inadvertently felt a little pain in the balls. When I arrived at Dragon Island, I realized that the level of enemies I faced was constantly rising. I originally thought that facing an abyss evil god would be a bad enough situation, but I didn't expect that abyss, who was supposed to be just a backer, would end up unknowingly. This is not a kick to the iron plate. It is simply a kick to the nail plate. Chapter 1417 Self-Rescue. What kind of battle is the most terrifying? It's not that the enemy is too strong, or that the teammates are too bad. It's that they don't even know who the enemy is. Now that you clearly know who or what you are dealing with, you can naturally know which is the best method you can use. To put it simply, your body is now like a computer that has been hacked, and you have lost control. The only good thing is that the only thing out of control is the body. No matter how powerful the influence of the will of the abyss is, it cannot interfere with the operation of the subdimensional tower. The fact that one's consciousness is merely locked away in the depths, rather than erased, is another advantageous factor. What should I do if I encounter a hacker intrusion? Just physically disconnecting from the internet is fine. Personal computers don't have so many worries. If unplugging the network cable still fails to stop the other party, then it is no longer a criminal incident, but a supernatural incident, to cut off the attention from a metaphysical existence. Unfortunately, someone just has such a way. Moreover, that set of magic is still one of the special skills recorded on the subdimensional tower. And it is also a night starry sky that has not been used for a long time. If the solution was to use other magic, Lin might have to worry about how to regain some control of his body, so that he could use the relevant magic to get out of trouble. However, the magic originating from the subdimensional tower does not use the 8 powers of the Lost Land, and its execution relies entirely on programs with fixed usage logic. As long as someone has a thought, even if the main consciousness is blocked in the deep layers, it will immediately unfold in reality. In an instant, the already devastated palace on the edge of Longdao Town on Dragon Island seemed to have been dug out of a world where the land of confusion and the abyss overlapped. It was shrouded in darkness that blocked all sight and means of peeping. Perhaps the physical condition is just as bad, and the patient is still in a state of endocrine imbalance. Even if he could open his eyes, what he saw was still the fantasy world with weird colors. But his mind felt clear for a while. The voice from the year wheel becomes clearer and clearer. It can even be said that it is too clear, which makes it more chaotic, because all the Haikiri, except Khan who is not around, are all holding meetings in someone's head, and the state is comparable to a vegetable market, under the real night starry sky, except for a few Hagiris, who were severely injured by the dragon god's blow before. The other sword pills were like satellites, flying around someone. Not far away is William's Khan in his left hand, and an ordinary long sword in his right hand, both swords flying vertically and horizontally. Using a touch-and-go fighting method, he continued to weaken the supersized alien dragon in front of him. It's just that such tactics only have a containment effect and don't do much actual damage. There is no need to mention the damage effect of ordinary long swords. The sword was used to deal with a god. It could at most be used as a shield or a pole. so that the mystical sword master would not have to wear his white clothes to block the attack of the alien dragon's sticky body. Although Khan can peel off a layer of his opponent's skin or dig out a piece of flesh with each strike, the best case scenario is to cut off a wing. But the giant dragon is originally made of flesh and mud. The chopped off part twitched on the ground a few times. After being glued back to the giant dragon's body, the alien-like body shook a few times and was broken or dug out. The part has grown back. This is equivalent to William plus Khan, just cutting off loneliness. It is true that William Greco has reached the ultimate level that a human can reach. But he is not yet a god. And he does not have the ability to fight a divine battle. Martial arts or magic are not the key to fighting this battle, but the threshold that is not humane to outsiders. Moreover, William's situation is not as it appears on the surface. With the dragon god unilaterally holding the Khan to violently abuse the alien dragon. In the mental confrontation, William was like being naked and being beaten. However, he is not used to being heartless. And people who can reach his level will be mentally tougher than ordinary people. Without a big heart, it is impossible to climb to the top. Therefore, for a while, Dragon God failed to win an overwhelming victory in this level of battle. It is different from the temporary stalemate between William and Dragon God. Under the starry sky at night, the arrangement of stars from my hometown strongly hints at the fact that this is not a lost land. The third well outside the lost land, an abyss strongly protects this 1/3 of an acre of land in a foreign land and cannot be violated. Midi did not suppress this small and non-fixed enclave forcefully. Because the hometown of a certain time traveler is in the age of ending Dharma. Many powerful forces that gathered people's faith, but could not take shape actually reshape their shapes in the night sky of Lin Lin. Although they do not actually exist under the night sky. Even if they appear, they only last for a short time. But the divinity contained under the night sky cannot be ignored by the will of the same class. Even if the Guardian Lord invades someone's night sky on the pretext of protecting the lost land, it will be like losing the location and the ability to receive unlimited support when he steps on the lost land. At that time, it was debatable whether Apollos still had the ability to block gods and kill gods and demons to block demons. The will of the abyss wanted to forcefully defeat this sudden opponent and make him spit out the meat that was pulled into his bowl. But the confrontation between the two sides is no less than a god breaking into the kingdom of another god, planning to have a divine war with the premise of destroying the god. No matter how tough the abyss is, without adequate preparation, it has no hope of victory. Under the protection of the will of the earth, Lin regained control of his body. All the manifested demonic characteristics began to fade away, and all the extra power poured into the body, and from the abyss flowed back to the nearly formed demonic core. Regardless of whether he knew the conspiracy behind the demon core or not, Lin subconsciously rejected having such an extra organ in his body. So just before the body completely returned to normal, adhering to the principle that long-term pain is worse than short-term pain, the body half floating in the air held its chest high. The Xuanwu robe split in the middle, and then someone's ribs were uncovered one by one, and the flesh and blood on his chest were turned out from side to side. This scene was no different from disembowelment. No one would have thought that Lin took the initiative. Under the flesh and blood of the open ribs, there was a beating bright red heart. However, this heart beats very slowly, and it may take an ordinary person several breaths before it slowly contracts and relaxes again. But the heart is not the protagonist at this time. Next to the heart is the phantom wrapped by the threads of power. Moreover, those threads are not only tangled into a ball to form a physical form, but their ends are also connected to various parts of someone's body and tightly wrapped around it. Whether it's the beating heart, the lungs rising and falling with each breath, there are more internal organs that are not exposed, or organs other than the internal organs. They are all entangled with this invisible thread of power. Although Lin didn't see such a scene with his own eyes, he knew better than anyone how troublesome this unformed magic core was. This is not something that can be removed, cut off, and thrown away like the appendix. The causal relationship between the demon core and the demon body is that these cells full of power will inevitably gather into a core. In addition to control, it is actually also to form a closed cycle of energy. Rather than having the magic core first, it can then infect the cells throughout the body and make them full of power. Therefore, Lin has not only replaced the function of the magic core with the subdimensional tower, but also suppressed the formation of the magic core. This time the spirit was lost, and a large amount of gifts from the abyss were poured into the body. The formation of the demon core became an inevitable result, and it was irreversible. So looking at the semi-finished magic core, Lin Jing didn't know how to start. Cutting it off is unlikely to be useful. It's like blocking the outlet of a river. As long as there is an endless supply of water upstream, it just forces the river to find other places to go to the sea. It's okay if I just find a new outlet to the sea. I'm afraid it will flood directly. Let the magic core take shape. This idea only flashed in his mind before Lin gave up. Allowing this kind of thing is like letting outsiders mess around in your body. You don't know if you have planted a bomb. Lin already knew today that Abyss had a secret hand on him, and it didn't seem to be easy to get rid of. But this was no excuse to allow such secret hands to continue to increase. Even if you can't stop it, you must at least find a way to direct the soon-to-be-formed magic core to other uses, and have a way to vent its power, instead of letting it grow in your body to the point of threatening your life. It is easy for creatures or gods to degenerate into demons with abyssal attributes. But I have never heard of a demon giving up his identity and becoming a god or human. The reason lies in this magic core. If you really cut off the connection with the magic core, you will lose half your life and most of your strength even if you don't die. Don't think that the price is just this. At this time, those old and new grudges will resurface, and it is normal for your life to be in danger. However, there was not much time left for Lin to decide how to deal with it. The excess power flowing back throughout the body means that the formation speed of this magic core will be accelerated. And the increase in strength also means that the processing difficulty will increase. If you don't do anything, it's a sure thing that you have a fatal weakness. Suddenly an idea emerged uncontrollably. The flesh and blood above Lin's chest was peeled off to the left and right along the central axis between his eyebrows, revealing the bones and organs underneath, including the skull. The unformed magic core was peeled off from the chest with countless threads, and then trudged upwards with difficulty. The power thread pulls all the organs. The length of this invisible thread will change according to the position of the connecting organ and the magic core. However, there is a fatal time difference in this change, which means that the upward-moving demon core will almost pull all the internal organs of someone out of the body. It takes time for these organs to get back to where they should be. Such a major surgery does not require any anesthesia. Even if someone's consciousness and body are still separated, they are still a person after all, without the will of the abyss acting as a monster in his mind. Lin's major surgery directly caused pain to his soul. A dolphin sound came out. The unformed magic core that climbed all the way up finally landed on the forehead, punching a hole in the skull and tightly intertwined with the pineal gland of the brain. Then the flesh and blood that were peeled off left and right returned to their original positions. The skin that was originally red and cracked has now returned to human skin color. Lin also lost his demonic features, and even the two horns on his forehead shrank back, leaving no trace. Only a slit of light appeared in front of his forehead, which was unusually conspicuous in the night. As someone's eyes suddenly opened, the light slits on his forehead split to the left and right, like vertical pupils. Chapter 1418 The Clarion Call for Counterattack. The magic core is a major weakness of demons. Moving it to the forehead and forming an organ, like a third eye, does not mean that its characteristics as a weakness will change. It is still so fragile that as long as it is scratched, someone can be seriously injured. Putting such a weak point blatantly on the forehead seems to be a foolproof move. But in fact it is indeed a foolproof move. However, Lin did not expect to construct the third eye of his imagination in this short period of time. That is the work that needs to be completed later. There is only one purpose in front of me, and that is to vent excess power. Lin, who had regained control of his body, poured all the power that had been secretly poured into his forehead since he landed on Dragon Island. Of course, the magic core, which has not yet been fully formed, cannot carry such a large amount of power. The bulging magic core inevitably spilled out, emitting a dazzling light. Although the analysis of the dragon god's divine power has not yet been completed, the universal type of anti-power magic can still hurt the god, even if most of it will be wasted. Lin doesn't care now. Anyway, these powers can be regarded as free, even if he pays a small amount and brings in his own capital. Lin just wants to vent his troubles as soon as possible. After all, when it comes to sorting out an empty cup, it's easier to deal with it than one full of water. Having made up his mind, without saying a word, he focused all his returning consciousness on his forehead. All the computing power was put on the magic core that was about to explode, and the overflowing energy was put on the universal template of anti-power magic. And then, holding a breath, it was released and shot straight ahead. In an instant, a finger-thick light hit the body of the alien dragon without causing any ripples. But William, who was fighting with him, didn't think so. The Lakirikon in his hand gave him an urgent warning. William had no doubts at all and chose to retreat directly. Similarly, the dragon god who was illuminated by this light also chose to avoid it. It's just that his size is too huge, and there is no way to completely avoid it. The next second, a giant beam of light with a radius of more than 1 meter followed the trajectory of the first light and hit the alien dragon. A terrifying big hole was burned directly into that soft and rotten body like mud. This wave not only released all the excess power, but also consumed most of Lin's own power reserves. This can make someone's body slump a lot, entering some kind of indescribable sage time. But the benefits are also immediate. The alien dragon, which had a tendency to get stronger with each fight against William, could not fully recover from its injuries this time. Although the wound is healed, the entire body is one size smaller, which shows that the burned parts have really been burned. Such a result has not been achieved even after fighting for a long time. Although Lin squandered those unexpected gifts and even hurt himself, he was now more awake and his control over his body was much improved. This is not the kind of microscopic observation that reaches the cellular level, but a more perfect control of the functions of each organ. After confirming this, the first priority is of course to lower all the hormones in the endocrine system back to normal levels, or even slightly lower. The concentration of various hormone components in the blood is still too high. After regaining control of my body, the uncomfortable feeling of being so excited is even clearer than before when my consciousness was separated. Because he is not sure whether completely shutting down the functions of certain organs will cause irreversible damage. Lin just uses lowering methods in the hope that his body will return to normal as soon as possible. However, the adrenaline has not dropped too much, and now that his physical condition has deteriorated, he can only rely on the secretion of adrenaline to maintain his peak state for a limited time. As for the vertical pupils on his forehead that were used to vent his anger, they are now completely closed. From the appearance, the forehead is just the same as before. It is not clear whether there is an extra organ here that is different from ordinary people. But Lin knew that there was already a seed planted on his forehead. As long as his body recovers and his power accumulates again, the third eye on his forehead will grow again at any time. However, this small problem will be solved later. The first thing Lin needs to solve is the big trouble in front of him. Although his physical condition has deteriorated, his special skills such as Blink and Night Starry's Sky rely on the operation of the sub-dimensional tower. So there is no need to worry about losing his combat effectiveness. Khan is in William's hands, and Lin certainly cannot recycle it now. The year wheel is not suitable for such a battle. Lin really doesn't want to use this sword to chop down a clone. Killing a chicken with a knife is not enough to describe the level of waste. So the best trump card in hand right now is the Shikiri Kinru. But they were just like the problem faced by Khan. In terms of sharpness, the huge body of the alien dragon in front of him was no match. But just relying on the sharpness of the sword pills, it is impossible to really hurt a god. At this time, William, who retreated to someone, looked at the two swords in his hands. Khan was still shining brightly, but the other ordinary long sword not only had a gap, but also had a curled blade. This was in the hands of this white sword master. If it had been anyone else, this ordinary long sword would have been useless. William has never felt the difference between weapons. It wasn't until today that he truly felt the limits of his sword master ability. Relying on the unusual opponent in front of him, he asked the man next to him, who seemed to be back to normal, but seemed a little weak, and said, "What should we do next?" Asking this question is not because the white swordsman is discouraged because he has not made any achievements yet, but he understands that since he can't do it, he should ask others if they can do it. If neither person can do it, then be ready to run. However, it was originally a difficult battle until the magician cast this special night magic, and the situation changed slightly. In the past, William instinctively disliked being surrounded by this dark night magic, but this time, he could clearly feel that this dark night magic suppressed the alien monster in front of him very well. It was precisely with such results that William asked more questions. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. Victory, defeat, self-esteem, etc. will never be a problem in the eyes of this white sword master. Even if Lin was not familiar with William's character, he knew what his comrades were thinking when he asked such a question. Speaking of which, William was being very polite by not running away directly. It will take some time before the divine power analysis is completed. This kind of thing is not something that can be completed normally on the battlefield. The correct way to use it is to be prepared first, and use it to trick someone at the critical moment. That's why Midi said this. Don't fight with a magician who is prepared. However, when he opened the night sky after a long time, he was not dealing with a minion, but a clone of a god. With Lin's current experience and knowledge, he also has a certain degree of understanding. Speaking of which, isn't this like a god breaking into another god's kingdom and fighting a divine war? What he has to do is to maximize his geographical advantages and suppress the opponent's divinity. In fact, this is also how the battle between gods is played. If they really want to play separately, it would be like two parties playing chess. One holding chess and the other playing chess. But they can't play together no matter what. Therefore, what the two gods have to do is to find a way to replace the opponent's chess pieces with the type of chess they are good at. And then beat the opponent bloody under the rules they are familiar with. To put it more loftily, the battle between gods focuses on the battle over rules. Lin has long known that his night sky has strong domain characteristics. And the people and things enveloped in it must follow the rules here. But I don't know if it's because of my own influence, or because my will for my hometown is biased towards Zhongxing and peace. Although Night Starry's sky has a strong suppressive force, and can cut off internal and external connections, its aggressive force is far from enough. To put it simply, it is the famous saying, it is the dragon who coils up for me, and the tiger who lies down for me. As long as the other party behaves well, everyone will be in peace, and no one will provoke anyone. Therefore, every time Finn, William, and even the demon prince Azad are shrouded in the night sky, they can feel the threat and displeasure, and choose to quickly withdraw from its range. But except for Azad, who loves seeking death, no one has really been taught a lesson by the will here. What Lin wants to do this time is to turn the defensive position of Night Starry's sky into an offensive position to erode his divinity. This is not simply to change the opponent's power system to another way of expression, but to simply reset the opponent's rule power to 0, so that you can control it more easily. How to do this? Lin honestly has no clue, because there is no overly complicated magic principle in the Night Starry sky. It is just a bright light spell representing thousands of stars, distributed in different locations, and operating strictly in accordance with physical formulas. If we really want to talk about complexity, it means a bunch of mathematical formulas that ordinary people cannot understand. But this is not magic, and certainly does not have the ability to achieve any magical effects, just because from the relative position of the stars. I am observing from the perspective of the Earth under the Night Starry sky. This model diagram, which was originally just used to calculate the relative position and distance between the mysterious land and the Earth, was favored by the will of my hometown, and thus derived many wonderful abilities. In other words, the various special abilities of Night Starry's sky are all acquired passively. Lin certainly had no way of knowing how to transform it, or the effects of the change. It's like there is a high-ranking old man who leaks some conveniences between his fingers for himself, so that he can pretend to be powerful and dominate. As a result, I was not satisfied with this kind of treatment. So I ran to the old man and said, "Guys, be proactive. If someone comes to trouble me, just give him to Huahua. Can this kind of greedy behavior have a good ending?" Although Night Starry's sky has no clue at all in terms of changes. Of course, it was not clear what unexpected changes would occur to the entire magic circle after unauthorized changes. So Lin did not dare to act rashly. But you can add plugins. Lin's target is to use the Shikiri Kimmeru to lay out the 28 constellations. It is a pity that the number of Kimmeru is not enough to lay out a complete 28 constellations. And there are also many Hagairas who were injured in previous attacks and need time to recover. Lin thought over and over again and decided to arrange the Xuanwu Chisu in the north and the Suzaku Chisu in the south. Let's see if we can use the characteristics of the night sky to give the Kimmeru a hint of divinity. As long as he possesses divinity, the attack against the alien dragon in front of him will no longer be an invalid attack. And with the skills of the Shikiri Kimmeru, even if they can still only peel, they can still make up for it with intensive output. Having made up his mind, Lin immediately mobilized the Hagairas, who could still move. Chapter 1419 Unexpected Reinforcements. Speaking of which, all the various vertical and horizontal penetrations of Hagiri Kimmeru before were all under the command of Khan. And all Kimmeru attacks followed the best or shortest path. To put it bluntly, it is not an exaggeration to say that it was a rough fight. Don't look at Dugu Jiujian's claims that there are no tricks to win, which makes a lot of people think that their bastard boxing can defeat the old master. But even boxing, which is known as the most scientific, also has so-called combination punches. If routines and moves can be passed down, they must have their own merits. After all, there are so many martial arts characters in Jin Yang's works, and there is only one concept of Dugu Qiubai: Feng Qingyang and Ling Hu Chong playing tricks to win without any tricks. What Lin wanted to do, besides using the arrangement of the stars, was to give the Shikiri Kimmeru a hint of divinity. I also want to try to see if I can form a sword formation so that they can become a truly integrated killing move. Although the Khan is now in William's hands, its function, as a control tower has not been lost. This is also because William only needs to use the sharpness and strength of its blade, and has no requirements for other aspects. In fact, this is how Hakiri is used by most holders. Like someone, it is simply unimaginable to make these visitors from another dimension, who are often hungry, squander the energy they have saved with great difficulty. And as early as when the Hagiris were collected, they relied on the forum and someone's instant messaging theory that had not yet been spread, to create a contact method that the Hagiris could ignore distance. This is also an important basis for Khan to be used as a command tower. Lin's thoughts were conveyed to Khan immediately through other boxes. But how to fight, and what to call a sword formation? No one has a clue. It's like a boxing practitioner who doesn't know how to fight without talking about formulas and mental techniques. He can only put up a stance. By the time someone realized what a stupid request he had made, the Hakakiri Kimaru and Suzaku Shichijo of Jinbu Shichijo and Suzaku Shichijo were already in position. The alien dragon may have noticed the movements of these Hakiri, or he may not have noticed. In addition to dealing with William's attack, it is mainly preparing for the next blow that someone may make. The beam of light just now proved to be a threat to it, so it was obvious who the dragon god should keep an eye on. As for the movements of those non-threatening metal beads, it is not that important. I was just thinking about whether to call the Hagiris back to their side, or let them launch a pincer attack from their current positions towards the alien dragon from the north and south. Lin suddenly realized that he had cut off contact with these formation boxes. Is this because he was fooled by his ill-considered request? So he was losing his temper? When I was thinking about whether to apologize, what was cluttering in my mind was that a group of Hagiris were anxiously saying that they could not contact their companions, who were setting up the formation. This sudden drastic change even confused Lin. He hadn't yet understood the situation, and certainly hadn't figured out how to deal with it. The night sky, which had remained unchanged since Dashang, suddenly darkened, leaving only the 14 constellations of Xuanwu in the north and Suzaku in the south. I just couldn't tell whether it was the bright light technique in the night sky that was shining, or whether it was the Shikiri Kimaru that was shining. As the brightness suddenly dropped, the intensity of the battle between the alien dragon and William also dropped. It's not that I can't see my opponent, so I don't dare to fight, but because you are in this world, you need to pay more attention to the changes in the world than your opponents. Of course, the dragon god understands what it means to fight a battle between gods. Ever since its alien dragon clone was shrouded in the night sky, it has infinitely raised the level of its opponents. Originally, this magician could kill the Lord of the Abyss alone, although the ones who died were not good at melee combat. Now that this strange magical space similar to the Kingdom of God is opened, what the dragon god wants is no longer a way out. But after this battle, and there is a considerable chance of losing this clone, the question is how to deal with this magician at that time. Dragon Island cannot give up, whether it is the dragons living on it, or its duty as the guardian of the Abyss Gate. William's idea is relatively simple. Unlike the dragon god's fear of the night sky, he knows very well what this small world can do. Every time we met the demon prince Azad, he would exit as quickly as possible and never stay any longer. His attitude was similar. No matter how curious he was about new things, he didn't want to stay under the strange starry sky and appreciate this different scenery. The difference between William and Azad is that Azad was almost driven out, and he was closer to death every time. William didn't receive such miserable treatment, so he just calmly quit as soon as possible. Lin was the most shocked by the changes in the night sky. When will the light magic he controls go out? This is not to mention the most important subdimensional tower that supports the unfolding of the night sky. The situation in front of me is definitely not in the program logic I wrote. So there is something wrong with the subdimensional tower? Is it the abyss? The out-of-control mind was frightened away by the person appearing next to him in an instant. The reason why I am so suspicious is because the person next to me only has the outline of a human being, but does not have any characteristics of a biological or spiritual body. This person is 8 feet long, has a face like a crowned jade, wears a silk scarf on his head, a crane cloak, and a feather fan in his hand. He looks like a god. There were countless figures of scribes faintly behind him, although they couldn't see their faces clearly. The same thing was the piercing eyes, which in this dark night were no less than the stars in the past. The man next to him, with his stunned expression on his face, clasped his fists and leaned forward coolly, saying, "Sir, please use your command." Lin nodded subconsciously, with no intention of resisting at all. In fact, his current mood is probably even more confused than before. It is said that under the starry sky at night, some strange people will appear to protect you. This is what I learned from Fin and his 2 apprentices. And the only time I saw him was that he let someone know that he had really gotten in touch with the will of his hometown. But since that time, this kind of situation has never happened again. That only meeting was a dead ringer. It means that almost since that period, I have never encountered any danger caused by external forces. Every time his life is threatened, it is his own fault. Now that I see the heroic figure who has a spirit due to the telepathy of everyone in my hometown again, I can certainly see more things about someone today. But from the appearance of the man next to him, it was completely impossible to tell that he was capable of killing gods with one sword. Speaking of which, this is a civil servant, not a military commander. So if he didn't come out to kill the god, what would he do? Especially when there are so many figures behind him. Even though he doesn't know who they are. If he can stand in the same place as this person, his intelligence and military strategy will be at the level of others. So what are they here for? Oh, by the way, this guy asked me for a commanding order just now. What is that? Command power? Command what? Someone whose brain circuitry had not yet returned to its normal state saw the feather fan in the Prime Minister's hand wave slightly. In an instant, the Hikiri Kinmaru, who were arranged in a star map in the sky, used the stars as units to kill the alien dragon in the field. Just listen to countless voices that are very convincing. And they are either reciting the key points of the art of war, or the meaning of Taoist scriptures. The content is often about 5 elements Bagua or Chiman Duanjia. The attacks of the Xingshu version of Shikaki Kimuru also gradually found special tactics from being jerky and sluggish at the beginning. And they became even sharper. Especially one ring after another. One set after another. All the attacks in a dense series. Coming from all directions. The alien giant dragon was originally invulnerable, and allowed itself to be attacked. Occasionally opening its eyes, and emitting attack beams. At first, they could accurately hit the Hagiri sword pills. Occasionally, the Hagiris could change their posture by flying strangely and dodge the beam. The success rate of dodging depends entirely on luck. But later, the wounds on the alien dragon's body that were pierced by Hikiri failed to heal. And it even had no time to attack Hikiri. It can be said that all the eyes on the body were blinded. And Hagiri's movements were even more cunning. The cooperation between the Hagiris is not only seamless, but also contains a certain philosophy. However, the voices of discussion around him did not become less or less intense at all. Everyone's words are more tit for tat. And the truth is deeper. No matter how stupid a certain time traveler is, they now know what these people are doing. Isn't this someone's formation of Xuanwu Chisu and Suzaku Chisu? But it's just fake and doesn't know how to use it. What a great time. These talented people from my hometown, who are as smart as demons and as cunning as ghosts, all show up and arrange how the sword formation should work on the spot. Under the command of these people, the star formation formed by the Hagiri Kinmaru also changed from the original staggering attack movements to become extremely smooth. Anyone who is not blind can see how fatal the changes in the Hagiris are. Although a question flashed in someone's mind. The fairy-like fighting style of Hikiri Kinmaru and others should not be led by Jiang Taigong to interpret the characters of the two religions, or the Ameliang Qiong and others written by the master of Huanshu Tower. Would it be more appropriate to come forward? It seems that there are still many things that I don't understand about the rules of Will Behind the Night Sky. Just when someone was complaining about how a group of non-professionals came to play flying swords, the next group of people headed by the Prime Minister were so shocked by their actions that someone's eyes bulged out. The principle of mystery magic is to guide 8 powers to run specific trajectories, to form a special structure, also called a spell model, to exhibit different magic effects. So when the sword formations of Hagiri Kimura are also in line with the principles of heaven and earth, it is a very reasonable thing for them to induce some kind of magical effect in the mysterious land. Yes, very reasonable. It's as reasonable as the plumber playing football with a hammer and wrench in Star Wars movies. In short, looking at the form black basalt and red Suzaku, 2 against 1 killing the alien dragon, there is only an obscure feeling in someone's heart. The movements of Suzaku and Xuanwu are not as clumsy and slow as in the monster movies from back home. At their core, these 2 big monsters still have the smooth routines of the Hashizuku Hagakiri. It's not like they changed their heads or fighting methods after gathering the 4 spirit shadows. But this time, the dragon god's alien dragon body failed to recover after being damaged by attacks. The eyes on the body were blinded. The wings were torn off. And if the fleshy paste that made up the body was not burned by the flames of Suzaku, it was washed by the black water of Xuanwu, losing the evil divinity contained in it. When a group of scribes headed by the Prime Minister bowed to someone and disappeared under the night sky, The alien dragon no longer existed. Chapter 1420, Journey to Dragon Island. The most valuable thing about people is their creativity. If there is already a set of processing procedures, then using the same procedure to create the second, third, or even countless identical or similar things, humans will not be as efficient as machines. It's like solving a new mathematical problem. Only human mathematicians or experts in other related disciplines can find the solution. But as long as the formula is derived, humans are not as fast as a calculator in calculating the answer. The original intention of the invention of this thing is not to help humans free themselves from tedious numerical calculations. In the same way, a group of gods headed by the Prime Minister have already performed a demonstration in front of Lin Yuhikiri about how to deduce the sword formation. Although they only arranged the sword formations of Xuanwu Chisu and Suzaku Chisu, the sword formations of Baihu Chisu and Qinglong Chisu were also completed at the same time. But there were not enough Hikiri to be used together. In addition to the sword formation of the 28 constellations, other sword formations derived from the Book of Changes or Taoism can also be deduced as long as there is time. But these things are not urgent, or there is no need for anyone to worry about them. Those Hagiris who were freed from the Xuanwu and Suzaku constellations were showing off their experiences to other Hikiri as if they were presenting treasures. As well as the corner of history they had glimpsed into the other world. And Lin now understands why this group of people came forward, and not Jiang Taigong and others as someone asked. Not to mention the gap in literary status between Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Romance of the Gods. If you start playing sword formation yourself, it would be the 4 ultimate formations of Zhu Xian or something like that. It is high, but there is probably no room for development. It's like teaching calculus to first grade students. If a child could really learn it, it would no longer be described as a monster. They must be time travelers or reborn people who brought their own dry food. Scientists will catch these people and dissect them in their spare time. They will definitely not dissect the wrong person. The appearance of the Prime Minister and this group of people is like the difference between teaching people to fish and teaching people to fish. So should I thank my hometown for their good intentions? Lin is in no hurry to talk about these things. In reality, William handed Khan back like a hot potato. The Hagiri Kinmaru didn't continue to fly around in the air. They returned to someone's waist and turned into a bead chain with an obedient look. In fact, they were talking happily and passionately. And Lin had to isolate himself. Otherwise, he would be bombarded to death by fatigue. And of course, the night sky has returned to its original state. The stars flicker and fade, just like they always have. Lin glanced at the starry sky with mixed emotions, then lifted the magic and returned to the lost land, Dragon Island, together with William. It didn't take long to deal with the dragon god's alien dragon clone. The flow of time inside and outside the night starry sky is also equal. And Lin did not deliberately create a time difference. But even this short period of time gave the dragons a chance to react. As soon as someone lifted off the night starry sky, he suddenly found himself surrounded again. The giant dragons who appeared this time were obviously not the young dragons, who had cut off hundreds of heads before. Of course, giant dragons are not a race that gets stronger with age. Aging will still bring about various physical and intellectual degradations. The old black dragon at home is an example. But it is easier than other races for dragons to cross that threshold and become ancient dragons. That is, the transcendent level of Homo sapiens. Moreover, the appearance of this type of dragon will be different from the original appearance of its race. So it is not difficult to identify it. Therefore, Lin could see that there were a lot of ancient dragons among the giant dragons surrounding him in 8 inner and 8 outer circles. However, they are also divided into 2 distinct camps. But there is no confrontational attitude. It is more like they don't play together because they don't get along. The reason why he dared to say that the dragons who came were divided into 2 camps was because Lin saw familiar faces on both sides. On one side is the dragon body of Princess Silver Dragon. There is a silver dragon beside it, which is larger and more majestic. 9 times out of 10. She is the mother of that lowly, the rumored dragon emperor. On the other side is the ancient dragon Eos. I thought it was absolutely impossible for this dragon to leave its own palace. But Lin still thought too much. Maybe the dragons are lazy and selfish. But they don't seem to be absent from the fun. Is this going to start the 4th round of the battle? Someone is still on an empty stomach. But in view of being sneakily manipulated by Abyss before, he forcibly controlled the endocrine system of his body to return to its original state. Perhaps he was over-controlled. So now that he was hungry, he was not angry, but rather depressed. Commonly known as being so hungry that you have no energy left. Therefore, someone seriously considered using the flash technique to escape. The silver dragon, who was suspected to be the Dragon Emperor, pushed aside the layers of protection from the dragons and came to the front line. It looked at the two humans standing in the field. It stayed shorter on William, the sword master in white, and more on the human magician in black robes, who looked so tall under the moonlight. The silver dragon opened his mouth and said in common tongue, "Your Excellency, the magician Gibberish Tripwood." In fact, this was the name of the protagonist of a funny game. Every time Lin was called this, it was with some kind of bad taste directed at fans. And he felt inexplicably better. So he responded naturally. "Yes, my husband. His Majesty Vidu admires you very much." Vidu? His Majesty? It seems that the person in front of me is the rumored Dragon Emperor, and Weidu is the Dragon God. Without waiting for a reply, Yilong asked directly, "So, magician, what is your purpose of going to Dragon Island? You should understand by now that Dragon Island has its own responsibilities, which you cannot destroy." No foreplay. Just get to the point. Moreover, Lin was slightly surprised when he also pointed out the responsibilities of the Guardian of the Gate of the Abyss, standing on the same side as Yggdrasil and working hard towards the plan to establish the Ninth Power. It is indeed impossible for him to attack a Guardian who is involved in the overall situation of the land. But when he wanted to settle the grudge for killing two dragons on the main continent, he suddenly thought that it would be easy to build a grudge using this excuse. "Don't you know what you did on Dragon Island?" He killed hundreds of dragons, and said he wanted to solve the problem of accidentally killing two dragons. But it's true that I don't want to continue this meaningless hatred. So I can only change the angle and talk about another thing. I got the news that Longdao seems to be on good terms with Prince Behar of the Karlsruhe Empire. Said it was an unlucky coincidence that I had some conflicts with the prince because I supported His Majesty Saint Allegria. Because of this, some dragons came to the main continent to target me. And the purpose of my coming here was to resolve the conflict. This problem. That's it? Silver Dragon asked in shock. Yes, that's it. Even if His Majesty doesn't intend to change the object of support, please stay out of the matter. At least stop the meaningless provocation. Lin stated his bottom line, which was actually a hint not to cause trouble for him. Is this a request like this? What Yilong said seemed like a question, but in fact it was more of a sigh. Lin waved his hands helplessly and said, "I don't want to get to this point. It's just that I have to prove that I am qualified to talk to Your Majesty on an equal footing. This is quite difficult. At least since I landed on Dragon Island. I've been working towards this, but no one seemed willing to listen to what I had to say. Until now." These words were quite harsh in the ears of the dragons. However, the silver dragon ignored the complaint in someone's words and said, as if he didn't understand, "I know. Dragon Island will be withdrawn from the disputes on the main continent. Besides, almost all the young dragons who would actively participate are dead. No one will continue to try to swim in that muddy water." Lin was surprised that Yilong surrendered and promised so neatly. Are the people in front of me really dragons? Looking back now, the original enmity between the two dragons was resolved. Compared with what I did on Dragon Island, such a request was quite stupid, but asking the dragons to change the objects of their support, or at least not get involved, has already involved interests. Problem. The dragons were able to retreat so simply. Are they really afraid of being killed? Just when someone was confused, Yilong said again, "In exchange." As soon as these words came out, Lin straightened his ears on the spot and listened carefully. "In my palace, I also need a bank." The so-called accidents come one after another. Lin is not so shocked now, but he still turned to look at Eos, the gem-constructed dragon who had a relationship with the goddess of gold coins. After all, the result of the previous negotiation was that there was a monopoly on the bank. However, Eos did not express any objection. Instead, after noticing the gaze of a certain magician, he nodded slightly to express his agreement. Lin suddenly had a feeling that he could play chess and be a chess player. Unexpectedly, somewhere unknown to him, someone else used him as a chess piece and made secret moves. At least the current situation seems to be that the Dragon Mother camp represented by Eos and the Dragon God camp have reached some kind of compromise. And he was completely unaware of it. Should you be angry? In terms of results, this is not the best result I want. Even if he was used as a pawn, there was nothing to be angry about. Well, speaking of the best result, there seems to be one thing missing, Lin added. As for my landing on the island this time, I took the Greco Chamber of Commerce's ship. Your Majesty, Dragon Island will not anger them. There was no emotion in the silver dragon's voice. And it said, Since you are the chosen one of the gold coin goddess, you are the distinguished guest of Dragon Island. Of course, the distinguished guest's friends are also our friends. I can give you a flag as a proof of our friendship. This is okay. If you are being treated as a pawn, then be treated as a pawn. Anyway, my goal was achieved, so there is nothing to complain about. In fact, what someone doesn't know is that the two camps on Dragon Island don't have much exchange of interests. Or even talk. Lin thought the Dragon Mother was the flag of the conservative camp. But in fact, their side was more focused on balance. Eos wants to control the bank on Dragon Island, which is just a means to maintain the balance of Dragon Island. But a certain magician killed so hard that he almost wiped out all the active members of the radical faction. If the Dragon Mother camp still monopolizes the bank's benefits, it will greatly weaken the Dragon God camp's strength. So the Dragon Emperor made such a request, and Eos signaled someone to agree without thinking. This is an indescribable tacit understanding between the leaders of both camps. And this is why there is what some people consider to be a hidden agenda and conspiracy. But these backgrounds have nothing to do with some lazy guy. For Lin, as long as the result is beneficial to him, why not accept it readily? Even if this result feels a bit false, it may be overturned at any time. Chapter 1421 Outlying Island. What does a selfish and indifferent race look like in reality? That is, when there is a dispute of interest and an agreement is reached. The hundreds of giant dragons that once died in someone's hands will be as uninterested as if they never existed. Such a result is of course a happy underscore for Lin. However, it is also possible that the lid is temporarily closed, and there is a possibility that it will explode in the future and backfire on itself. But even if he didn't end things perfectly, Lin couldn't ask for more. After all, his opponent was extraordinary. Even if you don't consider the dragon on the entire island, you must also consider the guardian of the Gate of the Abyss. According to Demon Moth King Jane Moss, its death is not the real death, but just the beginning of rebirth. Therefore, it can be reasonably doubted that even if the guardian is not an immortal existence, it is possible that he is immortal. In addition, the dragon god registered his number in the abyss, which is like a double resurrection guarantee for life. It's unwise to think about becoming a sworn enemy with such an opponent. Therefore, after the other party shows a willingness to give in, and he has achieved certain results, it is impossible to ask for more. Moreover, behind the Dragon Island incident, there is another person who cannot be ignored who has not come forward. That is what role the leader of the Eos camp, the mother of all dragons, played in this series of events. Are you really not involved at all? Lin held doubts and calmly dealt with the follow-up matters on Long Island. The fleet of the Karlsruhe Empire was lifted. However, because Lin still had follow-up matters to deal with, he did not go back with the ship. William, on the other hand, was still greedy for the scenery of Dragon Island and stayed. This time, he relied on his relationship with the Dragon Emperor to go to places he couldn't go before. And he had a lot of fun every day, with his physical ability far exceeding that of ordinary people. If an ordinary person were to act as a guide, he might not be able to fully enjoy the tour. But the dragon's physical strength is not weaker than him even after becoming human. No matter what happens, you can still fly again. This allows the sword master to run up several hills in one morning when he feels like it. And when the mood strikes, he can linger somewhere again, have fun, and get carried away. However, compared to this heartless sword master, his family's Chamber of Commerce fleet was not in such a good mood. A certain magician used violent methods to suppress the entire Dragon Island. Maybe no one dares to express dissatisfaction on the public surface, but the little actions in private are not so tame. As the weakest party among all those involved in this incident, the Greco Chamber of Commerce became the target used by everyone to shift focus and vent their dissatisfaction. Dragon Island is quite restrained. A human Chamber of Commerce is too insignificant to them. Whether to kill or not to kill is not that important. But for the naval fleet of the Karlsruhe Empire, even without pressure from the outside, they still have doubts about continuing to cooperate with the Greco Chamber of Commerce. Lin Du could detect that the Dragon Island incident had only ended briefly, and he didn't know when it would break out again. Wouldn't the Navy fleet officers and soldiers who were more familiar with the dragon's character not notice it? The best way to deal with this is to exclude any Chamber of Commerce that might interfere with the Dragon clan, regardless of whether that small Chamber of Commerce is considered by the dragons or not. Forget it if you don't think about it. If you do, it would be nice to give the dragons no excuse to cause trouble. Henry and the elders of the Chamber of Commerce could certainly feel the alienation of the naval officers and soldiers, but they were powerless to change anything. They are here, But they are the weakest party in name only. They go to find a magician who can defeat Kraken and subdue Dragon Island to complain. Is this because they think their lives are too long? Therefore, the morale of the returning fleet was quite low, and the crew did not even have the strength to rebel. As a friend of Dragon Island, someone obtained a flag that was the same as the one owned by the naval fleet and could travel freely on Dragon Island. Lin did not directly hand it over to the Greco Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he intends to promote cooperation between the two parties through Empress Alegria. It is true that money is a good thing, but unfortunately, there are too many things in Lost World that money cannot buy. At Lin's current level, he has come into contact with more things like this. So instead of desperately trying to get money, it is better to exchange for other benefits. Anyway, as long as the whole family is hungry, this is Lin's plan to rely on a flag to give the Empress an additional ally, allowing the Chamber of Commerce to regain the interests of the Dragon Island route, and even have the opportunity to occupy more. And then he can also gain the Empress' favor. A win-win situation. Especially the last item. Although it is said that it is a good impression. In fact, it also has the idea of passing the blame. On the one hand, it is also because Lin does not intend to give the Greco Chamber of Commerce the Dragon Island flag for free. And he has no time to operate the interests here. Because of his past experiences, Lin Ben inherently did not believe in any business that he could not personally handle. In business, the most expensive commodity is called trust. No matter how much money you spend, you may not be able to buy it. And even if you do, it may be a fake. It is true that cooperating with the Greco Chamber of Commerce in a personal relationship and a dragon flag can bring the greatest benefits. But there is also the possibility of being taken advantage of and being laughed at behind the back. Rather than doing it personally or designing an effective supervision plan, it is better to pass the blame to the Empress. Thinking about the goblin father and daughter who sacrificed themselves and blew up a great duke's family, Lin didn't think he could devise any good supervision method. Don't say that as a transnational. Even if you have never seen a pig walking, you should have eaten pork. However, all business cases on Earth are based on the law as the highest code of conduct, followed by official administrative orders. With a basis, all legal contracts can be carried out smoothly and implemented. In a land where individuals are powerful and strength is respected, any supervision plan is no more effective than putting a knife to someone's neck. There are ways to still get benefits without doing it yourself, but it will cost something else. For example, the reason why Lin has been able to receive endless benefits from the automobile R&D and manufacturing center in the holy city of Estali is because of the relationship with the old Grand Duke Kawi. In addition to the appreciation of this old man, in his eyes, a certain magician is also a talent who can continuously create profit points. As a veteran aristocrat, he has the capital to make long-term investments rather than focusing on short-term profits. Therefore, when it comes to cooperating with the Greco Chamber of Commerce, Lin plans to follow this method and find a strong enough backer to handle everything. You only need to share part of the profits. If you are fooled by this collaborator, then everything will be ruined. Anyway, Dragon Island, a source of profit, is important, but in fact it is not that important. Just like forums or other related interests, they are very huge, but they can also easily make people jealous. It doesn't matter if you give up, because Lin was not cultivating a force in Lost Land, so he really didn't need that much money. The income from other aspects is enough. No more is too much. No less is no more. If you really get cheated, just treat it like paying to meet a friend. As for the question of whether this intermediary is powerful enough, although the Empress's actual power has been greatly reduced by other nobles, she is still the emperor of an empire. Even a relatively small chamber of commerce can't handle it. So Lin, we would just advise him to give up fighting for power. Just being a rich woman with the title of emperor would make life easier. Lin Yu first discussed these plans with Henry, but did not let him make them public. After all, it can be regarded as stabilizing William's father's heart. After all, this old man has helped a lot, and it would be embarrassing to screw him up because of his own actions. It is not made public because the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the Empress still needs to be discussed before the details are decided. It is possible for the cooperation to be ruined by some big mouths spreading the word. Although during this period, the elderly will be subject to criticism from within the Chamber of Commerce. But there is a future to look forward to. And everyone is shocked by the strength of a certain magician. And they dare not complain publicly. With these two prerequisites, it should be enough for Henry to survive this period of time. The old man led the fleet back with a bitter expression, and a mood that was uncertain whether he was happy or worried. Expanding bank business in Longdao is not a hassle, because the user characteristics of Longdao are different from those of ordinary banks. The business scope and practices are also very different from banks in other regions. It's just that because of Eo's friendship with the gold coin goddess, it was Ku'in who personally came forward to handle special matters. Because the Dragon Emperor's palace is the dragon god of the abyss, there are many taboos against other gods getting involved. So someone can only do it. The great holy emblem of coin to be used in the Dragon Emperor's palace was moved from the first bank in the holy city of Starry. That bank has a lot of spare parts for bank use. There's no big problem in mobilizing them directly under special circumstances. However, during the process of construction and contact with other dragons, Lin discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Those younger dragons are actually dissatisfied with themselves. It's just that this emotion was suppressed, and he didn't dare to show it in front of a certain magician. On the contrary, those giant dragons at the ancient dragon level did not have so many emotions towards Lin. He will neither flatter the magician because of the benefits brought by the bank, nor will he show an attitude of bitterness and hatred because of the hatred of the dragon slaying before. Whatever needs to be done, do it. The attitude of these ancient dragons is quite dull. Not only is this true for a certain magician, but they also have this attitude when it comes to old rivals from different camps. This can no longer be simply classified as the selfishness and indifference of the dragon clan. There must be other factors behind it that I don't know about. In fact, Lin also thought that the matter had nothing to do with him, and just ignored it. However, for a person who is promoting the ninth power, projects such as Gate of the Abyss and Guardian that involve the overall situation of the Lost Land must be cautious. I have to say that my ability to go smoothly in the Lost Land has a lot to do with the care of the World Trees. On top of the World Tree, there is the will of the Lost World that cannot be proven to exist, but leaves traces everywhere. To use a fairy-like expression, I can be regarded as following the way of heaven. So I can be regarded as being helpful to those who follow the way. Otherwise, judging from the way the Guardian Lord looked at him, Lin had no doubt that he had wanted to hit him with a shield a long time ago, to solve the many doubts caused by Dragon Island. The Dragon Mother of all things, one of the ancients, should be a breakthrough. It was a pity that until Lin finished everything and left Dragon Island, he was not allowed to meet the Dragon Mother of all things. Relying on the flash technique is one way to force your way in, but someone is not rushing to make enemies. Besides, what I want to know is not something that cannot be pushed forward until other things are understood. At best, it just satisfies my curiosity. So Lin finally left Long Island with a sense of regret. This ended a journey that was both a failure and a success. Chapter 1422, Winning Alliances. After leaving Dragon Island, Lin did not return to Azure Port. The bank at the port had opened for business a few days ago, and the elves who came to assist only stayed for one day before being handed over to local officials for management. Let me repeat again. At this stage, Midi Bank only has the function of deposit and withdrawal for fools. It does not require professional financial personnel. Only security personnel. Lin himself went directly back to the capital of the Karlsruhe Empire, the imperial city of New Cain. William, on the other hand, continues to stay at ease on Long Island. Inexplicably, the White Swordsman made many new friends and naturally continued to play around. There is no need for anyone to worry about the return trip. I didn't know that this guy was just like always, pretending to be stupid and eating big people. The brainwaves of a certain dragon really matched up, and they became close friends inexplicably. And they developed a good friendship. This person's state of dealing with others is not just a matter of familiarity, but a state of being a cosmopolitan family when he comes to your home and becomes my home. I don't know how to write the word polite. Speaking of which, he is no different from Azad in his willfulness, except that he cannot chop off people's heads easily. After more than a month, most of which was actually spent on the boat trip to Dragon Island, Lin's return did bring a lot of good news to the Empress. Long Dao agreed to take his hands off Prince Behar, and did not mind the Empress making the news public. I heard that this made the aggressive prince so angry that he broke a lot of things, and it also made other nobles become more vigilant. Although Long Dao is not a force within the empire, and does not have many political connections, absolutely no noble dares to ignore such a powerful group. As long as Dragon Island has the slightest tendency, it will cause shock within the empire. Therefore, the movements of Long Island have attracted the attention of many people. Cutting off the original collaborators undoubtedly reduced Prince Behar's chances of ascending to the throne. The only good thing is that Dragon Island has not decided on its next ally. This means that the Empress is still the same, and the strength in her hands has not increased dramatically. Secondly, the Karlsruhe Empire has a second Dragon Island flag. The first flag was the result of a peace treaty between the empire's founding emperor and Dragon Island, and was used as proof that both sides maintained peace. This flag has always been kept by the empire's naval fleet. It has also been used as a certificate of trade between the two sides, and has gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, the Navy also wants to bring this second flag into management. However, as the true holder of the second Dragon flag, Lin actively promoted the alliance and cooperation between the Empress and the Greco Chamber of Commerce. If others want a share of the pie, they can only get the consent of the first two. Lin is not involved in the specific operations. As long as a sum of money is deposited into his bank account every quarter, it is considered a dividend. As for dividing more or less, it is optional. This vague agreement actually reserved Lin's power to reclaim Long Qi at any time. Anyway, by using the excuse, "I think the dividends are less," Long Qi can be recycled. The reason why the Empress made such a vague agreement was not to guard against outsiders, but to guard against people in the royal family. To prevent people from seeing money and getting hot-headed, they will find excuses to swallow the Dragon flag. The reason why Lin chose the Empress as a partner was because this person was once the female warrior Kono, and is now Saint Allegria. It was not because she was the emperor that she was chosen as a partner. Typical of treating people wrongly, the Empress's attitude was the same. She had never thought about asking this magician to be loyal to the empire and the royal family. As long as the personal relationship between the two parties still existed, she would try her best to maintain it. Anyway, among the family members with the same surname, there are many people who oppose him and no one who supports him. It would be fine if he had done something stupid and was a coward, causing everyone to rebel and alienate him. But the reality is that all those greedy relatives want to use their power, so they unite to hold him back. In this case, why should I give up the gift sent by my friends to others? Other jealous nobles wanted to encourage nobles related to the navy and maritime affairs to come forward and compete for the ownership of the Dragon flag, especially the two Grand Dukes in charge of maritime affairs. Although they did not die personally, they worked hard behind the scenes. Uncharacteristically, the Empire's naval fleet ignored all the explicit and implicit hints. Especially the fleet officers who participated in this escort voyage were completely aloof from the incident and did not dare to say a word. What a joke. A magician who can single-handedly challenge Kraken at sea and kill over 100 giant dragons on Dragon Island. He is just tired of living and only provokes such a murderous god. At this time, the shortcomings of the Lost Land, which has long used taverns and bards' heroic poems as the main means of spreading information, became apparent. That's what everyone believes in what they witness with their own eyes. As for the rumors from others, as long as they are too exaggerated, they will automatically lower themselves to a few levels to understand them, completely ignoring whether those exaggerated rumors are true or not. Anyway, everyone is used to bragging. Silly Chuanqin. If you go out and tell people about it, you won't be laughed at. Therefore, the threat of a certain magician was artificially reduced by the nobles. Coupled with the huge Dragon Island trade interests covering their eyes, they angrily criticized the Navy fleet for not doing anything. But no one wanted to face the magician in person. Even if you don't fully believe the exaggerated rumors about Dragon Island, the magician killed 2 waves of assassins sent by the nobles, including 2 giant dragons. These were solid facts, and they couldn't help but believe them. The Empress certainly values this cooperation, although someone once gave her an opinion on future governance. That is, a constitutional monarchy. But that change was too huge and would affect the future structure of the empire. So she still couldn't make up her mind to take that path. Allegria was still looking for ways to increase his influence and regain control of the emperor. For this reason, she paid considerable attention to the allies that a certain magician sent to her door. However, although the Greco Chamber of Commerce was hit by this piece of pie, the Chamber of Commerce itself was not strong enough to completely eat this piece of Long Island trade pie. Henry could only choose to cooperate with foreign countries and actively expand the strength of the Chamber of Commerce. It's not that the Empress doesn't want to rely on the benefits brought by the Dragon flag to win over the nobles. It's a pity that all the nobles are strictly guarded against her as the emperor, and they don't want to share any power. Even if there are enviable interests in front of them, everyone will grit their teeth and hold on. This does not mean that all nobles are stupid and do not take advantage of them. Instead, he took advantage of the emperor in the first place. And then he had to think about how much price he had to pay in order to deal with the revenge methods of other nobles. Even if we are not all monolithic, we will still do things like beating the wrong bird with a stick. Comparing the two, the bait in the Empress's hands doesn't taste very good either. Therefore, Alegria could only choose the non-aristocratic civil route. Trust the Greco Chamber of Commerce, and support it to become powerful. Thanks to the environmental characteristics of the Karlsruhe Empire, civil forces have flourished. There are many private forces whose strength is no less than that of the powerful aristocrats. It's just because the development time was relatively late and there was no land to occupy and divide. So I couldn't get a title. Alegria also thought about winning over the support of these people. But she didn't have any leverage at that time. All governing power was divided and firmly held by the nobles. So she had no way to take action. Now that she has the opportunity, how could the Empress ignore this aspect? But the Empress also made an agreement with the people from the Greco Chamber of Commerce that the period of protection qualification is only 1 year. If the Chamber of Commerce cannot meet the needs of Dragon Island trade in any way and obtain the benefits it deserves after 1 year, the Empress will then let others join. The reason why the Greco Chamber of Commerce was given such a big opportunity was that, in addition to the advice provided by someone out of compensation, Alegria also looked at the face of William Greco, the white swordsman. But someone lying on the big bed unceremoniously poured cold water on the head of the beauty next to him and said, "You don't really think that you can win over William just by selling it to the Greco family?" A pair of beautiful eyes cast a resentful look, and Alegria said, "Can't you? In my opinion, William's feelings for that family, except for the blood relationship, are the same as those of all his friends. If you want to win over him with such small favors, you must be mentally prepared to get nothing," Lin said frankly. After getting up from the big bed, there was naturally a maid from the Jade Palace waiting on the Empress to change her clothes. Alegria was at the mercy of others and said, "If that's the case, how did you let that person help? Just provide him with good food and drink. If you need help, just tell him directly. Or if you are in trouble, as long as he sees it, he will naturally help. But the whole problem is how to make William stay obediently in one place, waiting for his call at any time. He is the kind of person who, if you ask him why he likes to wander around, will only answer, 'Because my legs are on my body.'" Suddenly, Alegria was deeply touched. She felt that she should also get along with this sword master. It's just that he is bound by the title of emperor. But what can restrain him from that one? Anyway, Lin brought back the topic. The chips have been handed over to you. It's up to you to make the most effective use of them. Henry's family could only visit Dragon Island once a year before. That's it. Now that there are no restrictions, they can't raise so much tradable goods. So wouldn't it be good to retain their ability to sail at other times, and use it to win over others? Being qualified to go to Dragon Island and having goods to trade with dragons are two different things. At least those greedy giant creatures can't be fooled by glass beads. However, the Empress decided to maintain her original idea and explain. Now those stronger squires still have doubts about me. Giving a small and medium-sized force like the Greco Chamber of Commerce a chance will just allow me to set an example for others to follow. People believe that I have the ability to bring them benefits. But the main reason is that I don't have enough people to handle these things. And you are unwilling to help me." In the end, I felt a little helpless and a little bit complaining. Lin could only laugh, changed the subject and said, "No wonder Lisa and Acris can't be seen. They have been sent out by you to do things." "Yes. Why? Do you miss them?" Alegria glanced back at a certain magician and said with a bit of sourness. Lin smiled and said, "No way. I just want to say that what you lack is just manpower you think you can trust. Not those things that I can't do." Chapter 1423 An Unexpected Invitation. The beautiful time in the Jade Palace could last indefinitely. But the gift someone brought back from Dragon Island made the Empress very busy for a while. Alegria and its forces were revitalized, but they looked quite dazzling in the eyes of the nobles. There was a magician standing behind her, and she fell into the sand several times facing him. The nobles became more and more conservative about the magician's little actions. But if you want to scare away this group of people who stand on the top of power, the strength displayed by a certain magician is not enough. Moreover, this strength cannot only exist in rumors. It must be confirmed and visible to everyone. Besides, the nobles can still be in a leadership position in this world with great personal power. So they naturally have something to rely on. The most obvious weakness is that no matter how powerful the magician is, he is only one person. No matter how thoughtful you are and how careful you are, there will always be things you cannot take care of. As long as he is concerned about other people and things, he will have weaknesses. Or maybe it's because the Empress has been doing things quite smoothly, since someone came to the empire, especially for the implementation of the bank, even if the nobles are not refused to join. When the gold coin goddess has limited manpower, it is important to decide who goes first and who comes last, because this means that whoever can seize the most share in the limited market that is about to unfold may not get anything at all. Such power is neither big nor small. There was no way to break through the nobles' defenses, causing them to rush to kneel and lick him one by one. But it has also allowed some people to taste the sweetness from the Empress's hands, which has loosened the solid camp of the nobles. Now that there is a second dragon flag, the situation has become more delicate. You must know that the first dragon flag has an unshirkable responsibility and task, which is to transport livestock to Dragon Island as food for the dragons. It takes time to dispatch a sufficient number of livestock, and a qualified fleet is required to transport these live animals. These limits the use and frequency of the first dragon flag. But the second dragon flag has no such restrictions. The only limitations are the round-trip time of the fleet and the time it takes to search for trading items that the dragons will be interested in. Nowadays, the news about the existence of the second dragon flag has only spread in a small area. Even so, it caused a certain amount of sensation and covetousness. But the Empress had no intention of hiding the news. Or she couldn't, as long as the people of the Greco Chamber of Commerce are ready. Once they go to sea, the news will almost be known to everyone. In these days, no one in the world would go to the sea for free. The direction of running was towards Dragon Island again. After coming back, all the goods that were pulled out were in-demand goods prefixed with dragon. How stupid do you have to be to not be able to figure out the relationship between this? Although the owner of the second dragon flag was the magician, it was the Empress who was chosen by him as his intermediary agent. It is true that such power gives the Empress the opportunity to tease and win over greedy people, but it also attracts a lot of hatred. The one he hates the most is probably Prince Behar. Not only did he lose the dragon who had been his help, he also lost the price he had paid to befriend the dragon in the early stage, and he was unable to get a share of the coveted benefits. When such a person sent an invitation letter to the Jade Palace, the Empress, who had not left for several days and only stayed in the palace to give orders, suddenly felt bad. On the one hand, it was also because many of the people she sent out did not show up where they were supposed to be, and they lost contact for a long time. Even the Empress would have to wonder if these people had rebelled, or who had caught them. In a fight between nobles, as long as it is not a blood feud, everyone will tacitly refrain from attacking those with noble blood. But those who are servants and subordinates are just a group of minions, who can be replaced at any time in the eyes of people with noble blood. Even if he is dead or disabled, no one will care. Even so, when nobles fight, they usually fight for the general trend, alliances, and backers. The current loss at human hands means that the other party intends to escalate the level of the struggle. In the past, fights were fought without blood. But if the struggle escalates now, the pressure on the Empress side, which is at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, will increase greatly. When the lives of servants who are simply doing business are threatened, the question of whether the price of loyalty is commensurate with the rewards will be re-examined. This made the Empress not worry, and think carefully about whether everything that happened around her recently was really what she had imagined. Seeing the Empress's sad face, and staring at the delicate card in her hand, Lin, who was tired of being together these days, would certainly not be so cold-hearted as to pretend not to see it. He stepped forward and asked, "Is there any trouble? Is this, an invitation card?" "Yes," Alegria said, raising the small card with a faint scent of incense in his hand. "An unexpected banquet invitation card was sent by an unexpected person." "Who?" Lin asked. "My cousin who has not yet been weaned has sent you this invitation to the appreciation party." Cousin who is not yet weaned. This is the Empress's contemptuous name for Prince Behar. As for the appreciation party, it is one of the forms of noble banquets. Noble banquets are basically divided into three categories: dances, concerts, and entertainment parties. Balls are dance-themed banquets that emphasize that attendees can participate in person. This is also the best form of banquet for nobles to socialize. Concerts are simply about listening and appreciating music, compared with the dynamic nature of dance parties and their emphasis on participation. Concerts are static and less participatory and social. Moreover, the development of music in the Lost Land is not that prosperous. Most of it is used as an accessory to dances. So this type of banquet is the least common. It is more common in single-sex aristocratic banquets, such as gatherings of girls or ladies. The appreciation party is when the host of the banquet collects any rare treasures or valuable works of art and uses them to show off the treasures, since the destination is more utilitarian. It all depends on who to invite, whether the invitees will participate, the status of the attendees and the host, and how to behave. It can be said that every appreciation party is no less than a political intrigue. There are also some special tours. For example, bloody and dark themes including sexual abuse and devil worship can bring a group of like-minded people together to have fun. This type of banquet is certainly quite exclusive. Although Allegria was the emperor of the Karlsruhe Empire, he was marginalized and ostracized by the nobles. Invitations to various banquets, unless it was a state banquet that the emperor would definitely attend, would not be sent to her table. Even if it was sent politely, the empress would choose not to attend to avoid being humiliated. This kind of banquet where she would be deliberately invited would most likely have bad intentions. The remaining one was because the noble who held the banquet was too stupid. As for the banquets held within the royal family, unless they are hosted by the empress, those held by other members of the royal family have nothing to do with the empress, who doesn't know that Allegria snatched the throne from the rest of the royal family. In addition, the empress herself pushed away the aristocratic group that intended to control her, thus losing support from outside the royal family. Amid the difficulties of internal and external pressure, who among the royal family would truly respect the emperor? Against this background, an invitation letter to the entertainment party sent by Prince Behar was very strange. Not to mention that the invitation to the emperor should be a formal invitation and must be entered directly into the palace and registered. But this invitation letter was sent to the Jade Palace, which was inconsistent with etiquette and law, making it even more strange. Lin didn't know much about the twists and turns between nobles, but he was fairly understanding. At least, he still clearly remembers what his ancestors said. The so-called showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. So this thing can't be a good thing anyway. If you want a kid in his early 10 years to repent, it's better to hope that his parents will pop out of the grave and beat him until he remembers it. But from the empress's point of view, she couldn't just choose to give in and avoid it like she did. So Lin thought for a while and said, "Since I don't understand why the other party sent this invitation, the easiest way is to go and have a look. See what tricks they do. You can bring someone with you and let me follow. If there's any problem, I'll make sure you come back safely." He was a little confused at first, then a little happy, but at the end, Allegria just rolled his eyes. She said, "I thought you would be like a hero and help me solve my troubles. Unexpectedly, you just promised to take me to escape. Do you still look like a man who shows off your power on Dragon Island? Killing is the easiest thing, but killing usually doesn't solve the problem. Those who think killing can solve everything probably want to kill everyone in the world and leave only themselves. I'm on Dragon Island. There are many people who don't believe what I have done. There is no point in proving whether it is true or false. No matter how much evidence I present, the people who don't believe it still don't believe it." After a few words of defense for himself, Lin turned back to the important point. "But the most important thing is, no matter what that child wants to do, I can guarantee that you can come back alive and intact. In addition to strength, the struggle between nobles sometimes also pays attention to an excuse, which is the so-called righteousness. If they really dare to attack you openly, you can kill them all in the name of rebellion. No one can make a mistake. So for me, this invitation may be a crisis, but it can also be done. It's an opportunity." Allegria was once a crazy girl who dared to take risks with a few friends. Lin made a little analysis and found out that her life was guaranteed to be safe. So what reason did she have for not taking this trip? And she had an intuition that she had to go. After thinking about it, the empress shook the small card in her hand and said, "Since you want to go, take me back to the palace. I have to change my clothes, and then send a carriage to pick you up at the guest house. The way you use the flash technique is too scary. It's better to go in a normal way so that people won't find fault. The banquet is tonight." Lin was startled and asked, "What a rush. Is this kind of invitation speed normal? If you ask me to say it, everything is abnormal." Allegria gave his own evaluation directly. He added, "And I have a bad premonition. I also have the feeling that I have to go to this banquet. No matter which feeling is true, you have to go to know what happened." After thinking for a while, the empress said, "It's best that these feelings are just false alarms. I haven't felt this kind of fear in a long time." Chapter 1424 On the Way to the Banquet. How should a magician dress when attending a noble banquet? Answer: generally, just pretend. Because high-level magic equipment especially robes, will have many magic effects attached to them. There are usually many magic accessories on them. For example, a beautifully carved magic stone is no less gorgeous than a gem, or special silk threads are used to embroider magic array patterns on the robe. It can be said that a powerful enough robe will be more elegant than the luxurious silk-down robes of nobles. Conclusion: magicians can wear robes to attend noble banquets. Not because the robes are fashionable enough, but simply because the robes are expensive enough. Some robes are so expensive that they will make the little noble stunned. Therefore, no one can say that it is quite rude to attend wearing a robe. If any nobleman dared to express his disdain, it is estimated that the response will be like this: "Come on, try my fireball perm." Therefore, there is no problem in wearing robes to attend noble banquets. Someone thought to himself, although as a chosen one of the gold coin goddess, I can wear a suit that is regarded as a bank uniform when going out, and it will also be regarded as formal clothing if the robe of the divine envoy is disliked by the nobles. Think of the consequences of fighting a magician. This time, it may be the big boss behind the divine messenger who comes forward and issues the oracle: "Come, come, come, try to see if my holy light shines." But this time we are going to a home-in banquet. Compared to a suit without any protection, a Xuanwu robe is more reassuring. However, regardless of the divinity contained in the Xuanwu robe, just from the appearance point of view, it is just an ordinary black robe. Even the Xuanwu pattern is woven with black thread and can only be seen under specific conditions and from specific angles. Although he carries a kiri with him now, at most he wears a bead chain belt disguised as Kinru. Of course, it is impossible to bring two deadly weapons, the Khan and the Year Wheel, into a banquet. Although some noble banquets are as dangerous as the flash of swords on the battlefield. But there are still some basic requirements, such as not carrying weapons or items that are clearly weapons, and participating in banquets. Because if there were no such restrictions and everyone would get angry if they disagreed, it would probably not be long before the nobles of Lost Land would become extinct. But in order to make the Xuanwu robe look less shabby, Hagiri Kinmaru and his team separated some parts and arranged the Xuanwu Shikasu formation on the robe. It happens to be embedded in the snake turtle pattern, which somehow fits a certain truth. Of course, outsiders could not tell that this formation originated from other worlds, and Lin did not deliberately connect each constellation with lines. The result is that in the eyes of others, a certain magician is wearing a black robe, and the black robe is dotted with metal beads. It looks, actually, just as earthy. After thinking about it, Lin finally gave up the idea of improving his appearance. Anyway, this time I was talking about participating in a noble banquet. In addition to the foreseeable risks, I was not the protagonist this time, but Her Majesty the Empress. At best, he is just a guard, and he is not included in others' calculations from the beginning. So no matter what you wear, no one should care. Someone who was thinking like this came to the door of the guest house and was waiting. When the pickup carriage arrived, Lin showed a slightly surprised look. This carriage is not the royal one used before, but a more gorgeous emperor's carriage. Although there is only one word difference between royal use and emperor use, the level of luxury and protective functions between the two are completely different. However, it is true that the carriage used by the royal family can be used to receive state guests, but the carriage used by the emperor is not allowed to be used by anyone except the emperor. Combined with the pomp and circumstance of the knights guarding the carriage, the only explanation is behind the open car door. The empress smiled and waved to someone. Sure enough, someone got on the car with peace of mind and sat looking at each other with the empress. When he realized that he was the only guest, he couldn't help but ask, "This is considered a formal banquet. The prince was not invited." Prince Thomas, the empress' legal husband, was a standard accessory for public appearances. Although this statement is very rude, such superficial couples are not uncommon among nobles. Anyway, they are united because of political interests, and everyone is doing their own thing in private. If you are participating in a public event, you will usually bring your significant other with you to prevent others from speculating whether the alliance between the two parties has become weak. Every move of the nobles will be magnified and interpreted. That's why Lin asked this question. But the empress just sat dignifiedly, stretched out her hand to twist the hair around her temples, and said, "I would like to find him. Unfortunately, if I hadn't made an appointment a few days ago or arranged my schedule early, I would have it difficult to even meet him. Today's invitation is so sudden, and it's normal to not be able to find anyone. As for the perception of others, it can't be worse. Right. But from my previous observations, this doesn't seem to be the case. He is quite jealous of the men who appear next to you. And the reason why he is cold towards you is actually because he wants to attract you. But he an arrogant expression of unwillingness to be at a disadvantage in this relationship. Being arrogant? What do you mean? The Empress asked, confused by Meady's statement. After Lin explained what Sundra meant, she smiled instead and said, No. Ha. That's definitely not the case. That man has no feelings for me. He just wants more from me. Get more. Lin thought of a possibility and asked, Is it because you pinched his wallet? With a sly smile, Alegria said, Maybe that's right. Why did you guess so accurately? There is a saying in my hometown that money is the hero's courage. If the financial power is controlled by others, no matter how powerful you are, there is nothing you can do. But you really covered him tightly and didn't give him a penny? How is this possible? The Empress smiled and said, He still has a routine that can be withdrawn. But if he wants more, he can only do it from me. Because there is no such opportunity. For every man who comes close to me, he will show that jealous attitude. Seeing the Empress's calm expression, Lin couldn't help but ask, Do you really have no feelings for that person anymore? Alegria did not answer directly, but instead talked about another matter. Said, Do you know when I started to feel disappointed in that man? Although the topic changed a bit stiffly, Lin still followed the meaning and asked, Since when? From our wedding night. He patted his chest and promised me that I would just leave everything to him, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Wow, that sounds bad. Yes, leave everything to him, and I don't have to worry about anything. I had just been crowned emperor at that time, and was in high spirits. He and his family couldn't help but jump out and plan to accept all this power. The same thing happened one after another, until I was completely disappointed. After saying the beginning, Alegria seemed to be holding back his words and continued. At first, I thought that this marriage was a mutually beneficial cooperation. I didn't expect that they only needed me to be a woman and then take over everything else. It seemed that I could do nothing else except give birth to children. However, the real truth is funnier than that. Because I can't even give birth. Ha. The laughter is full of sadness. Lin couldn't help it for a moment and hugged the person into his arms. The hysterical laughter stopped abruptly. After a long time, Alegria suddenly said, Okay, the makeup will be ruined. Lin then let the man go. But before he could think of anything to say to comfort him, the Empress in front of him returned to the original topic. He fiddled with his hair and said, Anyway, don't think that man still has any feelings for me. What he looked at was just a woman wearing an emperor's crown. And he wanted the scepter in her hand. As for who that woman is, it's not important to him. Who didn't try to change this situation at all? Lin asked. Although I know that looking for love in such an environment is a stupid thing. But if you can't even achieve the most basic reciprocity, then there will be no basis for cooperation. Right. Even if it's just one transaction after another. You should also offer appropriate bargaining chips, instead of giving small favors and expecting others to repay you with pearls. I am very grateful to you. Lin was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. But he still scratched his head and asked, Why are you grateful to me? You are the first one to help me in such a long time. That's not true. Those partners you had in the past were not as hardworking. Lin knew that the former warrior Kinyo's comrades now hold various positions in the empire. They don't necessarily hold high positions, but they are all key positions, and they work together to maintain her dignity as an emperor. I know. And it's very clear. They are all trying to pull me to prevent me from falling deeper into the abyss. But this alone is not enough. If I want to climb out, I can't see a trace of it with them alone. What's the possibility? When he said this, Alegria looked at the gradually dimming street scene outside the carriage with a somewhat hollow look in his eyes. But when she turned her head and looked at someone, her eyes seemed to regain their color, and the crystal lip color looked so shining in a smile. Your appearance gave me a little hope. This is something others can't give me. Well, actually you should know that I mainly do the work of the gold coin goddess. And I just help you by the way. Yes, of course I know. But there are many partners you can choose to cooperate with. And I won't be the most suitable one. But you still did it. No matter what the reason is. I am very grateful to you. It's just me now. I can't give you anything back. Lin shook his head and said, There is no need for any additional returns. The smooth implementation of the Bank of the Gold Coin Goddess is my main purpose. If you are willing to support this, it is enough. What you should do now is to pay attention to focus on what's next. While someone was talking, His gaze was focused on the sky above the residence of Prince Behar outside the carriage. There are ominous black clouds of power hovering over the mansion. This is a sight that ordinary people cannot see. And generally speaking, the movement of power cannot mean anything. But this kind of swirling black cloud was the first time someone had seen it. Chapter 1425 Red Shoes. Generally speaking, all members of the host's family should come out to welcome the emperor. And guests present who have status must also accompany them. It can be said that if the status is similar, you will not even be allowed to attend the reception of the emperor. But the welcoming ceremony that Prince Behar put up was just his butler standing at the door. On both sides of the queue were the escort knights belonging to the prince, and the servants serving at the scene. And this group of people also vaguely confronted the empress escort knights. This is simply to treat the emperor as an ordinary guest. And he is also an ordinary guest with a low status. Because if the visitor status is high enough, even if he is not the emperor, he should be greeted by the noble of the host family, or someone with a certain status in his family, rather than the shabby scene in front of me. Seeing such an attitude, Ling could understand why Alegria was reluctant to participate in banquets hosted by others. This is not the first time I have been humiliated like this. Alegria knew very well that this was not the time for conflict. When the vast majority of the nobles and royal family members do not support him, even if the other party's excuse is lack of etiquette or verbal provocation, it seems so feeble. Otherwise, she could use the reason for being rude before the king to directly kill these servants, or even target their master's family. But at the moment when there is no support, if you react too violently to this level of humiliation, it will become an excuse for others to blame you. The empress did not have no coping skills for such humiliation. She led everyone, including her heavily armed escort knights, and strode straight towards the mansion. The prince's guards only dared to block the advancement of the emperor's guards with their bodies. The two sides were pushing and shoving, but there was no serious fight. And of course no one dared to bring out weapons. It is an established rule that no guards are brought to the banquet, and all personnel disarm, because protecting the safety of the guests is considered to be the host's responsibility by default, if he has to bring his own bodyguard. Wouldn't it be like saying that he doesn't trust the nobleman hosting the banquet? In fact, the empress did not trust him. So she did not intend to abide by such rules, and directly led others to break in. However, no matter how much the prince's guards tried to stop her, no one dared to block the empress's path, and even reached out to push her majesty. At most, it is aimed at the people brought by the empress. If someone dares to attack her majesty the empress without consent, even if it only slows down her steps a little, or is beheaded on the spot, there will be no way to avenge her. Not everyone can touch the noble body, especially the emperor. The only way was to block the empress's guards, and let her own guards block her progress. The prince's guards did not offend the nobles, so there was no reason to punish them for their duty. The strength and number of the guards on both sides were about the same, so the secret fight lasted 5 times, with no one gaining the upper hand. But as long as the prince's side can block all the empress's guards and allow the empress to enter alone, it will be considered a victory. A more ideal situation would be for the empress to simply stand outside the mansion in the cold wind because her guards were blocked, so she didn't dare to enter. It's more than February in the Karlsruhe Empire, and it's autumn. Even if you don't catch a cold, it's desolate enough for you, as the emperor, to be blocked from the door. As a follower, a certain magician, who came uninvited, was of course also within the target blocked by the prince's side. Lin saw that everyone was restrained in their conflicts, so of course he couldn't do anything too outrageous. Otherwise, if he really wants to start killing, no matter how many people here can stop him. So he used the magic of the former demon king Shuezifen, and a shocking spiritual imprint directly hit the eyes of the person who blocked his way. Given the current strength gap between myself and the other party, this mark can directly make the other party's body stiffen, stop thinking, and be unable to move. It is estimated that it can last for several breaths, and this little time was enough for someone to push them away and follow the empress into the mansion. It takes longer, is strenuous, and requires time for chanting and preparation. Besides, if you really use magic such as the holding technique, it can easily be seen as a provocation and cause conflict. The best way to do this is to make the opponent freeze temporarily and not be able to stop you. Besides, the advantage of this technique is that it doesn't require any blood and is suitable for both men and women. With such a magician opening the way, Alegria's guards broke into many people and entered the residence of Prince Behar. Staying in a place like this is no different than being in an enemy camp. Therefore, the escort knights, who were able to follow behind carefully formed a human wall around the Empress, and included someone in the process. This was because they couldn't push away the magician. And there weren't enough people. Otherwise, they would have formed 3 circles inside, and 3 outside to protect the Empress. Following the flow of people, everyone headed towards the banquet hall of the mansion. As the distance gets closer, the passionate music becomes clearer. Accompanying the music, there was the crisp sound of metal hitting, noisy human voices, and desolate cries. To Lin's ears, this kind of extremely fast-paced, drum-based music rarely appeared at noble banquets. Although the number of times I have participated in noble banquets is limited, and I am not a professional, but someone is familiar with this type of music. It was the music played by the dancers in the tavern, who often also served as Nuchang women's branch, when they danced for fun under the cheers of the drinkers. Vulgar were the nobles' evaluation of this type of music. Anyway, when I hear this kind of music, I immediately think that there must be a scene somewhere where a little sister is wearing clothes with very low fabrics and belly dancing in front of the guests. Just what was that crying sound about? And that voice sounded familiar. When he followed the Empress into the banquet hall, the scene in front of him was not crowded, but the banquet hall was packed to the brim. These human-looking nobles were staring at a stage, whispering to each other, and kept talking. Did he really send someone to dance? But what about the voices that keep crying? It's so hot! Please! Spare me! Help! And the like? Especially coupled with the continuous metal knocking sound. It is even more weird. Although he had not squeezed into the front row to watch the performance, Lin could see a chain hanging from the shelf above the stage, which should be locked to the dancers below. And that dancer is Alegria's close friend, a mixed-race woman with sea blood. Iris. The Queen's team didn't have to squeeze in. In fact, when she appeared, the crowd surrounding the stage made way for her. Judging from the expressions of the nobles on the left and right, they didn't give way out of respect. They just looked like they were watching a good show. The scene in front of me is nothing new to a time traveler who comes from the era of the big explosion of knowledge. But the shock of seeing it with my own eyes was completely different from hearing the cruel abuse. The stage is actually a large piece of steaming iron plate. The source of the metal knocking sound was a pair of red-hot iron shoes on Calamis's feet. She was enduring the pain and kept shrinking her legs and jumping. Every time the red iron shoes hit the iron plate of the stage, they not only made a crisp knocking sound, but also burst out sparks. In order to avoid touching the iron plate as much as possible, Chong Pu could only jump as high as possible. But the higher you jump, the louder the sound when you fall hard, and the brighter the sparks are. She wanted to get away from this extremely hot iron plate, but Calamis's hands were tied behind his back. An iron hoop was cuffed around his neck, and an iron chain was connected to the shelf above the stage. Although you are wearing clothes, don't think that the person who did this has a conscience, because the clothes were not only thin, but also because of the heat conducted by the iron plate. The clothes, which had a very low ignition point, had scorch marks. There were even flames burning in some places. And of course, these fires also left traces on Calamis's body. She was just jumping, crying, and howling. However, the heartbreaking voice did not bring any sympathy. No one among the nobles around the stage, male or female, showed a trace of compassion. They all looked at the performance on the stage with eyes red with excitement, and then gave their own evaluations. The host of the banquet, the short childlike figure of Prince Behar, stood on the side of the stage. His aura is very powerful. Whether it's his flamboyant smile or his wild laughter, no one can ignore his presence. The prince, who was supposed to be standing next to the Empress, was now toasting and laughing beside the prince as if to flatter him. When they saw the Empress and her entourage, they raised their wine glasses in greeting as if to demonstrate. The struggling Calamus was facing the door of the banquet hall, and of course she saw the Empress and her entourage. He shouted bitterly on the spot, "Your Majesty! Save me! Save me! It hurts so much!" But 2 rows of heavily armed soldiers appeared in front of the stage, with large shields in the front and spears in the back. With a menacing look, he obviously wanted to prevent the Empress from saving people. The weapons and armor were all brought out. If the Empress didn't bring her guards, the other party wouldn't kill her directly. But Lin didn't spend much time complaining. After he saw the situation clearly, he immediately took action. The first one flashed onto the iron stage. He did not touch the iron plate directly, but remained in a floating state. And he had a Xuanwu robe to defend himself. Even so, Lin also felt a high temperature roasting himself. Grab a handful of Calamis's slender waist that keeps twisting, and then flash out. Only an empty chain and iron hoop were left hanging, and a pair of red-hot iron shoes on the stage. In the blink of an eye, Lin returned to the Empress with someone in his arms. With his index finger dipped into a shikiri sword pill, he swiped it behind Akaris, cutting off the iron chain that tied her hands behind her back, and scattered them all over the floor. Lin's eye tore off the burning clothes. Even if there were no other clothes, it would be better than being hurt by the burning clothes. The rescued people couldn't calm down. Calamus was still struggling and wailing in pain. A pair of feet that had taken off the iron shoes were now a bloody mess. Not to mention the smell of meat. It simply smells like burning. A pair of calves are also bright red. Although this is not a burn. It is a burn caused by the high temperature and hot air. I won't go into details about the major and minor burns and scalds caused by the burned clothes. In addition to these injuries, there were some bruises and signs of beatings. But the most eye-catching thing is the big painted face of Akaris. It was like putting on a heavy layer of makeup and then having it completely ruined by snot, tears and sweat. It looks indescribably weird. Chapter 1426 Beauty Lamp. Although Lin has been with Lin, the former Lich, for a long time, it doesn't mean that he has completely absorbed Lin's abilities. At least there was nothing he could do about this serious injury. Some of them were just simple healing techniques learned during the time when they first learned magic, in order to save their lives and save money when going on adventures. It's probably just enough to treat a scratch or bruise. No matter how serious the wound is, you will either apply saliva on it yourself or go to the Church of Three Holy Lights to see the Priest of Life. But no matter how hard it is to use, it's better than not having to use it at all. In addition to performing this simple healing technique, Lin also used calming magic to try to ease Calamus's spirit. However, the pain and fear continued to erode this woman, who was not strong in the first place. Calamus grabbed whatever he could with his hands, and used all his strength with his fingers, as if doing so can divert the pain from the body. The Empress' heart was filled with regret at this time. She regretted that she didn't send someone to look for her as soon as possible when she realized that her close friend didn't show up at the time he was supposed to show up. He didn't rescue her immediately. The magician rescued people neatly, leaving the 2 rows of heavy-armed soldiers blocking the front useless. This situation did not make the owner of this place, Prince Behar, angry. However, he didn't yell. He just clapped his hands when the protagonist suddenly disappeared and the entire banquet hall fell silent. The prince said, "Magic! You are more powerful than I thought. It's just that you took away the protagonist of my stage and prevented my guests from enjoying themselves. How are you going to apologize for such rude behavior?" Lin is not afraid of this prince. Faced with this question, he replied, "It's not a good show to be based on other people's pain. I don't have any psychological burden at all to interrupt such a cruel thing, let alone apologize for it. What's more, was it voluntary? Or was it forced?" The prince said, "There is nothing we can do about it. I have always heard that this girl's dance is very beautiful. She is so beautiful that she seduced our emperor and brought her directly to her. My men finally invited her here, but she was reluctant to perform in front of us. I had to find a way to get her to dance seriously. You should have seen how happy she was when she came in." Listening to that childish voice speaking vicious language, Lin felt that something was unreal. It was hard to imagine that the child in front of him, who was in his early 10 years, had such a heart that was so black that it oozed pus. But the injuries on the body, the painful expressions, and moans of the person in his arms were so real that it was unbearable. This was when the Empress tore off the cloak of one of her bodyguard knights and wrapped Calamus around her, restricting her movement. In addition, magic may have played a role, which prevented her from continuing to struggle. As for whether the cloak is dry and whether it will cause bacterial infection, a certain traveler will not ask now. In aristocratic society, face is more important than anything else. Besides, it's not a big deal to leave a young woman naked in front of everyone and hold her in her arms. Anyway, if you are really infected, you can just find a way to deal with it later. Faced with the tragic situation of her close friend, the Empress was immediately dumbfounded. Having experienced an adventurous career, it is not that she has never faced life and death crisis, nor has she never seen death. But what she didn't expect was that something like this would happen to a person who shouldn't have to go through this. The beautiful girl originally had nothing to do with all this. Wait a moment. There is still one. Lisa also lost contact. Although she and Akaris are not on the same path. Who knows what will happen to her after losing the news? The anxious Allegria stood up suddenly and shouted regardless of his manners. "Where's Lisa? Where's my Lisa? Have you arrested her too? Oh, my royal sister. Are you asking about that little knight's daughter? Don't worry. I treat her very dearly, and don't allow anyone to hurt her in the slightest. After all, I may have never found such a suitable lampstand in my life. By the way, you haven't seen it yet. She is also the protagonist of this banquet. Let me introduce it to you. My favorite work of art. Following Prince Behar's gesture, the crowd separated to the left and right, allowing Lin, Alegria and others to see another focus of the banquet. It was a large golden lampstand with a special shape. If you look closely, you will see that the lampstand is shaped like a kneeling beauty, with her hands cupped in front of her chest like a cup of water, squeezing those great minds. They were still half covered. The beauty is naked. Every detail is exquisite and in place, and the sculpture is flawless. The only flaw was that the beauty's expression was one of horror. The widened eyes revealed despair, the open mouth seemed to be screaming, and in her hand was a flickering flame. Even though the banquet hall was as bright as day, the firelight illuminated the panicked expression, which made him look strange. If the appearance of that face was not the missing round face mentioned by the Empress, that is, Lisa, Lin would really admire the sophistication of this work of art. But if it is, then it is really the most vicious thing I have ever seen. Just when Lin was confirming whether the lampstand was as he imagined, Alegria beside him broke down and screamed. The roaring sound was heart-wrenching, but it only elicited playful expressions from the nobles, as if their Majesty the Empress was performing a wonderful show for them. Without thinking, Lin used the flash technique to grab the object. First, bring the object closer, and then confirm whether it is a superficial work of art, or whether it is real. Under the bright gazes of everyone, Lin had a thought, and made the beauty lantern appear in front of him. I tried detecting magic several times, and observed it in different modes. Although he came to the conclusion, Lin didn't have time to take a closer look. Alegria had already let go of Calamus, and was about to pounce forward. But this is not what worries Lin. The real crisis comes from this beauty lamp, or a well-known undead magic corpse explosion. The beauty lamp painted with gold suddenly began to crack on the outside. Under the cracks, there was black air, and a strange green light. In Lin's special vision, the 8 powers are unusually compressed and concentrated. This is a characteristic common to all explosion types of magic. The reason for judging that this is a corpse explosion technique is of course, because the beauty lamp in front of me is a human. But not a human. To be more precise, someone whose internal organs have been eviscerated. The way the power operates is also consistent with the magic when once cast. Because it was not an intuitive observation, it took Lin some time to get this judgment, and then convince himself to believe it. As a result, it was too late to stop the corpse explosion from exploding. So Lin could only choose to hide or block. At this time, someone regretted it, and caused too many people to follow him. If the Empress was alone, at most the 3 of them would have run away, as far as they could go. But it's not impossible to use the flash technique to transfer so many people out at once. But it has never been done before. Afraid of making a mistake and regretting it for the rest of his life, Lin simply stood in front of everyone. Lin's limbs were stretched wildly, and he tried to expand the area of the Xuanwu robe to the largest extent, preparing to take this corpse explosion. At the same time, he did not forget to shout behind him, "Protect your Majesty!" Time does not allow me to say more and more complex commands. Anyway, it's just 4 words. This group of guard knights whose duty is to protect the Emperor naturally knows what to do. But knowing is one thing. Not knowing in time is another. Before most people could react, the beauty lamp exploded gorgeously. The explosion range is not large. But the most vicious thing about the corpse explosion technique is the acid cloud that comes after the explosion. Skin will fester if it gets on it, and metal will rust if it gets on it. Needless to say, the 2 key figures, Alegria and Calamus, are right behind Lin, where they have the most extensive protection. The Empress's guards came in fully armed, so they remembered to raise their shields and block them in front of them. Although the shield wall was not perfect, the power of the explosion and the acid cloud were blocked by the autonomous protection of Xuanwu robe. They only showed their loyalty, but had no actual effect. The most tragic thing was the nobles surrounding him who thought they were watching a show. The high-status nobles were all concentrated near the stage. In other words, the people next to the door of the banquet hall are actually relatively marginal nobles, who cannot squeeze into the core area. In addition, Lin's Xuanwu robe blocked most of the power in one direction. Then under the action of action force and reaction force, the power of corpse explosion will be dispersed in a direction outside the forest, slightly expanding the original scope of influence. He hit this group of young nobles, who didn't realize that they should run away. In addition to the power of corpse explosion, it also has the effect of acid cloud. In an instant, the surrounding area fell. If you are lucky, you can still moan. But if you are unlucky, you will lose your breath. Faced with such a trick, Lin couldn't help but loudly reprimanded Prince Behar, saying, "You can't be the emperor. But you are so cruel. If you become the emperor, you can't imagine what the empire will become. Some people really think that the empire will become the emperor. Is it a good thing to leave it in the hands of such a person?" Directly questioning the other party's qualifications to be emperor is definitely a pain in Prince Behar's feet. This child may have learned a lot of things, but he has not yet learned the composure that he would not have at this age. He shouted on the spot, "Catch them all. Catch them all. I want to make him a urine bucket and treat him every day." Ping! The armed soldiers, who were originally blocking the stage, moved forward in unison. The momentum is very strong, and one step at a time is like a solid wall pushing forward. Lin didn't want to fight in such a place at all, and shouted to the back, "There are too many people here. We can't move. Don't fight here. Protecting His Majesty back to the palace is the first priority. Let's go! I will cut off the queen." Of course, the knights guarding the empress knew the seriousness of the matter, and without saying a word, the shield formation surrounded them. The largest one among them carried the shield behind his back, holding one in each hand, picked up the empress and Calamus, and rushed out. On the one hand, they are advancing slowly, and on the other hand, they are rushing out. Prince Behar's soldiers wanted to speed up, but the explosion of the corpse explosion technique earlier plunged all the nobles in the banquet hall into chaos. Everyone panicked and fled in all directions, slowing down their progress in disguise, and watching the empress escape. Chapter 1427 Everyone's Thoughts. The reason why the empress and her party were able to leave smoothly was actually because Prince Behar did not try his best to save the life of His Majesty the Emperor. Even if all the guards around the emperor were cleared, the most they could do was capture the empress alive. At present, there is no time to kill the king. But in fact, where the prince didn't care, things gradually became different from what he imagined. The real reason why the heavily armored soldiers on the prince's side couldn't catch up with the empress was because they didn't want to face the magician directly. The incident on Dragon Island may not have reached their ears yet, but among the people who assassinated the magicians in the first two waves, there were also people they knew who had died. There are countless examples of broken families before their eyes. Of course, they don't want to experience such a thing, or bring such a tragic experience to their families. The soldiers did not dare to push away or harm the nobles, who were running randomly and blocking their advancement route. Even if the superior officer issued an order, these nobles were not something they could touch or kill. What if you were really stupid and obeyed orders, and did those things that were not allowed? Regardless of whether the empress was captured in the end or not, everyone knew that when the families of the nobles who died wanted an explanation, they would be pushed out to silence those nobles. In other words, the mess in front of them is a dead end for these soldiers. Even if they disregard the life and death of the nobles and push forward forcefully, the final result will only allow the capture of the empress, rather than the regicide of the emperor, to ascend the throne. Then, in the process of dealing with the aftermath, this group of people will inevitably become bargaining chips and props to appease people's hearts. Or else they will be an explanation to the empress. If the mission fails, you will be reprimanded by the prince, and there may even be other punishments. As for the inability to implement orders and insufficient training, there will of course be some excruciating training afterwards. In comparison, it seems that it would be better to let the mission fail. At least he could save his life in the end, and his life would be a little miserable. At most, he would be expelled. In short, no one believed that the prince would protect himself. Of course, the soldiers did not discuss or connect this kind of thing in advance. Everyone just followed the same rhythm in a tacit understanding and firmly maintained the advancing formation. Even if some people don't understand it at first, they will understand it after being slowed down by the people around them. To be able to join the guards corps and serve as a guard for the royal family, loyalty is the basic requirement, but shrewdness is the most basic quality. Even if they are just low-level soldiers, they can all become non-commissioned officers after being released. Of course, no one is a fool. Compared to the small thoughts of the soldiers, the nobles had other ideas. They never thought about what it was like to watch a play and see people being forced to act on stage, let alone those who even lost their lives. Especially those Grand Dukes who attended the meeting. You must know that the location where they originally stood was the closest to the beauty lamp. if the magician did not cast a spell to displace the beauty lamp, but instead exploded around them, even though he had life-saving magic props on him. What about the children he brought with him? Can they all be safe? Even if they have life-saving magic props to defend themselves. It doesn't mean that these noble people are willing to be bombed. More importantly, they had no prior knowledge of this arrangement. If the magician makes the wrong choice, they will most likely be sent away. Almost all the nobles who stayed by the beauty lamp had expressions so dark that they could drip with ink. Except for the Archduke Frias, the father of Prince Thomas, and a staunch supporter of Prince Behar. His expression was not an expression of irritation that he was also being plotted, but an expression of regret that things were not as expected. No one asked, but they probably guessed that Archduke Frias must be the insider, or even the planner. This made everyone even more angry. Even though everyone is uniting to deal with the emperor now, competition between nobles still exists. If all the Grand Dukes present were really killed by the bomb, they could all imagine what kind of frame-up would follow. Then he coerced all the nobles and raised the flag of rebellion against the emperor. Don't think that your family can benefit from doing this. If the successor cannot be determined, or even who the successor is, it is possible that the family will weaken or even be wiped out in the subsequent changes. As for the little nobles who were injured or killed by the bombing, they now hated both the Empress and Prince Behar. They would not foolishly think that if the Empress gave up resistance, the corpse explosion technique would not befall them. One by one, the protagonist of the struggle must be hated. And the person who set up the corpse explosion trap must be hated even more. Therefore, Prince Behar's heroic explosion pushed many small nobles away from their own camp. It means that these little nobles have not been noticed by the prince from the beginning. Even if it's all gone, he probably doesn't care. But those nobles who were not considered to be great nobles, who were not in the area affected by the original beauty lamp, and who were certainly not harmed by the corpse explosion, could not continue to stand in the prince's camp in their hearts, because a certain magician's words reminded them of something. To them, the best emperor would be a mediocre and incompetent man. In this way, the emperor would not torment them. A little better is the kind of person who has no connections or strength, just like the current empress. In this way, everyone still has a way to isolate the emperor from the core of power. But if a tyrant succeeds to the throne, do you expect this child's character to change on his own when he grows up? Those words are used to deceive others, but not yourself. You must know that Prince Behar's current character was the result of the nobles' joint efforts. But it seems that the effect is too much, and it backfires on oneself. Because everyone trusted the host of the banquet, Prince Behar. Everyone came dressed in gorgeous clothes and did not bring armed guards. However, the prince took the initiative to break the rules, only for his own purposes, without caring about the life or death of others. Comparing the actions of the empress side, they mainly avoided the situation and understood that this banquet hall was not a suitable place for fighting. So they didn't counterattack from beginning to end. They just kept defending. This did not make the already messy situation in the banquet hall become uncontrollable. The performance of both parties made everyone's original stance of supporting Prince Behar quietly shift. Of course, it is impossible to switch to the Empress camp, but everyone no longer trusts and supports Prince Behar. It can be said that this banquet, on the surface, was a loss of face for the Empress, adding to Saint Allegria's deeds on the pillar of shame. But in fact, the person who lost face and dignity was probably the prince who coveted the emperor's throne. All this is actually not a magician's calculation. It just happened suddenly. So he just made the choice he would make according to his own habits. It's just that the concessions and evasions that have been criticized in the past have produced unexpected results this time. However, someone did not realize what good thing he had done, and his whole mind was still focused on the Empress retreat. Of all types of battles or wars, retreat warfare is the most difficult one to fight. How to reduce losses, break away from the battlefield, and block pursuing troops? It can be said that there is no standard answer, and we can only act according to circumstances. The moment they left the big house, the knights guarding the Empress blew a dragon flute. This is a slender, sharp whistle that can emit a high-frequency sound that only dragons or dragons can hear. At best, humans feel their ears are a bit harsh and uncomfortable. This was to call the Dragoon Corps to come to support. At the same time, someone among the Empress's guards fired a firework into the sky. In addition to calling for reinforcements, they also asked the people driving the carriages to come over as soon as possible. The actions of boarding and evacuating the bus were very smooth, because no one seriously blocked it at all. This surprised Lin and made him feel lucky. He is not a murderous person in nature. Although he has been living in the Lost Land until now, he does not feel guilty for taking lives. But it does not mean that he takes pleasure in killing people. Killing is not a pleasant thing. The Empress, who was brought out under her arms, and her close friends were thrown into the Emperor's carriage by the tall and strong guard. Lin followed the car shamelessly, and the knights guarding him didn't stop him in the slightest. In urgent matters, the knights also need the magical robes of the magician to become the shield of His Majesty the Emperor. After getting in the car, Lin not only helped carry and fix the body of Acaris, but also took care of the Empress. Who knows whether Prince Behar's people will suddenly have a seizure and change from a pretentious posture to a real killing. There are many such things in the art of war that I know. First let down their guard, then attack and kill them in one fell swoop. If he stayed away from the Empress, something like what happened with the corpse explosion technique just happened again, and he might not be able to save people in time. So Lin insisted on getting on the same carriage. It's completely uneasy to let this Empress stay far away from her eyes. In the carriage, the dead silence was quickly broken by the guarding knights from outside. One of them patted the window of the Emperor's carriage and asked inside, "Your Majesty, the support of the dragoons has arrived. Do you want to leave first on the Flying Dragon?" When Allegria was about to answer, Lin held down the other person's hand and said, "Turn all the way to the temple of the Church of the Three Holy Lights." The Empress didn't understand what someone meant at first, but when she followed Lin's fingers, the pained expression on Acaris made her understand instantly. Then he ordered outside, "Turn to the Temple of Life and find the Archbishop." The Empress's orders were always simple, clear, and unquestionable. Of course, the guard knights had no objection. Perhaps it would be very shameful for a nobleman, even as an emperor, to seek refuge in the temple of a god. But no one can guarantee the return to the palace, and there will be no other ambush. Even returning to the palace from the air is not so safe. The Empire's flying team is not just dragoons. So in the name of saving people, transferring to the temple is a very clever tactical move. At least give them more time to mobilize His Majesty the Emperor's bodyguards. On the carriage, the returning Empress looked at the painful expression of Acaris. She didn't dare to look at a certain magician, so she just asked in a suppressed voice, "Just now? That was a lie. My Lisa was just locked up in a place we don't know yet." Lin thought for a while and said tactfully, "That was the corpse explosion technique in undead magic. I don't think the prince would specifically change the appearance of a corpse to look like Lisa to confuse us. With that little considering the guy's reckless character, he can't do such precise operations. So," Chapter 1428 Determination of Revenge. No matter how tactfully he tried, Lin couldn't insist on finishing his words. He thought of the coquettish little round face in his arms, and the sweet and waxy laughter, which made him unable to calmly face what had happened. Compared to Lin, who had a romantic relationship, Allegria could not accept what happened. Everything has been unsatisfactory since she ascended the throne, without Lisa and Acaris by her side. I am afraid she would have been unable to persevere. Rather than being friends, these two people were more like spiritual sustenance to the Empress. Therefore, Prince Behar's act of hurting the two of them would cause more serious injuries to His Majesty the Emperor than directly hurting the Empress. Therefore, the Empress said angrily with a firm voice, "Do what you said before." Lin was stunned for a moment, then looked into those bloodshot and hateful eyes, and realized what the Empress was saying. The matter was of great importance. Lin asked confirmingly, "Are you talking about the constitutional monarchy? Are you sure? Go to H.L. with the royal family. Go to H.L. with the nobility. If all these groups are filled with people like this, it would be okay to destroy them." Allegria smiled. A particularly shabby smile, understanding that His Majesty the Emperor made the decision out of revenge. Lin had to say one more thing. "If you want to see a big explosion among the nobles, or an angry roar from other people in the royal family, the constitutional monarchy can't do it. To such a result, it is just a slow process, invisibly depriving them of their privileges and transferring worldly power to others. Maybe some people can adapt and hold the same power, but it is certain that more people will be affected. Elimination. This is a strategy that takes a long time to be effective, and there is no way to see results in a short time." The Empress asked, "Is there any way to achieve results in a short time?" Lin shook his head and said, "You are not targeting one person or two people, but the entire empire. If you do not want to completely destroy this country, with the strength you have now, this is the most likely way to achieve your goal. Other methods are impossible to implement even if they are proposed, or they are too difficult and not feasible to implement. Even if there is hope, The results may not be seen in our lifetime. Then do it. No need to doubt. I don't have any hope for this group of noble blood people, the Empress said without hesitation. It feels very much like an impulsive decision. But since it was all said and done, Lin had no reason to stop it. In other words, from the moment those words were spoken by a certain traveler, Lin had the idea of promoting them. Even if the Empress does not make this decision today, he will encourage the Emperor one day in the future. Since you were rushing to make a decision on this day, someone just took the opportunity to change his mood and switch to work mode, and said, if you have decided, then I will help you make appointments with a few people tonight. And the location will be at the Three Holy Lights Church. Well, with the Lord of Justice and the Lord of Life as witnesses, no one dares to cause trouble there, and it is the most suitable place to calm each other's hearts. Alegria was stunned for a moment by this unexpected change. However, the sadness hadn't dissipated yet, and she asked with half interest, do we have to plan this kind of thing now? It's too fast. Give it a few days. I'm not in the mood right now. No, Your Majesty, this is the best time. The man who has been advancing for a long time has done something like this today. You are heartbroken and have decided to make concessions that harm others and do not benefit yourself. This kind of irrational behavior wouldn't convince anyone on a normal day. It would only make people wonder if there was some conspiracy behind it. Don't mention Prince Behar's name. After telling the first reason, Lin noticed that the Empress was slightly moved and quickly added the second reason. Then Calamus needs healing. So it is very reasonable for you to appear in a neutral location, like the Church of the Three Holy Lights. This location allows those guests to decide to meet you privately without excessive rejection. And it can be easily these two great benefits will be gone after today. Today is the only chance. The sad man asked sincerely. Lin knew that the person in front of him was in pain. Maybe he didn't understand how painful it was, but he understood that revenge was the most effective way to divert grief. And it was better than other ways of venting. In my hometown, the rule of law society certainly does not allow people to seek personal revenge, but in Midi, a society where power is above the law, there is no overnight revenge unless it cannot be defeated. In order to prevent Alegria from sinking into the quagmire of sadness, or even being overwhelmed by this negative emotion, someone's idea was to let the Empress focus on this plan to draw out the firepower before those things happened. So Lin said emphatically, to make others believe that there is no other conspiracy behind your push for the establishment of a constitutional monarchy. Showing weakness is the most important part. And today's matter, there is no problem in breaking your will. In this context, it is the best chance to convince. Human, I'm not defeated. A dissatisfied Alegria shouted hysterically. Lin did not retort immediately, but waited for a short while. After the Empress's breathing became more gentle, she said, if you are not defeated, take revenge. Isn't it that you made this determination to avenge what happened today and make everyone pay the price? If you don't take action today, it means letting those people pay the price. The more people feel proud, the more days they will feel sad and unable to vent their emotions. Therefore, it is better to do it sooner rather than later, and it is better to do it quickly rather than slowly. The Empress's emotions were indeed aroused by the word revenge. The originally cloudy eyes gradually regained their composure and bloomed with brilliance. Lin added, perhaps it will take a long time for the nobles to taste the bitter fruits of the reform. But when the Constitution is promulgated, the first person to be harmed will be the group of people who have the opportunity to succeed the Emperor in the future. They will find that even if don't you think it's interesting and relieving for them if their power as Emperor is gone after they successfully ascend the throne? Although someone has overturned what he said before. That is, his conspiracy is slow to take effect. In fact, this is what Lin just remembered. The constitutional monarchy has a completely different impact on the royal family and the nobles. The Empress seemed to be aware of the difference in this aspect. So Lin of course tried to make things more clear and straightforward. This effect will have an immediate impact on those who have ambitions for the throne. In particular, it will tear apart the alliance and friendly relations between those people and the nobles. You don't think that after such a law is enacted, the nobles will still I would pursue someone who has a chance to succeed the Emperor. At best, I won't offend, but the royal family will become irrelevant to the nobles. Thinking of that hateful child's face, which might have been distorted, Alegria felt a little impatient. She clenched her fists tightly, and her nails, which were trimmed short to prepare for battle, dug into her flesh and even bled. The Empress gritted her teeth and said, I understand. You can arrange it. I will cooperate with you. Lin smiled, but there was no sunny and cheerful feeling. but a happy expression of revenge in sight, said, "Don't worry. It's too early to send the invitation letter now. We'll leave later. We need to make some preparations first. At least, I want to let you know what you should pay attention to and understand for the role you are going to play next." After speaking, Lin directly threw the two files to the Empress through the forum window. One is the Constitution, which basically refers to the earliest written constitution in my hometown, which is the first version of the Constitution of Emperor Magnesium, rather than the Magna Carta of Great Eagle, because the latter is basically a feudal class guarantee agreement between lords and kings. Although it has established some basic principles for breaking away from feudal society, it is still a little far from the idea that I want to shape and needs a few more pushes. Magnesium Emperor's constitution cannot be fully used because the progress is too fast. For the time being, it is necessary to retain the aristocracy instead of classifying them all as civilians and depriving them of their privileges. So Lin used his own understanding and ideas to make some modifications based on needs. Even though someone is not a professional lawyer, drafting a constitution seems to be a very high-end and professional matter that cannot be done by ordinary people. But it also depends on the content. It's not like we need to write a comprehensive book of 6 laws to standardize everything. The Constitution is actually a set of general principles and general directions. As long as the words are clear and there are no differences, it is enough for someone to think. And there shouldn't be too much content. Making it too complex and too advanced will be unfavorable to promoting it in an era like Nidi where people's wisdom is still in ignorance. The second document is actually the focus, which is the royal law. It is a law used to limit the imperial power, but also to protect the royal family from being eliminated and to regulate how it operates. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's 4 o'clock. Rights, obligations, scope of application, and inheritance methods. For this part, there is no information to refer to in someone's hometown. So Lin took the time to ask about the 5 existing elven kingdoms, as well as the former Grand Duke of the Guana Empire and the old Grand Duke of Kawe, who he had a relationship with. Of course, we asked these questions in a circumstantial way, rather than telling them all directly. Due to the strict racial nature of the elves, the laws of the Elf Kingdom or the former Elf Empire may not be very detailed, but their high moral habits of law-abiding and self-requirement can still provide many valuable opinions. I would ask the old Grand Duke Kawe to think about how he would view this matter from the standpoint of a noble. The nobles must be made to feel that the Emperor has become insignificant, but cannot be eliminated. These jobs were something Lin did during his boring time in the port of Azores. I just didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Although the amount of information was not large, Alegria was caught off guard by someone who was well prepared. She changed her original sadness and looked at someone suspiciously. Lin was also shocked by such a look and said, "I do have the idea of encouraging you to promote these things. So I made some preparations in my free time. But you don't doubt that I planned this whole thing, right? I don't need to use such drastic measures to convince you. Because whether I do or not do the constitutional monarchy has no direct bearing on me. I'm just like you. I didn't expect those people to break through their limits so quickly. So, conflicts will break out sooner or later. And I'm careless. Is that what you mean?" The Empress seemed to blame herself. But the thoughts behind her words were difficult to understand. And the people who traveled through a certain former fat house didn't know how to answer. Chapter 1429 Invitation. Although in Lost Land, the divine power and the imperial power are not so harmonious. The two parties are not at the level where they will never interact with each other until death. But in fact, the only one who was defensive was the imperial power. The secular Church of Gods is very happy to provide help to emperors, kings, and even nobles, just because doing so will help increase the influence of the gods. So even though it was bedtime, the Empress and her entourage still knocked on the door of the temple of the Church of Three Holy Lights and asked the Archbishop of the Lord of Life to receive him in person. You must know that the status of an archbishop is also a king-level status in a secular country. Although the Empress failed to hold real power, she was a serious imperial emperor who had been crowned for 800 years. If the archbishop did not come forward, it would easily cause problems. But for Alegria now, saving her close friend Calamus is the top priority. And those red tapes don't matter. The severely injured mixed-blood Sea Tribe girl was carried into the prayer room of the Lord of Life under the arms of a powerful guard knight. This prayer room integrates the functions of the diagnosis and treatment room, operating room, rehabilitation room, intensive care unit, etc. of a hospital in the hometown of Yuanzhong. Although the archbishop is a divine messenger, he is also a healer. researching ways to heal injuries and illnesses without the divine grace of the Lord of Life, because doing so will help treat the poor. The grace of the Lord of Life is not cheap at all. However, with the financial support of the Empress, the seriously injured actress was directly bathed in the holy light of divine grace. All the pain on the surface and internal organs are slowed down in the white light and even disappear. But the external injuries can be recovered. But the inner scars are not that simple. At least at this stage. There is no psychological counseling service in Lost Land. Although the unconscious Sea Clan woman no longer had an expression of pain, it was replaced by fear that lingered. There is nothing magic can do about psychological trauma. Maybe belief in gods helps, but there is no such thing as magical magic that takes effect in a short time. Even the Archbishop of Life is powerless against the psychological fear of Calamus. Logically speaking, when the treatment reaches this stage, the person can be taken back to rest. But at the request of the Empress, the group stayed in the Church of Three Holy Lights with some excuse. In name, he was taking care of Chong Pu's condition. But in fact, he was preparing to hold secret talks with the nobles invited by Lin. The Church of Gods generally maintains a neutral position and is impartial in the struggle for power in the secular world. Because of this, the Church of God is also the most suitable venue for multi-party negotiations. In places like the imperial capital where nobles gather, this kind of thing is even more common. The attendants in the temple are very familiar with setting up a secret meeting place and so on. After confirming that Calamus had recovered, Lin left the temple to deliver the invitation letter written by the Empress. The invitation letter was not signed by the name of the invitee. This is quite rude among nobles, but it is also a normal formal invitation. What Lin planned to do was to send secret letters and hold secret meetings. I'm not sure who I can meet. I don't know if I can invite them. With so many uncertainties, there is no need to resort to formal invitations. The first wave of invitations he planned to invite were, in addition to the Grand Duke Frias, who firmly supported Prince Behar, the other 6 Grand Dukes of the Karlsruhe Empire were also invited. Although on the political stage of the empire, there was a duke who formed a camp that was not inferior to other great dukes. Lin still excluded this duke from the first wave of lists, just because although the camp he led was very powerful, the duke himself was not ranked among the Grand Dukes in terms of strength. It could explain a lot of problems. The process of sending invitation letters can be said to be the same, without so many fancy changes. Lin used the flash technique to go straight into the Grand Duke's bedroom or study. To scare these big shots directly is to give them a blow. Then he handed over the unsigned invitation card written by the Empress, and said with a polite but emotionless smile, "My lord, Grand Duke, do you have the guts to listen to the benefits of your Majesty the Empress's visit? Oh, they are here to bring benefits, not to assassinate me." Every Grand Duke will ask such a question. Ha ha. Sir, you are important, but not that important. The only people who are qualified to negotiate directly with the Empress are people with noble status like you. It is not that important because if I really kill you, it will not help the Empress' current predicament. I believe that your family can quickly find a candidate to succeed the Grand Duke and maintain the current situation. Or it may even be worse. Although the content is not pleasant to listen to, the analysis is reasonable and reasonable. Every Archduke who heard it would not argue on this point. The second question they usually ask is, "What is your Majesty going to do?" "Your Majesty, she is frightened and needs supporters to rescue her from fear." "And what kind of person is more suitable than you?" "The Grand Duke?" Lin said bluntly. Some people sneered in response, while others sarcastically said, "Isn't it too late to ask for help now? And what leverage does your Majesty have to impress me?" If someone asked, Lin would answer, "Of course there is. How could it not be possible? She is His Majesty the Emperor, the person with the highest authority in the Karlsruhe Empire. So what? Is it possible that she is willing to share this power?" The Grand Duke replied casually, usually frightened by his own delusions. Some people immediately thought of what kind of bargaining chip the Empress had. Grand Dukes don't waste time asking questions like "is it possible?" They need more evidence to determine the authenticity of this speculation and the true purpose of this invitation. So their next sentence was to ask, "Where to meet?" If the meeting place is too desolate, there is a high chance that the invitation is just a bait for an ambush. In the temple of the Church of Three Holy Lights, the female attendant of the Empress is receiving treatment there. If you choose to meet there, under the eyes of the Lord of Justice, no one will use conspiracy, or use such unsavory methods as assassination. It is not impossible for the Lord of Justice to directly launch a holy war against injustice. So I think the Grand Duke can rest assured Some Grand Dukes who like to find faults may reply like this. The Lord of Justice will not care about such a trick of setting an ambush in my mansion on the way to the temple. Ha ha. Your Excellency. Why bother so much? If His Majesty really wants you to die, wouldn't it be better for me to do it now? No matter he was in the study or the dormitory, the Grand Duke would realize again that his home, and the most private room, had been invaded by the magician in front of him. And no one had noticed yet. If you really want to take action, now is the best time. On the way to the temple, it was impossible for him to go alone. Regardless of whether you bring more or fewer people, you will definitely be safer than you are now. Choosing that time to ambush and assassinate would only increase the difficulty, which is completely meaningless. But even if they figured it out, the Grand Dukes would not give a direct answer. In their eyes, the magician in front of them was just a messenger at best. And he did so in a very rude way. He didn't show off to the other party. He was already very polite. And he still expected to get something from himself. So most of them accepted the invitation card from the Empress. What was not so polite was to ignore the magician waiting aside and act as if he was seeing off a guest. To be polite, he just said, "I understand," and stopped talking. Of course Lin won't care about such trivial matters. As the Grand Duke of the Empire, there are very few people with higher power in the world than him. So it is normal to have such a condescending attitude towards all living beings. But even if it's natural, it doesn't mean someone has to get used to it. After the Grand Dukes accepted the invitation cards, Lin took a few steps back and prepared to leave in a flash. Before leaving, don't forget to say, "My lord, you are not the only guest invited by His Majesty. So please don't be too surprised when you see other people." After saying that, leave in a flash. Because the magician left so quickly, no Grand Duke had time to ask who else the Empress had invited. Therefore, they had already made up their minds. But because of such an uncertain factor, they fell into a dilemma. Go. If you encounter an enemy or an opponent, should you fight or not? When you meet someone you should hide. Do you laugh or not? Are life-threatening emergencies possible? But they were so curious about the bargaining chip that the Empress might propose that they wished they could know the content on the spot. No matter how calm you pretend to be on the outside, it doesn't mean you are really calm. If everything really didn't matter, everyone would still have to fight hard to gain power and strengthen their respective families. It was supposed to be bedtime, or time to deal with the government affairs of their respective territories before going to bed. But now no Grand Duke could sleep. They summoned their trusted guard leaders one after another to make preparations for secret travel at night. As for the trespassing magician, the Grand Dukes tacitly chose to ignore it. Maybe no one saw how the magician came in, but his departure all happened in front of the Grand Duke. That teleportation magic without warning and without preparation can take the magician away quietly, which means that he was in the same situation when he came. To check whether the security measures at home are complete at this time would be to force others into a difficult situation, rather than let too many people know that he has been so embarrassed and take revenge in a big way. It is better to let this matter be forgotten. What people who can reach their status need most is not strength or support from anyone, but a thick-skinned person. They will not foolishly set off according to the time on the invitation card. All traces that may be exposed must be disguised or misled to a certain extent. This is the reason why these nobles live a long life. So most of them choose to set off early and hide near the temple. Just wait until the agreed time arrives before showing up to meet the other invited guests. Maybe we can connect with each other first, and then face the Empress together. This method of unanimously dealing with imperial power is extremely familiar to them, so there is no need to prepare in advance. However, the Grand Dukes all fell into an uneasy mood invariably about who their possible teammates were. Chapter 1430 Secret Constitutional Meeting. When the mystery is revealed, many people will feel that way. This time is no exception. Those who can get the title of Grand Duke are all human beings, as long as the IQ is low. In the environment of the Karlsruhe Empire where meritocracy is selected rather than senior, it is impossible to inherit the family business unless all other heirs die. So when faced with the Empress's invitation, the invited Grand Dukes actually arrived near the temple of the Church of Three Holy Lights early, and arranged the people, ready to see who are the other invitees. Although the real owner was well hidden, the capable people sent out to spy on the news just found out that they were all acquaintances. Everyone has fought against each other publicly and privately, and it is not clear who is the master behind it. Now everyone is here, and there are no new faces around. A group of people simply met and made a summary, then turned around and reported back to their respective masters. Only then did the Grand Dukes realize that those who had been invited were old rivals of the same rank as themselves. Now that the mystery has been revealed, everyone has no intention of dancing according to the Empress's arrangements and directly enters the temple of the Church of Three Holy Lights. A group of people secretly entered through the side door, leaving only one personal guard, while the rest of the entourage was scattered around the temple. Vaguely surrounding the temple, the priest on call quickly led these noble people to the prayer room where the Empress was waiting. This is not a place where Calamus receives medical treatment, but a place where church people actually pray to the gods. The three holy symbols of the Lord of Justice, the Lord of Life, and the Lord of Protection are hung on the altar, except for the last one, which was dim and dull. The other two exuded a faint holy light. Saint Allegria did not kneel in prayer. The pride of the emperor is not allowed to kneel down to any god. But when the Grand Dukes arrived, the Empress looked at the sacred objects of the three gods with a hesitant expression, and the magician who trespassed rudely was standing by. Other than that, there are no other followers. The early arrival of the Grand Dukes did not cause any trouble to the inviters. The Empress did not have a panicked expression as the Grand Dukes imagined. And when they appeared, she knelt down and begged for protection. On the contrary, the Empress still maintained her usual cold demeanor. This can't help but make the Grand Dukes doubt the correctness of the magician's words. Does His Majesty the Emperor really mean to seek peace?
My lords, the meaning of the great magician Gobrish Tripwood is mine. He will discuss it with you in detail here.
After saying the opening words, the Empress looked back at the holy emblem of the god, like it was in silent prayer. With the Empress opening the show, Lin directly asked a few soul-searching questions, asking the masters present to prevent them from talking about their qualifications. If you really want to argue with the nobles, you won't see the end for 3 days and 3 nights. So let's get right to the point, Lin said.
My lords, how long do you think the current political situation can last? All the nobles unite to suppress His Majesty the Emperor until the end? Can the status quo be maintained if another emperor comes to power? Or can it be replaced? Which emperor do you think you are satisfied with? Isn't it because you thought she was qualified enough to be crowned the throne? Why are you not satisfied today?
Grand Duke Mushi, as the leading figure of the hardliners, still said what he would say based on his character.
As long as I live, this situation will not change. Or do you think that with your own efforts, there are ways to turn things around? My lord, I believe you can do what you say. But what about 100 years from now? Even if we don't say 100 years, this generation will all be dead. Each of your lords is older than your majesty. Although the tomb only pretends to be dead. Isn't it? You are just pretending to be an old man. But in terms of your remaining lifespan, your majesty has a chance to live longer than any of you. So will the situation be the same then? Just say what you want to say. And don't ask questions that are just like nonsense.
Grand Duke Oz, although he does not belong to any faction within the empire, the weight of his words is not light at all, because he has maintained a state of war with the Hater Empire for a long time. His style of acting is quite bright, and he does not like long-winded and hidden speech methods.
If there is a way to make the current situation a regular practice and continue it for a long time, and the so-called long-term means that no matter who the emperor is, your family has been passed down for several generations, and political affairs are still dominated by the nobles, the emperor is far away from the power of governance. Just as a symbol of the empire, would you please support your majesty? Especially to keep her away from things like today,
the most knowledgeable Archduke of Parma said.
It sounds like the Republican Parliament that existed in the Elven Empire a long time ago. If this is the case, then why do we support an emperor?
Lin praised the other party and said,
Sir, you are indeed knowledgeable about the past and the present. This is very good. But you don't know why the Elf Empire was not transformed into an Elf Republic during the period when there was no emperor. The Republic Council lasted for a period of time, and then it was restored. There will be several generations of emperors. After several generations of emperors, it will become dominated by the Republican Council. In this way, the Elven Empire went through a period of time in the Ancient Dynasty era, the Golden Age, and the Silver Age, and finally fell apart. Why? This is how history is recorded. And this is how things change. There are so many reasons to explain,
said the Grand Duke of Piacenza, who belonged to the same camp as the Grand Duke of Parma and was still in a leadership position. With this explanation, even the Archduke of Parma, who was his younger brother, sighed and was too lazy to criticize. Of course, Lin was even less likely to accept such a brainless explanation, and said,
Whether you are a human or an elf, Laziness is a trait that exists in your personality. When you are in a Republican parliamentary system, as long as a strongman comes out and solves most of the problems for most people, then everyone will be happy to use their power, put it in his hands so that he can deal with more problems. And eventually this person will become the emperor. A person who combines all the powers in one person. No, it goes back and forth. If your lords plan to eliminate the emperor and restore the old Republican parliamentary system, are you expecting that one day I will be the emperor? You know that under such a system, it is easy to fall from the altar. The dead clan will be destroyed. Even if it is not completely destroyed, it will still be seriously injured. How many times can your family survive? So, what are you going to do?
Duke Infanta, one of the two great dukes in charge of maritime affairs in the empire, knows more about things on Dragon Island than others, so his attitude is more cautious. I don't want to mess with this magician who can face the dragon god at all.
It's true that it is still the parliament, but the parliament supports the emperor, and the parliament performs the responsibility of governing on the emperor's behalf. If this is implemented as a routine, even if a strongman appears in the parliament, he will not be able to establish himself as emperor or replace him, because supporting and loyal to the emperor is a big deal.
The premise. As a rational member of the hardliners, Grand Duke Montezuma said,
You speak very nicely, but how can you ensure that His Majesty's successor will admit such a thing? If you cannot do this, then what you said before will not last long.
Continuation is a joke.
Lin smiled and asked an irrelevant question.
Said, You adults can play chess. No matter what kind of chess it is. What do you think is the most important thing in playing chess? Intelligence? Chess records? Guidance by famous teachers? In fact, none of them. A kind of chess can be accepted by most people, and can be accepted by most people. The most important thing in studying the method of victory is a common and unchangeable rule. What we have to do is not to support the emperor or Saint Allegria, but to support this set of rules.
While speaking, Lin displayed the content of the constitution he had prepared on the water mirror screen, enlarging it for the nobles to watch. There are a lot of words, but it's not a history-level tome, and it can be scanned in a short time. The Grand Dukes naturally know that the content of this text titled Constitution should be the focus of today. Even if I didn't study the content carefully and judge the pros and cons, I still skimmed it briefly to give myself some idea. At the beginning of the content, it first explains the powers possessed by human beings, the methods of election and being elected, and also involves the composition of parliament, and then the legislative power, executive power, and judicial power. The final focus is on the legal status of the Constitution and the ratification process. In particular, the ratification process emphasizes that the Parliament supports the Constitution and swears allegiance to the Emperor and fulfills its duties for the Empire, so that the Constitution can be effective. It can be said that once someone tries to depose the Emperor, the Constitution will be abolished as well, and the two will be tied together. After reading it once, the Grand Dukes turned back to look at the part they were most concerned about, which was the composition of the Parliament. The Parliament is divided into upper and lower chambers. The upper chamber is composed of nobles, and all those who hold titles are ex officio members. The members of the lower assembly are elected by the people in various places and are re-elected regularly to form a cabinet to govern. Members of the lower assembly elect members of the upper assembly to form a cabinet, who then appoints the remaining ministers. The term of office of the cabinet is reappointed following the re-election of the lower parliament. It can be said that this minister, like the former imperial prime minister, holds the power to govern the empire. The difference between the two is that the imperial prime minister is appointed by the emperor. Basically, who the emperor wants to appoint depends entirely on the emperor's mood. The cabinet ministers are elected by members of the lower parliament and appointed unconditionally by the emperor. Why is there a lower parliament? And what about this term? Asked the Grand Duke of Oz. In fact, this is also the issue that other Grand Dukes are most concerned about. Lin still asked a rhetorical question, but this time he didn't go off topic. Then what do you think? Sir, how should Gokue be born? Let the most powerful person serve. Grand Duke Mushi said decisively. Yes, that's the truth. But what kind of person is considered the most powerful? And will this person who is considered powerful be recognized by others? Just like now, who do several adults think is the most powerful? To serve as the minister? Lin asked with a smile. The current Karlsruhe Empire does not have the position of imperial chancellor. Basically,
The positions of ruling ministers are divided among the great nobles of each camp. To put it simply, although everyone is now united to deal with the emperor, no one is convinced by anyone. That's why the nobles are divided into 5 camps. Because this is the current situation of the empire. Chapter 1431 The Origin of Noble Power. Before the other Grand Dukes could put forward their opinions, Lin took over the conversation again and said,
"Don't talk about dividing it into 5 seats like now. Everyone can just discuss who will sit. Even if there are more seats, isn't there anyone who is dissatisfied? Even if there are really so many positions available, and everyone is arranged. And some people want to worry about why others are higher than me, not why I am higher than others. In short, there is no end to your greed. I think there must be some unknown bitterness in it."
Grand Duke Montezuma did not defend or solve the problem raised by a certain magician, but asked directly,
"Then how do you think you should evaluate the strength of a noble? Money? No. A noble who can spend money but cannot save money does not mean that he is poor in strength. It may just be less stingy, even if it is not a simple calculation of the number of coins. Some places where the money is spent cannot be disclosed, and naturally it cannot be converted as capital. It is included in the calculation of noble wealth. So money is not suitable as a criterion."
Lin himself came up with an idea, but rejected it himself. Save these nobles from thinking wildly and establish a preconceived concept for themselves. He continued,
"Land? In fact, this is not very suitable. Some land is fertile, some is barren, some has mines under it, and some has nothing but yellow sand. Under these differences, the value of the nobility is it is not appropriate to judge by land."
Some people will say that using the area of cultivated land as a criterion, food is the most important. That is right. But it is wrong. Food is important. But even if those wealthy businessmen do not farm, and do not have any cultivated land to their names, their strength is weak. Is it? I don't think so.
Military strength? For those who propose using this as a standard, my lords, please treat this guy as a person with bad intentions and deal with him directly. Such a talent does not deserve to live in the world at all."
Lin asked and answered his own questions this time, but it made a certain elder feel annoyed. The Grand Duke of Persenza said,
"When it comes to judging by military strength, no one can be wrong. The ultimate expression of all strength is the army in hand. If a weak person dares to override the strong, then the army in his hand will be destroyed."
"It's just a decoration,"
Lin replied.
"What if someone resorts to militarism? What if someone pulls in a group of farmers to fill the scene? What should we do with the system of registering and receiving military pay? Local army, Orthodox army and ace army. These different levels, how do we calculate the strength of the nobles? Can we really solve it this way? Don't stay with the emperor just to get a small messenger. Just fight and beat the others to pieces. Once you've conquered them all, you can become the emperor yourself."
When all the great dukes heard this, there was nothing wrong with this. If military strength is to be used as an indicator, not many people will be convinced if they don't get involved in a fight. Even in the empire itself, no one thinks that the several legions are inferior to each other. At most, they are just different in the direction of their expertise. For example, dragoons can fly, wolf cavalry is good at raids, horse cavalry is good at running, and sheep cavalry is good at mountain combat. It's just the military achievements accumulated over generations that gave them first, second, and third place. But in a confrontation, victory or defeat depends on many factors, and it is not just about who wins. So military strength doesn't really seem appropriate." Lin dismissed several general indicators once, then changed the topic and said,
"In fact, the indicators to judge the strength of the nobility should be considered from the root of the power of the nobility." "The source of power?"
Grand Duke Mushi, who was still outspoken, repeated in confusion. Lin explained,
"The reason why a noble is that he rules a group of people and promises to protect them. He is also wise and fair enough to act as an arbiter when disputes arise. Things like land, wealth, and military power are all it comes from these people. The larger the population, the more wealth it can bring to the nobles. The population must be large enough to not only develop the territory, but also organize an army. Some people may think that you need land to support it, but in fact, this idea is limited by the current situation. If I have wealth and an army, it is not convenient to grab a piece of land. If I don't have enough troops, I can keep it for generations. It's the land that came down. So, population is the source of all the power of the nobility." The distinction between aristocrats and commoners was basically based on 2 arguments in my hometown in Europe in the old days.
One is the divine right of kings, and the other is the theory of noble blood. Lords are appointed by the king, and the king is recognized by the only God. Therefore, nobles and commoners are different creatures, and the former is much nobler. They don't drink the same water. They don't eat the same things. They don't even poop together. However, in the Lost Land, the divine right of kings is completely unacceptable, because there are real gods in the Lost Land. In other words, the god of Lost Land is not as unreachable as the god of his hometown. Even if the noble lords of Lost Land can accept having a king and a god above their heads, when the two conflict, who will they listen to? The so-called, "there is no 2 days in the sky," is not an arrogant statement, but a practical need. Even though my hometown is Hyundai and I work in a company, I have 2 direct bosses, and I have to listen to everyone. When one of them wants to go east and the other wants to go west, it will be damned if this work can be done. Not to mention that you have become a king or emperor. How can you accept that there are other beings above you who can command you? As for the theory of noble blood, we may be able to talk about it in other places in Lost Land, but in the Karlsruhe Empire, this argument was very weak and could not withstand challenge. Because behind the selection of merit rather than seniority in the succession of the Karlsruhe Empire was the idea that the most capable would rise to the top. Everyone's blood is red. No one is golden. Even if the starting point is high, it does not mean that the achievements will be high. If you don't have the ability, it is only natural that you will be replaced by someone who has the ability. Even lords with serious titles have been replaced by unrelated people in the history of the empire. Some are extinct and are inherited by others. Some of them were really so hacked up that they couldn't keep their titles, so they could only deprive them of their titles and hand them over to others. If you don't do that, if you don't talk about people's grievances, you may even be in danger. The folk customs of the Karlsruhe Empire are so fierce. This is also why a certain group of great transmigration people will try to establish a constitution in this empire and promote the process of legalization, because the Karlsruhe Empire already has suitable soil. There are also such signs. Even if you don't do it, the empire will face changes within 100 or 200 years, and all it takes is an opportunity. So, this is a matter of smooth flow. Only a time traveler who is afraid of trouble would want to try and see what it feels like to be a promoter of this kind of history. Of course, the Grand Dukes in front of them are not people who will accept everything others say without any conditions. The Grand Duke of Persenza said at this time, "This is the reason why you think it is necessary to form a lower assembly. A certain number of people elects a representative, and then the more representatives, the more advantages they will have when voting. If so, wouldn't it be nice if each noble represented the number of people in his territory? When voting, that's how many people he represents." Without directly refuting such an opinion, Lin raised a question. If this method is used to allow the lords of the territory to directly represent the population under their jurisdiction, then cities such as New Cane City, Sawney City, and Hurricane Bay can nominally they all belong to the direct jurisdiction of the emperor. There are also many cities where nobles gather and prosper due to trade. All of them belong to the emperor, or to some lucky lord who only has a title. Okay? Now it was the turn of the Grand Dukes to stop talking and silently calculate an account, excluding those secondary titles. Among all the nobles in the empire, the noble with the largest territory, the largest population, and the strongest strength is the emperor. If the secondary titles that were in theft are taken into account, there are quite a lot of big cities in the territory directly under the emperor's jurisdiction. The current situation of these big cities is not what the emperor said. In the city, big and small forces are intertwined, and there are few big nobles who don't fly their flags. Perhaps taxes and labor belong to the emperor in name, but were actually in the hands of the imperial finance minister, but which nobleman did not profit from them. According to the method of territorial ownership, its lord can represent the population of the territory. Wouldn't this be giving everything in one's pocket to the emperor for nothing? No one can agree to this stupid method. If a certain population is used to select parliamentary representatives, it also means that the nobles can not only have the number of representatives in their own territory, but also win over these parliamentary representatives who are in the ambiguous zone. Some people even thought about whether there was a way to reach out to the territories of other nobles and win over the MPs in those disputed areas. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the solution proposed by the magician in front of him is to open up a new battlefield for nobles like them. But this battlefield is virgin territory that no one has explored yet, which means there is a lot to be done. If it works well, it can also expand its political influence without involving the taboo of territorial disputes between nobles. with such benefits and challenges. Who wouldn't be willing to try it? The great Duke, who had a good mind, figured it out in a few moments. Even those who usually act stupid in front of outsiders understand the twists and turns involved. It can be said that this method not only allowed them to legally share the emperor's power, but also provided an opportunity to expand their influence. Even if some people don't think of this level for a while, they don't reject this method in their hearts. However, the expressions and acting skills of the Grand Dukes were still well trained, and Lin Bianxian could not tell their inner thoughts from their performances, unless you bring out the Hagiri cheat device and read their minds. But instead of doing that, he threw out something else. Just like the Constitution, the text is displayed on a magnified water mirror screen so that several Grand Dukes can clearly see it. The Grand Dukes initially thought it was a document like a constitution, but upon closer inspection, the title reads Imperial Law, and the content also revolves around some of the privileges and norms of the emperor and his family. Everyone looked at it with frowns and confusion. Chapter 1432 Disposal of Opponents. Royal law has more content and involves more details. For example, the responsibilities of the royal family, the scope that is not allowed to be involved, the privileges that can be enjoyed, etc., are all clearly stated in a positive list. Where there is no explicit stipulation, it is stated clearly in the preface that even the emperor must abide by the laws formulated without violating the constitution. There is not much new idea in the ordering of inheritance rights. It is still the same old method, based on relative and chronological order. However, the most important thing, and the one that may cause the most controversy, is that the scope of application of the royal family law is limited to the emperor's third-degree relatives. The rest of the people, those who have received knighthoods, are regarded as nobles. The only difference from ordinary nobles is that they have one more emperor's inheritance rights. It can be said that a law draws a frame around the royal family. It seems that the power is restricted, but the power possessed within the frame has also become inviolable, at least compared to the current situation of the empress. If the royal law can be enacted, she can break free from the obstruction of the imperial nobles. Grand Duke Muxi first sneered and said, "There is a royal law. Why don't you just make a set of noble laws?" Faced with the doubts of the Grand Dukes, Lin smiled and said, "Didn't I say that your majesty has come to several adults this time to seek shelter and help, while his majesty promised not to interfere in political affairs and hand over power? This, the royal law, is a guarantee for your majesty. If you don't agree with the royal law, there is no need to implement the constitution, and everyone will break up." After clapping his hands, he spread his hands, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Then he said, "As for the law of nobility, the legislative power has been handed over to the parliament. You can discuss it yourself and make it yourself, as long as you can get the consent of the majority. No matter what kind of law it is, everyone in the empire should compliance. This is the meaning of the existence of the law, and the constitution is the bottom line of everything." Lin's tone changed, and he adopted a tentative tone. "My lords, you don't mind. The rights and obligations you should have as a noble are determined by your majesty." This is another thing that cannot be ignored. For things like power, the bigger the better. Of course, for things like obligations, the less, the better. How can it be decided by others when it concerns one's own interests? And then one has no involvement at all. Therefore, at this time, the Grand Duke inevitably looked at Grand Duke Muxi, who had been saying wrong things and giving reasons for his remarks, with a look of disgust. If the other person took those words seriously and changed things, how much profit would he lose that the other person had given away for free? It's just that for the latter, it's difficult for others except himself to judge whether this is a show or true. Anyway, Grand Duke Muxi is thick-skinned and doesn't care about other people's eyes. Not only did he swallow back what he had said before, he continued to speak like a normal person. "We can just take care of the nobles' matters ourselves, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just that you came up with this method. If you want to implement it smoothly, it's not just us who need to agree. How do you plan to solve the problem for the other group of people?" Grand Duke Muxi refers to a special group of nobles. That is, those nobles with royal blood. The introduction of the royal law has obviously harmed the interests of this group of people. You must know that before this, although they were also part of the nobility, because they were qualified to succeed the emperor, they were invisibly superior to others in the aristocratic group. In terms of behavior, they are also assumed to have some privileges of the emperor, and some can even perform the duties of the emperor on their behalf. Now that it has been cut across the board, except for the emperor's inheritance rights,
They are excluded from the royal family law, which means that they are no longer recognized as a part of the royal family. Who would be convinced by such a cut? But this time, before the magician could think of a word, the empress, who had remained silent and did not even look in the direction of the negotiation meeting, opened her mouth and said,
"This problem is what you have to find a way to solve.
Don't you think that there will be a second emperor who will do what I am planning to do now? Even if there is, think about the price you and I have paid to have the next chance. Lighter or heavier?"
The resentment and threats in the words were clear and understandable. But no one felt uncomfortable. Because the Empress has the attitude she has today because they forced her to do so. Therefore, they changed the subject with appreciation for the Empress's rudeness and gaffe. Grand Duke Oz asked directly,
"So, magician, how do you want us to cooperate with these things?"
The Grand Dukes no longer asked whether the content could be modified, nor did they dwell on the details of the text. As for directly deposing the Emperor and dragging the other party to the same noble status as himself, he has never even thought about it. In addition to what the magician said about the shortcomings of the Republic and the Emperor taking turns, they also had to consider that the Empress would recklessly accuse them of rebellion. Deposing an Emperor and evading an Emperor's power are matters at different levels and cannot be compared. Once rebellion is defined as a fact, there are only two outcomes. Either there was an endless civil war, with the Emperor fighting against the nobles, or among the nobles, or the Emperor took the opportunity to concentrate power. No matter which one it is not the result that the Grand Dukes want. Therefore, it seems that following the magician's proposal is the most beneficial to all parties, and the fastest way to achieve the goal. And they know very well that once this set of laws is promulgated,
it will be like a river flowing into the sea, and its momentum will be unstoppable. It's like the magician in front of me is the bank promoted by the goddess of gold coins. Even though there are advantages and disadvantages, as long as the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, and it meets people's needs rather than being dispensable, it will be quickly accepted by everyone. If you want to stop such a trend, you have to pay double the price. The question is, why block? The Grand Dukes learned about these two laws tonight, and wished they could promulgate them directly to the entire empire tomorrow, and take over the power they had already seized from the Emperor in an open and just manner. But this kind of thing is impossible even if you think about it. The identity of this magician from another world has long been an open secret. If you can't destroy it or use it for your own use, then relying on the other party's wisdom is a good choice. It's like Her Majesty the Empress. When something happens at night, she comes up with a solution that looks very feasible in the middle of the night. If it were not the work of that magician, we would have lamented that the Empress was so scheming that she could even use her close friends to manipulate all the nobles. However, what kind of person this Majesty is, everyone has already known clearly what kind of person he has been with during the past 10 years. Since it was the work of a magician, the Grand Dukes believed that the other party would have a plan to implement it. Instead of drawing a big pie and not giving anything else, everyone has to find a way to make the pie themselves. This is not about blind confidence in the magician in front of him. But the other party only drew a cake. And if others could figure it out on their own, the great nobles present would be even more eager to do so, because they have the opportunity to do something about it. As long as they have the opportunity, they can capture more profits. So the smartest way for this magician is to arrange everything properly. Even if it doesn't work, there should be a general direction for everyone to follow. As for Grand Duke Oz's problem, it is not so much that he is troubled by the implementation of the plan, but rather that it means testing the magician. See if the other person understands the key points involved, or if they just know how to draw cakes. Success depends entirely on luck. Lin didn't feel angry at being made things difficult or being tested. The magician, who did not think too much like the nobles, said directly,
"The first step is not difficult to say, but you have tried your best to prevent it before. That is to conduct a census and establish a household registration system."
How many people are in a noble's territory is a question that everyone is curious about. But just like the wealth and military power of the nobles, it is a secret that cannot be disclosed. If others want to know, they can only make insinuations. So before today, nobles would find ways to resist this kind of thing, or lie about some false numbers that seemed reasonable. But if we want to elect representatives based on the number of people, it is absolutely impossible to continue to falsify the population number. The most important thing is that this kind of thing is bound to be supervised by other nobles, because no one wants others to cheat and increase the number of parliamentary representatives, and others don't want to cheat themselves. The end result is that no one can cheat. After the census, the household registration system was established to ensure that a person would not travel to multiple places, and increase the non-existent book population in certain places of residence. These two things must be completed as soon as possible before the next step can be taken, which is to elect members of the lower parliament. If there is a civilian who is popular or willing to become a representative of the region, and no one competes with him, he will be elected as a parliamentary representative. If there are many people who are willing, it must be elected through elections. The election methods are also written into the Constitution. Basically, there are three principles: anonymous, one person, one vote, and the one with the most votes wins. Lin didn't take the time to formulate various details including elections. In the Lost Land, it is impossible to be completely fair and impartial, because under the social concept of respecting strength, everyone's concept of law-abiding is too weak. Moreover, in the early stages of system change, it is even more impossible to get things done in one go. At this stage, things are particularly taboo and complex, which can cause frustration and even rejection. As for the issue of how many people can elect a parliamentary representative, Lin originally thought that this would be the focus of the debate among the Grand Dukes. As a result, everyone will follow what I write. That is, one representative is elected for every 10,000 people. However, in some areas where Homo sapiens gather, the population in the area is less than 10,000. However, as long as there are more than 2,000, a representative can be elected. In large gathering places, the numbers after 10,000 people are also comparable. That is, if the number is less than 2,000 people, it will be regarded as non-existent. If it is more than 2,000 people, one more representative will be added. On the contrary, what kind of person can obtain citizenship with the right to vote and be elected? The Grand Dukes argued endlessly about this. Some people wish that even babies had such power, so as to increase the number of representatives that can be elected in their territory. But later I discovered that under the principle of equal treatment by the law, if I increased, others would also increase. After going back and forth, I still didn't become more dominant, so I just stopped. When everyone came to a preliminary consensus, it was already dark. Chapter 1433: The Rushing Trend. Originally, Lin thought that the Grand Dukes were anxious to legally distribute the power in the hands of the Emperor. So after learning about the contents of the Constitution and the conditions given by the Empress, they would immediately announce the relevant matters and start implementing them. Overcome all obstacles with an unquestionable attitude. In fact, these cunning nobles once again taught a certain time-traveling crowd a lesson. They unanimously requested that the relevant content be postponed for 3 days. And during these 3 days, they used it to snatch people. Needless to say, the agricultural population in their respective territories can be settled and registered directly. Farmers are tied to the land and are the least controversial group. The same situation applies to nobles with fiefdoms. Whoever's fief is located where is bound to the land. There is nothing to say. If you still dare to refuse, the ownership of the land can be reconsidered. The focus is on 3 categories of people: craftsmen, merchants, and families of nobles. Movement of craftsmen occurs relatively rarely. But there was a situation where a certain area itself lacked a certain type of craftsman, so the Lord would hire them from outside. Such people may settle down there, or they may return to their original environment after teaching qualified apprentices. The Grand Dukes wanted to find a way to allow these craftsmen staying in their territories to settle directly and become a settled population. Businessmen are the group of people who are the best at running around. Whenever a chamber of commerce has its roots in its own territory, but its members go out to do business, the Grand Dukes will directly issue an order. Even if those people do not come back, they must be allowed to settle in the base of the Chamber of Commerce through an agent. Of course, they are not allowed to register in other places. As for the laborers and long-term mercenaries hired by the Chamber of Commerce, as long as they meet the qualifications to become citizens, semi-force means are used to allow them to stay and settle down. For a time, these most politically sensitive businessmen were panicked, knowing that the political situation of the empire was about to undergo major changes. But how it changed, they had no idea. In comparison, although the actions of the Grand Dukes in their respective territories are of a coercive nature, there are no obvious disadvantages in choosing to settle there. On the contrary, if you do not settle down, you will face difficulties from the Lord. Therefore, they followed the Lord's orders with the attitude of doing more than doing less. You know, if it is a small noble in the empire, some wealthy businessmen have the ability to suppress the other party. But whether the will behind the nobles, who have made big moves in the past few days, comes from one of the 6 Grand Dukes, or the Empress, who follows suit, no matter how powerful the wealthy businessmen are. They cannot afford to offend them. So they had no choice but to cooperate. The most troublesome part is the family members of the nobles. Unlike their knighted family heads, noble family members are not bound by fiefdoms. As long as you can afford the local cost of living, you can live anywhere you want. In the Karlsruhe Empire, as long as they were noble children from wealthy families, they would move to big cities. In addition to convenience, it is also to get a share of the profit pie of big cities. So they must have people with weight to take charge. The person sitting in charge can also be a noble himself. And the territory can be entrusted to a steward or a consul appointed to manage the territory. But in most cases, the adult family members are still responsible. Such people are likely to live in these big cities for a long time, far away from the family territory. These people cannot be generalized. And they were all captured and settled in their respective territories, because they also need to ensure their influence in these big cities, and even have a seat among the parliamentary representatives that can be elected by these cities. So how do people arrange the scheduling becomes a problem. The next step is to calculate the population of each gathering place in the territory. If there is a small town that is close to the threshold of 2,000 people, find a way to increase the population and cross the population threshold where representatives can be elected. This is not a long enough window. Otherwise, Lin believes that someone will be crazy enough to break up certain towns with larger populations. Fortunately, there is no time to build a new house in a short period of time, and it is not possible to find a suitable place to build a new town. Otherwise, the policies implemented by someone with good intentions as the starting point may be turned into a bad policy by these nobles that wastes people and money. At this time, Lin understood why in the history of his hometown, those who implemented the New Deal mostly failed. Even people like Wan Lungshi, although they have not yet reached the point of ruin, they are not far behind. In fact, those who execute are very good at maneuvering and can always find places to take advantage of. Then take advantage of the convenience provided by others' implementation of the New Deal and find ways to maximize your own interests. The actions of the 6 Grand Dukes were not secretive at all. After all, it is a matter involving people inside and outside the territory. And there is no way to keep it secret even if you want to. Lin reacted and immediately strongly suggested that the Empress follow suit. And he even offered several strategies. Although the Emperor will be excluded from the ruling circle in the future, and will no longer be involved in it. But the Emperor also has territories. And these territories can also elect representatives. Then those who want to win in the voting battle will inevitably find ways to win over the MPs selected from these Emperor's territories. Therefore, it seems that the Emperor has been excluded from the ruling circle. But the Emperor still has influence. For the current Empress, this is a way for her to regain political influence. The Grand Dukes could see this, but they did not try to block it or exclude the Empress again. It was a big enough concession for an Emperor to give up his power to govern on the surface. Let the other party take back some power, which is not a trouble. The actions of the 6 Grand Dukes and the Empress following suit made the nobles, who had not received the news, bewildered when they watched the show. No one knows why those big shots do what they do. There was the timid noble. Although he didn't understand, he still followed it. Maybe I haven't learned the whole thing, but at least I can understand the census and household registration. The one with the greatest sense of crisis is the Grand Duke of Frias, who is recognized as the strongest among the nobles. He was excluded from the constitutional conclave by a certain magician because he became a great nobleman closest to the Emperor's power through his son's marriage to the Empress. Prince Thomas. Such a person can almost be treated as a quasi-royal member, which means he is very likely to become part of the resistance to the constitution. The other 6 Grand Dukes did not think this reason was excessive at all. And they also recognized the behavior of a certain magician. Instead of strongly demanding that, as a member of the imperial nobility, we should advance and retreat together. In fact, the nastiness between them is no less than the conflict between them and the Empress. And this group of big shots at the same level as him had special actions. And the Empress also followed suit. Of course, Archduke Frias could not just sit back and watch all the changes. While he had no response, he appeased the nobles who were also ignorant and dependent on him, and at the same time sent people to find out the hidden truth behind this. It was already the next day when Archduke Frias received the documents of the Constitution and the Royal Code. Maybe he couldn't get the explanation from a certain time traveler, but he could understand the unmistakable words, and also understood the intentions of other great nobles. Grand Duke Frias's first thought was to think from the standpoint of a child of the royal family. And he must stop this law that emptied the Emperor's power. He may not have the chance to grasp that throne or crown,
but his descendants and family have a chance. If the emperor's power is really gone, what will my efforts so far count? What's even more detestable is that this matter is difficult to operate with two sides. That is to say, while preventing the implementation of the matter, he also secretly carried out the same thing as the other 6 Grand Dukes, because those actions are too difficult to conceal. If the minor nobles who rely on him see the clues, or if his allies in the royal family see through, then his actions of calling out to prevent the implementation of the 2 laws will become a joke in the eyes of others. At best, they operate within their own territory. This also means giving up opportunities in those big cities. The source of everything is that hateful magician. Archduke Frius was not only furious with hatred, but the furnishings in his study also suffered. Eventually, 2 laws were promulgated, but it was not officially promulgated by the Empress 3 days after the secret meeting as planned by the 6 Grand Dukes. Instead, it was spread by Archduke Frius, and with the help of the power of the Forum, in a very short period of time, it spread to all the nobles, wealthy businessmen, and country gentry. In fact, Archduke Frius did not want to do this, because it would allow those who had the opportunity to gain power from it to accelerate and consolidate the implementation of the entire thing. But he had to share it with those who had the opportunity to join the opposition, rather than fight the coming political storm alone. After all, although those royal children were deprived of their inheritance rights, their heirs still had a chance, as long as the Empress still has nothing to do, regardless of the fact that Prince Behar is currently ranked first in the line of succession. Whichever family's child the Empress adopts will mean that the person with the first line of succession will immediately change. So, everyone has a chance. But what Archduke Frius did not realize was that these people were disinherited for their own reasons. Not only are things not done confidentially, but hiring people is also very clumsy. What was supposed to be a secret connection suddenly became a secret known to the whole world. And it's not just the Karlsruhe Empire. The whole world is paying attention. A certain magician, who was on a business trip, received complaints from the old Grand Duke Kawe of the Guana Empire. When the matter can no longer be concealed, Archduke Frius can only change his way of coping no matter how much he hates it. At this time, he planned to delay the change until it was impossible to do anything, and then overturned it in one fell swoop. This can also brand those supporters with the crime of failing to do things well and failing the people, and expel them from the core of the ruling party. Archduke Frius believed that as long as he refused to let go, things would be impossible to move forward, if not for anything else. Just because he, the nobles who depend on him, and the royal family members are the largest force in the empire, and everyone must be afraid of it. No camp is qualified to challenge him. But when the Empress formally promulgated the relevant laws, there were additional implementation methods that she had not discussed with others. Chapter 1434. Strange tricks come out one after another. Faced with the nobles' random playing methods, Lin directly resorted to thunderous methods. Of course, it's not about forcing people to do anything. To force a cow to press its head without drinking water, the first prerequisite is that it must be stronger than the cow in order to press the cow's mouth into the water. If you don't have this strength, you can only think of ways to seduce it. Therefore, one of Lin's strategies to the Empress was to manipulate the implementation schedule of the New Deal. First, the method and time for the election of parliamentary representatives in each region can be arranged after the local population census and household registration are completed. And it is not mandatory for the entire empire to be elected at the same time. As soon as the parliamentary representatives are elected and are appointed by the Lord and recognized by the local people, they can go to New Cane Imperial City to participate in the formation of the lower parliament. Secondly, when more than 70% of the nobles and representatives of the parliament in their territory are present, the lower assembly will officially begin to operate within 1 week after reaching the target. The most important task is to elect the first cabinet minister. Once the Gakue was born, he could formally and legally take over the power once in the hands of the emperor. At this point, the transfer of power is completed. How the empire will move forward next depends entirely on Gakue's will. Simply put, there is no set time point for the implementation of the entire plan. Instead, when the progress is reached, the next stage will automatically start. In order to grasp the greatest power under the emperor, everyone needs to race against time. This is mainly aimed at 2 types of people. One is people who are willing to cooperate with the New Deal, but are trying various ways to gain maximum benefits. If such people are given too much preparation time, they may not be satisfied with just census, household registration, and election of members. They may actually adjust the population to produce as many council members as possible in their territory. If given enough time, A town full of 2,000 people wouldn't be a problem. It is true that the folk customs of the Karlsruhe Empire are fierce. But the reason why the nobles are nobles is that their ability to execute their will is quite impressive. For those squires and wealthy businessmen who are not nobles, they are also happy to cooperate. Imagine electing one councillor from a town of 10,000 people or one councillor from a town of 2,000 people. Which one has a greater chance for them? If a town with a population of 10,000 is divided into 5 towns with a population of 2,000, it means that the number of seats for one council member is increased to 5. If there is a strong family, there is no problem in grabbing a single quota, but when there are 5 quotas, is it possible to grab them all without giving them to others? Therefore, from the standpoint of country gentry and wealthy businessmen, they will definitely cooperate with this evil policy of population allocation. The only ones who suffer are the people at the bottom who are the basis for population calculation. The nobles gave orders, and the gentry carried them out. How could they still have the ability to resist? Lin couldn't even imagine how many families would be destroyed as a result of this forced relocation. The best thing to do is to prevent the nobles from having time to do this kind of population transfer slowly. Don't hold discussions just because the number of members is sufficient. It seems to have no impact on the power of the nobles. But whether it is a political exchange or a cabinet election, if there is no member of a certain noble family in the lower house, it does not mean that he is not involved. Since he didn't participate when the spoils were divided, would anyone remember to keep him a share? Even if you think about it, it's impossible. Another type of people to deal with are those who deliberately undermine the New Deal. Such people will obviously not cooperate with the various measures of the New Deal. The simplest way to oppose them is to do nothing. As long as they do not select any members, it means that there are still opponents or doubters in the empire, and it should not be implemented. According to the past governance methods, the support and opposition parties will start to operate and exchange interests under the table. Both sides slowly make concessions until a plan that satisfies everyone is introduced, and the political affairs can be okay. In other words, the old way of governing was all about 100% consent. If there are such tough opponents, the only option is to appease the opponent, or else drive the opponent out of the ruling circle, either exiled or exiled. In short, there is no room for any noise on the table. But these people obviously have not experienced what is called majority violence. As long as 70% of the members report for duty, the new policy will be launched. As for Grand Duke Frias, plus the power of the royal family except the Empress, and at most some small nobles who are attached to this group of people. According to the estimates of people familiar with the strength of the nobles, this group of people exceeds 20% of the total strength of the empire. But it is far from the total strength of the empire. Less than 30%. In other words, these people are completely uncooperative with the New Deal. But as long as most of the others are present, the lower house can still run smoothly. Archduke Frias, combined with the power of the royal family other than the Empress, can indeed stand out among the others in the empire. Because other people are not monolithic. They each have their own requirements and goals. However, when it came to the discussion of the lower council, it became the royal family besides the Grand Duke Frias and the Empress, with more than 20% of the strength to overpower the more than 70% of others who were willing to participate in the council. The either-or choice has made the camp that opposes the establishment of parliament become a minority. If Archduke Frias still opposes strongly at this time, the cabinet minister elected later can directly label him as a rebel and then suppress it forcefully. No one can say anything wrong. The so-called negotiation also requires sitting at the same table. When someone does not intend to sit at the table and intends to turn over the table, will the people who are already at the negotiating table still be polite to them? So in this carnival of racing against time, some nobles felt like a bank again. Not only is he unable to stop it, but if he pursues too slowly and his interests are seized by others, he is afraid that he will change from a eater to a food on the table. The only person who is sitting firmly is the Empress, who lets the magician control everything. Of course she also has to arrange things in her own territory. But since my direct territory is not large, getting things done is not that troublesome. Secondly, there is no pressure on her to run for cabinet office, and she is not allowed to get involved in governing affairs. Therefore, as long as the Empress elects the representatives of the congressmen in her own territory, she can wait for others to come to negotiate terms and provide benefits. If she wants the support of the congressmen in the Empress' hands, being strong without desire can completely describe the Empress' current state. In addition, there is a magician, the founder of the New Deal in Lost World,
who has experienced various tricks in the world before he traveled. Of course, Lin knows where the trick is. Maybe he has to do it himself. Because his face won't work in a strange place like the Karlsruhe Empire. But as a trader, it is easy to instruct people where to exert force. Everyone is still using the same old methods to target those big cities where dragons and snakes are mixed. That is to support a specific person, give him resources and connections, and let him find supporters on his own. Or perhaps a certain noble scion came forward to personally recruit supporters. Lin used a very similar method. But the core content was completely different. This is based on the Greco Chamber of Commerce and Longqi trade as the entry point, allowing people from the Chamber of Commerce to contact private forces on their own. When the number of supporters exceeds 10,000, they can nominate a representative on their own and run for parliament in the name of the Empress. This is equivalent to joining the Empress camp. Although it seems that people are required to find supporters on their own, the thinking of the nobles is still the same as before. They believe that as long as they put up their own banner, people will naturally look out for them and recommend themselves to join their ranks. And the people who can be named by them are all people who are friendly to these nobles and even have interests entangled with them. If we don't support these own people, how can we support outsiders? But what these old-fashioned aristocrats did not expect was that the people they would select were actually members of the privileged class to some extent. They may have sufficient financial resources and considerable connections, but they may not necessarily win the hearts of the people. So in order to find forces willing to support themselves, how much price do they have to pay in order to get the other party to agree not to compete and instead support themselves? Even if one person can be guaranteed to be elected as a parliamentary representative, how can a second or third person be chosen? Lin's method actually catered to the atmosphere of the Karlsruhe Empire. That is to say, ambitious people integrate and do transactions themselves. The person who stands out also means that he represents to some extent the interest group that supports him. This is a horizontal connection, not a simple acquisition. The relationship between the former will be relatively stable, while the latter may switch to someone else at any time because someone else offers a higher price. Even though the results seem to be the same, monkeys will feel happy or angry because of going around or around. And people will also have different feelings due to different ways of requesting. Besides, there was an unexpected phenomenon that helped Lin a lot when assisting the Empress. That is, Saint Allegria's reputation among the people was unexpectedly good. Perhaps the Empress's power to govern was eclipsed by other nobles, and some even openly showed their contempt. But Allegria was able to rise to the top simply because she made several great contributions and was recognized by everyone. Fortunately, in the past few years, the internal affairs of the Karlsruhe Empire have not reached the point of outrage, so the Empress did not bear the blame. When the banner of Saint Allegria was raised again, compared with the recruitment of other nobles, most people were still willing to join the Empress. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this phenomenon is quite normal. Don't talk about lost places. Let's talk about my hometown before time travel. It's the same job search. Who wouldn't want to find a job in a big company or a public institution? I will enter a small company. If it is not that big companies cannot get in, it is because the treatment offered by small companies is particularly good. If a large company can enter, with similar benefits and similar development prospects, no one would choose a small company. In the same situation, if someone puts himself in his shoes, if he were a citizen of the Karlsruhe Empire, there would be two forces trying to recruit him. One party holds the banner of the emperor, and the other party is just a nobleman. If the conditions are similar, of course, he will embrace the emperor's thick thighs. Because of this, the power of the big cities that the empress could influence grew like a snowball. Not only did the other nobles be stunned, but even the 6 Grand Dukes seemed to have a hint of regret. There is another group that other nobles have never thought of. That is the Church of God. Divine power has always been something the nobles guarded against, fearing that the gods would override them. But this time it is different from the traditional ownership of governing power. Instead, one or even multiple representatives are sent to the parliament. These representatives may not necessarily be able to gather the strength to control the parliament. And of course, they cannot hold the position of minister or minister. But they can at least serve as a bridge between the empire and the Church of the Gods. When the empire intends to make decisions against the church, there are still people in the parliament who can defend the church on behalf of the church or tip off information. Such an initiative not only caused controversy, but also brought a lot of criticism. The summons of the royal council came to a certain magician again. Chapter 1435 Worry. Do you think it's appropriate to go to a church? Before the imperial meeting began, Lin stayed in the emperor's study room and faced the empress question. He is different today than before. Deeply involved in state affairs. Lin has gained the title of consultant. There is no reward. Just some convenience. One of these conveniences is that you don't have to wait outside the palace to be summoned. You can stay in the palace and participate in the imperial meeting as an advisor to the empress. Of course, there are no seats. In fact, before Lin took action, he had explained this issue to the empress. And only after receiving approval did he take any subsequent actions. But this time, the response caused by the nobles was so great that even the great nobles, who supported the formation of the parliament, complained. This was why they once again summoned a certain magician to the royal council. Otherwise, before today, Archduke Frias repeatedly requested to summon the magician Jebrish Tripwood. The intention is of course to ask this magician, who is causing trouble in the empire, to get out, so that the new policies that are out of tune can be calmed down. Such requests were rejected time and again by the empress and other grand dukes. Until this time, the other grand dukes did not help, but just watched indifferently. The weak empress could no longer protect someone, so she had no choice but to let someone come to this place again. Allegria asked again worriedly before the meeting began. Lin Zheng's explanation convinced her, and this was also the reason why she would agree to someone's actions. But when it comes to the introduction of divine power, this has always been a taboo among the nobles. Therefore, in the face of the voice of doubt, the empress could not help but bring up the worries she had put aside. Based on my past experience in life, when faced with continuous bombardment of the same person and the same question, you must never reply with the same answer, because the other party would do this. It didn't mean that the original answer could not completely convince him. He just wanted to hear if there were other answers. And if you keep using the same reply, it will be considered perfunctory, and you will be criticized. If you can't shake your head at this time and walk away, you can only answer in a different way. Lin explained helplessly. The new situation in the future is to find ways to increase people's participation. Only when participation increases, the number of support is likely to increase. Therefore, when dealing with the people, even if the results are not in line with people's demands, we must pretend to be open-minded and listen to other people's opinions and voices. As long as this feeling of respect is achieved, no one will care even if it goes in one ear and out the other. Aren't these people the people of the empire? They don't live in this land. They don't contribute to the affairs of the empire. They are certainly a group of people worthy of being won over. According to your new statement, what did the magician say? The empress asked. Magicians have a black and white agreement with the noble lords. Moreover, they only have another set of rules, rather than enjoying extraterritoriality. In contrast, the people of the church are only unilaterally excluded by the nobles, without any legal basis. At this point, Lin couldn't help but repeat the same old tune. And I have also said that from the perspective of the new structure, even if the church people join, they will only be in the lower council. No matter what they do, they will only have a chance to make a voice. And they cannot be above the cabinet, even if the gods come in person. There is no legal basis for the empire to obey the will of the gods. Not to mention that it is impossible for the gods to surrender and join the lower council. Looking at the empress, who still looked worried, Lin could only comfort her and said, in short, you just need to treat the people of the church as ordinary citizens of the empire. You don't need to be afraid of them like snakes and scorpions. And in terms of practical benefits, with religion as a link, the speed of finding and connecting supporters is very impressive. Isn't it? I think people who have objections to me are just afraid of the speed of building momentum. Afraid of such a speed of connection? Allegria thought carefully about the recent situation and found that the growth rate of his private supporters was indeed much faster than that of other nobles. They couldn't help but feel afraid, so they sighed. It is indeed so, Lin added. And this is still the beginning, and everyone is still adapting. So I don't dare to come up with too many new things. Otherwise, let alone religious quotas, I still want to introduce women's guaranteed quotas and racial guaranteed quotas. That's what it's really like to fight for something big with something small. Guaranteed quota. What is that? Allegria asked in confusion about a new term that suddenly appeared. Lin simply explained. In fact, it is to ensure that minority groups within the empire, because of the dispersed population, cannot have representatives of their own groups in the parliament, are given a guaranteed number of seats. It is still my old idea, which is to give them a channel for speaking, even if it is of no use in the end. Facing the magician's sudden display of worry, Allegria asked, but what? After taking a look at the list of people participating in the imperial meeting,
Lin looked slightly worried and said,
I think this time, the focus is not on religious issues.
The Empress also looked at the compiled list. There are a bunch of names specially highlighted with red pen on it. Many of these people are members of the royal family who are not qualified to participate in politics, regardless of whether they had the right to inherit the throne or were still in the order of succession. All the people appeared.
A few things are making trouble at the same time.
The Empress curled her lips and complained.
The other old guys are not afraid of letting the water go out of control this time, and directly let old man Frias mess up the matter. Everyone is busy in vain. You are sure can you get through this?
The last question was, of course, asked by the Empress to a certain magician. Lin helplessly spread his hands and said,
When I was in the Holy City, although I had dealt with big figures in the Guana Empire, I really didn't have this kind of experience of being targeted. So I don't know what moves the other party will make,
let alone precautions. There is no guarantee of successfully getting through this level. We can only do our best and obey fate.
Hearing such a show of weakness, Alegria showed hesitation and said,
I almost risked everything for this matter. But now you have such a nonchalant attitude. Have you ever considered me? Is this a sign of an explosion? Lin quickly realized his mistake. Perhaps I, as well as those who have been around me for a long time, have become accustomed to the safe style of calculating someone's defeat before calculating their victory. In everything, they pay attention to the spirit of letting him take one step, and it doesn't matter. But for a person who is ambitious and strongly wants to accomplish something, it is not too much to say that he does not want to make progress. Just imagine, I am trying to fight a comeback, but the counselor around me pours a bucket of cold water on myself first, instead of chopping off the dog's head and going out to sacrifice the flag. It is considered to be kind and righteous. This person is not a novice who doesn't understand the world, or who becomes a fool when encountering such problems. So what else can I do? Find a way to coax him. Lin tried to look serious and said,
Your Majesty, if you think about it on the bright side, even if we are forced to have no choice today, it will only be temporary. As long as people still covet power, what we do today will become seeds and be buried in everyone's hearts. And it has become an undercurrent brewing in an unknown place. And it will surely sweep in with greater force one day in the future. Everything we do is meaningful, and will certainly work. It's just that someone's attempt to remedy it didn't work as well as it should have. Alegria leaned on the comfortable couch, waved his hands in a dazed manner, and said, Forget it. Don't worry about what I think. Just think about how to deal with the next thing.
After finishing speaking, the Empress just played with the green fingers of the calamus beside her. For a moment, there was silence in the study. The physical injuries of the mixed-blood Sea Clan woman have long been cured under the influence of divine grace. But the mental wounds are not so easy to heal. Not only did she act startled from time to time, but she also became more silent than before. It means that the pistachio among them is the little round-faced one who could not be saved. Without such a person, the laughter beside the Empress seemed to have disappeared, never to be seen again. In such a situation, a certain time traveler is helpless. If you have been a bitch in the past, it would be easy to be funny and lively, but would being a bitch confuse you into a fat person? Not to mention dealing with women who claim to be different kinds of creatures. This was simply unimaginable before time travel.
So even if someone has a good intention, he is actually powerless. I can only stay quiet and not break the peaceful atmosphere of this moment. After that incident, Alegria would take the calamus with him wherever he went. Even if it is a formal occasion, he will keep her within his sight. Such an action was quite helpful to the Sea Clan woman, who had not yet recovered from her trauma. Of course, Lin couldn't hold his neck and defend forcefully at this time. This only irritates people and makes Calamus panic. Thinking of the night a few days ago, at the Empress's signal, even though she had just stretched out her hand towards Calamus and not touched anyone, she was still so frightened that her whole body shrank. Although this mixed-race beauty still suppressed her emotions and forced herself to accept the man in front of her, Lin was not the kind of person who only focused on solving her own needs. After a little comfort, the night ended. So looking at the tranquility in front of him, Lin didn't want to break it. Nor did he dare to break it. It means that the necromancer who did the corpse explosion has not been found yet. Although Lin can use the flash technique, any confidential location is as if he is in an uninhabited territory. But when you want to find a specific target, you still need to know who the other person is. It is true that he can scare those nobles who think that their situation is quite safe, if he does it mentally or not. But if the other party deliberately hides, and someone has no idea who to look for,
It will be quite difficult to find the undead mage without alerting the enemy. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Lin's recent efforts have been devoted to managing the affairs of the parliamentarian representatives for the Empress, and he has not been able to concentrate on digging out the rats still hiding in the dark. So this thorn in the heart has not been removed, which is probably one of the reasons why everyone is not in a good mood. In this tranquility with different thoughts, it was time for the Imperial meeting to begin. Chapter 1436, the Second Imperial Meeting. It was still the meeting hall, but there were many more people inside than last time. But this time, Lin walked in following the footsteps of the Empress, and received much more attention than last time. However, a certain person, the nominal advisor, did not have a seat, and the seat next to the Empress was also empty. Since the promulgation of the Constitution and royal law, the gap between Prince Thomas and the Queen has become increasingly obvious. Except for the unprecedented divorce, the two of them were almost strangers. After all, the eldest son of the great noble wanted to be the emperor, not just a prince. For this marriage, he even gave up the right to inherit the title of the Grand Duke of Frias, retaining only a few unimportant secondary titles. It can be said that a royal law directly defeated all of Prince Thomas's plans. He can only be happy if he is happy. So now this person doesn't even do anything superficial. He just makes trouble in public to express his inner dissatisfaction. The discord between the Empress and her husband was not news among the nobles. There were already signs that the two of them were playing their own games, and they didn't even cover it up. But in such a formal occasion, the prince was not forced by his father to sit next to the Empress, and the nobles were quite surprised. However, this also clearly showed how deep the dissatisfaction in Archduke Fria's heart was. After all, compared to Prince Thomas's positive attitude, the Grand Duke's eagerness to come in person and stare at the throne every day fell in the eyes of everyone. From the moment he entered the meeting hall, Lin knew that today's show had begun. Judging from the fact that the positions where the nobles sit or stand are very different from the last time, we can see that the camps of the constitutionalists and those opposed to the Constitution are clearly divided. There is no need to recognize anyone. But don't think that Archduke Frias is alone. The members of the royal family sitting next to him can all be regarded as being of the same rank and half a rank, and they hold real power. The arrogance originated from the blood of the emperor. But these royal members are not afraid of the confidence of the nobility of the empire. So even though they don't have any palace duties, and logically they don't have seats, they are still sitting calmly. Although Lin was the designated protagonist of this imperial meeting, his status meant that when he was not named, he could only stand beside and behind the Empress, with the emperor's ministers. In terms of location, it is quite unremarkable. But all the nobles, whether they saw him for the first time or had seen him before, wanted to imprint this man's figure in their minds. Maybe after today, there will be no chance to see this man again. Lin had no way of knowing the meaning behind those glances. But if looks could kill, then he would be riddled with holes by now. Even though the gaze couldn't kill anyone, Lin still felt quite uncomfortable being stared at by these gnawing gazes. Being thick-skinned doesn't mean you don't have feelings. As the Karlsruhe Empire has developed to this day, conferences like the Royal Council also have many ritualistic processes. Following the process can give those who are in it and pursue power a feeling of being in control. But for people who are not interested, it will only make them sleepy. Lin is not surprised that he falls into the latter category. Moreover, someone has not yet mastered the ability to sleep standing up with eyes open. So he can only simulate in his mind how to deal with others later, while enduring this boring drama. Finally, before someone died of boredom, his name was mentioned. Magician Gavrish Tripwood. Archduke Frias' loud voice, like a bell, roared someone's name in a low tone. How dare you come forward and talk to me face to face? This opening was different from what Lin had imagined. The most imaginable situation was to have a debate on the interests of establishing a constitution, and someone would inevitably have to engage in a verbal battle with other scholars. It's just that Lin is very self-aware and knows that he is not Zhuge Liang and does not have that kind of eloquence. So he calculates defeat before calculating victory. But this kind of opening was no different from being choked in person. Lin hesitated for the first time about whether to step forward, but people were already there, and they were still under the gaze of everyone. Now, whether you turn around and leave or use the flash technique to leave, it is a sign of weakness and is detrimental to the affairs you want to promote. Therefore, Lin could only follow the etiquette process, ask the Empress for permission, and then stand out. Arriving at his seat in the field, Lin Xian bowed to the Empress to show respect for the imperial meeting. Facing Grand Duke Frias again,
He nodded and said,
Your Excellency, Grand Duke, I wonder what kind of doubts I can help you clear up.
Lin was preconceived, thinking that he was just here to scold people. In terms of status, it is quite rude to face a Grand Duke with a nod. But he did it anyway. The opening remarks are also neither humble nor arrogant. As if you humbly ask for advice, and I will respond to you mercifully. This means being ready for confrontation from the very beginning. It's just that the next development has nothing to do with Lin's preparations. After getting up, Archduke Frias, who also came to the scene, directly reprimanded,
You treacherous and lying villain! Who sent you here to disrupt the internal affairs of our empire? No matter who is the mastermind behind you today, you can't get rid of the serious crime of rebellion. As one of the Grand Dukes of the Karlsruhe Empire, I will punish you and other villains.
After saying that, with a pop sound, a glove was thrown heavily in front of Lin. Although etiquette and customs vary from place to place, some of the more distinctive actions still have something in common. Just like this. Does this mean a one-on-one challenge? Lin looked at the pot-bellied old nobleman in front of him with a strange expression. Even though he possesses majesty and an air of having been in a position of power for a long time, no matter how you look at it, he is not someone who is used to fighting. Lin therefore said,
Sir, are you serious?
Lin thought to himself that for a guy like Grand Duke Frias, it would be no problem to fight 100 people. Let alone follow Yuan's example of hitting 10. The other party is by no means unaware of his own strength, even if all those exaggerated achievements are ignored. A formal magician with a golden thread cannot be challenged by a noble like him who neglects combat training. The magician of Lost Land is a scholar, but he is also a warrior. Maybe they may not necessarily have muscles all over their bodies and be proficient in martial arts, but they can be promoted to the official level of magicians. And there is no one without blood on their hands. Those who are purely theoretical and can do magic well, but are not good at fighting can still be found among magic apprentices. Official magician. Impossible. This is why in Lost Land, magicians have a high status. In my hometown, all these magicians are like people who have at least a PhD in their most basic academic qualifications. What everyone compares with is how many PhDs they have obtained, how many papers they have published, how many awards they have won, and whether they are registered in the country. Archduke Frias knew his own affairs, and he certainly did not challenge a magician without any intention. So in the face of the contemptuous questioning, the Grand Duke stepped forward and gritted his teeth viciously and said,
Don't misunderstand. This is a declaration of war. I know you are strong. But even if you kill me, there will still be my heirs who will inherit my legacy and continue this war. Even if all my heirs die, there will still be people from my family, no matter how many people in my family die. There will still be people in my territory who will hunt you down to the last person. This is not an ordinary grudge. This is an endless war, and it has great righteousness. A righteous battle to redress one's reputation.
Lin did not expect that he would be thrown into the face at the beginning, and the opponent would still bet on his fortune immediately. So someone's current mood is confused, and his expression is completely lost, which is not much better. Archduke Frias seemed to have succeeded in his plan and smiled proudly. He walked in the light steps of a victor and came to the magician. Lin is not very tall, and he has never thought of becoming a muscular man. So compared to the Grand Duke's Kuei-Wu-level figure, he looks like a child a size smaller. The Grand Duke just stared at the person in front of him. He raised his voice as if he was already winning. He said,
Are you afraid? Magician? You really should be afraid. Even if you can fight, you are only one person. How can you deal with the endless army of a great nobleman? If you are afraid, just get out. Get out of the empire. Never return to this land. And don't even think about it. You should be lucky that you live in a peaceful era. It is impossible for me to lead the army to leave the territory of the empire to attack you. The further away you are, the better. If you are afraid, just live well outside and don't covet the Karlsruhe Empire again.
Archduke Frias was so aggressive that Lin unconsciously took 2 or 3 steps back. It wasn't that he was oppressed by his aura, nor was he afraid of the Archduke's body that was wider than his own. Mainly because the guy in front of me must have eaten garlic. With that tone, you can win for a while before fighting. But someone was thinking in his heart that this was what he had planned. I used the momentum of the human sea tactic to force myself to give in. Now that the other party has taken action, how should you respond? This seemingly unsolvable tactic is incomprehensible to ordinary magicians. Lin Ku was not timid at all. Only, just when someone is still thinking about the safest response, His previous retreat has been interpreted by others as a sign of failure. Now this silence is the time for everyone to step on it. If someone happens to have exceeded the threshold of a magician and begs for mercy, even if they don't get great merit, they can still be credited with it. So before Lin could react, a few more gloves were thrown over. Someone wonders, is this the legendary "a group of us challenge you alone"? And now it seems that no matter whether it is a cat or a tiger, it will step on it when it is free. Right? I really think I am easy to bully. Sighing helplessly, Lin actually missed the past. The good days when he could just let go and do nothing. It's not like now. Everything seems to be forced. And you can't take a step back. So regardless of whether the sigh was heard or not, Lin took a few steps, bent down, and picked up the gloves dropped by Archduke Frius. This means accepting the declaration of war, and follow the process. Then the two sides can really start fighting. Otherwise, if one party declares war, and the other party starts fighting without accepting it, this can be regarded as an undeclared war. To go to war without declaring it would be a bit less upright. If two nobles negotiated after the war, even if the party that fought without declaring victory won, it would not have much advantage in front of the arbiter. Instead, it would be possible to pay more for its despicable behavior. Chapter 1437-29 Fleet. According to the Grand Duke's initial thoughts, as long as he showed his willingness to fight, no magician could bear the wrath of the great nobleman regardless of losses. Even if the magician in front of him is able to fight, he has no choice but to refuse to fight and escape from the empire in disgrace. But the person in front of me actually took the gloves. Is this because they don't know the rules? Or are they really determined to fight? Or maybe he has no intention of winning at all, and just wants to regain some face from himself now. Although Archduke Frius was worried about his own life, it would not be a loss at all if the exchange of constitutions could not be implemented. At this time, he patted his belly calmly and laughed. The laughter seemed to contain the intention of mocking the magician in front of him. It also seemed to be indifferent to his own life and death. As long as the magician in front of him dares to take action, the nobles present can tear this man alive without leaving him alive. At worst, they will be expelled, and there will be no possibility of cooperation. In addition to Grand Duke Frius, other nobles were also curious about how a magician planned to start a war with a big noble. For nobles, war can be fought brutally or in a disciplined manner, depending on the purpose of the war. It's a fight to the death. So it's better to use all possible means. It's better to show off your muscles and make people retreat. For those who don't understand the meaning of this, no matter how capable the opponent is, they can easily put themselves on the moral high ground and suppress the opponent in turn. If the other party stupidly obeys the rules you say, then you can just toss them however you want. No matter how hard he fights, he will be tortured until he loses his temper. If the other party is forceful and unruly, then we can easily win over more allies to attack the enemy together. The majesty of the nobility is maintained by the entire class, and cannot be challenged by just any non-noble. Despite the fact that all the nobles were waiting to watch the show, the empress sitting on the throne had an unchanged expression. But she was really worried. If the man didn't pick up the glove, she could still find a way to protect him. The problem is that once the things are picked up, it means that they agree to fight. The empress can only think about how many useful troops she can provide. It is impossible to send out the guards corps. This legion that is supposed to guard the emperor is not monolithic. There are not many loyal soldiers around him, and they are not enough to die in a war, regardless of whether the party is loyal or disloyal. There is something wrong with it. Will you pay to find mercenaries for that person? This seems to be the most appropriate method. But it's a pity that even if he spends all his savings, he can't match the wealth of a great duke. This is not to mention that the Frias family as a whole. How can they treat me in the same attitude as other royal relatives? If so, then I don't have to worry about such things here now. And no matter how much he helps, he has to change his banner to deceive others. If he was too blatant and ended up facing off against Archduke Frius, the situation would be even more complicated. So now, even if the empress pretends to be cool again, she can't help but frown and complain that a certain magician is ignorant. Lin was also troubled. But the direction of his troubles was different from everyone else's, because he had too much power that he could release but not retract. And Lin also knows that using such power is especially taboo. Half-hearted, regret will not come back to bite you, but it will make things difficult for a long time. Not only will the helper you find feel sad, but you will feel sad too. Even the opponent may have a wrong interpretation because of his giving up halfway, mistakenly thinking that he is still afraid of the opponent. Don't try to teach the other party a lesson in the end, but instead of teaching the other party the lesson, the other party will be emboldened to provoke you even more. Such moral qualities as
take it in when it's good,
and
forgive others when you're given the opportunity
are things that people who have traveled through time have never seen before in the Lost Land. Not even in the era of my hometown before time travel. That's why Lin Yi has the understanding that he either doesn't do it or he doesn't do it. Looking at the Grand Duke in front of him, he looked like he had a winning chance. The nobles next to them were either having a great time watching the show, or they had an inexplicable sense of superiority and were feeling proud. Lin felt very angry. After making up his mind, Lin reached out and grabbed his left shoulder. Turning the palm again, there was a strange green mouse in his hand. The green mouse seemed to be disturbed from his sleep, and as soon as he woke up, he shivered from beginning to end. It stood up on its hind limbs and turned its head to look at the environment. After realizing that there were a bunch of human nobles standing and sitting around them, they turned into scattered particles and reunited like a bad joke. In the blink of an eye, the silver twin-tailed mechanical girl, which was only as high as a normal human waist, appeared again. She made a cute cross-legged pose, held her face, spoke the elemental elven language, and asked, "Sir, do you have any instructions?
Is there any fleet that has been assembled and ready for deployment now?"
Lin asked directly in the common language of Midi. Hefkin changed her cute posture and said excitedly,
"Oh, finally the war is going to start on the main plane.
How about calling them all?" Lin was startled and said,
"All of them? That's not it. It's not like we want to conquer the world. Just fight a big duke."
Changing her posture again, Hefkin said in a low tone, "Oh, okay." Many leaders expressed their regrets. There are 3 fleets on standby now. The 14th, 29th, and 36th fleets. Do you have a favorite fleet?
Then let's go on the 29th. How long will it take to arrive?
Lin said casually. 29 is a prime number. They have arrived. Hefkin made a cute waitress pose with her feet on her hips and waved her hands and gestured toward the outside. Suddenly there were several strange whistling noises coming closer from far away, and finally accompanied by a huge collision. Even the nobles in the meeting hall felt the shock. Then there was a sound of chaos and chaos outside, especially 3 or 4 trumpets for recruiting troops. Even if he didn't understand it at first, Lin now knew that the commotion outside was his own fault. I just wanted to cover my face with my forehead and escape reality for a while. But since a fleet has been invited, it wouldn't be right to leave it alone, let alone the chaos outside. Lin turned to Hefkin and asked,
"Can those who come in?"
The mechanical girl with twin ponytails turned around, looked at the spacious meeting hall, and said,
"The room is big enough, but the door is not wide enough.
If we want to let them in, the door may need to be modified slightly." While saying this, the door of the meeting hall was forcibly modified. A leader-level robot shrunk, completely ignoring the group of guard soldiers hanging on his body, and squeezed through the door. As for that poor door, not only did the 2 leaves fall directly to the ground, but the door opening was also squeezed open by the huge body, expanding its scope. The leader-level robot that entered the door did not get up, although the interior of the meeting hall was spacious. The ceiling height still did not allow him to stand upright. He was half kneeling and lowered his body in front of Lin. He didn't care at all about the soldiers hanging on him or standing around, trying to subdue him. There are indeed strong people among humans who can threaten them now, such as the magician in front of him, but not those soldiers. Although he knew that he was here to fight, he had not yet designated the enemy, so he was not in a hurry to kill. The leader-level robot who entered the door was half kneeling and said,
"Sir, Commander of the 29th Fleet, Storm is here to wait for your orders."
This terrifying giant steel monster entered the door, which of course caused a commotion among the nobles. Sharp-eyed people even noticed that the Emperor's guards could neither stop the opponent's actions nor cause any harm. The timid noble has already found an escape route and will flee immediately if there is any chaos. It's just that now everyone still maintains the reserve of the nobles. Those big nobles haven't run away first, so of course the small nobles can't cause chaos. Lin then turned to look at the Empress and said,
"Your Majesty, I apologize to you for the rudeness of the sergeant I summoned. Please let your guarding knights step aside for the time being. They are not enemies." Although Allegria was also shocked by the ferocious appearance of this metal monster she had never seen before, she could still see who this monster came for. The key point is that after it entered the door, it did not do anything provocative, just half kneeling. Since there is no threat for the time being, the Empress's retreat has no effect at all. At most, she can only serve as a human shield and a bodyguard. She left her throne for the first time and walked forward slowly. Asked, "What is it?" When the robot first appeared in the Lost Land, Lynn did not expect that the leader-level robot who called himself Storm Eternal would break into everyone in this way. But this can't be blamed on the other party, because robots that were born from Earth elemental creatures are not so familiar with and care about the etiquette and rules of the human world. This was true even in the era of Earth elemental creatures. After transforming into robots, their symptoms only became more severe. Moreover, the one who came was a leader-level robot, who was also an elemental lord before. Comparing the gap between their strength and that of humans makes them act in their own way and unscrupulously. Speaking of which, Lynn's failure to issue clear instructions was the root of all problems. How should I respond to the Queen's question? Lynn was in trouble. Cybertronians? Transformers? Robot? Silicon Life? No matter which one it is, it feels like it will be a long story. So Lynn used an answer that is familiar to all fans. And it's not wrong to say it seriously.
He can be regarded as an Earth element elf. And the one in front of you is a leader with the same rank as an Earth element lord. He has a long history of storms.
At this time, all agree cast a look at someone looking stupid. It was as if he was ridiculing the other party, thinking that he was ignorant and had never seen the dirt piled up by those stones. That's called an Earth elemental creature. Lynn didn't understand the meaning of the Empress's eyes this time. He just explained,
"Didn't the Grand Duke just declare war on me? What kind of army can a magician have? It's no problem to call a group of elemental creatures to help me fight the war."
Allegria nodded subconsciously. Compared with the shock in the heart of the Empress, the thoughts of the other nobles were more complicated. They never thought that this magician had such strength. If there are 10 metal monsters with the elemental lord rank in front of us, even if Archduke Frias wins in the end, the war potential of the territory will probably be exhausted. As for the Grand Duke who declared war, he clenched his fists tightly, and his face was so dark that it was scary. Chapter 1438: The Fleet's Combat Method. However, the riots did not end there. The nobles in the meeting hall only saw one leader-level robot, the deputy commander of the Guards Corps, who was personally protecting His Majesty the Emperor, received a whispered report from his subordinates, and then relayed it to the Empress with a look of shock. Allegria immediately ran to the window, completely ignoring the calm image he had maintained for so long. All I could see was the dark sky above Duquesne Imperial City. More huge metal monsters covered the sky and the sun, hovering high in the sky beyond the reach of mortals. Its quantity is immeasurable. It was clearly daytime, but the entire sky was covered. Although it was not as dark as night, this shadow still caused panic to people in Duquesne City. Allegria turned his head and stared at a certain innocent-looking magician with his mouth open. Several nobles who were staying by the window took a look and saw the same expression as the Empress. This aroused the curiosity of other nobles, and those who couldn't help but squeeze to the window, peeked out, and were shocked and regretful. In fact, Lynn really didn't know what was happening outside, so he also came to the window. Hey, the last time I saw the reorganized robot fleet, it was in a void of sub-universe space. There was no reference point, so I couldn't understand how large the robot fleet was. This time, it appeared directly in the sky above the maze. After having a reference for comparison,
Lin Yi really felt what it meant to be too much. Even though there was only one fleet, the entire sky visible to the naked eye was filled. If it weren't for the hovering battleship-class robots that needed to leave some space for movement, I'm afraid that the 29th Fleet could have formed a metal iron curtain, covering Duquesne Imperial City and the surrounding sky. In comparison, the several leader-level robots that landed on the ground with Commander Storm long-lasting were almost ignored except for the huge bodies standing in the potholes in the courtyard. Except for some loyal palace guards who surrounded them, even though they were not as old as the storm that entered the meeting hall. And their standing bodies made them even more gigantic. Everyone's attention was still focused on the sky. Lin was also curious. He directly asked the fleet commander, who turned around with difficulty. How many are the establishment numbers of the 29th Fleet? Stormy Long replied directly. The 29th Fleet does not have imaginary-class flagships. It has 16,446 battleships and 9,687 destroyers. There are 8,170 leader-class robots. 3 people. There are more than 3.66 million ordinary-level robots. More than 3.37 million pocket-level robots. More than 2 million fighter-level robots that can be used in air combat. More than 5 million in land combat. And the rest are specialized. Fine specialization.
whether intentionally or unintentionally. Storm Eternal's reply was not in the elemental elven language, but in the common language of Midland. The nobles may not be able to distinguish what is an imaginary class, what is a battleship, and what is a pocket class. But if the number is measured in millions, even if 1,000,000 dogs march side by side, they can crush the territory of any noble present. Archduke Frias couldn't believe it. He even thought that the thing in front of him and in the sky was just a deception, an illusion. No magician can master such amazing strength and yet remain unknown. No. In fact, this man is not unknown. It's just that no one in the privileged class who leads the rule takes him seriously. Strong people need respect, but the vast majority of strong people are still just civilians who are led. In a real power circle, no matter how strong a person is, it is meaningless. At most, he is just a dog, and his bite is painful. The magician in front of me should be at this level. That's all he can do. However, for the parties involved, Lin and Jiren did not have so many complicated emotions. After reporting the troops he led, Feng Fingzhou asked directly, "Sir, where do you want us to attack? Do you want the command? Or should we set our own attack route, and you can just set a target? This is for us. It's the most convenient." In the era when he was the lord of the earth element, storms often came to the landlord plane. Anyway, if a magician wants to find a human shield, his first consideration is their tribe. If a lot of people come at once, it's not a problem to join forces and fight a small war. Don't look at the elemental lord's price, which is difficult to find. In fact, for elemental lords, there are ways to play with less sacrifices. Anyway, if you don't tell your real name after coming to the main plane, no one will know which character is coming. Not to mention that in the earth elemental plane, it was a small dozen per day and a dozen per month. Moreover, when elemental creatures fight, there is no need for conspiracy. It is purely a passionate physical collision. Because if they don't do this, everyone will not be able to find opportunities to advance. Not to mention that they also need to compete for the resources needed to improve themselves. It means that the path to promotion is different now. It is no longer about robbing others of precious materials, but about competing to see whose brain is bigger and more reasonable. Since there is no demand, wars between robots are almost extinct. In addition, after transforming into robots, the magicians in the Lost Land can no longer summon these earth elemental elves due to unknown reasons. So to be honest, days like this are a bit boring for some martial arts robots. The other three old rivals have been beaten by them for a long time and no longer dared to take the lead. For a moment, the robots felt invincible and lonely. So apart from the battle agreement with a certain magician, it's also worth looking forward to. The robots seemed to have lost their life goals and were doing nothing all day long. The magician finally spoke. But many of them were gearing up, ready to reminisce about the passionate life in the past. However, it backfired. Attack? Lin was stunned and quickly objected. No, no, no. There are guns and cannons. Why should we fight with fists? Victory over thousands of miles away. This saying is applicable in the hometown of a certain traveling people, whether in ancient times or modern times. In ancient times, this meant that a wise man made all his plans and controlled the general trend. And then his oars were wiped out while talking and laughing. In modern times, it means who the H.L. is going to fight you with a bayonet? If you can use a gun, you don't need a knife. If you can use a cannon, you don't need a gun. If you can use a missile, you don't even need a cannon. This is also a decisive victory thousands of miles away. There is nothing wrong with it. Therefore, Lin said with a little disdain that the storm was still a war in the old era. If I want to use infantry to advance, do I still need to call the fleet over? I can just order a certain number of troops. Just think of all the robots. Pulling it over. It takes too much time to do what I want to do. Because there were so many shocking things. A group of nobles could not understand what a certain magician said. They just subconsciously turned their heads in the direction of the sound and stared at someone blankly. Lin ignored the gazes of others, clapped his hands, opened it again, and in the blink of an eye, he pulled out a map of the territory of the Karlsruhe Empire. There are also blocks of different colors on it to represent the territories of different nobles, which were sorted out with the help of the Empress Intelligence Officer. With another snap of his fingers, the colors of most areas on the map became dim, except for the territory of Grand Duke Frias, which was highlighted. At the same time, the population gathering places and magic tower locations in the territory are also specially marked with their place names. As one of the Grand Dukes of the Karlsruhe Empire, Archduke Fria's territory was of course close to the seaside. Even the minor titles were concentrated near their Grand Duchy. Rather than being like the old nobles of the Guana Empire, the division of their territories is quite serious. This will certainly facilitate what someone does next. But before he gave the order, Lin still called to the Empress and asked,
Your Majesty, you can be sure that these things I marked are the territory of Grand Duke Frias, and have not been designated as other people's territory. This is very important. Please confirmed. If anyone else has any objections, please raise them now.
Lin's last sentence was a question to all the nobles who paid attention to his empire's territorial map. Except that the Empress was a little more serious in confirming the situation on the picture. Everyone else's attention was focused on how the magician obtained this picture, or whether the division of this picture was accurate. You must know that the traditional map of Lost Land, if it is limited to a local area and relies on magic, it can be as accurate as you want. It can even be as detailed as height, topography, geological characteristics, etc. It's just that no one can draw this kind of precision. But as long as the scale is enlarged, the larger it is, the more serious the deviation will be. When it comes to the map of the entire territory of the empire, it is so crooked that it has no edge. Not to mention the world map. Except for the 4 directions of east, west, north and south. Everything else is wrong. Of course, I'll agree I couldn't memorize all the nobles' territories in detail. But there were still people around her who were familiar with this information. It's just that no matter how serious a certain magician is when he says this is important, no one understands what's important. Therefore, after everyone made a hasty confirmation, they nodded towards a certain magician. In fact, the land surveying technology in Midi these days is not very developed, unless there are clear natural geographical boundaries, such as rivers and mountain lines. No matter which noble is concerned, the boundary line is the kind of issue that can be argued about for days and nights without any result. That's why arbitration by a higher-ranking noble is needed. Or the parties involved in the dispute must bring together people to have a trial. Lin didn't expect the Empress and others to find many faults. As long as the population gathering places, towns, and manors were not assigned wrong names. After receiving the confirmation, Lin rubbed his hands together, and the map information immediately shrank into a ball of light and was thrown to Feng Jiuyu. In fact, this is not as simple as needing a ball of paper and throwing it to others. Others can know the information in it just by unfolding the ball of paper. Issues such as data transmission protocols are involved. This is because the recipient is a robot race created by himself, and a lot of program-related content is shared. So Lin was able to do it so lightly. After Feng Jiuyu received the map information, Lin revealed his destination. Activate all naval guns, carry out orbital strikes, and sweep all areas marked on the map except the magic tower. I want all those places to drop below the sea level. The voice was as calm as saying that he went shopping in the morning and bought 3 kilograms of pork, planning to braise it and have it for dinner. However, most people don't understand the cruel command behind this plain voice, because they don't understand the purpose of these instructions. The storm was neither sad nor happy, conveying the map information and command content to all members of the 29th Fleet. Since they are not human beings, of course they will not have the slightest compassion for humans, even if they know the consequences of such an order. Chapter 1439 Orbital Attack. Amid everyone's doubts, Lin looked at the old nobleman, who was still out of the situation, with pity. The tone was equally calm, and he said, Let's do an interesting social experiment. After losing all the land and population, will the noble blood of the nobles, and the connections they have cultivated for a long time, be meaningful to other nobles? I have always wanted to know the answer to this question. No wonder someone said it so callously. Killing with your own hands and killing with a button are absolutely 2 different things. As a person who grew up playing various strategy games, he grew up in an environment where the number of troops and the health bar were of the same meaning, and switching levels or restarting the game were normal operations. Even if Lin understands the catastrophe that his orders will bring, how much psychological burden will he feel if he doesn't do it himself when he is forced to do something? Answer: not at all. Don't say that someone is cold-blooded. In fact, regardless of whether they grew up in a video game environment or not, how many people throughout the ages really know the weight behind the orders they give? Just because they don't do it themselves, they just need to speak out. Just like the saying, only when you hold a child in your hand do you know the kindness of your parents. Without personally experiencing persecution or being persecuted, any compassion for the Mother of God is just a result of personal moral obsessiveness.
Neither do you truly understand the weight of life. Nor can you stand the test. The loss of human nature is rather caused by the failure of education and the general environment. Those who are parents, teachers, people in power, experts and scholars of all kinds, don't even think about getting rid of the relationship. Since someone traveled through time, it can't be called smooth sailing in lost land. But there has always been a sense of alienation. There is definitely a lot of life on your hands. And even at first you are not used to it. But in this environment where people cannibalize people, since we cannot expect a strong government and fair laws to protect us, protecting ourselves is the only way to survive. So when a big noble wants to spend all his money and gamble his wealth with others, how can Lin respond? Why don't you just die and fulfill the other party's wish? In this way, can the incident be settled at the minimum cost? Didn't I say it before? I was forced to panic, and all I had to do was open my mouth. The result was that the 29th Fleet in the sky began to adjust its formation. And then the main guns of the entire fleet bombarded. Since it was staying in low Earth orbit and slightly lower, Fleet 29 did not need to move to the sky above the Archduke of Frias to shoot directly. So they just slightly adjusted into a step formation, so as not to affect each other's rays. Basically, there are two types of cannons for robots. One is a live ammunition electromagnetic cannon, and the other is an energy-type plasma cannon. The former is powerful, has a fast rate of fire, and has a long range. But it also consumes a lot of losses. After all, every live ammunition is a real loss of resources. The power of the latter is also not weak. But in order to accumulate energy, the rate of fire is slower. Environmental factors such as high temperature, high heat, and strong magnetic field will also affect the plasma flow itself. Simply put, the range is shorter. But the advantage is that most of the target parts hit by the plasma cannon are vaporized, which is different from the damage caused by being hit by live ammunition. And this result is more in line with the requirements of the Lord of the Four Elements. Moreover, the distance from the fleet's hovering position to the target will not cause the plasma cannon to deviate from the beam, although it is affected by the atmosphere. The power will be attenuated to some extent. However, the robot fleet still used plasma cannons as its main attack method and launched an intensive bombardment. Just watch countless streams of plasma shoot out from the metal monster in the sky, overwhelming the sky and throwing it toward the southeast. The plasma stream also burns air, causing a strange muffled sound. This endless momentum seemed very beautiful when I first saw it, but seeing that the noise was getting louder and louder, and the muffled sound was like thunder, some people began to worry that something was wrong in the southeast direction. And the more gorgeous the magic, the more terrifying the damage. This is common sense in Lost Land, compared with the ignorant common people. The nobles in the meeting hall certainly knew that the territory to the southeast was the territory of the Grand Duke of Frias. It's just that things won't be as the magician said, but looking at the momentum, it doesn't seem impossible. As the second person involved, Feng Fengjiu has completely infiltrated into the consciousness network of the robot fleet and is directing the attacks of the robots. Although a certain magician's request is just a simple sweep, where the ground is thicker and where the terrain is high, you need to greet more. In all aspects, it is impossible without a director. Not only must the attack be most efficient, but some emergencies must also be handled. After all, with a large number of fleets, anything can happen. So on the surface, he just remained quiet and motionless. Lin was also silent, his eyes reflecting the blue light of the plasma flow. There was only one thought in my mind, which was neither pleasure nor compassion. But it has finally begun. When the earth elemental creatures were transformed into robots and asked to have the power to fight 5 times for themselves, the main idea was to deal with the other 3 elemental planes. I really never thought about using it on the Lost Land. Not even on the Abyss. After all, he raised the knife and dropped it heavily. The consequences of such a cause are beyond your control. As for the Grand Duke, whose face was so dark that he could be burned as coal, Lin couldn't bear to feel proud or show off in front of him. But from his expression of war between man and God, Lin guessed that he was probably struggling to believe that what he did was true. Blindfold your eyes and think you can't see. Cover your ears and think you can't hear. This ostrich mentality is something that no one in time knows how to evaluate. Anyway, face is more important than anything else. Even if you are killed to the point of death, your face cannot be lost. This is the world of aristocrats. However, someone who had nothing to do with him and was close to the magician asked seriously, Are you really attacking the Grand Duke directly? In Allegria's mind, war at least involves 2 sides lining up and then rushing to kill each other. Otherwise, when magic is cast,
It is always aimed at a target within sight. Otherwise, who knows which dog the magic is cast on. It was the first time in her life that she had seen this kind of attack with her head down and firing desperately in one direction. Alegria was not sure whether it would be effective or not. Not to mention that she herself didn't know whether it was better to have no effect or to have an effect. The Empress' question was a bit difficult. It's better to use the flash spell. Take her and move her to the territory of Grand Duke Frias to witness the results of the attack with your own eyes. Although a certain time traveler himself also has such thoughts. But when it came to the Grand Duke's territory, Lin suddenly remembered what he felt was lacking before. He asked, "Whose property belongs to the nobles in the Imperial City?" Alegria didn't realize there was anything wrong and said casually, "Of course, it belongs to the nobles themselves." On the one hand, this is also true. Lin pulled out a partial map of Yucane Imperial City on the spot, with the focus still on Archduke Frias. Then he asked, "Isn't this the Grand Duke's mansion?" This time the picture is not a flat surface, with a bunch of information attached. It is directly a miniature of the city. The Grand Duke's residence is very eye-catching, whether it is the family crest on the flag or the appearance of the building. After comparing the surrounding environment, Lin was recognized after a while. With a casual grab, the real scene that everyone wanted to know its origin shrank into a small ball of light, and was thrown to the storm again. Lin said one more thing this time, saying, "Be careful not to hurt nearby buildings or innocent people outside the range." The leader-level robot, who was still half kneeling, did not make any unnecessary movements and allowed the light ball to sink into his body while saying, "Yes, sir." The next second, a small beam of blue light shone from the pile of metal monsters in the sky, right above the residence of Archduke Frias. This beam of blue light is very conspicuous in the shadow of the giant ship in the sky, but it has no power at all. Just when everyone thought that the metal monster in the sky had only so much ability, and when Archduke Frias was about to let go of his hanging heart, a lightning bolt struck down in the blink of an eye. Many tiny sounds merged into one, emitting an astonishing power. The rising dust followed the trajectory of the thunder, rolled up into the sky, and then spread outwards, turning into a small mushroom-shaped cloud. Seeing this battle, Lin was no less shocked than other nobles, because what was shot down was a plasma cannon, not a nuclear weapon. But when I think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. The plasma cannon won't explode, but the target it hits may explode. A Grand Duke's mansion doesn't have a few magic props in it. It is normal for these magic props to explode under the impact of powerful energy flow. It is also normal for them to explode at the same time with such a momentum. And because most of the air is burned away by the high-heat plasma flow along the plasma cannon's firing trajectory, the air will naturally be replenished from other places. As for the ashes of the mansion that were also burned, because they are light and spread outwards due to force, it is reasonable for them to follow the trajectory of the burned air and roll up. As for the final mushroom-shaped crown, it is the result of the ashes losing the restraint of other forces and naturally drifting outward. In short, Lin was also shocked when he saw the power of the plasma cannon exploding in the main plane of the land for the first time. The only good thing is that unlike nuclear weapons, plasma cannons can also cause damage such as blast wind, high temperature, and radioactive dust to spread dozens of times farther. In other words, during Lin's detection of the Archduke Frias's mansion in front of him, apart from the target building and the people and things inside, the people around him were at most made disgraced by the raised sand and dust. As for the Grand Duke's residence, all that remains now is a large pit, the depth of which is currently unknown. Although the nobles did not have the same detection methods as Lin, they at least saw the towering mushroom-shaped clouds and the deafening explosions with their own eyes, even if they did not see the deep crater caused by the bombardment of the Grand Duke's mansion. They did not think that the mansion could still remain intact, let alone the casualties inside. No matter how careful you are, the mansion of a Grand Duke cannot be built as a fortress under attack from this level of strategic magic. No buildings except war fortresses or magic towers could survive. It means that strategic level magic is classified as a forbidden spell in the evaluation of the Magician Association, and it is especially taboo to use it against civilians. This is the most important agreement between the nobility and the Magician Association in the past. So can we use the reason why magicians use strategic magic in areas where civilians gather to force the Magicians Association to join the game? Many nobles are thinking about this problem, although many people are still worried about whether this attack may be deflected and damage places other than the Grand Duke Frias' residence. For example, those whose residences are near the Grand Palace. But most people hold the attitude that it has nothing to do with themselves
and think about their own interests. Chapter 1440 The True God Arrives. However, the next moment, the nobles who thought that the matter had nothing to do with them shuddered to think that if every attack from those metal monsters in the sky was on the same level as the thunder that bombarded the Grand Duke's residence, doesn't it mean that this magician can use it easily and in large quantities? This kind of magic should be classified as a forbidden spell. Forbidden spells are listed on the positive list in the Magicians Association. Those that are not clearly included in the scope of forbidden curses must go through cumbersome procedures for certification. Moreover, the magician who invented this powerful magic must be willing to hand over the relevant knowledge and cooperate with the association. Not all powerful magics are classified as forbidden spells. This is also the response of the Magicians Association to the nobles' demands. The determination of forbidden spells, as well as the issue of accountability for unauthorized use of forbidden spells, are mainly aimed at those magicians who have no power and low strength. The superficial reason is to limit their learning opportunities and usage opportunities, so as to prevent magicians from overexpanding and using them for evil, without being held accountable afterwards. As for the real reason, the nobles wished that all the magicians would die, leaving only obedient and ignorant people in the world, and they would just obey their rule. How could powerful magic be spread everywhere? If you really meet a magician who uses powerful attack magic to drink like water, how stupid would you have to be to dare to point fingers in front of him? Or even provoke the other party? Are you tired of living? While trembling, most people felt lucky that they were not on the opposite side of the magician. At least, he didn't stand over there blatantly. And those who had been chasing after Archduke Frius and excitedly throwing gloves at the magician now regretted it so much that they didn't know what to do. But he was embarrassed to walk to the center of the meeting hall openly and pick up his own one from the piles of gloves. How flamboyant it was before. Now it is so embarrassing. As the other party involved, Archduke Frius did not react at all. Just when everyone thought that the old man had fainted while standing, he suddenly got up. Shouting hysterically, he rushed towards a certain magician with bared teeth and claws. The half-kneeling giant metal monster casually stretched out his hand and stopped the Grand Duke. For an ordinary person with some knowledge of martial arts, let alone dealing with a leader-level robot equivalent to an elemental lord, even if Storm Chongyuan's outstretched hand is used as a metal wall, it is not something that Archduke Frius can penetrate. It wasn't that Feng Chungjio didn't want to slap this crazy old man to death. Not only did the magician remain silent, but also because he had a more powerful enemy to face. A warning message was transmitted into the communication channel of the 29th Fleet. Along with the warning, the hovering fleet in the sky suffered explosion damage of varying sizes. Enemy attack. Storm Chongyang didn't care whether he would destroy this human structure after he stood up. The next moment, he got the warning. He stood up. Face the sky and put your arms together in front of you in a protective position. Spread your legs apart and stand firm. There are many support frames popping up at the calf area, grabbing the ground front and back to make you stand more stable and secure. The robots in the courtyard were not idle either. Some people make stepping stones. Some people make shields. And some people make spears. Several leader-level robots used the strength of their companions to jump into the air, all in order to block the meteor figure that was accompanied by a huge whistle. However, the spear was deflected. The shield was smashed through, and all the robots blocking the way were knocked away by the meteorite-like attack. This offensive even broke through the outer wall of the Imperial Meeting Hall and hit Feng Chungjio, who was in a defensive posture. The result was no surprise. I worried right away. The leader-level robot named Storm Long-Lasting has no power to resist. What landed was a figure hiding behind a giant kite-shaped shield. His whole body exuded dazzling golden light, and he slowly pressed the giant shield in his hand to the ground, revealing his true divine appearance. He is not like most people think. The defender acts as a heavy armor to firmly protect himself. On the contrary, this one only wore chain mail, with additional armor protection on key areas. All the abilities lie in the giant shield in his hand. He doesn't even like to wear a helmet, because his face with its strong lines is even more intimidating. A pair of eyes seemed to be burning with white light. Whenever he turned his head or moved, the white light would always leave traces in the air. When he stares at people, his sharp gaze can penetrate directly into people's hearts, causing those who are weak to become frightened and die. The person who came was none other than Apollos, the recognized strongest man in the land of mystery, the Lord of Guardians. As soon as he appeared, he stared directly at a certain magician and said coldly, "Mortal, you have crossed the line." Before anyone could respond, the evil and immortal Storm grabbed the broken arm and swung it to the head of the Lord of Guardians. Cursed. "Do you know this hurts?" Although robots are not carbon-based creatures, their original Earth element elves are also not ordinary creatures. But for the 5 senses that humans have, robots have simulated cognitions. For example, the body is damaged and the circuit is blocked. Or the body that was originally operable cannot be driven smoothly. These abnormal phenomena have corresponding feelings to the robots. After all, robots are not robots driven by programming language and mechanical structures in the conventional sense. They have souls. And after attacking the 3 elemental planes of wind, water, and fire, it was proved that even if their bodies were damaged, as long as they had enough materials, they could still be resurrected with the help of fire, and still keep all the memories. In the past, only elemental lords registered with the elemental spirits had such privileges. Nowadays, all robots have the ability to save memories, which allows robots to work harder than in the era of Earth elemental elves. Elemental elves are a special group of people who are not convinced by heaven, Earth, or gods. After the Earth element elves become robots, their symptoms will become more serious. So let alone the person coming is the Lord of Guardians. Even if all the benevolent gods of the land appear, the robots will still dare to attack. Let's talk about whether we win or not. Of course, Storm Chang's move failed to cause any harm to Apollos. The Lord of Guardians didn't even turn around to look. He just stared at Lin with his bright eyes. Outside the window, the 29th fleet in the sky burst into flames from time to time. Sparsely, compared to the size of the fleet, the explosion was not as big as that of some battleship-level robots. Because of the poor design during self-transformation, the plasma coils overheated and caused much more explosions. It's just the robot's own problems. And fire extinguishing and insurance measures are designed to prevent or remedy them. And those explosions of fire in 2s and 3s can only be good deeds done by the subordinates of this Guardian Lord. The Lord of Guardians has 9 heroic spirits under his command, and countless more heroic spirits under his command. Some people also say that the 9 highest ones have reached the level of subordinate gods. Anyway, they are the kind that can stand up to lesser gods with weaker divine powers. Those thousands of heroic spirits are considered strong by the standards of ordinary people. But they may be unable to deal with a new species, like robots, that has never been seen before. Not to mention the battleship-level robots, each of which is basically equivalent to a leader-level existence. This means that there should be only 9 horses under the Lord of Guardians that can fight. And since they didn't appear here, they were probably dealing with the robot fleet in the sky. As for the real owner, he did not focus on the fleet that was still firing cannons in the sky, but on himself. Lin quickly judged the current situation and summarized it like this. Seeing that his attack was fruitless, at the same time, the remaining robot soldiers in the courtyard almost demolished the front wall of the meeting hall. The robots surrounded the Guardian Lord as if facing a formidable enemy. Storm Changjiu asked, "Sir, do you want to send reinforcements?" Lin glanced around. Although the aristocratic gentlemen still looked like they were watching a show, they were also a little worried. It seems that everyone is holding on, not afraid that they will be swept away by the typhoon. The Empress a few steps away had the same expression. "No, this is not a place for fighting. Just focus on your original goal," Lin said. He could also see clearly that the robots were still far behind the gods. No matter how many come, they are just cannon fodder. Storm Changchun also knew that although he had participated in a battle with Pigeon Sibo, the god of the earth elemental world, but that little god, who couldn't even establish a kingdom of God, was completely different from the powerful god in front of him. So after getting someone's instructions, Feng Jiujiu didn't say anything, and all the other leader-level robots exited the meeting hall of the Karlsruhe Empire. After briefly clearing up the wreckage and igniting the thrusters, they returned to the 29th fleet. It is impossible for the 9 heroic spirits under Apollos to stop the fleet bombardment, but they can still cause some minor troubles. Therefore, the long-term return of the storm is to prevent such things and reduce the losses of the fleet. At least the bombardment could not be interrupted. On the other side, Lin really didn't want to fight this fight. So he said, "His Majesty Apollos came to the mortal world, and when he met a mortal, he said that I had crossed a line. I don't know which line I crossed. Don't you know it yourself?" The Lord of Guardians said coldly. Hearing such an answer, someone was very upset. If it was clear, why would I still ask? You're not a roundworm in other people's stomachs. If you guess right, you won't get a prize. If you guess wrong, you'll get scolded. However, the chance of guessing wrong is far greater than the chance of guessing right. In other words, people who ask this kind of question are simply here to quarrel. Even if I spend money to buy a pack of dried meat to coax a dog, I don't want to coax such a person, and the same goes for God. Someone who was inexplicably angry said in the same cold voice.
This is a war, and I am the party being declared war. All I do is respond to others and give them the war they want.
Where is the line crossed? Even if this is a war, what are they doing?
Although it was not stated clearly, the they mentioned by the Guardian Lord should refer to the summon robot fleet. This boss has an innate aversion to anything that is not produced locally in Midland. So it is not surprising that there is such an attitude. But if you hate it, you hate it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Could it be that because someone you should doesn't like it, why don't he use robots if he wants to fight? Lin sneered and said,
A noble declares war on a magician. How many people can I pull out to form an army? Even 100 dogs are enough. Either summoning elemental creatures or summoning undead. These are the normal methods of magicians. Don't tell me that you are so blind that you are just a group of earth elemental elves. Everyone does this kind of thing. And I'm not the only one. Besides, it's not impossible to just use the dead to fight without them. But I'm not sure I can control it well enough to avoid a natural disaster. Chapter 1441 The bad guy dies because he talks too much. In Jin Yang's The 8 Parts of the Dragon, Jumozi can use the foundation of Shao Wuxiang Gong to perform all the 72 Shaolin stunts. It is said that this is not an actual performance. But in fact, the so-called mastery of one Dharma means mastery of all Dharma. Here does not mean that Jumozi is really like Bodhidharma, mastering the essence of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. But he can only imitate the appearance. After following a lich for so long, is it really possible that Lin knows nothing about undead magic? Based on the thinking of without evil skills and props, there are only evil people. Lin does not reject learning undead magic. All knowledge-based things, whether magic or science, have the so-called paradigm. I also pay great attention to inspiration when solving problems. No one knows when a seemingly irrelevant knowledge point will become the key to solving a certain problem. So Lin learned necromancy. I dare not say how well I have learned or how proficient I am. But summoning a few skeletons to dance is not a problem. If I use my current self to exert undead magic with all my strength, with the purpose of fighting a war, I really can't estimate what kind of consequences it will have. The most likely possibility is that the undead army he summoned is vulnerable and unable to fight against the Grand Duke of an empire. Lin, who had no intention of losing this battle, of course resorted to a more reliable method. The robot army. Regarding the Guardian Lord's doubts, someone can be said to express his thoughts very seriously. Although his tone was not very friendly, his attitude was not very sincere. Of course Apollos couldn't be convinced with just a few words. He lifted up the giant kite-shaped shield that was stuck on the ground and advanced towards someone step by step. At the same time, he said sternly,
Just because others are doing something doesn't mean it is right. What's more, what are they doing? This is massacre. Inhumane massacre. Don't tell them to stop and go back to the world where they should be. This is a lost place, not a place where outsiders can go wild.
This means something specific, and someone will get angry after hearing it, regardless of whether the big boss in front of him intended to target him or not. Lin couldn't help but sarcastically said,
Slaughter? Fight until no one is left in the family. Fight until the last soldier is left, and won't stop. Fight until the end of the territory.
Only one person. This is the oath spoken by the Grand Duke who declared war on me. I am not massacring. I am killing the enemy. Do you think I am brave enough to be my enemy and not brave enough to die? You deserve to be bullied, not to fight back, not to retaliate when you are scolded. Have you ever thought about how many innocent people there are on that land?
Lin interrupted the words of the Guardian Lord and said with a smile,
Innocent? Haha. How can there be innocent people in the world? At most, those stupid words did not come from their mouths. But a noble who can't carry his shoulders or lift his hands, why should he challenge me? It's because he has an army and a territory on his back. No matter what the order is, that's why.
The more someone talks, the more angry he becomes. In this evil feudal era, with a little bit of power in his hands, he thinks he can pierce the sky. All of them are extremely flamboyant, trying every means and thinking deeply to return to one's hometown. Not only is it too dangerous to get lost, and staying here is precarious, but also because this kind of villain holding a chicken feather as an arrow is a universal phenomenon. It doesn't matter if you can't see it. They are a serious privileged class. They are nobles.
Lin continued angrily, because they are used to being enslaved and ordered. No matter whether the words spoken by the big shots are good or bad, those innocent people will carry them out numbly. What is this for? Just because when others are held accountable, they can easily say that those evil orders were given by others, and not what they wanted. The responsibility is not on me.
Wrong! Wrong!
Lin yelled, speaking of someone who is rising, as if he wants to vent his long-standing grievances. Kamui is not afraid at the moment and moves forward. At the same time he said,
"The greatest evil in the world is not to do evil things, but to ignore the occurrence of evil. The former only harms one person or two people,
but the latter harms a country and a society. Failure to act does not mean that they will follow if you get involved innocently. You will become even more of a bastard.
And the most stupid evil in this world is not to do something that harms others but not to yourself, but to protect the unjust people indiscriminately. So, I ask you, idiot, for what reason do you stand in front of me?"
Even when he was scolded by his nose, Apollos didn't show any signs of anger. He still stubbornly insisted on his own ideas and said,
"Bullying the weak is the mistake you made."
With a chuckle, Lin said,
"The war was requested by others. It's their own fault if they think wrong. Today I don't rely on the strong to bully the weak. Is it possible that I have to tie my own hands and let them bully and kill me? Or is it right? They say they have 10% of strength, so I can only use 10% of my strength to fight a fair fight. I can't appeal if I lose. It's a joke. As a noble, I am not someone who declares war on a magician. It's me."
After laughing, Lin's face became solemn, and he said sternly,
"I would like to ask the great majesty who lives in the sky forever, if I really stand still today and let others bully me, will you still stand in front of me? Protect me?"
Without waiting for an answer, Lin continued,
"Weakness is not an excuse to act willfully. Could it be that because one party is weak, wrong things become right, and the other party's right things also become wrong? What's more, that person is the great Duke of the Empire. Being weak is never a comment that others would give to such a person. You talk too much nonsense,"
Apollos commented. At the same time, "Prepare your shield." After hearing this, Lin smiled again and said,
"Sorry. It's my fault. Bad people die from talking too much. I know this, but I just can't help it."
However, Lin could not continue talking this time, nor could he continue laughing. By an oversight, the giant shield that must have accompanied the figure of the Lord of Guardians in countless legendary stories was photographed on his face. This time, it's solid. Before the flash technique could be activated, it knocked someone away and made them dizzy. Fortunately, the protection of the Xuanwu robe was still there, blocking most of the force. Otherwise this time someone's brains will be smeared all over the meeting hall of the Karlsruhe Empire. Although he didn't die, minor injuries were inevitable. Fortunately, the teeth were not lost and the bridge of the nose was not broken. Lin stood up, pressed his nose with one hand, and blew out the blood in his nose. He didn't care about the unlucky nobles behind him who were implicated in his being shot away, fell down, and were still alive or dead. Lin stared closely at the god who launched the attack. What he was thinking about was not why the flash technique was not activated, but how to save his life. The gap between the powerful divine power and his own. The hit just now revealed too much information. In the final analysis, one sentence, it must be finished, but it's not yet desperate. However, the nobles finally realized that they seemed to be unable to stand the show anymore. And when this place was about to become a battlefield between the Lord of Guardians and the magician, everyone began to run away in panic. It's just that the battle with powerful divine power is too far away from their understanding. No one knows exactly how far to run to be a safe distance. So some people just found a bunker to hide and prepare to continue watching the show. This kind of drama is rare in a century. If you miss it this time, you may never encounter it in the next life. Another group of people who were afraid of trouble and death had long since fled without a trace. But they never thought that if the Lord of Guardians really let go, the entire New Kane Imperial City would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Where else could they escape? Apollos did not continue to pursue after the first blow because he felt the resistance from the Xuanwu robe. Without breaking through this god from another world, he couldn't really hurt the magician. So the Lord of Guardians is also thinking. The silence of the battle lasted only a moment. Lin casually drew his hand across his waist and touched a Shikiri sword pill to his fingertips. He said at the same time,
"Actually, I really don't want to fight you in a place like this, but it seems that you won't let me go easily. Of course,
I can't let you leave to find trouble in the fleet."
As he spoke, the Hakiri on someone's fingertips began to change, extending forward and backward, returning to the shape of a sword. The blade is as tall as a man. The hilt is as long as an arm. The blade is thick and wide, and it has a single edge. The most special thing is the pattern on the sword, which is very different from the con and the year wheel. To be honest, it has an extra bit of weird divinity, and it is similar to the divinity of a guardian lord. If this were taken out, no one would doubt that it was the artifact of the Lord of Guardians. Those brave nobles who hid to watch the show may not understand. But how could Apollos not see it? That divine power that did not belong to him, was similar but had obviously different powers, could actually appear on a sword, which puzzled the Lord of Guardians. Lin Hung held up the form of the saber, which was taller than his whole body when the blade and hilt were put together, and said,
"Before doing what you wish, let me say one last thing. Although I don't know why you and the Lord of Justice parted ways, but I can probably guess the reason. Justice without protection is just an excuse for violence. Likewise, protection without justice as the core is just an accomplice of evil. Your Majesty, you are not. It's worth being so intimidating."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin immediately picked up his saber and spun around in a circle. At the moment when he had gained enough momentum, Lin Yima stepped forward and ducked down, and he and his sword flashed into the blind spot behind the Lord of Guardians. The blade of the sword reaches the body, but is only between the fingers. Although such combat skills are surprising, they are not unprecedented in Apollos' life of fighting. The skills on his shield have long been trained to the point where he can cope with any situation, without a set of consecutive skills that would overwhelm him. It would be impossible to break through the Lord of Guardians' defense. So facing the magician's attack, Apollos simply took a long step forward, twisted his waist, turned around, and parried the attack. Apollos was very clear about the sharpness of the sash cutter in his mortal era, because the Dark Legion at that time included almost all sash cutter weapons. Even if the Demon King falls, the Demon King's legacy will be divided among the bold rebels. But his current shield is not only strong, but also has a divinity attached to it with a will to protect. The Hakakiri that was capable of killing God in the past could not penetrate his rock-like will. Apollos never doubted. But the soft sound of gold and iron clashing gave Apollos a thought he had never had before. What happened? Chapter 1442 together. The reason why gods, evil gods, and the Lord of the Abyss are difficult to deal with is that they do not exist alone, but are inextricably linked to one or more worlds and rules. Therefore, in order to completely destroy the opponent or reduce the difficulty of the battle, it is very important to cut off their means of contact with the outside world. Otherwise, tie them all together with the things they are connected to, and destroy them all in one breath. This is why, in order to truly complete the slaying of the gods, the kingdom of God must also be destroyed. As long as there is a trace left, the gods may be revived. Under this premise, someone's night starry sky is a very useful domain magic. Like the recent battle against the dragon god of the abyss, a night starry sky directly blocked the attention from the abyss, and only then could such results be achieved. But against the Lord of Guardians, this move is useless, because the lost land is his home field. As long as you set foot on the ground, you can get unlimited power support. The starry sky at night is like covering a radio playing radio programs with a metal mesh, blocking the transmission of radio waves, and the radio can only make a rustling sound. But if the radio sound source is transmitted through a physical line of cable, then the metal mesh blocking the radio waves will not play any role. The Lord of Guardians belongs to the latter. Lin certainly doesn't have any plans to deal with such an opponent. If there was really nothing to be done, someone would have disappeared long ago. Not to mention that they had been talking about it for a long time. Even God can't catch up. The anti-power magic that he and Finn developed together is the best method.
Don't look at someone being secretive and not planning to make this technology public. But the reality is that if you don't use it now, you may not have the chance to use it in the future. Dealing with the Lord of Guardians who is recognized as the strongest. Still want to hide his trump card to save his life? Even if you reveal your trump card, you may not be able to save your life. Just hide it. So I'm using that. Don't look at the previous fight against the dragon god of the abyss. The fight was extremely thrilling, and he was pressed down most of the time. That's because it was the first time he met the dragon god of the abyss. He faced an enemy he had never seen before without any preparation, because he had to analyze the opponent's divine power during the battle. And when he was distracted and multi-purpose, someone was not directly killed, but was beaten thrillingly, which is enough to prove Lin's dodge skills and escapability. The Guardian Lord is an old acquaintance. Maybe we don't have a close friendship, but we have met a few times. It was these few opportunities that allowed Lin to have the divine power information of the Guardian Lord in his hands. So in your spare time, it is a normal operation to use redundant computing power to crack it. As the saying goes, sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in wartime. It was an accident. But in fact it was not that unexpected. When Lin faced the Lord of Guardians, he just put his previous achievements to use, coupled with the cooperation of Hagiri. A Janma sword was created with anti-guardian power as its core and embodied in the power of the sword. If you use it to chop other people or other things, it is just a very sharp and heavy weapon. But if it is to deal with the Guardian Lord, it is a highly targeted specialized weapon. In particular, neutralizing the opponent's power is something that other weapons cannot do. According to the naming logic of Marvel's Iron Man Tony Stark, this Hagiri can be directly called the Anti-Guardian Hagiri. Right. It's a good name. Right? Because of a successful move. Someone was proudly shouting excitedly with the weapon in his hand. Just cheer loudly in reality. Maybe I am too proud. So I feel extremely happy and sad. Another shield to the face. Even if the anti-guarding box cutter was placed in front of him in time, Lin was still sent flying, killing and maiming many people. The thought in my mind is, why does this guy specialize in taking pictures of his face? Is it a grudge against someone else's face? Although it can neutralize the opponent's divine power, Apollo's physical fitness and martial arts skills will not disappear because of this. And his combat awareness is even more top-notch. For a ruthless man who has survived the post-Dark Age and fought his way out of countless mountains of corpses and seas of bones, fighting in the face of adversity is commonplace. How could he be shaken by a slight defeat? So he immediately started to fight back. Lin was stunned by this shot. But he also put away his newly elated mood. Even if he can restrain the opponent's divine power, the title of the strongest man in front of him is not a joke. Apollo still has great advantages in all aspects. Ignoring the nobles who were scurrying about, Lin spent some time paying attention to the talented and courageous emperor. After being forcibly taken away by the guards, Lin put all his attention back to the Lord of Guardians, who had once again made a surprise attack in front of him. Once again, his entire field of vision was obscured by the patterns on the shield. But this time, Lin did not sit back and watch the slap in the face happen for the third time. Instead, he leaned down and kicked the lower edge of the shield with his legs, changing the direction of the Lord of Guardians' shield attack. At the same time, the counter-protecting Hagiri in the form of a sword was thrown from above to behind like a big windmill, and then swung in a wide circle from bottom to top. Even the hard stone floor could not stop Hagiri's power at all. This huge sword hit the already skewed shield from below, sending Apollos flying into the sky, with his feet off the ground. The Guardian Lord was not panicked at all. In his past battles, it was not like he had never encountered such a powerful enemy with huge size and strange strength. It's not like he can stand firmly on the ground and bear the opponent's attacks like a city wall. Rather than standing still like a mountain, he is better at controlling the rhythm of battle and controlling all actions of the enemy and ourselves. Even if he is provoked, he has a way to deal with it. The right hand without a shield threw out a soul shackle. The chains on the shackles can ensure that the enemy and ourselves are fixed together and can only fight within a certain range. This is a little-known method of his, because most of his enemies don't need him to pay so much attention now. Being able to launch raids 3 times before was also an initial manifestation of this ability. Now that the soul shackles appear, it means that the battle can only end when one of the parties dies or surrenders. However, the latter has not happened yet. Even though the shackles thrown out were not yet fixed on the enemy, Apollo's figure broke away from the physical inertia and approached the direction of the magician against the trend. Of course, Lin couldn't let any more shackles appear on his body. He shrunk his body and cleverly changed his body's center of gravity, causing the anti-guarding Hagiri to be moved at a faster speed. The chain shackles that blocked the attack with one sword shot straight towards the exposed head of the Lord of Guardians with unparalleled power. Apollos would not be so big as to use his forehead to directly attack. The moment before the sword blade was attached to his body, he shrank behind the shield, held it in place with both hands, and took the blow from the giant kite-shaped shield. This also caused him to be knocked away for the second time and fall further away. After a brief exchange, Lin confirmed that the strange shackles did not have the function of locking on the enemy and automatically pursuing him. While he was thankful, it also made him more vigilant. The simpler the ability of an artifact, the higher the upper limit of its ability. That is to say, if it is really handcuffed, it will be more difficult to break free. Take a deep breath, remobilize the power in your body, and try to squeeze out the unused potential. Although the Janma sword does not require full reliance on arm strength to swing. If you want to swing it faster and cut harder, you must increase your own strength to get more favorable results. There was no use trying to dexterity with the god in front of him, who was good at using shields. There is always only one way to deal with a heavily armored soldier: smash him open. Taking a second deep breath, Lin began to move forward with small steps. Raise the anti-guarding Hakiri and make one circle around your waist, a second circle over your head, and a third circle like a hammer throw. The speed is getting faster and faster every time, and the power is also stronger every time. When it reaches the third circle, almost no complete figure or sword shadow can be seen. Only the sound of the sword cutting through the air is left. There was no fourth round where Apollos expected to counterattack. The magician in front of him once again appeared in an unexpected position, and the saber struck from an unexpected angle. This time, it was not from a blind corner, but from the front, slashing at the shield of the Lord of Guardians without any hesitation. Is it a feint or a frontal attack? Although there was a moment's hesitation, Apollos' movements were not slowed down by more than half a beat. He held the kite-shaped shield with both hands, kept his feet firmly on the ground, and took the blow. The sound of gold and iron clashing like a gong, as well as the solid feeling coming from his hands, made Apollos sure of one thing. I don't know why my divine power seems to have disappeared. So I let the opponent's weapon hit my shield directly, and the momentum has not diminished. The huge impact will penetrate the shield and directly hurt the body. Apollos took a step back and released the impact. It was this step back that prevented the kite-shaped shield in his hand from being smashed in half by the sword. As a handy love shield, the kite-shaped shield is made of unusual steel. Instead, it is made of various rare materials and cast by the skillful hands of the dwarf craftsman. But no matter what materials in the world, there is no chance of competing with the Hagiri clan. Although the kite-shaped shield escaped the fate of being smashed in half, it left a clearly visible knife mark in the center of the shield. Such a record is also because a certain magician is not good at fighting skills, so after being released by the Guardian Lord, most of the power became shock waves and dispersed to the left and right sides. As long as he can concentrate his skillful energy, even if he doesn't cut off the shield, he still has to make the god in front of him take a few steps back. However, the divergent shock wave did not disappear silently. Instead, before the power dissipated, he wreaked havoc on the surrounding nobles, who were unwilling to leave. Although people were almost gone, there were still some people who did not believe in evil. So some people died, some were injured, and some were lucky enough to watch another good show. A certain magician who had exhausted all his strength used the flash technique to distance himself, but couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty retreated. Why did you retreat? The people behind you are not worthy of your protection? So I want to ask, what is your standard for protecting people? Does it depend on your mood? If you are in a good mood today, no cockroaches or ants are allowed to die. If you are in a bad mood today, it has nothing to do with you if a lot of people die in the war. Is your mood good or bad?" The soul shackles on his right arm appeared again, and the chains were spread out on the ground. Magicians are too easy to cause accidents, especially the people in front of him. Apollos raised the threat of the magician in front of him to the highest level and said coldly, "You talk too much nonsense." Chapter 1443 Three Holy Lights Gather. One person and one god are at war again. However, the distinction between humans and gods is not limited to the various unreasonable effects brought about by divine power. Apollos is not a god who sits on a divine throne and has not done anything for hundreds of years. He relied on fighting against the Lord of the Abyss, against the elemental lords, and against visitors from other worlds, battle after battle, to achieve his reputation as the strongest man in the land. Even though the divine power was suppressed, the shield still danced vigorously, parrying one attack after another with the sword. And instead of using brute force to block, various force-relieving techniques are used to minimize the damage. The shackles on his right hand were waiting for an opportunity to come out. Lock the neck. Lock the hands. Lock the waist. Lock the feet. The size of the shackles will change according to the location, and any lock will do, no matter how bad it is. The magician has to guard against the iron chain attack. The tactics seem to focus on defense and containment. But in fact, as long as there is a chance, every move is enough to produce a fatal combo. Lin's fighting method is quite simple. That is, his whole body spins like a top, and the anti-guard Hakakiri draws large and small circles like a windmill. In conjunction with the movement method of flash, he often launches attacks from unexpected positions. Sometimes it makes people think that it is still accumulating power, But the next moment things change, and the attack is right in front of him. Sometimes I think that my block is just right, and I can use it to counterattack the opponent. But I don't expect that everything will be in vain as soon as the move is released. The magician's offensive was erratic in its advance and retreat. Unpredictable. Apollos was able to hold on firmly. And in fact, he used all his strength. Moreover, there are also shackles and chains as an offensive, restricting part of the scope of action, so that the magician cannot use it to his fullest. However, in this seemingly stalemate battle situation, Lin did not appear anxious. In fact, if he wasn't afraid that his intentions would be discovered, he would like to save trouble and not jump so much. Just hit the shield of the Guardian Lord with his sword. The martial arts of Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, are all on that shield. This sentence seems a bit wrong now. At least the skill of the chain was not so sparse that it could be ignored. But the chain is only an auxiliary after all. And the focus is still on the shield. In other words, that shield is the strongest part of Apollos. If this strongest link is removed, doesn't it mean that the Lord of Guardians is no longer a concern? Lin's current plan is to abolish that shield. If his divine power was unblocked and Apollos could get endless support from the mysterious land, Lin would never have such an idea. But the current situation is that the divine power is restrained by the anti-Guardian Hagari. And Apollos does not look like he has entered the invincible state of infinite protection, if it is purely based on weapon materials. There is no opponent of Hagari in the world. And this is the first battle. In other words, this may be a unique opportunity. You must know that many tactics can only be regarded as clever strategies, and will die in the face of light. After using it once, if you want the enemy to be fooled a second time, you can only hope that the opponent is stupid enough. Lin didn't want to bet that Apollos' IQ wasn't up to par. So he had no choice but to give his best in this opportunity. Hit hard again and again. Facing such an offensive, Apollos didn't think much and just defended steadily. In other words, even if he is aware of the magician's intentions, can he still give up his defense? This is an upright conspiracy. But no matter how hard he used the force-removing technique, every attack from his sword on the shield still left damage. Even if you try to scatter these attacks on the shield, it will be to no avail. In addition to the slash marks left by the sword, the strange concussive force in Apollos' hand was the main source of damage, making the shield's material structure extremely fragile. Not surprisingly, the giant kite-shaped shield that Apollos loved disintegrated under another all-out slashing strike from the magician, like glass that had been hit by a huge force. It shattered all over the ground with a crisp sound. Lin did not take advantage of the victory to pursue him. Instead, he retreated a certain distance and looked at the god in front of him proudly, thinking about whether to kill or not to kill. You can kill gods. You can even kill gods from time to time. If you are in a good mood or if you are in a bad mood, you can kill to relieve boredom. But the Guardian Lord is definitely not among those who are killed at will. As the most powerful firewall in MIDI, Apollos is registered there. And it is not an exaggeration to call him his own son. If such a god was killed by himself, Lin couldn't even imagine the chain reaction that would follow. Therefore, we can only hope to destroy the opponent's strongest link and make it retreat. But as has been repeatedly emphasized in the past, people can choose the time to start a war, but they cannot decide when to stop. In order for a war to end, both parties must be willing to stop, which is indispensable. Otherwise, if one of the parties is completely eliminated, the war will naturally stop. Wishful thinking by either party will only lead to disappointment in the end. This is someone who didn't keep his proud expression on his face for 3 seconds. When he watched the Lord of Guardian untie the remaining straps of the shield in his hand, he raised his hand to grab it, and the second supporting shield dropped from the sky and fell steadily into his hand. It was a square arc-shaped tower shield that was even larger than the previous kite-shaped shield. Apollos' tall and strong body can be completely covered without lifting it. By moving slightly left and right, you can block someone from most attack angles, unless you attack from behind every time. But doing so is tantamount to a certain magician limiting his main focus. With such a huge shield, Apollos can still operate it flexibly with one hand. So he took his time and fixed the shield strap firmly on his left arm, carefully checking it. Such actions can put more pressure on the opponent. When Lin saw this, he couldn't help but said in a low voice, "As for it, it can only be said that someone's emotional management is not at the level of being able to remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. I can keep spending time with you like this." In comparison, Apollos understood his advantages better, so he didn't care about the small defeat in front of him. Alright. I still remember when I watched movies before time travel. I would cheer for Captain America's character. But when such a person stands opposite him, he will only feel so sad that he wants to die. Are you going to waste it regardless? Even if his body has been transformed in a vault, it is no longer the weak constitution of the past. But if you want to compete with a god for endurance, do you think too much? But if you think about it seriously, isn't this also your purpose? It's better than letting this guy harass the robot fleet. As long as he can delay the fleet to complete the combat goal, he will be considered a victory. And the battle with the Guardian Lord will not be important. Although there was an imbalance between emotion management and expression management before. This time Lin did not show the joy of succeeding in his conspiracy. Still frowning in embarrassment, he continued to swing the anti-Guardian Hakakiri, which was longer and heavier than himself, and attacked the Lord of Guardians. Apollos also seemed not to be aware of someone's purpose, and was led into a rhythm of delaying time, focusing on preparing to block the sword attack from the magician. This is because he also noticed something wrong with his sword. If he didn't use a shield to parry it and cut it on his body, he would just cut it off without any consultation. However, the second round did not start after all. After Lin only turned around once, he retreated far away cautiously, because just now, the robot fleet was hit with 2 big holes. The 2 big gaps were compared to the fireworks set off by the 9 heroic spirits of the Guardian Lord. Their record of blowing up several battleships at once was impressive. However, the sizes of the 2 gaps are not the same, but one large and one small. The existence that created these 2 gaps did not continue to wreak havoc in the fleet, but fell to the ground behind the Guardian Lord. There is a man and a woman coming. The Lord of Justice Albrecht and the Lord of Life Vita. 2 powerful gods have arrived. And they are not the kind of people who dress peacefully to see believers, but are armed with armor on their bodies. As soon as the 3 powerful divine powers stood together, their divine powers began to be entangled with each other, and there was a vague resonance. However, the 3 gods are very restrained, restraining their respective divine powers instead of letting them go. It's not that they are worried about the impact of the entangled state of divine power. It's just that one of the gods is particularly unhappy, seeing 2 powerful gods blatantly sneaking into the mysterious land and appearing in his sight. Apollos wanted to turn around and slap his shield on the faces of the 2 gods. The 3 lords of holy light gathered together, before confirming each other's intentions. Lin certainly would not be so impulsive as to directly attack and force everyone to become enemies. He was so sure because apart from the fact that the 3 people were not aligned, Lin had no doubt that the 3 of them joining forces would really destroy the world. Based on this alone, once the 2 new members have the intention of taking action, Apollos will definitely stay out of the matter, and even use his backhand to wave his shield in the faces of the 2 old comrades. Although the Lord of Justice appeared in full armor, the sword was still in the scabbard and had not been drawn out. The spearhead on the Lord of Life's spear staff is also covered with a sheath made of dragon skin. Both of them are just preparing for war, not starting it. Albrecht's appearance did not appear to be an attempt to prosecute the enemy. Instead, he looked happy, clapped his hands, and said, "Although I don't really like the arguments you mentioned about me, but the part about scolding this stubborn person is really satisfying to hear. I couldn't agree more. Although I don't think it's possible for you to stand shoulder to shoulder with me and fight against the Lord of Guardians. But I'm still very grateful to you, Justice Palace, for agreeing with my remarks." Someone started the business exchange mode and said, "Oh, use honorifics. I thought you would think that you are qualified to be equal to us. In fact, you can achieve such results, and you are indeed qualified. No god or devil can destroy him. A shield. The Lord of Justice seems to be talking about a god that has nothing to do with him. In fact, the 2 gods were once close comrades in arms, and even after becoming gods, they jointly established the church. Although they parted ways later, such a relationship could not be broken off immediately, and the world is very unfair. In interpersonal interactions, when rich and powerful people are polite to others, that is called humility and politeness. If the other party takes it seriously, it is just called ignorance. Of course, it was impossible for Lin to take such openly flattering words seriously, with unknown intentions behind his back. He replied seriously, "If I haven't taken that step, it means that I am just standing at a lower level of life and looking up to you. How can I say that I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you? What I am more interested in is the 2 people who are dressed up and coming to the world. Are you here to break up a fight? Or are you here to fight?" Chapter 1444 Shocking Change. Vita, the Lord of Life, is very beautiful, but her personality is cold and she doesn't like to smile. Compared with Lin's beauty, which has a hint of evil,
This goddess is upright and dignified, but she dare not play with her from a distance. Flynn and the Lord of Life had met several times by chance, and they almost obtained the identity of a lector. But Flynn refused. She subconsciously rejected everything related to God. Of course, it was impossible for Lynn to persuade her to restrain herself or change her attitude. In fact, killing the gods without seeing them was already a great improvement for this original lich, and Lynn could not ask for more. However, Flynn's opinion of the Lord of Life is not bad. She always refers to him as the little sister with facial paralysis. The affectionate use of certain characteristic nicknames is enough to prove that Flynn remembers this person or god. Flynn doesn't go out of her way to scorn or despise a person or god because she doesn't take it to heart. If someone asked, or appeared in front of her, at most she would ask, "Who?" Ignorance hurts more than contempt. In short, this goddess of life, who has gained the attention of a certain lich, rarely frowned because of a question. In fact, he himself couldn't figure out why he appeared here. It is impossible to fight. If a fight breaks out and his younger brother turns against him first, it will be useless even if he says he is here to help him. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. So Vita was very sure of Apollos' attitude. Advise? What do you want to advise? Advise Apollos to stop? If this brother listens to the advice, he will save a lot of troubles in his life. At least my ability to heal injuries and save others would not improve to the level it is today. Advise that magician? How can a magician who dares to challenge the gods be persuaded by a few words? He didn't look at the other party's eagerness to try, as if as long as he nodded, he would rush forward to fight 1 against 3. The dog pounces on food without being so obvious. It was just something that Vita could clearly see. But those two guys, who were men at heart, seemed to be blind and didn't understand. One was as stubborn as a donkey, and the other wanted to sit in the front row to watch the fun, for fear that the showman wouldn't notice him. Conclusion: a bunch of kids. She has no idea that her status in the heart of a certain goddess has been lowered to the same level as a brat. The Lord of Justice looked at a certain magician provocatively and said, "Magic, I admit that you have the strength to fight against the gods. But if you fight 1 against 3, wouldn't it be too arrogant?" Of course, the Lord of Justice will not fail to see someone's itchy intentions. And he appeared here not because he wanted to help Apollos or to see his jokes, but just because Albrecht wanted to meet this magician. As for why we want to meet, and what we will do after we meet, let's wait until we meet. What determines everything depends on the attitude of the magician. Faced with the arrogant remarks criticizing his 1-on-3 performance, Lin showed little fear. He inserted the anti-guarding Hakakiri into the ground in front of him, and dipped a Hakakiri sword pill into the index fingers of his left and right hands from the waist. Except for the 8 powerful masters of the powerful divine power on the table, all the other gods' divine powers have been cracked by themselves. You can use anti-authority magic against God at any time. After all, these are potential opponents, and their temples and churches are the most accessible and easy to find samples of divine power. Of course, it is impossible for a certain time-traveling person to just hold onto his feet when death is imminent. The reason why it is impossible to target the 8 masters of power is because the divine power of these 8 is uniquely pure, compared with other divine powers, which are combinations of 8 powers. The Lord of the 8 powers only controls a single power. Moreover, there is no saying that the 8 powers are mutually reinforcing and interfering with each other. So naturally there is no way to reverse them. There is a specific inverse energy equation. It has been used once before, and a counterguarding Hakiri was created through the Hakiri. Then it is certainly not difficult at all to do it a second or third time. And because the sword shape to be changed this time is not as big as a Janma sword, a lot of time is saved in the change. The Hakiri Kimaru in the left hand took the form of a Roman dagger, and it was not a straight blade, but a gourd-shaped one with a slight arc. This is an anti-justice attack on Albrecht. The sword ball in his right hand turned into a thin sword for thrusting. The metallic rose-shaped round sword and the flower vine carved guard in front of the hilt decorate this anti-life box cutter. The 2 swords on the left and right reveal divine powers similar to those of justice and life, but completely different. Among them, Vita felt it the most, and the word natural enemy even came to his mind. In the concepts of the other 2, there is no natural enemy. The anti-divine power series is not a completely opposite concept, or a restraint relationship similar to the 5 elements, but a key to unlock it. What makes divine power special is its ability to virally assimilate infections. As long as the basic quantity of divine power is greater, the faster it will be infected and assimilated.
Anti-divine power is that key. To untie the power restrained by divine power, and restore it to its original lively and chaotic state will lose the characteristics of divine power. Theoretically, the anti-divine power equation can also come to erode the divine being. But it's like high temperatures can evaporate water, causing it to escape and reduce its volume. However, the same effect in a sealed tank will not reduce the total amount of various forms of water, because water vapor has no place to escape and is trapped in the sealed tank. As soon as the high temperature is removed, the conditions in the sealed jar slowly return to their original state. Therefore, if you want the anti-power equation to have a specific effect on the god's body, you must first knock a hole in the sealed can. That is, use a hakakiri to slash the opponent with a sword. As long as this sword strikes solidly, it will be seriously injured and the jump will not be capped. It's just that weapons are forged and forged. Someone really doesn't get so excited that he just takes a sword in his left and right hands, bites another in his mouth, and rushes forward to fight with the 3 divine fires. If you really do that, how can the word brainless be used to describe it? The 2 people who just appeared were just threatening, not hostile. The most troublesome thing was the guardian, who was looking around, struggling to decide whether to deal with the magician first or the other 2 couples. This person's desire to kill me is not diminished. And looking at the magician on the opposite side, he silently created 2 highly targeted weapons. The Lord of Justice sighed and said,
"It seems that I still underestimate you too much. This is how you fight 1 against 3.
The source of courage. So you choose to fight?
It was impossible to let the Lord of Justice set the tone of the matter," Lin said conservatively.
No. Maybe I just want to say that no matter who comes, I am sure to take a bite out of him. So don't think that I can do whatever I want.
Needed bugs.
The so-called military confrontation can only be established on the premise that mutual destruction can be achieved. It's just wishful thinking to arm yourself like a porcupine and hope that those meat-eating animals will know how to take a detour when they see you. Porcupines may scare off many low-level hunters, but in front of the real top hunters, the porcupine is just a prey that is more troublesome to handle. But a military confrontation is just a military confrontation, not a formal declaration of war. Although he was angry with the Lord of Guardians, there was no serious conflict with the other 2. It's better not to fight if you can. He just responded to a Grand Duke's declaration of war, and then summoned a fleet of robots to bombard him. Based on the scattered population of a Grand Duke's territory, the casualties could exceed 1 million at most, which shouldn't be too much, including the old, weak, women and children. Alright. Why do you think that if you think about it seriously? There is nothing wrong with these 3 people joining forces to beat you up? Someone is ashamed. However, this embarrassment did not show on his face, because with 3 anti-divine series Akiri, the next battle would either not be possible, or it would most likely be the last battle in this life. Someone who doesn't have time to feel sad about spring and autumn is alone against 3 powerful gods. This is really a situation that has never been imagined before. In order to prevent things from slipping into the worst direction, you should show kindness and moderation after showing your fangs. It's just that as a keyboard warrior who can knock people to the sky, Lin has a bit of a problem with how to choose the carrot and stick lines. This kind of diplomatic rhetoric that is both hard and soft is not what I am good at. When someone was struggling with what to say next, a sudden accident interrupted all thoughts. The anti-life box cutter's opening point was not to use any part of the Lord of Life Vita's body, but Lin's own left hand. The moment the warning flashed through his mind, Lin subconsciously cut off the left hand holding the anti-justice box cutter at the wrist. The blood spurting out from the broken part of the wrist only had time to spill a few drops before someone used muscle control to contract and stop the bleeding. As for the left palm that had fallen to the ground, the back of the hand was flashing with white light originating from divine power. That is the holy symbol of the goddess of gold coins, a mark belonging to the elect. Although the bleeding at the broken wrist had stopped, and even though the pain from the wrist had been cut off, the feeling before that still really impacted my nerves. Lin looked dissatisfied in a certain direction at the figure hidden in the shadows. There were 4 people in the legendary team that conquered the Dark Legion in the past. 3 of them have appeared, but the 4th one is still far away.
"Are you going to give up my identity as a voter? Shao Gai."
The gold coin goddess Kain appeared from the corner where someone was staring with an aggrieved look.
"I thought we had a great time working together. I like you very much."
Putting away the unhappy expression on his face, Lin said helplessly,
"Your Majesty, I don't hate you. I even think you will be the most compatible god with me. But no matter what, this does not make me willing to be controlled. Reason."
Lin half held up his broken wrist. Although the bleeding had stopped, The wound was not healed, so the section of muscle and bone still looked quite scary.
Although I don't really want to use those words that are very middle class. But at this time, I still want to say that my fate is up to me.
What just happened was that the golden coin goddess's sacred emblem on the back of her left hand started to cause trouble. The divine power belonging to Cain inexplicably received a large amount of support, broke out of the mark range of the holy symbol, and began to spread towards other parts of the body. Would it be a good thing to be possessed by divine power? Lin didn't want to use his own body for experiments, and he didn't care whether Cain did this to control himself. Anyway, at this sensitive time, be careful, and you won't make a big mistake. So someone decisively cut off his left hand. Chapter 1445 The Disappearing Target. Someone's act of self-mutilation made it clear to him that today's battle could not continue no matter what. Even if Apollos doesn't stop, he doesn't have the ability to continue to fight against him. In the past, I had more offense than defense. That was due to the way the enemy and I fought. It was not that I was really strong enough to overwhelm the opponent. Without hands, of course one cannot use the sword. The anti-guardian Hakuri is not a Jansa sword form, and it is simply a delusion to break through the defense of the Guardian Lord. Therefore, it makes no sense at all to turn the anti-guard box switch into a one-handed sword form. Although his body has been transformed into a demon, the ability to regenerate severed limbs is not on his list. This is different from wound healing. How many cells must be proliferated to regenerate the lost limb? But if you take the broken palm back and reconnect it, you can recover quickly. A simple matter like attaching bones to flesh and blood vessels can be treated as a wound. With the specificity of this physical body, Lin doesn't even need to control it himself. When broken palm approaches, this kind of thing will happen automatically. But Lin didn't do that. Although Kuyin's divine power was retracted into the holy emblem mark, Lin still fired a fireball, burning his broken left hand and the blood that had been spattered before. An old topic. The curse that is cast by using a part of the target's body is very difficult to prevent. A certain time traveler doesn't want to leave any clues. But such behavior really offended the gold goddess. I have never seen him in military uniform walking out into the open, he asked angrily.
Magic, you really want to sever ties with me? Aren't you afraid that I will invalidate all the things you have done?
Lin seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and asked jokingly,
Oh, are you willing? Your Majesty Cain.
There are two categories of worldly affairs. The first is to implement it with a strong hand, which may be harmful to the interests of most people in the short term. But it is a good thing for long-term development. And it is even a must. The promotion of one or the other is in line with the interests of the vast majority of people. The former is prone to the problem of people dying and government resting. As long as the executor is gone, everything he once implemented is like being loaded with springs, and will quickly bounce back to its original appearance. Nothing was left but chicken feathers on the ground. The most common situation of the latter is that if the pusher either dies from hard work, or is kicked aside by vested interests, the whole situation is taken over, in order to obtain maximum benefits, even monopoly benefits. Those who have considerable strength will naturally want to dominate everything, rather than being a small citizen at the mercy of others. I don't dare to talk about knowledge yet, but the things Lin promotes and arranges are in the interest of everyone. Are people or gods, who have tasted the sweetness, willing to throw away the benefits that come to their mouths? Lin didn't believe it at all. That's why he dared to confidently ask the goddess in front of him, which made Cain furious. Unless she is forced to do so, it is really impossible for the gold goddess to give up on the implementation of the bank. Cain thought of his former self, who was a fringe god among weak gods. It would not be surprising if he fell from the altar. But now, even the Lord of Wealth, one of the 8 powers, wants to come and compete with him. If Apollos hadn't taken action, he would have become the fat man's target. If I give up the bank on my own initiative, believe it or not, that fat man will squat in the next second and occupy it, and refuse to leave. The competition between gods is far more cruel than mortals can imagine. For Lin, the advantage of pushing something forward is that it doesn't take much effort. Even if you let go of the banking business and don't have yourself at the helm, won't the bank develop on its own? Although I have plans for this new financial business, I have personally experienced the horror of allowing a financial monster to be born. But for a person who is not a finance and economics major, Lin cannot guarantee that the direction he controls is correct and good for most people. Maybe it would be a better choice to let development go and find its own financial path. Therefore, Lin has no hesitation about giving up his voter status. Of course, I don't regret it either. It's definitely not a case of laziness or aversion to being a consultant and doing social work. But Apollos on the side was a little dissatisfied that the goddess of gold coins had intervened and staged a drama that seemed to have nothing to do with her. He can defeat the magician without the help of his friends, especially when the other party also cut off one of his hands. The Lord of Guardians himself would not feel guilty about bullying, because he stands in the position of protector. As long as he is the evil party, no matter what miserable situation the other party falls into, he will come forward to attack the other party. Although he doesn't care if the fight is fair, Apollos won't use any despicable means due to his personality. At least when those companions who were not on the same side attracted the magician's attention. He had no intention of taking the opportunity to make a sneak attack. But he couldn't always watch the show. The alien metal monster in the sky is still roaring. The land is being melted inch by inch, and countless lives are disappearing at the same time. The Lord of Guardians must prevent this. This is his duty and mission. The soul shackle on his right hand fell heavily to the ground, and the gently swinging chain made a harsh metal friction sound, as if telling the others. The owner of the chain was becoming more and more impatient. Lin could still feel such hints. He tilted his head, showed a rather fake business smile, and said, "Want to continue?" Before he finished speaking, the shackles rushed towards a certain magician. Lin raised his left arm, which was missing his palm, to block it. The shackles made of unknown materials, neither gold nor iron, tightly clasped someone's left forearm. Without the burden of the palm, the bare wrist should be able to break free easily. But the fact is that Lin's forearm was tightly clasped by the shackles, and he could not pull his arm out of the shackle ring in the direction. This is certainly not an undeclared war or a sneak attack. I was already in the middle of a battle, and I didn't pay attention and was hit by someone. Who else could I cry to? Moreover, the fact that this cuffing was so smooth was probably the result of someone letting loose. Lin wanted to try the effectiveness of this pair of shackles. This was the most direct way to understand an ability. The condition of his left hand and his confidence in the flash technique gave him the confidence to give it a try. But after being handcuffed, Lin once again confirmed that he shouldn't be too confident. This pair of shackles is not as simple as I thought, because what it cuffs is not the physical body, but the soul in a certain concept. It may be that the main concept is protection, supplemented by concepts such as bloody battle, fighting to the death, and not letting the enemy take a single step beyond his reach. In short, the moment he was handcuffed, Lin felt like he was being captured from the depths of his soul. In order to break free from the shackles on his arms, Lin also tried to use the flash technique to move his arms from their original position in space. However, the result was that the shackles moved with the flash, as if it was one with itself. What is even more devastating than being cuffed by these shackles is that Apollos can follow the chains and get close to the target in an instant. Before Lin could figure out the principle behind this, the thick and giant shield struck him in the face again. Would you like to chop off your own hand again? With such thoughts flashing through his mind, Lin replaced the anti-life Hakuri in his right hand with the anti-guarding Hakuri and blocked it in front of him again. Although it could not completely block the shot, the anti-guardian equation still worked, completely removing the divine power of this shield hit. The remaining impact force was blocked by the power of Xuanwu robe. Even so, someone is still like a bouncy ball, being knocked out by the shield of the Guardian Lord, and then being pulled back by the soul shackles. Lin tried to use the anti-protection box cutter to cut off the chain part of the soul shackles. Without much effort, the chain melted when it touched the sword blade, splitting into two. Both ends of the chain also fell to the ground. But after the sword blade passed by, the broken chains were connected again. The effect of limiting a person's movement range and the ability to teleport the Lord of Guardians to him again and again remain unchanged, coupled with the constant but effective shield slap in the face. Lin had a whole new experience with the word stalker. It's just that the defense of Xuanwu robe is not that easy to break through. Every shield strike of Apollos seemed to be extremely powerful, but in the end, it only left negligible damage on someone. It is more serious than scratching the skin. After being photographed like this several times, Lin laughed. While laughing, he also spat out the blood from his loose teeth and bleeding gums. This laughter also made the Lord of Guardians stop his attack. He looked at the magician in front of him sternly, as if he could break the thin neck with just one stretch of his hand. He said, "Are you crazy, mortal? If I'm really crazy, I can't tell you the correct answer. In fact, I'm just curious. Great Lord of Guardians, what is your purpose in finding me?" Apollos got angry when he asked a question knowingly. He instinctively wanted to slap this guy in the face again. But the next moment, he also noticed that something was wrong. The 9 people who had been following him for a long time came to him with shields. Shouldn't they be in the sky to stop those monster attacks? I can deal with this magician without their help. No one's help is needed. And in the sky, it was originally just from the corner of my eye. But in order to confirm, Apollos turned his head and looked at the clear blue sky through the gap in the ruined meeting hall. The torrent of metal that covered the sky and the sun before seemed fake, leaving no trace at all. That team of metal monsters retreated? He didn't notice that the magician in front of him gave an order to retreat, or that this person showed any signs of surrender. Then the remaining possibilities? It can only be that cruel answer. Lin was still smiling, but the sour taste in his mouth made him grit his teeth and gasp. With the Xuanwu robe for self-defense, he escaped the fate of being beaten to pulp by the shield of the Guardian Lord. But there are no major injuries. Small injuries are inevitable. Those small injuries accumulate and make someone suffer as much as if they were beaten up by a street gangster. But Lin still said proudly, "You failed to protect those who are not worth protecting. Are you planning to take revenge now? Use this method of revenge afterwards to intimidate potential enemies from doing anything rash. Your Majesty, what do you think? Can it be included in the concept of protection? If this is possible, then you have to wait for a bunch of people to die before taking action. So what do those dead people mean to you?" Chapter 1446, The Good God's Choice. The concept of Marvel's Avengers is actually the reason why the law exists. You made a mistake, so you're punished. If people are afraid of the punishment afterwards, they should not break the law easily. However, losses must occur in the process. That is, financial losses or personal injuries caused by criminal acts. Even if it is remedied afterwards, the damage has already been done. This kind of legal punishment is not about educating people's hearts and preventing losses and injuries from happening before they happen. That's why some people say that law is the lower limit of morality. This approach of only pursuing the lower limit is a helpless choice in the dangerous environment of Marvel. But is it the only choice for Apollos, the Lord of Guardians? The good and evil camps of the lost gods are generally divided according to whether the concepts they represent are positive or negative. However, this division method is not accurate and cannot explain that some negative concepts belong to the camp of good gods, while some positive concepts are mixed with the evil gods of the abyss. Although this confusion occurs, it is usually the lesser-known gods. It has a small base of believers, so it is easy for the actions of believers to skew the deity's camp. According to a certain time-traveling group's observation and compilation of the gods of the Lost Land, it can be said that those who pursue the upper limit of the concept can probably be classified into the camp of good gods. Those who pursue the lower limit without moral integrity will probably become evil gods. Interestingly, the classification of good and evil does not mean that the former will bring beneficial results, while the latter will definitely cause losses. Sometimes the advantages and disadvantages are reversed, and the difference is more or less people. Therefore, even the evil god camp or the evil god of the abyss have a basis of belief. So there is not a single believer. At most, these people believe secretly. As the old saying goes, some people do the killing business, but no one does the losing business. Then here comes the problem. What about the pursuit of the Guardian Lord? Can he accept revenge as a means of protection? If you accept it, then what are you thinking about? If you want to chop off your arms, just chop them off. Anyway, the palm has already been chopped off, so one more piece is nothing. Then grease the soles of your feet and run away. If you can still be caught up like this, let's fly a kite and see who becomes impatient first. The feud has become serious. Why don't you run away and wait to be slapped in the face with a shield until you die? However, judging from the way the shackles disintegrated on their own, Apollos should not be pursuing the bottom line. He even exposed his back nonchalantly and stared fiercely at the other 3 gods, who were also incarnate in the mortal world. The other 3 gods' scalps went numb when he stared at them. It's very troublesome for the gods to be really immersive. But the most troublesome level should come from the attention of the Guardian Lord. How did the title of the strongest man in the Lost Land come about? He was beaten alive by beating the blind intruders one after another. Similarly, it is very troublesome for the descending spirit's true form to leave the Lost Land. But if you return to your own kingdom of God, the level of trouble will plummet. As long as no one deliberately obstructs them, as long as they have a thought, they will appear in their home in the next moment. Therefore, Albrecht, the Lord of Justice, gave a certain magician a profound look and left. The Lord of Life, Vita, does not have any nostalgia for the Lost Land. There is still a guest waiting in his home, and that person could turn into a bad guest at any time. Coen, the goddess of gold coins, wanted to talk to Apollos. But it was obvious that this was not a good time. He also wanted to retain the magician. But Apollos 100% did not allow his true form to stay any longer. So he could only think of a way afterwards. After the Lord of Guardians confirmed that there was no longer a threat in the sky, he never set his sights on the magician again. No matter how dissatisfied he is with this outsider, he cannot deny that there is considerable support behind him, such as the 25 world trees. The world tree cannot be touched by oneself, and there is no reason to touch it. It even needs to be supported in return. But he didn't want to do anything against his will, so he simply ignored it. After watching the three true gods leave without leaving a single trace behind, Apollos whistled loudly. His favorite horse chariot fell from the sky, pulled by two divine eight-legged horses. There was no pause for the horse chariot. At the moment when he and Apollos were in contact with each other, the Lord of Guardians clasped his hands and flipped into the driver's seat of the car. At the same time, the two Pegasus galloped so fast that a wormhole similar to Einstein's Rosen Bridge was opened directly in front of him. In another flash, like being sucked into a wormhole, his divine body and the car disappeared on the spot. As soon as their boss left, the 9 heroic spirits holding the shield did not make any expressions or show any emotion towards the magician in front of them. They just bent their knees and jumped, and unexpectedly jumped out of the rocket's escape velocity from gravity and disappeared into the sky. Lin didn't bother to criticize such a group of people who came and went suddenly. After all, they are gods. How can gods care about people's feelings? Let alone such stupid behavior as saying something before leaving, after all those high-ranking beings were gone. And the Karlsruhe Empire Conference Hall was still a mess even though it was not in ruins. Some more people came out of their hiding places. In fact, the nobles who survived until the end were not because they had a strong sense of gossip and were extremely courageous, just because they missed the opportunity to escape and did not dare to come forward in the subsequent conflict. They could only hide and tremble. In addition to these nobles who looked at a certain magician with fear on their faces, the elves belonging to various world trees and assisting in the banking business of the gold coin goddess also came out of hiding. Their expressions did not show the fear of the nobles, but rather a strange expression influenced by a mixture of surprise, curiosity, admiration, and other psychological factors. They thought that this magician was very good at fighting. Being able to make friends with those 25 world tree, His Majesty's, is impossible without fighting. Among the elemental elves, there is a different name for the Lord of the Four Elements. The elves are aware of it, but everyone thinks that it relies more on external forces than their own strength. There are many elves with itchy hands who want to practice their skills with this magician. 1 or 2 requests out of 10 will always be fulfilled. However, the ridiculous characteristics of the flash technique make most people feel powerless when facing this magician as their opponent, now that he could survive against the Lord of Guardians alone, and under the watchful eyes of 3 other legendary team members. All the elves refreshed their understanding of this magician. It's just that the previous battle was completely beyond their level, and they were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. So the elves hid and waited for the outcome of the battle. When the gods left, they walked out one by one. The leader is the sword made of the ancient Yggdrasil, the scarlet sword Saint Miriam. Lin saw the elves appearing, wearing elven holy robes and looking like they were ready to fight. Before they could speak, he said, "You are here too. Fortunately, none of you jumped out just now. Otherwise, I don't know what the outcome will be." There was contempt in the words, but no elf became angry because that was indeed the truth. Even Miriam, an extraordinary person among elves, has the confidence to deal with a god with inferior divine power and guarantee that she will not die. But against the Lord of Guardians, I really wasn't that sure about surviving. It's just that Lin didn't talk much to the elves, even though the elves should be very concerned about where he would go with his banking business after he parted ways with the gold coin goddess, because this is also what the world trees care about. Lin turned to look at the group of nobles who had survived the disaster. In their frightened, uneasy and puzzled eyes, they walked towards the pile of gloves on the ground, which miraculously had not been destroyed, and with a smile, he used his only remaining right hand to gather it. But in the eyes of the nobles, that smile not only showed bad intentions, but also clearly stated, "I want to cause trouble," written on his face. The pile of gloves was thrown by the person who pointed at his nose and challenged him. This challenge is quite formal and humiliating. According to the rules, if the challenged person picks up the gloves, then the duel is considered established. But the establishment of a duel does not mean that it can be fought randomly. The reason for the challenge must be publicly stated, as well as the purpose of the duel and the bet. if any. The two sides then discuss a fair duel method, which is conducted publicly under the auspices of the lord or a higher-ranking noble, and for everyone to witness. Archduke Frias declared war on a magician before. This is absolutely unfair and bullying. But who knew? The magician would turn around and use his big move, not only summoning the elemental elves to start a war, but also provoking the Lord of Guardians. At the beginning of the war between the magician and the Guardian Lord, the Grand Duke had already been forced out by the nobles he had befriended and fled this place of right and wrong, regardless of whether his territory was destroyed by the pile of metal monsters in the sky. The loss of the mansion in the imperial capital alone was enough to make him cry and faint. However, the Guardian Lords came forward and approached the magician in front of them in order to stop the group of metal monsters in the sky. So how can the attack on the territory of Archduke Frias be fake? If the Grand Duke died in the commotion just now, he might still have a sympathetic posthumous reputation and be forgotten. If the Grand Duke survives, the rest of his life will probably be worse than death. Several nobles present thoughts so. But before that, what the magician wants to do is what the nobles are concerned about. Lin hugged a pile of gloves with his broken left wrist and said to the nobles present, "I want you to tell the people who threw the gloves to me. First, I remember who they are. Second, give them 3 days. As long as the duel method, time and place are not too outrageous, such as asking his grandson or great-grandson to wrestle in 100 years, then I will agree. But if I can't decide within 3 days, then I will find them one by one according to my method. Remember, these words must be passed on, because I also remember who you are. If you understand, then leave." Suddenly, all the nobles nodded their heads. After getting the promise, they left calmly. It's just that the more I walk, the faster my pace becomes. At the end of the day, I didn't say I was rolling and crawling, but it was almost the same. After seeing off the group of nobles, Lin turned to the elves and said, "Let's go back to the guest house first. There won't be any big trouble in the follow-up matters." Chapter 1447 The Commotion. In March of the year 736 of the Christian era, several articles on the forum detonated this virtual space that connected the entire lost land. I remember I was guarding the magic tower at the traffic rush. Overnight, I became an island guard. There are several articles like this, and the authors are all tower owners of magic towers. They use their own angles and writing styles to describe the apocalyptic thunder that struck one day, ravaging the land and everything on it like a downpour. That natural disaster storm didn't last long, but the result was quite terrifying. The land is gone. What was once a mountain has become a sea. What was once a plain with endless farmland has become a sea. Where there were once lush forests, it became the sea. Even what was once a busy port or town has become the sea. The trees and plants that once grew on the land, the wild beasts and monsters running around, or the living people one after another, all disappeared with the land. No one would be naive to think that these people or creatures migrated to live elsewhere, because there is no time at all. However, the descriptions of the magic tower owners are only the beginning. Countless requests for missing persons. There are also many emotional articles claiming that their former home has turned into a vast ocean, and they cannot go back even if they want to. There are also very few people who have witnessed with their own eyes the article about the thunder melting away the land. And death is probably only a few steps away from the author. These people were all lucky enough to hide within the range of the magic tower, or they crossed some invisible boundaries. When the news spread in the Karlsruhe Empire Conference Hall that the Grand Duke Frias had declared war on a magician, everyone was shocked to realize that the Grand Duke's territory, which was the protagonist of the declaration of war, was completely gone. It wasn't that it was deprived of its title. It wasn't that it was usurped by neighboring nobles. It wasn't that it was occupied by enemies. It was actually gone. It's gone at the land level. Also because of the coastal location. Seawater poured in, turning the former territory of the Grand Duchy into an ocean. And not only the territories directly under the Grand Duke, but also the territories with secondary titles that he entrusted were in the same situation. Then what caused all this was a metal monster that could emit thunder. And the witness was everyone in Ukraine Imperial City, including dignitaries and common people, and even lower-level untouchables or foreign businessmen, adventurers, and mercenaries. People all over the country were telling the same thing in unison, and it was difficult for outsiders not to believe it. Because there were too many witnesses, there was no point that could be questioned. The only question is, where did those metal monsters floating in the sky come from? Finally, the most exciting news is that the magician had a fight with the Lord of Guardians and survived.
The witnesses were a bunch of nobles from the empire. They had no intention of hiding the news, and even spread it widely. In particular, he warned the children in the family that no one should mess with the magician. Because of that battle, many people watched the beginning, and even more stayed until the end. Although it is not the outcome of who defeats whom. Facing a god with powerful divine power sequence. It is almost a miracle that the magician can survive. Furthermore, there are too many families that, because of the battle between the magician and the guardian lord, have arranged the funeral of the family head and started large or small civil strife over the issue of inheritance. The tragic situation of these families is also the sequelae and evidence left by that battle. No one can pretend to be blind, let alone want to be a part of it. In short, for a person who can dig up a Grand Duke's territory into an ocean with just one order, and even fight with the Lord of Guardians, let alone take him seriously, he simply avoids him for fear of being caught. All conspiracies and calculations have been suspended. In the face of absolute strength, crushing all conspiracies is not a big problem. No one wants to be the one who gets crushed. Even the position of the empress supported by the magician became more subtle. After all, the adultery between the two people has long been known to the public. And the nobles also regard this relationship as a handle. Hiding it. Just waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now they don't dare to move. And no one dares to take the lead. No one dares to bet on whether the magician will act recklessly regardless of the consequences. No one can afford the consequences of the magician going crazy. But it was impossible to turn around and change his stance to curry favor with the empress. Rather than going through the relationship with the empress, it would be better to go directly to the magician. But it is a point of view that was avoided before. No one wants to contact that one because they have no effective checks and balances. It is impossible for such a person to accept the recruitment of nobles. And no nobles dare to recruit them. What the nobles need is a dog that can bite people, not a master to take home and provide for them. So is it going to cause a stumbling block and overturn what the person is promoting recently? Then find a way to invite the great god out and get him out of the empire as soon as possible. When the nobles put it together, the best way was to accelerate the magician's plan. Fortunately for the bank, the initiative lies with the goddess of gold coins. Although the magician is the chosen one of the goddess, he does the same things as other elves. And he is not particularly outstanding or has the power to control. Everyone even heard that that person had lost his identity as a voter. This news is not surprising at all. Anyone with some foundation in family inheritance knows the past relationship between the gold coin goddess and the three holy lights. One side is a comrade in arms, and the other side is a servant. It is obvious which side a normal person would choose to support. Gods are no exception. As for the establishment of the constitution, that matter was to remove the power of the emperor and put the power in the hands of the nobles. Although there is an additional law as a nominal restraint, an additional lower council has been set up, and some members have come out to raise their hands in approval. The emperor's power is gone. How can the magician who is very close to the empress still make a difference? It seems possible. But thinking about it from another perspective, as long as the empress hands over the power legally, even if she is attached to the magician, she will not be able to conquer the sky. This is very important. On the contrary, the nobles now have to worry about whether the empress will simply stop the matter of establishing a constitution and rely on the strength of the magician to clean up all the nobles. No, not a single Grand Duke is gone. Archduke Frias was still alive, as were his wife and children. The Grand Duke's residence in Ukraine Imperial City was destroyed, and a bottomless pit was left on the scene that seemed to lead directly to the abyss. But because the incident happened during the day, everyone in the Grand Duke's family went out to participate in a social banquet hosted by others. Therefore, along with the Grand Duke's mansion, only some servants and minor nobles, who had served the Grand Duke's family for a long time, were gone. Archduke Frias' estates everywhere were basically intact, include strongholds in various important towns and related manpower. Those are all profitable industries and capable manpower. Backed by the reputation of the Grand Duke, his family was always the one who ate meat and drank soup in the Karlsruhe Empire. But the Grand Duchy was all gone. In a real sense, everything is gone, including the land and people. Whether it was the excellent Duke's Guard or the territorial heritage that could be drafted to form several legions at any time, everything was gone. Agricultural output, mineral output, tax revenue. These are also gone. Even if he insists that the ocean, which was originally the territory of the Grand Duke of Frias, is still his territory. The Grand Duke also had no one to organize fishing and generate income. Strictly speaking, Such a person is no longer qualified to be called a noble. At most, he is a wealthy businessman. Yes, after losing the territory and its population. Although the title of Grand Duke was not removed. Can he still be regarded as Grand Duke? It's not like the down-and-out nobles don't have anyone to lend a helping hand. Because as long as the title is still there, and you have the qualifications to rule a certain territory, there will naturally be people who are willing to rely on these conditions to do some fancy things. But now, many nobles remembered what the magician said in the meeting hall. When the territory and population are all gone, will the noble bloodline and long-term connection still exist? At least at the moment when Archduke Frias was jumping up and down. No one planned to respond to his request and target the magician, who was beaten by the Lord of Guardians until he lost one hand. It was as if that little bit of disability made the magician victorious. No nobleman wants to test this with his own wealth, especially since there was an unlucky guy in front of him who gambled his fortune. Although it was not the point of going bankrupt, it was not far away. Not only was there no hope for the revenge war that Archduke Frias tried to provoke, but all the originally planned marriages were also aborted. Some commercial cooperation, whether under negotiation or in progress, has been interrupted, especially grain sales and iron ore transactions. It means that the territory is gone, and the people are gone. Even if the food is not produced, no one will eat it if it is purchased from others. The same goes for those minerals. Therefore, a considerable part of the business cooperation was interrupted, not because the other party looked down on the remaining Archduke Frias, but simply because there was no demand. There are also some political opponents of Archduke Frias, who are secretly colluding to deprive, it should be said, to cancel the title of Grand Duke Frias. Even though one has no territory, one can still be granted the title of nobility. However, there are many falsely titled nobles without territory in the empire. However, the Grand Duke has the title of a prince and is responsible for protecting the land, which is different from ordinary nobles. Therefore, the suggestions made by political opponents to add insult to injury can only be said to be just right, and no one can find fault with them. However, the remaining power of the tiger's death was still there, and the nobles still maintained a certain respect for Archduke Frias. There is no snobbery in beating the other person into a civilian on the spot and turning a blind eye. On the one hand, it is also because the Grand Duke still retains some of his property outside the territory, and everyone is looking for ways to divide it up, trying to allow themselves or their families to absorb as much benefit as possible, or to take over peacefully. With the current strength of Archduke Frias, he cannot protect so many interests. It is the right thing to give something to others, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. With the example of the Grand Duke in front of us, everyone must be cautious in their attitude towards the Emperor. Thanks to the establishment of the Constitution, the magician was the one who took over the power from the Emperor. Everyone enthusiastically and spared no effort to support and take action. Even the magician couldn't say no. Therefore, the current situation of the Karlsruhe Empire is a bit strange and unpredictable. Everyone was vaguely rejecting a certain magician and the Empress, who was connected to that magician. But for the things that the magician promoted, it progressed by leaps and bounds like a horse with wings. Chapter 1448, The Messenger of Justice. Compared with the turmoil outside, the people at the center of the storm are incredibly quiet. Originally, Lin had made an excuse to break off his left hand and turn down some unimportant invitations. Even invitations from big shots in person can block a few moves. Anyone who is not blind can see the severed hand. It's the perfect excuse to use it as. But what was surprising was that in addition to following the elf, who came to the Karlsruhe Empire to promote banking business, the official who is responsible for receiving distinguished guests at the guest house came to greet the guests and asked a stay-at-home guy if he had any needs. Other than that, it was as quiet as a scene from a horror movie. Things are easy to solve for the elves. Anyway, the banking business is promoted as usual. For the sake of her own followers, the gold coin goddess cannot stop the promotion and give up on those experienced people who already have financial knowledge. It is not a big deal for someone to give up his or her identity as a voter. Lin was originally just planning for the world tree, finding a god in one of the links, and making a plan. It's like someone traveling back in time to a shopping mall where a company sent an executive to a subsidiary to lead the execution of a certain plan. Now that the plan has been successfully promoted, and the high official has some conflicts with the subsidiary, it will be good to transfer the person back. In this way, the plan is still going smoothly, and the contradiction will not continue to exist tit for tat on the table. This can be regarded as a happy event for everyone. Even talking about the current development of the bank. Even if coin interrupts with a vengeance,
Brutus, the Lord of Wealth, one of the 8 powers behind, will definitely take over immediately, although it was only known after the fact. The news that the Lord of Wealth was defeated by the goddess of gold coin and jointly protected him still reached someone's ears. But Queen didn't mention it, so Lin just pretended that he didn't know. Anyway, the matter is over. Lin doesn't care, and doesn't care whether the bank is dominated by the goddess of gold coins or the Lord of Wealth. Anyway, it's good to have God's guidance. As for why he didn't go to the Lord of Wealth directly in the first place, but to find a fringe god who was about to be forgotten. The reason is also obvious. For Brutus, who ranks as a powerful god, banking business is just an addition to him, and may not necessarily be an active operation. It's the same even if the person who comes to the door is carrying the sign of World Tree. The shop bully is the same everywhere. But the new and unknown banking business is like a life-saving straw for Queen. If he doesn't take it seriously, he may be gone tomorrow. So we can't help but think that he is not actively operating. The owner of wealth is like a wealthy landlord who doesn't have to do anything. He just collects rent and doesn't have to worry about life and enjoyment. To find this kind of person to collaborate on an unprecedented project, it would take a lot of effort to convince the other person. Therefore, it is only natural for someone to find a gold goddess with better strategies. Now things are on track. Even if Lin doesn't continue to push, those people or gods who have tasted the sweetness will definitely be reluctant to give up. Therefore, no one needs to worry about the development of the bank. They only need to worry about whether it will go astray. But what if it goes astray? Will parents who care about their children's upbringing really not raise a loser? At best, the chance is relatively low. And this kind of thing cannot be guaranteed. For Lin, it is important to promote elements that may become the 9th power for the world trees. Whether it was completed in his hands, it didn't matter. Those big guys wouldn't care about this kind of problem. In short, the elves continued to promote the development of the bank with peace of mind, and then secretly curse at a certain magician for thinking of new ways to be lazy. The situation where subordinates break their legs just because their boss talks is not only happening in their hometown, but also in other places. Of course, a certain group of time-traveling people have no self-awareness. Even if he knew what the elves said about him, he wouldn't care. At most, he would just smile. Or even be proud of it. Calling your boss a bastard is an experience that any worker will have. But who wouldn't want to sit in that goddamn seat? These are completely different things. The elves knew someone's thoughts and received instructions from the bosses they served, and then proceeded in an orderly manner according to the original plan. I didn't bother anyone again. In fact, the implementation of banking business in the Karlsruhe Empire has reached this point, and someone can already retire, leave the follow-up work to others, or let it develop naturally, and return to the holy city of Estali. It's just that he interfered with the issue of constitutional monarchy. Of course, Lin couldn't just leave. At least he had to go to a certain stage. However, Lin did not take the initiative in this matter. All the dominance lies with the Empress and the many nobles who deal with her. As the most important supporter and proposer of the Empress, if someone was ruthless and left without saying goodbye, that person would probably be so crazy that he would go to the holy city to kill himself and find someone to fight for. Don't overestimate Allegria's sanity. In a fit of rage, she is determined to promote the establishment of a constitutional monarchy and is prepared to push the royal family and the aristocracy into the abyss. How can such a woman be a weak woman who is silent and patient? That person is doing these things with bad intentions. However, it has always been the Empress's initiative to contact someone. Lin could at most send a message through the deacon sent by the royal family and wait for a response from the other side. Even though the Empress is marginalized, she actually has a lot to do in a day. In short, busy. Not just some formulaic etiquette procedures. She at least has the secondary title of Count of the Azores and a prosperous port under her control. It takes a lot of effort to manage this territory well. If you don't have an entire empire to run, just run a small territory. Small here is only relative to the size of the empire. If it were placed elsewhere, it would not be a problem to regard it as a city-state. It is conceivable that there will be no shortage of affairs in the territory. If you are determined to run the business well, instead of delegating power to others, you will not be too busy to fly. Therefore, since the battle with the Lord of Guardians, when the Empress was taken away by her guards, Lin had no chance to see that beauty. Using flash to scare people is also a method. But it's still the same old problem. It's not polite to do this. And it can easily lead to no friends if you use it on friends. Lin could only wait patiently. Maybe the Empress was busy dealing with those nobles. Lin didn't believe it. In the eyes of everyone, those who were good at hearing the news would not react at all. If my idea is correct, judging from the fact that the Empress did not come to her door, it doesn't mean that the negotiations on her side are going very smoothly. So she doesn't have to cry to herself about those nasty old men bullying her. This is a good thing. As the saying goes, no news is good news. I thought I would be bored to death before getting a response from the Empress. I can only take out some projects that I started before but have not yet produced results to pass the time. An unexpected guest shows up. A chubby panda wearing clothes no higher than his waist came over. The exposed black and white fur is very obvious, especially the two big dark circles under the eyes. Even if Lin was beaten to death, he would not be able to mistake this national treasure species from his hometown. In fact, Lin did not expect to see pandas in Midi because he had never seen them elsewhere. But this panda is no ordinary animal. Not to mention the situation back home. At least in Lost Land, ordinary animals don't wear clothes. The national treasure in front of him was not only wearing clothes, but also a very eye-catching white and green robe. From a formal point of view, this robe is not a magician's type, but a church dress with religious overtones. The magician's robe is characterized by a small cape. On the back of the small shawl will be the magician's exclusive coat of arms, which is a personal mark similar to that of a noble, used in letters and flags. The religious robe is characterized by an open sleeveless ceremonial robe. The hem of the sacrificial shawl usually reaches past the waist, and may even reach the knees or even touch the ground. The key point is that there will be a holy emblem of the deity that the wearer serves on it, to indicate which deity this servant belongs to. Of course, there is no doubt that such sacrificial robes have been blessed by the gods. Therefore, not just any minor character with some connection to the church can wear this outfit. The panda in front of him, who looked like a human and acted independently, was wearing a holy emblem that he had just met not long ago and was not considered an acquaintance of a powerful member of the Divine Order Albrecht, the Lord of Justice. For some reason, Lin suddenly had an image of a chubby little panda in front of him, posing like a Sailor Moon, shouting, "I will punish you on behalf of the moon!" With a shudder, I quickly got rid of that beautiful scene. Lin looked at the young guest, who was brought in by the servants of the guest house. Lin, who originally did not intend to have much contact with unrelated people, received the notification and found out that the visitor was an emissary from the Church of Three Holy Lights. So Lin still had someone bring him in. However, before meeting, someone did not expect to meet a national treasure. After seeing the magician wearing the iconic black robe and small shawl, the red panda man hurriedly performed a simple ceremony used by the priest, and said babbly, "Good day, Tripwood, Mr. Magician. I am BB, a servant serving the Lord of Justice." "Good day, pious one," Lin Jian replied with a salute. After inviting the person to sit down, he looked at the person carefully. "By the way, do you need anything to drink? It is now late autumn in the Karlsruhe Empire, and winter is approaching quietly. Today's weather is a little cooler than the past few days. If you are not in good health, you may not be able to adapt to this sudden change. But don't be afraid of that fur." Lin thought so. "Anything is fine, as long as it's hot," he said each word slowly. Lin Yi asked the servant of the guest house to bring him a cup of hot milk. Drinking animal milk is considered a very luxurious enjoyment among the nobles, because milk does not have a long storage period like wine. It is easy to go rancid. If the little nobles are not rich enough, they really can't afford this kind of drink. Lin borrowed the royal family's help to receive such treatment. As for the gameplay of directly asking a wet nurse to drink a woman's vagina, it is not within the scope of discussion. Looking at the panda sitting in the living room, his short legs had no room to bend and were laid flat on the sofa. He carefully held a porcelain that was so exquisite that he had never seen it elsewhere in his hands, blowing on the hot milk and sipping it with satisfaction. Someone has an incredible feeling. Chapter 1449, The Battle for New Concepts. Orcs like Pandaren are generally considered to be closer to beasts in nature, but they just have some human characteristics. However, according to Finn's research on physiological characteristics, the results are completely different. Orcs are based on humans, mixed with the characteristics of beasts. As for the source and methods of the research, Lin didn't want to know it all. In short, although some of the habits and characteristics of orcs in speaking and doing things are similar to humans, they are different because they are not humans after all. The orcs in the Lost Lands are diverse and scattered, and can be considered a minority. But don't underestimate the orcs because of this. They are like humans taking on the qualities and characteristics of beasts and multiplying them by 2. Although it is not to the level of flying into the sky and burrowing into the ground. It is no problem to fight against 10 human warriors. Coupled with the historical factors of the Karlsruhe Empire. That is, if you want to stand out and become a noble, you need to form gangs and enclosure. Although there is no more land to circle in recent years, there is always a shortage of talents. Whether they are those who use their brains, their efforts, or those who make up the numbers. This makes orcs a minority but capable race. Quite popular. Unless some orc tribes really defy heaven and earth, refuse to accept anyone, and cause trouble everywhere, they will be annihilated by local or neighboring lords and squires. Let's talk about the identity of the Pandaren in front of us. After Lin received the news about the visit of the messenger from the Church of Three Holy Lights, he originally thought that he would see a priest from the Lord of Life. But he did not expect that the person who came was someone from the Lord of Justice. Now that the Lord of Guardians has broken up with the other 2, and the 3 holy lights exist in name only, there are only 2 systems of priesthood left in the church, namely justice and life. The Lord of Guardians did not reinvent the wheel. Now anyone who can recite the oath of the Guardian can be regarded as a believer of the Lord of Guardians. As for whether you will be granted divine magic and grace, it all depends on the piety of the person praying. This is consistent with other gods. The faith of the Guardian Lord is entirely dependent on the initiative of believers, rather than being actively spread by the church. This makes the knights and believers of the Guardian Lord like a piece of loose sand. But there is no strong organization to maintain it, and the faith has not been cut off. This makes many people puzzled. It can only be attributed to the fact that the name of the strongest person in the land, the Lord of Guardians, is too loud. Now that the iron triangle of the Church of Three Holy Lights is missing one, the remaining 2 systems have not collapsed because of this, and the division of labor has become more concise and clear. Generally speaking, the person responsible for the life system is 1, and the person responsible for the justice system is Wu. But this classification is not absolute. The priests of the Lord of Life are all fierce men who can split tigers and leopards, and split mountains and rocks. The reason why they don't often show their force value is that their ability to cast the magic of life is more relied upon by others, and others are unwilling to offend them. Returning to the panda in front of him, Lin couldn't tell how high his force value was, but judging from the opponent's clothes, at least he didn't come here looking for a fight. Besides, Pandaren are a branch of Ursine. Adult Pandaren are at least 2 meters tall and weigh more than 100 kilograms. They are complete heavyweights. No matter how you look at the Pandaman BB in front of you, he is still underage. In other words, among the 3 holy lights, the Lord of Justice, represented by force, sent a messenger that did not conform to his established impression. Don't know what's going on. Watching the panda finish the hot drink in his hand, he let out a long breath of satisfaction. Lin opened his mouth and said, "Dear sir, I wonder why you came to visit me." Although I guessed that the other party was not here to cause trouble, I still couldn't guess what the purpose was. So Lin directly asked him why he came. Most orcs are not good at words, and a certain time traveler who was once a fat man is also not good at cliches. So Lin no longer abuses himself and others. As soon as he talked about business, the panda in front of him seemed to have his eyes shining brightly. His small eyes, which were originally buried in the dark circles, were as big as copper bells. He said excitedly, "BB heard what your excellency said before. In other words, guardianship without justice as its core is just an accomplice of evil people. Justice without protection as its purpose is just meaningless violence. So your majesty wants to know." "No, that's not right. BB wants to know how the justice in your mind should be implemented." Because he was slipping his tongue for a moment, the panda man behaved a little coyly, but he still managed to finish his sentence. Seeing this action, Lin just felt funny and said, "I know your purpose. So there is no need to deliberately lie and do something that I am not good at. It is not a big deal to tell you my thoughts. Let's talk about it together." Let's talk. There is no right answer to this kind of thing. There was no embarrassment of having something exposed, but a positive response, which allowed the pandas to get rid of their original shyness. Staring at someone with sharp eyes, wanting to know what the person in front of you will say, Lin did not show off and said, "Before I answer your question, let me ask you a few questions. What will you do when you see a villain trying to kill a weak person?" Panda Man BB said without hesitation, "Down with the bad guy and protect the weak." "Oh, good choice. What about when an eagle swoops down to hunt a rabbit? Would you do the same thing?" Although the scenes are very similar,
Beanie just feels that the answer cannot be directly copied. He probed cautiously.
Should I protect that rabbit too?
Lin asked again.
But if you protect the rabbit, what will happen if the eagle starves to death because it didn't hunt the rabbit and has no food to eat?
Yeah.
What should I do?
Beanie scratched his head with his paws.
There is no general way to implement justice regarding this issue. I don't think it is something I can say, because it is related to the core concept of the Lord of Justice's faith, as well as the piety and understanding of every believer of His Majesty, to the extent. And I don't think that's what that person wants to know.
Beanie could still hear the polite refusal in front of him. This made him a little disappointed. But the twist that followed made him tilt his head and look at a certain magician with wise eyes that were completely inconsistent with his age. With just one glance, Lin knew that today's meeting was not innocent, because that has touched the divine warning set by someone. In other words, behind the Pandaren, there is attention from His Majesty. The origin of this concern is not without reason. It has to start with the current religious situation in Lost Land. The reason why the secular monarchy launched a war against religion 200 years ago was because the theocratic church continued to infringe and seize the rights belonging to the nobles. The initiator of everything is the Church of the Three Holy Lights of Albrecht, the Lord of Justice. The result of that war was that the Lord of Guardians broke up with the other two, and the theocracy was defeated by the secular kingship. Not only has one corner of the iron triangle of the Three Holy Lights collapsed, but now that the Lord of Life has an irreplaceable function, the defeated Lord of Justice has become the weakest link among the Three Holy Lights. There were many causes and many mistakes in that war. The most fatal thing to the Lord of Justice is that there are too many evil deeds that are done unjustly in the name of justice. And they are still full of the entire war. To this day, although the Lord of Justice can be said to have taken a breather, his momentum is not as strong as before. If he hadn't been squatting in a pit with the Lord of Life, he might have been kicked out of the ranks of powerful gods. However, whether it is a human being or a god, those who are at the bottom want to climb up. Those who have fallen down want to climb back up. Xylin guessed that this should be the purpose of the black hand behind the panda in front of him. It just so happened that in the future blueprint I planned, there was indeed a place for this big boss. It's just that he doesn't know how to hook up with this big boss. And the thing he imagined can only be regarded as an irritation. Whether he does it or not will not affect the overall situation. So Lin Kai has not taken any action. Unexpectedly, this big boss actually took the initiative to send someone. So Lin asked tentatively, "What your majesty wants should be something else." If he guesses wrong, let's talk about it again. Pandaman BB asked. So, your majesty the magician, do you think that the laws being implemented by the Empire may become part of His Majesty Al? The voice he spoke was smooth and somewhat urgent. It's nothing like the tepid and stumbling way of speaking of the previous pandas. Lin smiled and thought, was this the one who was in a hurry? So he went off to ask questions in person. In fact, as early as when the Empress promulgated the Constitution and promoted the election of members and the formation of the lower parliament. This only caused a stir between the common people and the nobles within the Karlsruhe Empire, which inevitably affected the gods of the Lost Lands. When Lin handed the olive branch to the Church of the Gods in Yukane Imperial City, he even touched the dark and unpredictable perceptions of the gods. With the help of the bank, the goddess of gold coins has a tendency to rise from a weak divine power. This is a phenomenon that has not happened since the pattern of the gods was roughly established 700 or 800 years ago. The man behind it is the magician. So will this unprecedented constitution, which will be spread throughout the Karlsruhe Empire, have the same function? This is one thing that all the gods care about. It's just that no god would dare to pounce on something that seems good, but just to snatch it away. For the gods, taking new things to expand their concepts is something that must be very careful. Not everything new is good for you. This is like a bowl of clear noodle soup. Adding salt will make it salty. Adding chili pepper will make it spicy. And adding sugar will make it sweet. If you add a piece of mouse droppings, the whole bowl will be ruined. The thing in front of them has just sprouted. And no god is sure whether it is a tonic or a poisonous weed. And no one dares to act rashly. What if this is the foundation for that magician to become a god? If you want to destroy or rob, you must defeat him. Then not long ago, the Lord of Guardians retreated in anger. Don't talk about fighting in groups or anything like that. There is only one prize. Either none or all. Without knowing whether it is good or bad. No god would be willing to stand out. If time had been delayed a little longer, a certain group of gods would have formed an offensive and defensive alliance in the exchange of interests. And they might have been able to cause some trouble for the magician and rob him of the concept of law.
But in front of him, only the Lord of Justice was the first to step forward and send an envoy to inquire face to face. However, when faced with such an inquiry, Lin just said with a smile,
No, no one can become the god of law. In other words, whoever sits in that position will die, no matter who knocks him down or waits. It is the same whether he brings about his own destruction or not.
Chapter 1450 Protector God. What a terrible thing it is for the law to become God. Take the 10 Commandments of Moses, the most legendary and mythical law in someone's hometown, which is clearly recorded. The third commandment in its Union Version translation is, Remember the Sabbath day, and keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor, and do all your work. But the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On this day you shall not work under any circumstances, neither you nor your children, nor your male servants, nor your maidservants, nor your livestock, nor the strangers who are in your cities. If there is a God in the 10 Commandments, then in the era before someone traveled through time, those European and American Catholic countries that claim to be advanced societies, the entire country and the entire society would have to go to H.L. The 10 Commandments are written in black and white. Take 6 days off and take 1 day off. 996 is what God said. Policies such as 2 days off per week, 3 days off per week, shift systems, and all other policies that benefit workers are all evil and perverse. It should be attacked. 007 is too cruel. But 006 is in line with God's will. This is simply good news for habitual bosses. And it is endorsed by God. Violators will be struck to death by lightning. It depends on whether they are afraid or not. In fact, in any country where the rule of law exists, although the Constitution is the foundation of the country's rule of law, there is still room for revision. At most, the threshold is relatively high and people cannot change it casually. Likewise, the laws of Midland are not static. Perhaps the Pandaren BB does not have a clear understanding of this. But for the Lord of Justice, who has existed since 700 or 800 years ago, he has witnessed the process of social changes in the lost land. It is normal for different times and regions to have different laws. What's more, the law before today was confusing and haphazard. Strong lords can follow whatever they say, but no one pays attention to the rules of weak lords. To put it simply, the law does not have such a high status. It is just a part of the Lord's ruling means. However, the promulgation of the Constitution advocated by someone and the power given to Parliament to enact laws have invisibly raised the level of the law. The power of faith and will is actually a certain kind of trend in the human heart. And it is this subtle and silent change that makes the gods think. As for the fact that the law should change with the social background, after Lin pointed it out, he asked,
If you want to achieve things through the law, then it is possible to just focus on the big concept of the law and let the provisions change according to local conditions.
Will it not affect the body? If so, is this a good thing or a bad thing for a god?
When asked this question, although Pandaman BB couldn't quite understand most of the questions, he stiffened for a moment before returning to his normal state. This is the one behind it, who may have noticed the disadvantages of becoming the god of law. Lin thought so. The concept of gods is as simple as 2 or 3 words. But how to explain this concept requires a lot of effort. Therefore, no matter which deity it is, it has its own code of law. This code records the most core doctrine. That is, the attitude of the gods, which cannot be changed without authorization. However, in the process of spreading faith, it is the responsibility of bishops and priests to interpret the teachings in the code. The monks and believers at the lower level do not have the power to explain. At most, they only spread their beliefs. But even so, some subjective ideas of the communicator cannot be avoided in the communication process. Beliefs will be led astray, mostly at this stage. What would be the impact if the content of the code itself changes frequently? The scene was so beautiful that Albrecht, who was sitting in the kingdom of God, could not imagine it. Presumably, in such a God, there would be wind and thunder all day long, and the earth would shake and the mountains would shake, and there would be no peace. Suddenly he shuddered.
Is this really bad?
Panda Man BB asked, although he also felt that the situation just mentioned didn't sound good. But based on his experience, he doesn't understand what's wrong with it. Regarding the matter of the height of the gods, even those who know about it may not understand the seriousness of it, let alone those who are not clear about it. So Lin was not surprised at all by BB's question. But of course he has another, more straightforward point that illustrates the disadvantages of the law becoming God. Said,
if you don't talk about the regulations, let alone change them. Have you ever thought about how the nobles would react if the law became a god?
Panda Man BB couldn't think of anything, so he tilted his head and asked, "What's the reaction?"
Using whiteboard techniques, Lin drew a bunch of simple little figures with the word people written on them. On top of the small figure, a more delicate figure was painted with the word noble written on it. As if remembering something, Lin asked,
"Can you read the words, BB?"
The Pandaran nodded. Lin thought to himself, it seems that the church's education is still very effective. Although I don't know how old BB is. It is unusual for a young orc to be able to read. Lin Kai explained.
One of the reasons why nobles would go to war with the church in the past was because in order to promote their faith, the church began to usurp the power of the nobles to rule. It even tried to override the nobles, and even the nobles ruled together.
In addition to the two small groups drawn by the original whiteboard technique, Lin also drew a small figure in monk clothing, and had him fight with the noble figure. The little monk figure also wants to step on the nobleman and stand on top of him. Immediately afterwards, a group of noble figures appeared again and joined forces to fight off the monk figures. After the little monk statue was beaten away, Lin made another book-like image at the top and continued.
The current situation is that I hope there is a set of laws that both the people and the nobles are willing to abide by to restrain them. But what would happen if this set of laws became a god? Or if some god usurped the concept of the law?
Among the figurines controlled by someone, the book at the top turned into a monk holding a book. Pandaman BB looked at such an architectural diagram, recalled the animation he had just seen, and said carefully,
"Will the nobles kick the books away?"
As soon as he finished speaking, under Lin's control, the nobles really rose up and united with the people at the bottom to expel the godly law again. Lin said,
"Yes, this kind of thing is the most likely to happen. Because the first thing a noble must ensure is the power of his own rule and does not allow others to interfere. Even if it is a god, it was originally just a code of conduct. The law has suddenly become a being that can command them. How can the nobles tolerate such a thing? Even if the god does not touch the red line of the nobles, it is wrong for him to stay in that position."
The dispute between theocratic power and secular power seems to be easier to understand than the previous reason. After all, the differences between the two sides are obvious. Although no nobleman would dare to discriminate against the messenger of the Lord of Justice, backed by powerful divine power, his wary mentality makes it easy to tell the difference. Panda BB said distressfully,
"What should I do in this case? There is no place for His Majesty Al to stay. It's not that there is no place. It just depends on whether His Majesty is willing,"
Lin said with a smile. At the same time, the original figurine was restored to a 3-level form. That is, the law is the highest, the nobility is the second, and the people are the lowest. The Panda Man was puzzled and his eyes widened again. He stared until he could almost see the whites of his eyes. Terrible. Of course, Lin didn't need others to ask questions, and said directly,
"We don't use the law to achieve our status. And we even have to suppress other gods or people to steal the law as an opportunity to become a god. The position of the Lord of Justice should be on the same level as the nobles. Supporting the law is a law-protecting god. Dharma protector."
BB's eyes lit up. That mysterious feeling appeared all around again. Lin guessed that maybe the one in the sky had increased his attention. He continued,
"There are several advantages to doing this. For the nobles, they can be on an equal footing with the gods instead of being above them, and their resistance will be reduced. Even doing this is like raising their own worth, so as to accept the divine authority and reintegrate it into the political power. But what I value most is the establishment of people's confidence."
Looking at the Panda Man who showed another puzzled expression, Lin smiled and said,
"This set of laws was not made by me or a few specific people. It was negotiated by representatives of the people. That is, the parliament and the nobles.
Only in this way can we ensure that both parties are willing to comply and unite to punish those who do not comply. But for ordinary people who have not personally participated in all aspects, why should they obey this set of laws and believe that everything stipulated by the law will be done?
In the Preaching dynasty in my hometown, Sean's reforms required thousands of gold to buy horse bones to show his faith. But Meaty didn't need them. Do you really think that ordinary people are stupid and do whatever the superiors say? The folk customs of Lost Land are fierce. And this is not something that can happen in a day or two. However, the method of buying horse bones for 1,000 gold could be used in the Preaching era when the folk customs were simple. You can buy a lot of horse bones in the Lost Land, but the people should not abandon them. So they don't abandon them. Therefore, in order to gain the trust of the people in Lost Land, Lin had plans to start with faith, said,
although the enactment of the law has given ordinary people the opportunity to participate indirectly, it is still a layer apart. So the question of whether the law can treat everyone fairly and justly will definitely become an issue for the vast majority of people in the early stages of the reform. What we are worried about is that the Lord of Justice, as the protector of the law, can increase people's confidence and make the reform more smooth.
The painting of cakes is very beautiful, but in fact, the pandas are choking and can't finish it, he said hesitantly.
But in this case, let His Majesty be in the same status as those nobles.
Okay? The panda's little mind just thinks that this is an overstep. However, if the panda man is allowed to ask such a question, it is probably because the person behind him does not understand whether it is good for him. Don't just help others and let others take advantage, but you don't even get a hair out of it. Regarding this petty worry, Lin chuckled and said,
no matter how hard the nobles are on guard, Midi's faith has never been cut off. This is not only because of the existence of gods, but also the need for people's spiritual sustenance. But as long as there are no big events, the pattern of the spread of the gods will probably not change much. If we can use the power of the secular government, will it be helpful to the spread of the faith?
Bibi nodded as if pounding garlic. I don't know whether he nodded his head or the person behind him. Lin used a water mirror screen to display the contents of the Constitution of the Karlsruhe Empire, focusing on the separation of powers. He said,
Your Majesty thinks that in the new power structure, which part is you most likely to intervene in?
Lin, the person talking to him, has been unconsciously changed to the one in heaven. Panda Man Bibi no longer looked like his original timid and cautious self. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his paw and clicked on the jurisdiction of that big project.
Chapter 1451 The Way of God. Lin said,
in the past, the lord of a place had overall control over all matters in the territory, and could be said to have concentrated all powers in one person. Now the Constitution has 3 powers, and the executive power certainly belongs to those who can form a cabinet. The upper chamber is still in the hands of the nobles. Legislation depends on the show of hands of the members of the lower chamber, although they are only the puppets in the hands of the nobles in name. In fact, the only judicial power is in their hands. There is no proper arrangement yet,
the Pandaren said excitedly.
So, the judicial power must be handed over to His Majesty Al.
The excited tone sounded like it was done. Putting judicial power in the hands of a god? Don't be stupid. If you really do that, even if you survive the fight with the Lord of Guardians, the old men in the Empire will fight you to the death. Even if the whole thing is not pornographic, it will transform from the British style to the French style, and there will be a vigorous bug fate. So in the face of the panda people's high emotions, Lin poured a bucket of cold water on them, shook his head and said,
Of course not.
A blow that made Bibi's mood weaken on the spot. However, the atmosphere in the surrounding air became chaotic and sharp. It seemed that the person behind him was on the verge of going crazy. Lin did not let people think wildly, and said directly,
It is impossible to cut off the power that belongs to the Empire and hand it over to the hands of the gods. Those nobles will definitely resist to the death, unless there is another holy war. The Church must be able to win and conquer the Empire. But this is definitely the worst way. Is there a good way?
Bibi asked. At the same time, the surrounding atmosphere is relatively calm.
Yes, of course. And I have already suggested that you go ahead. But most people are not willing to cooperate.
The part someone meant was that he once mentioned to the Empress to contact the Church of the Gods and ask them to send representatives to elect members. The Church accepted the olive branch offered by the Empress. But the development of things was not exactly as someone imagined. The Church did provide a lot of help to the Empress in nominating representatives for election, which allowed the Empress' power to grow by leaps and bounds, even though other nobles complained about it. But when it comes to allowing people from the Church to enter the parliamentary system, their behavior is much more cautious. Although the door is open, no one has crossed the threshold yet. Everyone was afraid that there might be some kind of trap hidden behind the door, and a few of them would be killed if they entered. Judging from the level of the underage Pandaren in front of me, 9 out of 10 people would not know about this matter. Lin didn't bother to do it himself or wait for the person behind him to do the popularization, and said directly,
I can't understand that you feel that joining the parliament is like being inferior to others and aggrieved. But have you ever thought about the issue of the right to speak? There are many things. There is a difference between shouting outside the door and shouting inside the door.
Seeing the panda man tilting his head in deep thought again, Lin knew that even if the person in front of him didn't understand, the person behind him did. So he continued,
Outside the door. As long as the door is closed, It is useless to shout at the throat, unless you smash the door. But as long as the door is broken, it violates the prohibition. No matter what you shout, it will not matter. But inside the door, everyone has a tacit understanding. Let's discuss it. Maybe the first time is not satisfactory, but if we can discuss it the second time and the third time, maybe everyone will give in and things will be different. If you don't even have a chance to speak, how can you fight for what you want? Something you want, unless you have the ability to break through the door and knock everyone down. Doing this will allow His Majesty Al to take judicial power into his hands?
Bibi asked again. Lin shook his head and said,
This is not to divide any power, unless the Lord of Justice is willing to join the Karlsruhe Empire and become a part of the Empire. This kind of thing can be realized. Since such a premise cannot be achieved, then we will settle for the next best thing.
As long as we have the right to speak within the new framework.
In order to achieve this, there must be members of the church in the parliament, but they do not serve as members as bishops or priests. Instead, they first become members as subjects of the empire, and at the same time, they have members within the church. In any case, there is no rule prohibiting members from holding concurrent posts as bishops or priests.
Then the first step is to persuade the upper and lower councils to agree to set up a court, or a tribunal, or whatever the name is. But try not to seem to have anything to do with the church. Then select appropriate talents to study the newly formulated laws as judges. The basis for determining the criminal's punishment is not based on the mood of the Lord.
The Pandaren excitedly interjected.
Can we seize the judicial power in this way?
A certain time traveler was speechless for a while, covering his head and said,
Brother, you don't want to rob it. This can be robbed. The so-called high mountains and flowing water. Smooth and silent. If you do things so rough, you can't be a bandit. Let me tell you, I think dividing power from the lords will inevitably lead to conflicts among the lords at the beginning. But this matter can be easily solved, as long as the members of their families can take over it.
Len counted on his fingers and said,
With such a big family, the head of the family may not have time to deal with those trivial things all day long. If something big happens, then probably don't do other serious things, and just be busy with one thing. So such a division will not cause much opposition, because the higher the status, the things that one person can handle are limited, and they will delegate power to other trusted people, and then control the supervision method and final decision. It's just a matter of making this entrustment relationship clear and cultural.
Then for those territories where there are insufficient manpower, the empire's parliament sends some knowledgeable people to help, and the salary is paid by the central government. This is not excessive, and these knowledgeable people who are well educated in law can be the second son of a noble, or they can be members of the church. For the idle people inside, this is no problem.
But the most interesting part is here. As the saying goes, there is no harm if there is no comparison. As long as the people in the church are not too bad and specialize in some bad behaviors of seeking power for personal gain and flattering the superior and undermining the inferior. If others do it, then it will be fine. Compare. The more you compare, the more famous you will be.
Who wouldn't want their earthly court to be presided over by a fair and just person? Even if they can't urge others to put all the courts under the jurisdiction of the church, it can still make other people who are not the church restrain themselves and not do things that are too ugly. Yes. Then, the most important point.
Lin pretended to be mysterious, leaned forward and lowered his voice and said,
Although the election of members of the parliament is open to all churches, His Majesty thinks which church has the best people to run this matter.
There are no gods with the concepts of fairness and justice in Midland, because all gods came from the post-Dark Age after the death of the Demon King thousands of years ago, and were achieved by annihilating the Dark Legion. So the concept of becoming a god is mostly mixed with the attribute of martial arts. The god closest to the needs of justice on the table is really the Lord of Justice. So this big boss was already in someone's scheme, but he just never found a chance to pull him into trouble. Until today, the big boss came to his door. Lin felt proud. Before Bibi could ask again, he answered the first question of today's meeting. Said,
At the beginning, didn't you want to ask how to draw the line for exercising justice? I can't answer this question. But if you are willing to join the court system, then the matter will be very simple. What about the law? It is stipulated that you should uphold your true intentions. Do not indulge in wrongdoing, and treat everyone equally. In this way, even if you do not deliberately spread the faith, the name of the Lord of Justice and the three holy lights will surely be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people.
The Pandaren were not fooled by the saying that faith can be deeply rooted in people's hearts, but hesitantly asked,
using the laws set by humans as the criterion. Is it okay to do this? What if a ridiculous law is made? Like, do I have to do the same for first night rites and so on?
Looking at the panda's easy-to-talk appearance. Is it His Majesty who personally ended up? Lin laughed and said,
Why not? The first night rite is not very accurate when it is said to be a girl's first night. In fact, when people get married, the Lord has the right to enjoy the woman's body first. So no matter whether the Lord is 70 or 80 years old, as long as someone gets married, he must be urged to implement this power, even if the Lord is only 20 years old. If 30 or 40 couples are sent to get married at the same time in one day, I believe that the Lord's heir can be found the next day. The wrong thing about this law is that the Lord can choose to implement or not implement it according to his own mood. But such a thing is not worthy of being called a law. As a law-protecting God, the human parliament dares to make such a law, treat everyone equally, and require thorough implementation. If it can be implemented in this way, no noble lord would dare to insist that such a ridiculous law as the right of first night must exist. Even if he is gifted at a young age, he can still expect to live to be 100 years old?
A certain magician spoke plausibly, and the pandas were dumbfounded. In the end, after a long silence, I don't know if it was BB or the mastermind behind it. He scratched his head with his paws and said,
You can still do it like this. Hey, the law, except for the expressly stipulated exclusions, should be treated equally, regardless of high or low, and be strictly implemented. Only then does it have meaning. If it is selective, who has to abide by it, and who doesn't have to abide by it? All decisions can be made as you wish. Then it won't be a mess. But
the panda seemed to want to retort, but was at a loss for words. Of course, Lin was not a roundworm in the other person's stomach and knew what he wanted to ask. But when it comes to this, there are some things that I still don't like. So I commented,
Come to think of it, I think your ideas need to be changed. Don't always want to keep it in your pocket when you see good things, for fear of flying away.
Let me tell you, will the emergence of the entire papal kingdom and the kingdom of God on earth really help the spread of faith?
Even if we unify the entire lost land, can we really cut off the belief in other gods? How is this different from the Dark Age when the Demon King came? Besides, you don't even think about how to create such a powerful church organization and really establish a world-famous church. In the kingdom of God, who takes the greatest advantage is the people in the church or the God in heaven?
Still not relieved after being criticized, Lin finally came to a conclusion and said,
I feel that your memories of being human are still very recent, and the sycophants who are close to you are all human beings. So I don't know whether you are human or not.
What does a god need most? A strong church organization, or more people's belief in themselves? Please help me. I don't have any problem with you having emotions, but you should think clearly about yourself. What do you want?
Chapter 1452, Obey the Imperial Order.
Then what do you want?
The Pandaren asked an unexpected question, which made the person who was talking so arrogantly stunned, and then said with a sinister smile,
What I want is to dismantle the noble privileged class and let them all go to H.L. This is what I promised the Empress to do. Yes, I admit that I have bad intentions. So, Your Majesty, do you want to give up?
What is a good thing about constitutional monarchy? People in a certain era are worried about the country and the people. What the H.L. does the Karlsruhe Empire have to do with Lin? Did his tax money go to himself? In his eyes, this is an experimental land where no one cares about life or death. The Empress held back her breath and said she wanted to tear it down. It would have been polite for someone who shared the same hatred not to summon a robot fleet, but to hollow out all the territory like Archduke Frias. However, Lin knew without asking that the Empress' original wish was not to involve the entire empire. What she has to deal with is the group of bad old men who have suppressed her for nearly 10 years. So several things came together,
and Lin just came up with this solution. A certain magician admitted it unabashedly, which made the panda freeze, and his cute face suddenly had mixed emotions. After thinking for a long time, he asked,
Will this eliminate the privileged class?
Lin Xiao scolded.
It's a beautiful idea. In the future, there will definitely be people who are good at exploiting and adapting to the new system and become an emerging privileged class, referred to as the nouveau riche. The current group of people in high positions will also have greater influence than others.
But it is undeniable that some people will be eliminated during the transformation, and some people will be added, and the entire situation will change. It is an opportunity for the Empress to stand up, and it is your intervention. Opportunity. If you miss this time, No one will know where you will be next time.
The half-statement, half-threat words made the panda BB use a posture that was not suitable for his age. Folding his chest and thinking. Seeing this little round body acting like a little adult, Lin just found it interesting. If it weren't for the sudden rudeness of reaching out to rub someone, I might have had to experience the taste of sucking a panda today. However, I don't know whether BB is a male or a female, and the orcs cannot be treated as ordinary beasts. If something was wrong, it would be too embarrassing. In the end, BB didn't ask any more tricky questions. He regained his innocence and talked about the world as he saw it in his simple mind. That sharp and intimidating will never appear again. The big boss probably hid back in his own kingdom of God and was planning some evil idea. Without the big boss popping up from time to time to scare people, Lin was happy to chat casually with BB, focusing on Mo's life in the church. Is it good or bad? What are the interesting things, and what are not satisfactory? Half coaxing. Let the panda speak out at once. Someone's evil idea was to kidnap a national treasure and take it home. Even if you can't smoke, you will feel better every day when you look at it. Anyway, there are enough people in the house to feed themselves, including a dragon. So it doesn't matter if there is one more pot-bellied man. But such an idea never came true. BB's life in the Three Holy Lights Church was pretty good, and she didn't even think about moving away for a moment. Lin did not speak rashly. Otherwise, according to his guess, if he really said the words, the big boss behind BB would rush to send him over. There are no human rights in the Lost Land. This is not just a casual comment. It really has no human rights. For those who are somewhat powerful, the people below are like goods, rushing here and there without anyone paying attention. After sending away the National Treasure-level Messenger of Justice, things seem to have come together, and the Queen's messenger appeared again. This time, I came to convey the order of the Empress to meet him, which was scheduled for tomorrow morning. Generally speaking, if you make a date at night, it's a private meeting, and you want to do something like that. If we make an appointment in the morning, there will be some business. After the business is done, we can do something like that. All in all, Alegria had been suppressed for nearly 10 years, and he was very open these days, as if he wanted to make up for those ridiculous years. It's just that this time, the Empress's attitude was completely different from the past. The location was not the Emerald Palace, the summer palace exclusively used for trysts by the Empress, but the apse of the palace in Ukraine Imperial City. I heard that the Empress's husband, Prince Thomas, has been placed under house arrest in an unknown corner. It is estimated that in the future, it will be brought up during holidays to show that this person is still alive. It seems that the fall of Archduke Frias will have more serious and faster consequences than anyone imagined. However, Lin, who did not have his own intelligence channels, did not understand the more detailed matters. The Empress's attitude was lukewarm. Unlike before, he was so passionate that he couldn't help but couldn't hold back before he finished talking about the business. This girl has a big personality. Once she has the power, she can't control the nobles and the people around her. Even if there is some cheating inside, on the surface, she is still an emperor who can decide between life and death. So his behavior isn't scrupulous.
As for her former friends, was it because she had taken care of them all that they were still determined to do so today? Someone really can't ask such a question. But today's battle was different. When we met, we only had a few big boxes to hold the battle. Under the guidance of the waiter, a certain magician entered the study with a confused look on his face. 5 waitresses stood by the wall, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. The man who brought him in joined the less crowded side. Alegria was sitting at his desk, busy signing some documents. And helping her was the half-blood Sea tribe female Iris, who looked much more normal. It should have been a very beautiful scenery. Looking at the Karlsruhe Empire-style aristocratic low-cut costumes, each person has a pattern, and the flowers are blooming. It is dizzying to see. But the somewhat depressing atmosphere did not give rise to any charm. As soon as Len appeared, the Empress put down the quill in her hand, and the calamus next to her rubbed the wrist thoughtfully. Alegria pointed to several large boxes on the ground and said, "Let's take a look." He then opened the box, and Lin was immediately blinded by the lighting effects inside. Just look at the box full of shiny crystals of various colors. And the stacked gaps are filled with coins freshly minted in the Empire. And these crystal stones are not low-level power magic stones. At least they are all blue heart level. There are also a few of the highest purple transformation levels. But what is even more dazzling is the color-changing crystal stone other than the 7-color power magic stone. These crystals are bigger than a human head, and are spinning like a whirlpool inside. Not only do they emit light on their own, but they also exude a mind-blowing and oppressive feeling from time to time. They are none other than the famous dragon magic crystal. This is not something that was dug out by digging out the head of some subspecies of giant dragon. This must be a serious dragon magic crystal produced on Dragon Island. Moreover, they are all adults and above, and they are not underdeveloped and used to make up numbers. The largest one among them was almost a dragon crystal that filled up a box, and it still emitted black light. Lin didn't know if this thing was rare, but just looking at it, he felt it wasn't a good thing. Although magic stones and magic crystals both contain power, the reason why they are treated separately by the Midi people is not only because they have different sources, but also because their uses and characteristics are slightly different. The former is produced in the mines, except for the purple level magic stones, which are weird. Other levels of magic stones can be regarded as natural batteries for the mysterious real estate. The latter was dug out from the body of the Warcraft, and was tainted with some of the characteristics of the original beast owner, as well as the resentment before his death. Therefore, there will be some taboos when using it. But even if there are taboos, such a big dragon magic crystal still looks quite intimidating. A certain magician, who at least thought he was well informed, couldn't take his eyes away after taking one look at it. "What is this?" Lin finally remembered to ask, and was not confused by the big and weird dragon magic crystal. "To buy life money," the Empress said with disdain. "Whose life are you buying?" Lin certainly wouldn't think that the Empress wanted to assassinate someone. If there was really such a need, she would do it as soon as she asked, without any need for remuneration. In the struggle between nobles, sometimes killing is really not the best way. Killing one at random may cause others to huddle together, making things more difficult to deal with. Even though she was framed to gain a bad reputation, the Empress never thought of using assassination. Sure enough, the answer is not that unsophisticated approach, Allegria said. "It's my blind relatives who are throwing gloves at you. This is the money they put together to buy their lives." "Oh, it's them." Throwing a dragon scale that he originally picked up and playing with back into the box, Lin said in a relaxed tone. "They were not the only ones who threw gloves at me at that time. No one else made any move." Although this matter should not be under the control of the Empress, those people should come to the door themselves. But since the Empress is fairly well informed, it doesn't hurt to ask. It just so happened that Allegria really knew the answer to this matter. She said, "Those small nobles who followed the trend are actually vassals of the Grand Duke of Frias. They were brought to the Imperial Council to gather numbers and strengthen their courage. If you poach the Grand Duke's territory, their family's territory will also disappear. What else can you do to cope with the challenge to you? If you want to live and die, they don't care anymore. It's pitiful." Someone pretended to be compassionate and said it lightly, and then no longer took it easy. Walking to the side of the Empress, he placed his broken hand on the table, and used the flexed index finger of the other hand to lift Allegria's pointed chin and slightly lift her pretty face. Lin just looked down from a high position, looked at each other, and said, "Then we..." Although it was not an action of throwing away, the Empress still moved her face away and moved her gaze to the side, said, "The bank is on track. Your work here is over. Now that it's over, go back. Don't stay." "How?" Looking directly at the magician with question marks on his face again, the Empress said firmly, "The things you are promoting will continue without any discount. But in order to appease their hearts, you can't stay any longer. And those things are inside. And part of it is my reward for you." This is because the Empress regards herself as a bargaining chip in the transaction. What are the terms of the deal with other old men? As for what was being traded behind the scenes, Lin didn't care much. Anyway, it doesn't look like he's playing the trick of killing the rabbit and killing the dog, and he can still walk away with a sum of money. So he should be lucky. After taking a few steps back, Lin still kept smiling, but the flame in his heart quickly extinguished. This was an ending that had been expected a long time ago. I just didn't know when it would happen. Thinking about it, how could he be qualified to have such a woman? Lenny waved his hand, bowed and made a big salute, and said, "I sincerely obey the imperial decree." Chapter 1453 Maternal Choice. The departure of a certain magician is just like the characteristics of his flash technique. Suddenly disappeared without a trace. In exchange for the few large boxes on the ground, he only took away the largest and most valuable black dragon magic crystal, because the man said that only the black dragon crystal was of research value, and the other things were useless, and had no way of taking action. Therefore,
It is left to the Empress as a fund for the future operation of the Empress camp members. Generally speaking, the two broke up peacefully without any delay. Looking at the empty seats, Allegria waved his hand and asked the waiters to exit the study. But she grabbed the C-clan female actress, hugged her into her arms, and held her tightly. He buried his face in Calamus's chest and rubbed it to his heart's content, leaving only his red hair and a crown made of silver wire. Allegria complained,
"What a heartless man. Why doesn't your majesty let him stay? If you ask, that person would be willing to come."
Calamus said weakly. In the previous encounter, although the wounds on his body had not left any trace under the careful care of the Bishop of Life, the wounds in his heart were not so easy to heal. As a result, her whole temperament was very different from the past, and she became much timid. The other members of the royal family, including Prince Behar, all returned to their respective territories and lay down. Because they had danced happily before, they threw their gloves at the magician to challenge him. Now I feel anxious all day long, for fear that that person will come to my door. Therefore, people in the royal family united and asked the Empress to come forward to solve this matter. In addition to paying enough wealth to make them vomit blood, one of the conditions is that they are not allowed to set foot in Ucane Imperial City for life. Although Prince Behar did not attend the royal meeting, he certainly had no chance to challenge the magician. But the prince's movements were also part of the transactions between the Empress and other royal members. So the child, who was in his early 10 years old, was escorted back to his own territory by a group of uncles, and cousins to take care of him. The reason why the prince caused trouble everywhere in the past was actually the result of the connivance of many people. Now if those conniving people stop their hands,
how can a 10-year-old child reach the sky? Is royal blood really that valuable? Joke. In the eyes of big shots of the same class, a brat is still a brat. It is estimated that the solitary tower in Prince Behar's own territory is the only place he will stay for the rest of his life. This is also because the girl doesn't want to dirty her hands, let alone give the other person a good time. Being tortured alive will be more painful than dying. In exchange, the magician must leave the empire. Of course, those who acted as lobbyists implicitly asked the Empress to poison that person to avoid future troubles. But no one dared to say this openly, for fear that the Empress would mention it, and no one would be able to stop the magician from going berserk. Without saying anything clearly, the Empress was happy to play dumb. No one in their right mind would do this kind of thing of destroying the city wall. Allegria knew very well that she was currently taking advantage of that person's influence. The title of emperor is not as useful as that person's evil name. But when it comes to tying that person to my side, I mentioned it casually before, but was decisively rejected. And various subsequent signs showed that Allegria understood that she could not keep that man. No one wants to have a sword dangling over their head and not know when it will fall. Bold and careful as the Empress is no exception. Knowing that that person has enough troops, he can destroy the power of a great duke in a short time. His own strength is enough to rival the Lord of Guardians. The Empress knew that such a man was beyond her control, since he can't keep or control him, and he has the intention to leave. How long can he keep him with the pleasure in bed? As for money, power, etc., that person never cared about it at all. This means there is no way to buy him off with these things. Separation is a foregone conclusion, and Allegria must of course find a way that is most beneficial to herself to end this relationship. First of all, there should be no trouble. This backer still needs to be protected. But we can't let the other party continue to stay in the empire. We still have to take care of other people's moods. Not to mention that this can also be used as a condition to exchange things or power in the hands of others. After worrying about it for a long time, Allegria realized that with that person's character and thoughts, it would be better to just say this kind of thing. If that person has other opinions, let's discuss it later. Hence the summons last night and the request just now. With that man's shrewdness, he would not fail to see what is the best way to deal with the current situation. I just didn't expect that he agreed so readily and without any hesitation. Even the speed at which he walked seemed to be impatient. Thinking of this, Allegria felt as if there was a tight breath in his chest, and he felt depressed. Suddenly there was a surge of air in her stomach, and she felt nauseated. The Empress stared, covered her mouth, and waved her other hand randomly. Acris, who was sitting in the Empress's arms and being held like a doll, immediately jumped up. He picked up the spittoon on the side and came to the Empress. Allegria almost buried his face in the spittoon and retched several times, but nothing came out. Pushing the basin, the calamus was placed down casually. Then he took out the silk handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of the Empress's mouth. The Empress, who was retching for a while, did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, she looked happy, holding her hands on her belly and looking at her with loving eyes. But Calamus frowned slightly, looking slightly distressed, said,
"Your Majesty, won't you tell him?"
This question made Alegria feel like his hair was exploding. Although he didn't jump up, he stared at those beautiful eyes and tall eyebrows and said,
"Who should I tell? Who do I need to tell? I have slept with so many men. How do I know who to tell?"
He realized that he was so excited that he almost frightened his best friend. Alegria took a few deep breaths, calmed down and said,
"It doesn't matter who the father of this child is. The most important thing is that he is my child. He is a child that many people never want to see.
Is the treasure that I must risk everything to protect."
Although the Karlsruhe Empire selects virtuous sons to inherit the family business, there is still a difference between closeness and distance. As we all know,
the Empress has no queen, so those royal family members are jumping up and down. If the Empress has a child, regardless of gender, as long as there are no congenital defects and nothing bad, there will be no big problem in succeeding to the throne in the future. That's why Alegria said that many people would not be happy to see this child, which is why he needs protection even more. Although he was taken aback, Acaris certainly understood this. She muttered,
"There are more men, but it's not that complicated during this time."
But such trivial matters are not the focus of the discussion. For the sake of the Empress, Changpu continued to suggest,
"Your Majesty, if you are worried about this child, the magician's presence is the best protection. And as long as he is here, maybe you don't have to give up the power that belongs to the Emperor and promote what about establishing a constitution? Isn't it good for the prince to inherit the complete empire?"
The Empress shook her head without hesitation at such an idea. She had already thought through the relevant matters. "Now I explain it to my best friend and clarify my thoughts again," said.
"That person once said that once he has started what he wants to do, there is no way to go back. Now think about it. If you tell everyone that there is no need to elect members, and there is no need to form a parliament, everything will continue as usual. Even if there is that person, how long can it be suppressed by force?"
When people see too much and become wild-minded, it will be difficult to keep their minds in check. Therefore, rulers from ancient times to the present keep talking about stupid people. It is not that they really look down on the people, but they just sincerely hope that the people will be stupid enough to obey their rule. However, the constitutional monarchy is a set of methods. Seeing that the power of the emperor is about to be divided into the hands of everyone, calling it a halt at this time will definitely bury resentment in everyone's hearts. Even if it does not offend the public, even if it is suppressed for a while, when it breaks out in the future, it will definitely be more violent. The Empress is not the type to care about the flood after death, so she is unwilling to make a choice that has sequelae. Besides, Calamus can't understand, or he can't understand clearly, but Alegria himself doesn't know yet. She said,
"Even if you don't think about others, let's just talk about that person. When I said I wanted to avenge you and Lisa, it didn't take him long to come up with such a method. Do you think this will be a slap on the head?
Is it just something that comes out of my head? Even if the general idea is okay, are those clearly stated laws okay? He has been preparing for these things for a long time. Even if I don't say anything, he may have other ways to implement it. Sometimes I might stand on his opposite side, try to stop all this, and then lament my own powerlessness."
At this point, Calamus shook his nose and complained dissatisfied.
He is so capable. If he really wants to avenge Lisa, why not just do it?
Prince Behar could safely return to his territory, which also made Calamus a little dissatisfied. But this matter is also related to the attitude of the Empress, so it is difficult to say it directly. Alegria comforted him.
It's not his fault. Even if I had known that he had such ability, I would not have wanted him to take action. Just killing a few leaders will not help the general situation, and will not change anything.
What he wants to do is a truly earth-shaking change. Don't think that the Emperor's power seems to have become smaller. In fact, as long as he knows how to operate, the power will not disappear out of thin air. It will just appear in other ways. It's just a place. What about the others? Everyone's conditions are the same, right?
Calamus questioned. The Empress explained.
Yes, everyone's conditions are the same. It can be said that the future political situation will be controlled by smart people, but doing so will allow a group of idiots who have no knowledge and skills except their family background to get out of the core of power.
This kind of person is incapable of getting things done, and is a hindrance and a disservice. Without such fools, things will not go to extremes easily.
Allegria hugged his belly with pity, looked down at the child who was still quite some time away from birth, and said,
"He is my child, and I am willing to give him the best. But how old is he?"
"I can't guarantee how smart he is, and how much he can learn. If he is smart enough, he will be able to play with the new structure of the empire in the future. If he is not smart enough, the new structure will ensure the emperor's honor to the greatest extent. I don't have any worries about life. I don't have the ability to create a world like an iron bucket for him. This is the best I can do."
Chapter 1454. Where is home? Things far away in the Karlsruhe Empire have nothing to do with the holy city of Starry. In addition to using teleportation magic, the other end has to send people across most of the Lost Land to reach the Guana Empire, and the holy city located in the north of the center of the Lost Land. In terms of route, it is longer than the western region line of the Silk Road back home. Although there are forums for passing messages, forums do not yet have full dialogue capabilities. What's more, although someone brought this thing to the Lost Land, he didn't like to use it very much. The premise of internet addiction is that there are things on the internet that interest you. For a Dutch one public who has seen the entertainment industry in his hometown, the entertainment of MIDI is really hard to describe. It's like a person who is used to big fish and meat. When he sees porridge and side dishes, he just needs to eat enough. Is it possible that he still expects to eat as much as he did in the past? Returning to my home in the holy city of Starry, even if I came back from the distant Karlsruhe Empire, using the flash technique to come and go, the 4 words,
"travel and travel,"
are insulated from someone. But to be honest, a home in the holy city does not give someone the feeling of home. Speaking of which, after arriving in the Lost Land, I spent the first period of time following the teacher to learn the knowledge required in this magical world. And then I kept taking on some low-end but troublesome tasks that few people wanted to do to save money, under the inherent agrarian mentality of the compatriots in his hometown. It was not easy to capture the Tower of the Great Sage. Although there is no permanent property right, it is guaranteed that one can live there until death, leaving one's disciples or descendants to seek their own happiness. I thought it would be my home in Lost Land, but I didn't expect that within a few years of living there, I would encounter bad neighbors and plan to open a direct passage to H.L. at the door of my house. No, they were so scared that they ran away. After several more years of wandering, he finally settled down in the city where magicians gathered. A simple calculation shows that after arriving in Lost Land, he spent more than 3/4 of his time wandering. And it was forced. Not because I liked this kind of life. If the fans in my hometown heard about my experience, it would be too bizarre to rule out the magical side. Probably no one would believe that a fat geek could suddenly become a travel companion. But is the home in the holy city of Starry really home? There are no computers, no internet, and no dazzling variety of games and animations. There are no 8 major arts. Although as a layman, I pay more attention to the movie category. All in all, Lost Land is boring to the point of explosion. Are we going back to the days of academic research until we die? That kind of life of drinking, playing with women, and partying every night is really not to my liking. So after returning to the holy city, Lynn threw the black dragon magic crystal, which was about the size of a small refrigerator, in the living room and ran to a hill in the suburbs. Halfway up the mountainside, there is a cliff on the side, and from the front, there is an endless sea of trees. It is lush and green, swaying with the wind, making sparse sounds. The chirping of birds from time to time creates a unique natural sound. This is the place where Ezio's small group plays, and it is also the place where the reluctant girl fell off the cliff. Now Marlene's tomb is right next to it, small and lonely. It's only been a few months. Maybe it's spring, but it's full of life here. If you don't look at the tombstone, you can't tell where the tomb is. It just looks like a small mound. Thinking of the girl who died for no reason. Someone who thought he was hard-hearted actually felt a little reluctant to give up. She is always optimistic and happy. But before she can truly see the beauty of this world, she will sleep here forever. Sometimes people are so mean. If the girl appeared after being summoned and cursed a few words, someone would just think it was human nature. After a while, they will forget each other. But she didn't scold, cry or make trouble, which made people feel pity for her. I said that no matter where I am, I never feel like home. Is it because I don't have a real family? It's just, other people's children are fun. But my own? They are the reincarnation of the Devil Star. Think about those friends, who had 2 children and a happy family before I traveled through time. They checked in from time to time to show off.
as if they were living a happy life. But as soon as the child makes a fuss, everything changes. It is said that it is both sweet and bitter. But because they like the sweet side, they tolerate the bitter part. Can you bear it? Some people believe that it is early to marry a wife, have children, and buy a house, no matter before or after time travel. It is to take advantage of the ignorance when you are young to do everything at once, and rely on the youth and energy to get through the initial period of hardship. If the couple can get through this period of time together, then there probably won't be any big changes in the future. Not to mention the problems between husband and wife. If you live past your 30s and 40s before getting married just for the sake of getting married, and having children just for the sake of having children, then don't talk nonsense. There are no hidden emotions here. Everything is a transaction of interests. Who has seen an old couple in their 70s or 80s living like they are in first love? That's all a show. The better performances are surprising. And the content is full of ridicule of current events and reflections on the present. I almost went straight to a martial arts drama. The classification can range from ordinary to restricted, and even banned films because they are too pornographic. I have never seen that kind of person who is happy inside and out. Never seen it before. Maybe I just have little knowledge. The saying that life is like a play is not something that comes from the heart and is expressed with emotion. This is a fact. There are too many sighs and not a single word. You mention? Marlene's grave doesn't even look like a tombstone. I just put a stone there and used it as a mark. There is no inscription. No inscription. This is how fatherless and motherless children like them die. I don't know where I came from, so I don't need to let anyone know where I'm going. Len agreed to adopt a group of people, and the time was not long or short. During this time, Marlene was not the only girl who left. Someone has taken care of their posthumous affairs. In other places, a roll of straw mat and a mass grave would be considered an excellent treatment. Most of them are left on the roadside, left to be eaten by wild dogs, and left to rot with maggots. Thinking of what happened to them makes me miss the place where I came from. There may be a lot of unsatisfactory things in my hometown, but it is not difficult to stay alive. Even if it is just a child, there are still basic social welfare policies to support it. But the lost land is so dangerous that it is difficult to survive. Even if you reach your own level, do you dare to wander around? Not to mention the guardian lord. There is someone beside him who he cannot afford to offend. No. She appears again. Someone was just reading this. Anfin, wearing the Force Spirit's costume and all red, sat down next to her. Originally, he was sitting on the ground with his hands behind his back in a comfortable posture. As a result, someone grabbed his left hand and almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then stared at his bare wrist and said, "Why is it broken again? Where's the word again? This is the first time I've lost my hand. From time to time, you make yourself look like a human or a ghost. So you should be praised for only breaking one hand this time, which is considered progress." Listening to this sour voice, someone even lost the courage to refute. What to say? It's the kind of feeling of going home after doing bad things. Doing things carefully, for fear of showing off your flaws. Being caught by your parents, and getting a beating. Huh? No. This mentality is wrong. Why should I risk a guilty conscience? This official business trip went to the south, and I was innocent. Nonsense. So innocent. On a business trip. I got on a tricycle. If you still have to say that you are innocent, you will go to the tongue-pulling HL after death. It's just that the men are unmarried and the women are unmarried. And everyone has a tacit understanding of playing their own roles. The old, petty thinking of the past is unacceptable. Lin took a few deep breaths, corrected his mentality, and took a few steps towards the scumbag's ambition. That is still the same as before. Yen. So gorgeous that no stranger should get close to her. Even if she looks like a little girl, she still looks heroic and makes people rely on her. This is definitely not because someone is broad-minded. So I want to try the portion and compare with the previous ones. It is said that I have not mastered it before. After returning from a business trip, has she grown up again? While he was thinking wildly, the left hand that was pulled up was pulled in front of Finn. She closed her eyes and rubbed them gently, reciting the incantation. The healing technique that had been revised so quickly that no one except Finn understood it came out. This appearance was not unfamiliar in the days when she was around. If you have a serious injury or illness, come to this original lich and it will be cured. As long as the injury is not weird. There is nothing that cannot be cured. Before, no matter that because of the 8 kinds of powers that filled my body, I had become skin and bones.
or the whole human form is unstable. And with a flick of the hand, a whole screen of arms can appear like the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara or a peacock spreading its wings. These are not simple physical injuries. Therefore, if one was not cured, Lin did not blame anyone. Anyway, judging from the results, those problems were finally solved. This time I cut my hand off. But I didn't take it to heart at all, because it was considered a minor injury in Fin's eyes. For a lich who is proficient in the resurrection spell, how difficult is it to regenerate limbs? But it happened that it was this kind of thing that everyone thought was easy. And Finza hit a wall. Seeing that the time for Fin to cast the spell continued to lengthen, it seemed that there was no end. If a person is cut in half, his lower body will grow out of his upper body, and his upper body will grow out of his lower body, forming two whole people, but his wrists will not react at all. Fin stopped, as if he didn't believe in evil, and cut off another section of the healed wrist with one stroke of the knife. He slapped someone who was yelling, and stopped the annoying noise. Even so, the palm still couldn't regenerate, and blood foam kept coming from this section. After 2 attempts to no avail, Fin finally stopped, frowned and asked,
"What's wrong with your hand? Why do I feel like there's a strange force preventing the magic from taking effect? I just cut it myself."
Lin blew on the broken wrist, as if doing so could relieve the pain, and recounted the situation of the broken hand at that time. Although there is no exaggeration, it is inevitable that some subjective thoughts are mixed in. Of course, Fin is not just a little girl. She grits her teeth when she hears about bad people, and she puts her face up and looks like a nympho when she hears about good people. She listened carefully and thought about possible problems. Chapter 1455. Shakakiri Mysterious Explanation. When he heard that someone had cut off the severed palm by himself, Fin interjected and asked,
"Did it be cut with a box cutter?" But Khan didn't suffer such damage. If he had used the year wheel, you wouldn't have appeared here at all.
The power of the year wheel has been verified with the Dragon Lich by Qing Long. Even Fin doesn't want to experience the power of a single strike of the Wheel of Time. That kind of superior ability that can be erased from the causal level. Lin didn't hide his secrets and allowed Fin to study the Wheel of Time. This is of course done with the consent of the Wheel of Time. However, the magic part is easy to solve. But the most critical part is the Sands of Time. Fin still can't find a proper way to resist its power. That's why she paid attention to the person in front of her, who cut off his left hand, and which weapon he used. Lin replied,
"Of course it's not the Wheel of Time. At that time, my left hand was against the box of justice, and my right hand was against the box of life. When the holy symbol of the gods on the back of my left hand caused trouble,
I waved my right hand like this, ah.
Ah." The two people looked at each other in realization. Fin threw his hands down angrily and said,
"Why don't you wipe your neck? I just happened to brush up on my skills as a headless horseman."
Someone used his only remaining right hand to touch his face angrily. It turns out that he is the devil himself. Conclusion: the left hand is hopeless. Until a means other than treatment is found, it is impossible to recover the left palm. The original Lich made such a judgment that someone wanted to make an iron hook for his hand. If you add wooden legs, a parrot on the shoulders, big and small eyes and missing front teeth, then the pirate appearance will be complete. You can go back to the Karlsruhe Empire and start robbing families and homes. But just think about it. Cosplay is about fun. And if you want to make yourself look like that, that's called self-abuse. Knowing that there was no hope for his left palm, Lin couldn't tell how disappointed he was. Because there are many alternatives to magic. With my current strength, I won't have any inconvenience in my life. Haven't you seen the various movies and TV shows back home? Those tall superpowers or mutants don't show off their superpowers in life, as if they are just street gangsters doing tricks. Anyway, all of them are disabled, unable to walk or lift their hands, and they use their superpowers to do everything for them. No matter what the mentality of those people is. I'm really disabled, so it's only right that I use magic to do my job. It's just that before you form a habit, magic is still not as easy to use as your own hands. So Lin focused his thoughts on the culprits. The Hagiris. After that battle, Sanchakiri, who was anti-guardian, anti-justice, and anti-life, turned back into Kimru. Although the transformation back and forth wastes a lot of reserved energy. But now that they can be replenished through the dimensional gaps from time to time by flashing, that waste is nothing. The only ones that maintain a fixed appearance are the Khan and the Year Wheel. Khan is a magic bullet that can be used against anyone, because the Year Wheel needs to be connected to the Sands of Time. It cannot be changed arbitrarily. However, The anti-god weapons did not match the targeted gods, and were much stronger and sharper than ordinary weapons. When there was no target to target, they felt that it was not as useful as the sword pill form, so they changed back to Lin. Hanging around in that posture was like talking about how to use those three powerful gods all day long. Even someone who was originally a friendly friend would turn into an enemy, not to mention that it was not impossible for someone who was unhappy with him to train with him every 2 days. So I left it up to the Hagiris, lifting Hakiri. With the position they are currently attached to on his body, nothing in his mind can escape their detection. Someone's thoughts are known at once. It's just that a certain time traveler doesn't have any dark thoughts to hide from anyone. And the Hagiris also have a tacit understanding of keeping secrets. With the flash technique at his side, Lin is now like the bread and butter of the Hagiris. No one would offend such a person. So the relationship between Lin and the Hagiris was still very harmonious. This is also in line with the simple needs of the Hagiris, which is to walk around, see everywhere, and have someone to talk to, so that they can truly feel that they are still alive. And that is enough. And someone's idea is to get a prosthetic limb. The whole rigid wooden hand is not enough. The iron hook and so on are just words. What I really want is to get an all-purpose hand like a Swiss knife. Taking the concept of the Thunderbolt series, it is Yin Xiao Xuanjia. Ordinary hands that appear to be wearing gloves can be transformed into iron fans, which can be transformed into swords, shields, claws, and guns during battle. They can also be transformed into a suit of armor, creating a fantasy weapon that completely ignores the relationship between mass and volume. During the time I was following the show, this strange weapon was more attractive than other more gorgeous weapons. If I hadn't already been a little older and had a certain amount of experience, if I was still a middle-aged boy, I would have been thinking about destroying my hands all day long and trying to find a way to equip myself with such a pair of super all-round hands. However, there are no such easy-to-use prostheses in the real world. Even if there were, they would not be available to me, a commoner in Qingdao. So that thought is the same as the thought after watching many movies, dramas and literary works. Why is in my heart. But after traveling through time and arriving in a magical world, my hand was chopped off again. And I had the conditions and materials to make it. So should we do it or not? To Lin's surprise, the Hagiris cooperation was even higher than expected. I thought you just wanted to change into weapons. In fact, it is just that type, which best meets human needs and our strengths, so as to fulfill our wishes. If there are other needs, we can also cooperate. How about turning it into a chastity belt? Tie up your disobedient little thing. It's just that we don't like being restrained. So you may not be able to wear pants in the future. Putting aside the discussion, Hagiris knew something they didn't know, such as the unspoken thoughts of the lich next to them, which led to such thoughts. Without saying a word, someone took out the dizzy Shikaki Kimmeru and threw it towards the sea of trees outside the cliff. What? Fun, who did not have the ability to read minds, asked, looking at someone's performance in confusion. It's nothing. There was a dog who made some irrelevant suggestions. I let him go out and calm down. Do you have any good ideas for your hands? Research anti-life power? Sister, that's enough. That kind of endless gameplay that is prejudged is not what I pursue. After thinking about it, Lin said, I plan to have Hakiri replace my left hand and make it into a prosthetic limb. Is it feasible? Can they cooperate? Then also looked at Hakiri with preconceived notions. After all, the weapons of the Hagiri clan are so famous. Apart from weapons, I have never heard of Hagiri transforming into anything else. Not even armor. The enthusiasm of the Hagiris has been mentioned. But the question now is how to make a prosthetic hand that can move like normal people. The simplest option is to let the Hakakiri prosthetic hand change according to someone's thoughts. But if you want to simulate the movements of normal people, the amount of change is huge, and the consumption will be unimaginable. Lin can't guarantee whether Hagiri can obtain enough energy to cope with the amount of change by just relying on the interval supplement of the flash technique. Besides, there are still some unresolved issues with this option. For example, are the senses of the hands conveyed to one's consciousness through Hagiri? Or find a way to connect nerves and directly transmit feelings to the brain? The second method is to imitate the mechanical structure of a robot, relying on a hydraulic pump to control joint flexion and extension. Although the inside of the box cutter cannot be filled with oil for lubrication, there are always other ways to solve it. The problem is the same as the previous method, which is how to convey the feeling correctly. The third method is to gather the nanoworms. This seems to have nothing to do with Hakakiri.
and directly ask Hefkin for help. This can directly connect the nerve endings at the wrist, making the prosthesis the same as a real limb and solving the problem of transmission of the five senses. But the nanoworms are not independent. Everything is under the control of Hefkin. Compared to the Hagiris, who had almost no ambitions, Lin's trust in the former elemental lord was not as high as the Hagiris. If she were turned into a prosthetic limb and became part of his body, Lin couldn't guarantee whether there would be other hidden dangers. The person who is willing to separate his body and stay with someone has a utilitarian purpose. If there were deeper demands, what else could Lin give? Don't let it be easy to invite God, but difficult to send away when the time comes. The fourth option is to have Hakiri transform into a left prosthetic arm using a bionic structure, including bones, muscles, nerves, blood vessels, lymph, etc. All are directly composed of molecules. That is, bionic prosthetics that do not go deep into the cellular level. There are bones and muscles, so the movement of the hands is not a problem. And there is no need to rely on the box cutter to change all the time. If you have nerves, you can transmit feelings. There are blood vessels, lymphatic and other circulatory systems, which help the left prosthetic limb to integrate with the body. The benefits of doing this are obvious, as it is the method closest to biological activity habits. The only thing to consider is whether Higiri can achieve this level of change. There is no need to mention the advantage that the prosthetic limbs are box-curie and can be transformed into armor or weapons at will. It shouldn't be a big problem to get Wolverine's claws out. So, it's okay. Just do it. After making up his mind, the Shikiri sword pill separated from Lin's waist bead belt. Then just cut open the section at the wrist. Although the bleeding was stopped by muscle contraction, the wound is not healed yet, and yellow and transparent pus is bubbling out. Apply the Shikiri Kimru to the wound, and it will begin to sprout and grow. Starting from the sword pill, various tissues take shape at the same time and expand their scope outwards. After a while, Lin's left hand reappeared on his left wrist, as if it were intact. Its recovery speed is only a little slower than that of Higiri's transformation into other forms. Lin tried to grasp it with his 5 fingers, and made several sets of flexible finger movements. Seeing this, then asked curiously, "How is it? Do you feel it?" Of course, Then didn't know what someone and the Hagiris were planning. But he saw the whole process. If there were changes in the mechanical structure, she didn't dare to say more. But Hagiri uses bionic structure changes. As a necromancer, she has the most say. Naturally, she will be curious about the results of Hagiri's change. Lin Gang wanted to answer, but he caught it with his left hand, and suddenly a voice said, "Ah, this is the touch of the human body. It turns out that this is such a beautiful thing. By the way, do you feel it?" It's too late to say it, but it's soon. Then could send someone flying half a foot away with a big slap. The former demon king gritted his teeth and asked, "How about it? Does this make you feel anything?" I couldn't see if half of my face was swollen, but I definitely didn't feel it anymore. Lin complained, "Sister, my face has not been replaced with a Hakiri, so there is no need to try it. Then change your head." Chapter 1456 The Idea of Weaponization. Hagiri Genkai caused someone to receive a slap in the face. Perhaps the Hagiri clan is not an ordinary creature, and their likes and dislikes are also different from ordinary people. So when someone threatens to use his left hand to pick up smelly dog poop or something like that in retaliation, Hagiri Genkai reminds me nonchalantly, everyone feels connected. If you pick up shit from me, it means you have picked up shit yourself. Do you want to hurt each other like this? So someone is defeated. Then went back. According to her own words, things at the Bishop of Life are busy. If she hadn't seen a certain magician come back after a long absence and throw out a very eye-catching object, which was actually the black dragon magic crystal, at home, she wouldn't have spent all this time coming to this cliff to look at the sea of trees and people. Lin hasn't left yet, because he realized that he had thought too hastily about using Hagiri as his weapon. After all, Hagiri is not an unconscious dead thing. So we have to make a 3-chapter agreement to agree on their respective actions. But just like picking up dog poop, the values of the Hagiri clan are different from those of humans. And many behaviors Hagiri don't care about at all. For example, hand showers, bathing, and pussy picking. In short, Hagiri Genkai says, if you can accept it, I can accept it. Someone just wanted to ask the other Hagiris, do all their clans have this kind of personality? Or maybe someone is being sloppy again. Without choosing, I just randomly found a Shikiri Kimru and planted it in my hand. And then I met a top quality one.
since Hagiri acted like he had no inhibitions. Lin didn't put too much thought into it. Since I don't want to cut off my left hand again, it's better to go back and review the design and function issues. Lin is certainly not satisfied with normal hand movements when using Hagiri as a prosthetic limb. The Jinjo Genkai itself is a strange weapon. Even if the Hagiri Genkai doesn't want to make so many changes, it still has to think about certain functions in advance. In an emergency, you won't be scrambling to find a solution at the last minute. With so many boxes in hand, it is not necessary for the left-hand Genkai to be able to transform into various weapons and armors like the original Pylai. According to the ideas of the Hagiris, everyone lined up to change various forms to play. The reason why he didn't do that was because he didn't want to carry a bunch of weapons on his back like Musashibo Benkei from his hometown in Japan. Besides, he claims to have a collection of thousands of weapons. But in fact, he only has 7 that he always carries with him. If the Hagiris really followed their own whims, wouldn't someone have to carry hundreds of weapons on his back? Not to mention carrying a bunch of boxes on the upper body. If there is really so much weight, there will be no need to fight. And it may be difficult to even move normally, since iron fans, knives, swords, spears, and armors are all lined up waiting to be transformed. Xianjie can only maintain the shape of his hands. But that doesn't mean it can't be changed. For example, it's not a problem to temporarily turn it into a screwdriver with a motor that rotates. What do you mean not to? Do you have a choice? Just when I suppressed a certain Hagiri in my consciousness, Xianjie's 5 fingers turned into an indescribable mushroom-shaped thing for me, claiming that I wanted to satisfy 5 women at once. Lin failed to muster up the courage to hold her in his arms, so he just raised his hands to distance himself. Fortunately, Lin had already taken the first step. Otherwise this picture would be so beautiful that I wouldn't even know how to explain it. This is worse than the sausage hand situation. He picked up the year wheel in his right hand and wanted to test to see if the year wheel could only kill the possessed object without damaging the body. As for the consequences of test failure, Lin doesn't care anymore. Faced with this real threat that he had no intention of discussing, Shikiri Genkai quickly gave in, changed back to the original shape obediently. But it just made Lin turn the years to con and rethink the pros and cons of chopping off the handle again. Back to the original story. The biggest advantage of using Hakakiri as a prosthetic limb is that the left hand is truly invulnerable. It doesn't matter whether you're grabbing a knife blade with your bare hands, blocking an arrow with your bare hands, pulling out a tiger's tooth, or fighting a lion's claw, as long as you don't make mistakes. But as a magician, I only use Hakakiri as an iron lump. Don't let Hagiri complain. Even he can't stand it. So we still have to add some magic effects. For example, it glows when it is charged up, or it emits fire when it swings its fists. It fires impact cannons from its palms and fires lasers from its 5 fingers. Wolverine's claws have been mentioned, and the assassin's hidden blade may be sneaked in so that it does not take up the quota for other Hagiri changes. While thinking, a picture flashed in someone's mind. That was the multifunctional barber and shaving kit that the old man of the Lee family had in the 3rd episode of the movie Thor. Not to mention cutting hair. It can be used as a torture tool. Didn't look at the strongman Saul calling his father his mother. At this time, I thought of that classic childhood memory, which is also one of the romances of being an otaku. Lin suddenly felt heroic, holding his left arm with his right hand, pointing his left hand straight forward, and shouted towards the setting sun, "But draw a flying fist!" And then, nothing happened. Hagiri Genkai, the fist needs to fly out to hit someone, but also can fly back on its own. Such a weapon is too psychedelic. It would be better if I used the sword pill form to fly around and drill around. Well, I was taught how to behave. Someone is speechless. Lin was thinking wildly, and the Hagiris simply freed themselves from someone's belt and started thinking wildly together. For a moment, it was like a group of demons dancing wildly on this cliff halfway up the mountain. The flying trajectories of the Hagiris rendered a colorful and strange color in the sky, wrapping a certain magician in it. If you look at it from a distance, it looks a bit like an outsider. If anyone wants to step forward and try their luck, those flying around are all Shikiri sword pills. Hundreds of them. With their current abilities, as long as they can be eliminated from the physical level, there is no opponent they cannot defeat. It can be said that in this state, Lin doesn't have to worry about his own safety. Not even a mosquito could fly in, let alone any assassin who could break through such a protective circle. Suddenly a thought came to his mind, and Lin raised his eyes and looked at the sea of trees that seemed to be burning.
The afterglow of the setting sun inexplicably weakens people's fighting spirit to the point of being invisible. The concept of working at sunrise and resting at sunset seems to be deeply ingrained in my mind.
Ah, I'm hungry. It's time for dinner.
The two older girls at home must have their own food. Depending on the number of people in your family, it should be right to prepare more. At this time, you can't be afraid of waste or not having enough food. It's not like a small family. A small family is angry. As for myself, it's just a matter of having more sets of dishes and chopsticks. So it's not a big deal. It's not like you need dragon liver and phoenix marrow or an elephant's camel's hump for every meal. If that doesn't work, go check out the little guy's food. There are many people there. And the children are all growing. So there is no need to worry about cooking too much food and not being able to finish it. There are always a few people who have been reincarnated as hungry ghosts and are dedicated to cleaning the food tables. So when someone shows up at the dinner table, it doesn't make much of a splash. The older girl with dark hair and brown skin obediently bought an extra pair of dishes and chopsticks for her teacher. Someone's position is still in the main position. When talking to everyone at the dinner table, there is no unfamiliarity or warmth, as if we haven't seen each other for months. It was as if he had never left, chatting about quite ordinary topics without any nutrition. The most excited person was the young Leonardo. It means that in Yuzov, he stayed in the technical guild, and that kid Eziel lived and ate with those children. And even the old black dragon Augustus would not appear at the dinner table. Leonardo didn't seem to be very comfortable in this environment where Ian was strong and Jan was weak. Although whether it is Finn, the two girls, or Finn's apprentice, the Marquis Balin, they are not bossy and arrogant. But they are all diehards on the inside. If something doesn't go their way, these people won't make any noise or make a fuss. Just watch quietly. If you are thin-skinned, you will be directly penetrated by your gaze. I guess Leonardo hasn't mastered his shamelessness yet. And he can't stand being stared at like this. The dinner in the main residence is now prepared by the people brought by the Marquis. The Queen, who originally ate alone in her room, now learned to eat with everyone in the restaurant. But she had to have Kaya with her. Without her close friend to hold the scene, Bao Jun would run back to her room in a flash. And her teacher's words would be of no use. It's just that Finn doesn't care about such trivial matters. And she rarely even cares about her apprentices. If the Marquise didn't take the initiative to ask for advice, it would be as if she had forgotten that she had such an apprentice. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It saves Finn the trouble. And the Marquis Balin also saves the trouble, which is good for both of them. Besides, the backer of Marquis Balin is the extraordinary person of the former Grand Duke. To put it bluntly, if the granddaughter dies of old age, the grandfather might still be alive and kicking. As long as the old man doesn't kick his legs for a day, few people in the world would dare to provoke the Marquise. So, it doesn't matter if you are just a little bit accomplished in magic. There is no need to be like those low-level adventurers. If you don't learn well enough, you may die in a remote corner one day. The cook of the Marquise's family was well trained by the two girls. The traditional food of Midi is either roasted or stewed in a large pot, with more or less spices at most. But this level of cooking skills is not up to standard in the eyes of the heir to a certain foodie empire. If it was just me and the two apprentices, I might just let them ruin it. But there is Finzai who has a naughty mouth. She will ruin the life of anyone who dares to mess with her mouth. Under the despotic power of the former demon king, the cook of the Marquise's family has improved by leaps and bounds. I heard that several dials have been changed. Each time half of the old cooks were replaced. And the former Grand Duke, who was deprived of his title, would send a group of new cooks. The ones that were replaced were not only used by the Grand Duke's family, but also by some of the royal chefs who had entered the palace. I have been eating the special delicacies of the Karlsruhe Empire for nearly 3 months. But in fact, I am still stuck in the same old place. It's because it's offshore and the humidity is high. So the taste is much stronger. And more seafood that you can't get anywhere else. But with this unique feature, I got tired of it in the first few days. The days after that were just about filling my stomach. Someone will never care about what you can eat. When I first came to Midi, as long as the soup didn't go rancid and the meat didn't rot, I had eaten all kinds of flavors. If I didn't eat, I would starve. So there was really nothing to worry about. So after returning to the holy city, this long-lost meal made someone feel completely comfortable. Especially when you add a lot of chili pepper. The taste is not comparable to that of ordinary heavy salty food. I was sweating again and had runny nose. But the feeling was different. When they were full of wine and food, someone burped beautifully. Go back to your own little world and have a good sleep. In the days of the Karlsruhe Empire, it was hard work day and night. You have to rest for a while. Little did he know that outside the door of his attic room, there were a few pairs of sad eyes looking in. Chapter 1457 The Influence of the Holy City. The news that a certain magician had returned to the holy city of Starry could be said to have reached the ears of everyone who cared or didn't care at an extremely fast speed. Most people still don't believe in a man who can fight the Lord of Guardians, massacre a Grand Dukedom, and even dig up the land. It's just that people from all sides of the Karlsruhe Empire have testified, and all kinds of weird rumors are flying all over the sky. If others say they don't believe it, all kinds of evidence will be thrown down. Among those who provided evidence, there was even the tower owner of the magic tower. If you still don't believe it, why don't you go to the tower masters in person to practice? There is definitely an element of exaggeration in these news. And the news from MIDI does not have the kind of impartial and true reporting. But as long as half of it is true, it means that the magician not only cannot offend, but also tries his best to win over him. However, everyone remained silent for the first time, trying to see which way the wind was blowing. In fact, it is not surprising to think so. There are too many people in history who tolerated things for a long time and showed all kinds of kindness. But once they changed, their personalities and attitudes were completely different from the past. Therefore, just because a certain magician was easy to talk before does not mean that he will be equally easy to talk after showing his fangs. If someone is not forward-looking and is so unlucky that he encounters someone who wants to take revenge on society, then today next year will be his death anniversary. No one wants to have such an experience. But everything must have a beginning. The first people to come to someone are of course those people with whom they have good friendships in the past. I think I have never offended anyone, so there is a high probability that I will not suffer retaliation or anger. The great magician Kabinbai is the closest, and he has also strongly supported someone to stay in the holy city. He is an old friend who is both a teacher and a friend. Not to mention Lin's current position in mathematics was established at Kabinbai College. Although he has recently stepped away from the front line of mathematics teaching, he still has Lin's life lessons at Kabamba College. And the relationship between the two parties is still very good. So the old magician came to the door first, in addition to his own concern. There are also many magicians in the holy city who are also concerned. Many of these people are close friends of the great magician Kabamba, or powerful figures in the holy city. They had nothing to do with the topical figure. So of course, they had no choice but to ask Kabamba to come out for an interview. Therefore, the old magician has shouldered the expectations of quite a few people. Magicians are not bound by territory like nobles. As free agents, they can afford to say, "You can attack when you advance. You can defend when you retreat." So the magician's idea is very simple. They just want to know that one's plan. If the cost is not high, it is not difficult to accept that everyone can maintain peaceful coexistence or even join his army. After all, the great mathematician has a good reputation, and does not have any bad behavior that would make people and gods angry. Nominal submission is nothing to a magician who values practical results. Everyone gathered in the holy city of Starry. Doesn't it mean the same thing? If the price is too high, no one can afford it, and the most they can do is move away. Maybe some people who are unwilling to be oppressed will gather together and fight hard. Victory or failure is another matter. Facing the question from this old magician who was kind to him, Lin did not hide his thoughts at all. That is to study magic and live a stable life. For such a reason that seems incredible to outsiders. The magicians believe it. Not for anything else. Just because this is the choice that many magicians would make. The reason why most of these people are unable to realize such a dream is simply because they do not have sufficient funds for magical research. So they have to come forward to find money or make money, hoping to achieve the financial freedom of the lost version. Not all magicians are obsessed with power. The more powerful the magician, the more so. For this type of people, if they are strong, then money and power will follow. And these things are just accessories. If one's own strength is not up to par, no matter how much money is spent to gain a position, one will not be able to keep it, or will be pulled down. This kind of truth is correct in the world of MIDI where there is great personal power. There is no saying in this world that no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you can't defeat a bullet. If you can defeat 10, you may not be able to defeat an army. In my hometown, power represents everything. And in MIDI, strength represents everything. The great magician Kabamba left. In addition to college affairs, he was so busy all day long that it was remarkable that he could find time to talk to someone. Don't expect this old man to stay long and chat about nonsense. After getting the answer he wanted, The old magician couldn't sit still and left. He also needs to spend time replying to those magicians, who are also concerned about this matter. And there are different ways of responding according to the distance between them. As for whether those people believe it or not, it's not the old magician's business. At least after meeting him today, the great magician Kabambai was sure of one thing. Although he holds the title of Grand Magician, and has missed a lot of training due to matters at the academy in recent years, even if he was at his peak, he would not want to challenge the person in front of him. Of course, this is not some kind of combat effectiveness analyzer. You can see the difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves at a glance. It's not a sixth sense. You can tell whether the opponent is a dragon or an insect just by feeling. In my hometown, to know a man's financial resources, of course, you need to look at external items such as clothes, watches, and leather shoes. Most of the time these external objects have reference value. Although it is not ruled out that there are those who love vanity, so they pretend to be fat. Or there are those who obviously have a lot of money, but like to dress like beggars. In the lost world, especially among the magicians, there is no such thing as trying to make someone look fat, because the equipment is for life-saving purposes. No matter how good it is, it cannot be too good. The quality of equipment is also a part of strength. If when they met, the magic shield barrier used to protect his life would be completely broken by the strange metal balls flying all over the sky in the blink of an eye. If he didn't run away directly, it would be enough to trust the magician's character. Although as long as you replace the magic stones on your equipment, your magic shield barrier can be reestablished. But those metal balls will not be consumed. There are hundreds of them. Although their flight leaves obvious and strange trajectories, their movements cannot be predicted. It doesn't look like it's controlled by humans. And there are no rules in it. Just looking at this hand, the great magician Kabamba gave up the idea of competing with the person in front of him. I can't afford to be hurt. The magic stones that needed to be replaced were not cheap ones at the Hong Yao level. Just exploding one of them would be enough to make him feel distressed. Of course, this was all just an accident. Hagiri Kinmaru and the others were having fun when the old magician barged in. After sending away the old magician who came to visit, after a few days of peace, another old man with an aggressive personality was welcomed. If he were to make a list of the noble people he had met and rank them in order, this old man would definitely be ranked first. He was Ricardo Carby, who transferred the title of Grand Duke to his son and also handed over all his secondary titles. But his actual authority was no less than before. The old man didn't look cautious at all. He sat on the sofa in the living room with a straight face, staring at someone until his spine ran cold. I don't know if he learned this skill from the women in his own family, or if those women learned it from him. As for the escort knights, who were no longer the Duke's guard, but were reorganized into the 1st Regiment of the militia, they stood in a row behind the old man. In terms of momentum, it is full of momentum. It makes someone want to complain. Whose militia looks more fierce than the top regular army? Although he thinks he is as skinny as a city wall, it is not a problem to carry a few Star Destroyer cannons. But Lin was not used to staring at an old man to see who would laugh first. So Lin took the lead and said, "Old man, you came all the way here just to stare at me and make me unable to do anything. I am very busy." Someone said in his heart, pretending to be busy. Since the old man has no title, he can no longer be called adult. Although in the eyes of common people, anyone who is a member of the nobility can be called this. But I still care about whether it is correct or not for such a small place. In fact, you can use your excellency, which was originally only for dignitaries, but is now widely used. This kind of honorific has nothing to do with status. But the old man has seen enough in his lifetime of flattery on the surface and criticism and curses behind his back. So he doesn't want to hear such snobbish honorifics after he retires. But to be able to call the old man by his name directly, he must be at least the same age. If juniors like Lin dare to be presumptuous, Bao will turn his back on them in a minute. So Lin used the title, Old Man. The old man seemed very satisfied and wanted others to follow suit. Fortunately, someone didn't use Lafayette. It means that there is no Buddha in Lost Land. So he probably won't accept such a title. Lin thought so. Faced with the magician's doubts, the old man suddenly relaxed his face, smiled broadly, and said, "How about, lend me your troops. After defeating all the mysterious lands, we will divide it equally." Lin refused without thinking and said directly, "No. It is the power of destruction, not the power of domination. If the old man wants to destroy someone, just tell me and I will ensure that they will not see the sun tomorrow. But I want to, if you expect a group of non-human beings to rule over a conquered place,
I can guarantee that in the end, you will wish you had destroyed those places. Oh, why do you say that? Aren't they a new race from the abyss?
Ricardo Covey asked. Lin shook his head and said,
No. They were originally Earth Element Elves, and their current appearance is what I transformed them into. The Earth Element Elves are worse than demons,
the old man said with emotion.
That's right.
Although demons are synonymous with chaos, humans are still useful to demons. Humanity's faith can achieve the status of the evil god of the abyss. Human flesh and blood is the best food and sacrifice for demons. The greedy human soul is the best medium of exchange in the abyss. It can be said that people, whether alive or dead, are useful resources to the devil. Therefore, when it comes to dealing with humans, the devil will not take advantage of it. But elemental elves don't need this at all. Humans are useless to elemental spirits. And this so-called uselessness is a terrible thing. Which means that no matter what the elemental elves do to humans, they will not take it to heart. Even if everyone dies, it will not be a pity. It's just that in the past, when elemental elves came to the Lost Land, they had to make corresponding sacrifices to replace their bodies and wills. And these things are consumed. When exhausted, the elemental spirits will be forcibly sent back. But the transmission method of the robot fleet combined with the VAP engine seems to have broken the inherent limitations of the elemental elves. No wonder it attracted the attention of the Guardian Lord. Chapter 1458, Digging a Hole in an Upright Manner. Although Ricardo Covey cannot summon elemental elves, as a lord and a high-ranking nobleman, he often has to deal with elemental elves. Sometimes I pray for good weather and borrow the abilities of the elemental elves. Not to mention using the power of elemental elves to fight against enemies in war. Therefore, he knew a lot about the temperaments of the elemental elves. To put it simply, it can be summed up in 8 words, twisting the facts and breaking the truth. The truth is distorted because elemental elves are more keen than demons to find loopholes in words to misinterpret the summoner's original intention. As for the words of breaking one's word, these are just comments made in anger by those summoners who did not have their wishes fulfilled. The elemental elves still believe in trustworthiness. In a way they understand. Therefore, those magicians who are good at summoning elemental spirits are not so much good at summoning elemental spirits as they know how to deal with elemental spirits. If you want to use elemental elves to achieve your own goals, the trick is to make simple and easy to understand requests to reduce the possibility of being misinterpreted. For example, someone made an agreement with the robots to conquer the outside world 5 times for him. Perhaps such a request would be misinterpreted as an order 5 times. But at least the number of times is clear and cannot be negotiated afterwards. Therefore, Lin was very careful when giving instructions. He had to say it all at once. And he could not supplement it one by one, or try to explain his orders more clearly. Such practices can easily be expanded upon to explain. The old man is so old and has so much experience. He often sees teams of magicians and adventurers who have been tortured to death by the actions of the elemental elves. So as soon as Lin mentioned the origin of the robots, he gave up those unrealistic ideas. Anyway, those words were just words from the beginning. As an introduction, try to see if there are other possibilities. Now that he knew the origin of that power, Ricardo Covey was curious about another question. Why? Lin could probably guess what the old man wanted to ask in just 3 words. The only question is how he hooked up with the robot fleet and whether he has a chance to get a piece of the pie. He briefly talked about how Earth elemental creatures were transformed into robots, and then swept across the entire Earth elemental plane, although those battles were skipped and not mentioned. The old man was also informed that someone actually managed to conquer an elemental plane without making a sound. Of course, the key point is that in the process of transforming into robots, the Earth elemental elves have promised to fight the outside world for themselves 5 times. And this is the reason why he can command the robot fleet to bomb the Grand Duke of the Karlsruhe Empire.
So, how many more times can you command attacks like that?
The old man asked seemingly casually, but from the flash of light in his eyes, Lin estimated that this should be his biggest concern. Counting on his fingers, Lin said.
Not counting those scattered individual summons. The entire robot fleet is required to dispatch to conquer the wind elemental plane. After that, the troops are divided into 3 places, and 1 is stationed in the wind elemental plane. This squadron should not account for the number of times. But the other 2 attacks on the water element plane and the fire element plane also took 1 time each. Then, there was the attack on the Archduke Frias. As long as the robots did not lose weight in the count, I still have 143 chances to summon a single fleet like the attack on the Archduke of Frias. If I think about it conservatively, It will be no problem at least 100 times. It does not hide the limits of its abilities at all. Just like a big country back home does not hide the number of its nuclear weapons. It means telling others that I have a way to use nuclear weapons to clear the ground. So don't jump in front of me if you have nothing to do. As long as the exact number and placement location are not mentioned. This deterrence is full. Only those small countries need to cover up the problems they have or do not have. Because they are afraid of being preemptively suppressed. Or exposing their lack of ability to counter-retaliation. Counter-retaliation. And counter-retaliation. To others, it sounds like this ability of a certain magician has its limits. This is a good thing. However, if you think about it carefully, you will realize that this issue of times is just a joke. How could there be more than 100 grand duchies to spend these times? If we take a smaller territory, we can't use smaller quantities to achieve the same goal. Even if all determination is exhausted. Who will be ranked first? Who ranks second? Third? Or even number 143? And consumed all the opportunities available to this magician? Everyone would want to use other people's lives and other people's territory to consume, rather than use their own top. Then no one will be willing to stand up and be a martyr who burns himself and illuminates others. The old man thought to himself. It would be better to regard this magician as someone who can summon unlimited robot fleets and formulate tactics against him. If there is an opportunity to use up the opponent's trump card, no one will risk their own lives and annihilation to provoke this person. This glimmer of hope has invisibly weakened the fighting spirit of many potential opponents. As long as he is not forced to jump over the wall, no one is willing to deal with this person. In fact, for Lin, if more than 100 Grand Duke and King level territories were to cause trouble, instead of wasting more than 100 opportunities, it would be better to directly fire a Star Destroyer cannon into the core of the Earth. Anyway, when so many people are really targeting me, I probably won't be able to live in Myland anymore. Then it will be meaningless to me whether this planet will continue to exist. As for whether doing this will cause resistance from the Lord of Guardians and even the World Trees, well, we'll tell then. Of course someone's evil thoughts were left unspoken. In fact, even if I say it out loud, I'm afraid I have to explain what a Star Destroyer cannon is before it scares people. Not to mention whether one person's explanation alone can make others understand the power of the Star Destroyer cannon. In fact, even Lin is not sure that the Star Destroyer cannon can really exert the power it should have. After all, this is a world with individual power and gods. There are so many unreasonable things that ignore the rules of physics. Sometimes I really think about whether science really has limits. At least there are limits to the science and science fiction I know. Or you can start looking for yourself and let yourself know where the path for science to go beyond these limits is. The old man asked some more questions related to the robot fleet, and Lin explained them one by one with a perfunctory attitude of explaining thermal weapons to primitive people. I thought that no matter how I explained it, others would not be able to understand it. Unexpectedly, the old man actually said that he understood it. I just don't know if this understanding is true or false. But when Lin thought about it carefully, although the knowledge on the technology side was fundamentally different from the knowledge on the magic side, they were not completely unrelated. Can't we use magic side knowledge to understand the robot fleet? They are basically Earth elemental elves. Proper magic creatures. So Lin also put away his contemptuous mentality, and once again changed his concept of belonging to the time-traveling people. But he didn't know why he was arrogant. In terms of facts, the current robot fleet does not have enough high-end combat power to defeat the enemy. There are just enough of them. So I can't finish them in a while. The bombardment of the Archduchy of Frias took advantage of this. He held Apollos back. But the 9 heroic spirits under the Lord of Guardians were not strong enough to stop the bombardment of the entire robot fleet. Before they destroyed the entire fleet, the Grand Duchy was destroyed first. Taking advantage of this opportunity to think carefully, Lin discovered that the lower limit of the robot fleet's strength was indeed above that of the Lost Land. But the upper limit of its strength was lower than those of truly high-end combat capabilities. If there is one advantage, it is the large number. There are over 1 million battleship-class robots. And there are 350 million robots at all levels. Maybe even if all the adventurers and troops in the entire Lost Land were gathered together, there wouldn't be such a number. Not to mention the question of which single lord or country can withstand the vigorous battle of the robots. But it's still the fact that no matter how good the weapon is, it will only cause damage if it is used. If the person holding the weapon does not want to use it, no damage will be done despite the threat. Although he thought he understood the character of the magician in front of him, the old man came here to ask so many questions. In fact, he was just considering whether he and the empire behind him would have the opportunity to borrow such power. I never thought that this man would one day launch a war of conquest or destruction across the entire land. Just like the man himself commented, that power can be used to destroy, but cannot conquer. In addition to the robot fleet, the old man also had another focus when he came here, and that was the rise of the constitutional monarchy in the Karlsruhe Empire. He took out a magic stone and unfolded the water mirror screen. The text on it was the two public constitutions and royal laws. As the drafter of the bill, Gablesh Tripwood's name is extremely loud among those who care about this matter. Whether it is a good reputation or a bad reputation is another matter. What the old man wanted was for Lin to explain the parts he couldn't understand. Although Ricardo Carvey is a martial artist, he is not illiterate and can certainly understand the text above. But the law should not only look at the surface, but also look at the intention, the things behind it, and even the impact it will cause. Even if the writer doesn't understand all of these things, at least he will know more than others. Whether those thoughts are right or wrong is another matter. It is normal for many things to turn out differently than expected. Of course, Lin is not hiding anything, but he is not optimistic that this scheme will sprout in the Guana Empire. Simply put, the current Guana Empire does not have the same soil as the Karlsruhe Empire. Most civilians identify with the ruling class and feel that they are doing a good job. There is no demand for change. But whether such a concept will take root and sprout and grow suddenly at some point in the future, Lin cannot guarantee. However, after listening to Lin's explanation, the old man had a deeper understanding. But he still frowned. Said, although such a system disperses the power in the hands of our nobles, overall, it should be a good thing for the empire. Let's not discuss whether this is suitable for implementation in the empire. Why do I think there is a big hole behind it? It's the same as when you dig behind the bank. Once you do it, it's like jumping into a hole and you can't get out. Hey, do you want to know? The old man nodded and looked innocent. Chapter 1459 Endless Fun. Referring to the article on the separation of powers, Lin explained, the main premise that the nobles can still control all the power is that the councillors elected from their territories are their puppets. The function of these councillors is just to give the common people a chance to participate. It gives a reference target for the strength competition between different nobles. But these are all human beings. Are they really so obedient? The old man and the current emperor are the masters. The nobles and common people are used to obeying. You are also used to such an environment. But who can guarantee that no mediocre person will rise to power among future generations? Someone's words flashed through Ricardo Carvey's mind like thunder, making him wake up instantly. Of course, the Guana Empire also had examples of weak leaders and strong subordinates. The elderly can even cite a few examples that happened around them. The reason why the Empress of the Karlsruhe Empire gave up her power was not because her master was weak, but her ministers were strong. But others naively believe that such a situation will never happen to them. What a big pit. The kind that kills people. The old man who gave up his title was still a member of the aristocratic class in essence. How could he not consider the people of his own class? But no matter how you think about it, as long as this matter has begun, the ending will be inevitable unless you destroy everything and start over. The only good thing is that this matter was not implemented in the Guana Empire, and it seemed unrelated. However, how could the old man, who had been in officialdom for a long time, not understand that the Karlsruhe Empire had made a start? And as long as the ending was not terrible, this matter would spread outwards. As long as people are ambitious and want to make progress, that thinking will definitely be touted and even promoted. He and his old friend who became the emperor can use their own methods to suppress it. But there will always be a day when it cannot be suppressed. Looking at the worried look on the old man's face, he seemed to be having a heart attack or stroke in the next second. In order to prevent him from falling in this room and causing harm to himself, Lin comforted and said, "Old man, don't worry. Even if the old nobles go down, a group of new nobles will rise. Maybe these new nobles will no longer have obvious privileges. But in the past, whether you want to be nourished or live a miserable life, you still have the ability to see life. This will remain the same from the past to the future. At most, the rules of the game are more complicated and the gameplay is different from the past." In fact, what someone said is a typical example of reporting good news, but not bad news. Just like the stock market in my hometown before traveling through time. Some people make money in the bull market, and some people make money in the bear market. The difference is that when the general environment is good, even a pig can fly as long as it stands in the wind. But when the general environment is bad, how can you stand a chance if you don't fight for your parents? No matter how much we claim that everyone is equal,
The fact is that people are different. But there is no rush to talk about these things. The highest level of Lin's deception is that I only tell the truth. But I don't tell the whole truth. That kind of gameplay of 9 truths and 1 falsehood is still inferior. But the old man in front of him, who was once a Grand Duke, was obviously different from the Grand Dukes of the same rank in the Karlsruhe Empire. For the latter, every one of them was a party to the constitutional monarchy promoted by the Karlsruhe Empire. And it was easy for them to be blinded by vested interests. Ricardo Carvi is barely half of the party involved. Although he is also a noble. The Guana Empire has not yet implemented such a system. The advantage of this is that he can think about the pros and cons of things more neutrally from the perspective of a bystander. And with this thought, he figured out many things that a certain magician didn't say. Even things that the person didn't expect. The old man can deduce based on his own experience. So seeing those eyes that looked like he was looking at an idiot, full of distrust, Lin could only smile awkwardly. The old man asked again.
Since you started the matter, is there any way to prevent the blockage? Other than killing whoever comes forward. I can do this without you telling me. There is no noble who can't do it. It's easy.
Someone replied bluntly, but only received an angry look from the old man, saying,
You are kidding me. I'm not kidding. It's really simple. The 4 basic needs of human beings are food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Food is nothing. Just enough to eat. Clothing is to wear warm clothes. And shelter is to have a roof to shelter from the wind and rain. Okay. From a small point of view, it is just a road. From a big point of view, it is the freedom to go wherever you want. As long as these 4 items are met, other complaints can only be regarded as idle and trouble-free. This is understandable.
The old man nodded. Lin said,
If something is missing or something is done poorly, the most it can do is say that life is hard. But no matter how hard life is, life can still go on. People are so resilient. Can you agree?
The old man still nodded. Lin continued,
That's true. But one thing is different. That is food. If you can't even meet the most basic food and clothing, you will not be able to get by, but will starve to death. In any case, you will die.
Although it was about rebellion, which was quite unpleasant to the ears of the old nobles, Ricardo Carvi still had to admit that what a certain magician said was the truth.
Well, here's the method. People are lazy, and no one wants to make trouble when they are living a good life. It's the same if life is hard, unless they are really about to starve to death, and no one can help them solve it. Forced they have to jump out and grab those who have it. Once they reach this stage, anything is possible.
That is to say, as long as everyone is not so hungry that they can't bear it. Then trying to figure out which method to use to govern a territory or a country is entirely a problem within the ruling class, and has nothing to do with the people. Don't look at the tricks I designed. Power is decentralized. In fact, no matter what kind of system, the minority rules the majority. The difference is only in the rules of the game.
There is no such thing as changing the soup without changing the medicine. But that's how it is. When good people come, any system can be manipulated. When bad people come, any system can be destroyed. The system is neither good nor bad. It is about people. The old man still looked bitter and asked directly,
What is the purpose of what you did?
As the old saying goes, someone said with a sly smile,
Down with all the privileged classes.
The old man pointed his trembling fingers at a certain magician and said,
Don't you think magicians are also members of the privileged class? No. 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 The magician seems to have its own system. But in fact, the only thing that is really protected is the magic tower. Wherever the magician breaks the law, the local lord will not catch or kill him. Only the kind of magic that is too powerful if the master and lord cannot handle it privately. They will report it to the Magician Association and ask for fair treatment. So, it's true that the tower owner is the only one who treats me differently.
Regarding the old man's thoughts, Lin shook his index finger and said,
No. 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 Even if the owner of a magic tower committed the crime, a capable lord like you, the old man, would not hand over the prisoner to the association even if he came forward in person.
It's not uncommon for nobles to attack towers. The difference is that the Magician Association has a trick, and the casualties in attacking towers will be less than that of most nobles.
Besides, the bottom line that the Magician Association adheres to is that after the incident, the magic tower cannot become a trophy for the nobles, but must be handed over to the association for disposal, as long as this bottom line is not encountered. Have you seen any branches that have suffered for the sake of magicians? Did the nobleman die unjustly?
Our father doesn't love us, and our mother doesn't love us. If we're not good enough, we'll all be beaten. After thinking about it seriously, the old man couldn't ignore the facts and nodded. It is indeed true. However, nodding in approval does not mean that he can accept it in his heart. However, the old man is not concerned about whether magicians belong to the privileged class, but that in the future, the class to which he belongs will be the target of elimination. Lin didn't need to read minds or rely on box cutters at this moment, and he could probably guess what the old man was worried about. To be honest, this person was just worried about himself. He didn't slap the table and just hit it. Lin felt that the old man had been quite restrained. Based on his own thoughts and the old man's position, it would be reasonable for him to just draw his sword and kill him. So the reason why you don't do it, is it because your friendship is good enough that you are reluctant to teach yourself a lesson? Or is it because you already understand your own strength to a level that makes people fear you? Someone is thinking in his mind. This is something to be happy about. Finally, I am no longer in a position where a dog wants to step on me. The old man eventually floated away. If it weren't for his guards holding him, he wouldn't have floated to where? His granddaughter expressed concern. After the influence of Marquis Balin in the past few years, she is finally not as scary as she was when she first came here. And she no longer hides when she sees people. At that time, except for Kaya who had a way to pull her. Anyone who appeared in her sight could make the girl swoop out of sight. The exceptions were probably the gray cat Hardy and the 3 kittens. Only those few non-human little guys had a way to get close to the Marquise. Today's changes are visible to everyone, except for men who still receive the same treatment. Other women can now jump around in front of the Marquis without causing an overreaction from the Marquis. The biggest contributor to this was the former Demon King and the original Lich, respected by many women as Sister Sama. Her valiant and heroic appearance that kills both men and women will be attracted by her. Not to mention the pregnant girls, but also the young women who have given birth. Its strength is even more astonishing. Not to mention the Dark Ages thousands of years ago. Those who sit and talk about Taoism today are all the great priests and bishops of life in the Church of 3 Holy Lights. With such a role model in front of her, and her own teacher. No matter what the Marquis Balin's original intention was, she worked hard to learn. Not only learning magic, but also learning her teacher's sitting, lying, walking, body posture, and demeanor. Maybe I haven't learned 1/10,000th of her teacher's skills, but my self-confidence has gradually been built up. And it's no longer the same as in the past. One of the most direct manifestations is knowing how to express greetings, especially to the biological grandfather who cares about him. In the past, greetings could make that silly grandpa happy for a long time. But today was quite unusual. The old man seemed to be in a state of despair, and no one paid much attention to him. This made Marquis Balin quite worried. However, there is no so-called soul collection in the lost world, and the Marquise has not learned any soul-related lessons. So of course, she doesn't know how to help her grandfather. In the end, I just sent the old man into the customized high-end car that was not afraid of collision, and told the old man's guards to be careful in everything. Of course, it is impossible to allow an elderly person in this state to drive by himself. In short, whatever the granddaughter orders, the people below will do it. Their cute appearance makes people think that their status is reversed. A certain magician smiled and looked at everything with pride. Destroying someone's outlook is as pleasurable as bombarding someone else's territory. Chapter 1460 Signs. With 2 people leading the way, Lin originally thought that his door would be bustling with traffic, and there would be an endless stream of people. Unexpectedly, it was completely silent, except for the vendors who regularly delivered vegetables and fresh meat. Rats could be seen running around at other times. But without these meaningless greetings, Lin certainly wouldn't complain, and would even be happy to see it. After several days of rest, he had some troubles, and turned his attention to the Black Dragon magic crystal he brought back from the Karlsruhe Empire. Before researching, Lin also went to consult the old Black Dragon at home, Augustus. But when talking about the source of the Dragon magic crystal, it is inevitable to mention Dragon Island. Perhaps Dragon Island's attitude toward old dragons, like it was not friendly. Anyway, Augustus didn't want to admit that he had anything to do with Dragon Island. But it is very concerned about the situation on Dragon Island. This is because we don't know what old Augustus's real name is. Otherwise Lin would have been on Dragon Island to find out about this black dragon. Talking back to the Dragon magic crystal. Even as a dragon, Augustus couldn't recognize the origin of this black dragon crystal. And judging from the size, the owner of the dragon crystal is not an ordinary dragon.
At least he is an ancient dragon, and may even be a member of the Ancient Ones. The title of ancient is not limited to a specific race, but any creature that has survived from a certain era can bear this title. For example, the two ancients in the World Tree, Yggdrasil and Fastness, and that era is at least 100,000 years away from now. Some people believe that the Lost Lands before that era were a lifeless place of death. But at a certain period, countless species broke out, began to multiply, and created the Lost Land today. The ancients are the living history from that era when there was no written history to the present. He is also the original inhabitant of Lost Land and the origin of all life. Of course, not all of those ancient ones could live to this era. At least the world trees of the same period as the two ancient world trees have become the materials for other world trees to advance, or the weapons in the hands of other races. But according to what the old black dragon Augusta said, the source of the dragon magic crystal is more likely to come from the dragon clan in the outer world. That is, the first generation of ancients. This is not to say that the owner of this dragon magic crystal is like Adam or even the dragon clan. Rather, like the Hagiri clan, a clan enters the lost world at the same time and starts to reproduce from there. There is not necessarily only one male and one female. The difference is that Hagiri has no gender and no mating. Their numbers are getting smaller and smaller, and they can even be said to be on the verge of extinction. However, the dragon clan has grown into one of the most powerful fighting races in the land. Although the number is not that of humans or other species of Homo sapiens, it should be possible to gather them together and destroy an entire land at once. As a dragon from the outer world, its image is actually quite different from that of the Midi dragon. It was just like the abyss dragon god that Lin had seen before. Perhaps because it was not the original body, but just a clone formed by a sacrifice. Its image does not look like the dragons that I know at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an alien god in the Cthulhu mythology. But such a creature would be regarded as a dragon. The reason Augustus was able to make so many judgments was because the dragon crystal contained inherited knowledge belonging to the dragon clan. The inheritance of the dragon clan comes from two sources. One is brought about by abortion. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, the corresponding knowledge will be unlocked. There is no need to practice, and you will naturally understand what is contained in knowledge. But if you want to use it skillfully and develop many changes, you still need to work hard on your own. It's just that most dragons live by their talents. After all, they don't need much effort and can naturally stand at the top of the food chain in the lost world. Another source of dragon clan inheritance is to plunder the dragon crystals from other dragon clans. The reason why the red dragon is the red dragon. The reason why the black dragon is the black dragon. The reason why the gold dragon is the gold dragon. And the reason why the silver dragon is the silver dragon is because there is only one growth path in the inheritance they were born with. In the case of hybrids, the parent's mother is the dominant one. It is impossible for a gold and silver dragon or a young red and black striped dragon to appear. However, ancient dragons that can live for more than 500 years, as extraordinary beings among the dragon clan, most of them will break away from their original forms and develop into strange appearances. Some people think this is some kind of throwback phenomenon, but in fact, it is clear within the dragon clan that this is a crooked path taken by plundering the growth roots of other dragon species. For example, someone fought the second ancient shadow dragon on Dragon Island. The difference between it and the first shadow dragon, apart from its size, is actually slightly different in appearance. Like ear wings, like the shape of the mouth, like the sharp claws on the wings. This means that although the ancient shadow dragon is based on the shadow dragon heritage, it should also have the characteristics of one or even multiple other dragon species. In short, if the dragon clan wants to seize the inheritance roots of other dragon species, it must rely on seizing the dragon crystals of other dragon species. This is why Augustus would say that the black, ridiculously big thing was a dragon crystal, because it can detect the dragon heritage that does not belong to the black dragon. It's just that the old black dragon is not interested in this new inheritance. As for its situation, even if it gets a new inheritance, nothing will change. Its life has entered the final period. If it had been more than 100 years earlier, before it was so seriously injured, this dragon crystal might have had some effect on it. Now, it is just a useless treasure, simply called waste. In any case, after confirming that the thing in his hand was the dragon magic crystal, Lin started a series of tests. I am particularly interested in the inheritance of the dragon clan mentioned by Augustus, and I always want to extract that part of the knowledge to see what kind of method it is. This project is like decryption and translation at the same time. Since there was no reference for comparison, we had to use masking all the way, which resulted in slow progress in analysis. Turing cracked the Enigma machine and said hi. Lao she can compare. Even though there was a black dragon beside him. In fact, Augustus himself couldn't tell what the inheritance it received was. Anyway, when you get old, you will naturally know it. Who would think about why? Therefore, Augustus was completely unhelpful in analyzing the progress of Dragon Crystal. Doing this kind of unproductive thing all the time will make people feel discouraged. So Lin picked and picked again and found some projects to work on. Most of the old unfinished projects are actually out of date when it comes to myself now. So quite a few parts were cut off directly. Instead, I took a trip to the south and fought in many actual battles. I realized that I had many shortcomings that needed to be improved. That's the point these days. There is no need for anyone to worry about the progress of the Hagyrus. Just chime in from time to time and bring up some bad ideas. On the contrary, the robot's enthusiasm is quite unusual. Hefkin spent the whole day trying to figure out how to deal with the gods based on their route. How would Lin answer this kind of question that he didn't even have the answer to? Of course, if you can drag it, and if you can push it. But no matter how many times he said I don't know, Hefkin still kept asking. The Hive Queen believes that someone's ignorance may be true. But it is also true that they have not seriously thought about the answer. So they are forcing someone to use their brains. What Hefkin thinks is really true. But no matter what, Lin didn't want to find the right answer. The number of robots is already unsolvable. If they can find a simple path to kill gods, with their technological advantages, it won't take long for them to undergo a major upgrade. When someone becomes truly invincible, it will feel like they are shooting themselves in the foot. Power without containment will eventually either destroy itself or destroy itself. This kind of thing is unacceptable. It's easy to talk about the box cutters. Without the flash magic milk, they will turn into alarm clocks that run out of batteries in minutes. And it will be extremely difficult to even twitch the second hand. So it's as fierce as it is fierce. But it's just a superhuman ability. And it doesn't last more than 3 minutes at a time. If the robots can't deal with the gods, they can't deal with them. Anyway, they don't want to start a war with the entire group of gods. It's enough to bully the weak people who are also human beings. And the status quo of robots is enough. If we really raise the level of warfare to the point where we meet gods every time we fight, then we'd better run. Someone thought to himself. And his own strength is seriously biased. Don't look at the impressive results when you go to the south. But in fact most of them are due to the Hagyrus. If I were really allowed to fight these battles with my bare hands, there was no telling whether I could come back alive. As for from beside her, the former Demon King and former Lich seemed to have bottomless strength. But in fact, she was not without her weaknesses. Of course, this weakness is not in strength, but in mind. Don't poke if you have nothing to do. Dragons have reverse scales, and they will be angry if they touch them. Speaking of which, there are many and complicated things at hand. But there is no main theme. If you want to say which things are important, and which things are not important, put them in order. That is, everything is not important. It's okay to do it. Or it's okay not to do it. Just when that lazy otaku personality was about to come out of his bones again, a rapid alarm sounded. Most people had never heard such a sound. And the entire mansion was in a state of uproar. Even Finn, who was planning to go out to Kabamba Academy to discuss the relationship between bacteria and viruses with a group of life priests, stopped. This was not the first time that she and the two older girls heard the alarm sound. The previous one sounded because someone was comparing the star charts he had pieced together to find the possible location of the solar system. Then the night sky took shape, and the whole person's strength improved by leaps and bounds. What is it for this time? The two eldest girls, who had been so busy all day long, finally appeared in someone's field of vision for the first time outside of mealtime. However, Lin was not busy teasing these two girls. Instead, he focused on the star chart room, which was also the center of the purple magic stone system in the mansion, and read the information that sounded the alarm. As soon as he saw Finn appearing, Lin, without saying a word, casually pulled off a Shikiri sword pill from the bead chain at his waist and threw it to Finn. He pointed to his ear and said at the same time, "Put it on your ear and do me a favor." "What's the matter?" Finn asked, moving the box cutter closer to his ear. Just when the distance between the two was close enough, Harajirai jumped onto Finn's ear and changed its appearance at the same time. It turned into a headset that hugged the ear, and someone's voice came from it. A series of data flowed into his consciousness. Lin said.
Catch the dragon. Catch a dragon? Catch the dragon of the void.
After saying this, someone flashed and disappeared. Then followed